Volume 3, Chapter 301, Dispelling Poison, Breaking the Curse. Enough said. My mind is made up, declared the lean and tall second brother resolutely. The young woman, alarmed, swiftly turned to cast a pleading glance toward the youth and the elder. The two exchanged a silent look. The youth remained taciturn, while the elder sighed and spoke. Fifth sister, let him go. He seeks to atone for his past actions. Only through this can he find some solace within himself. However, before the second brother could engage in further debate, he had already approached Han Li and calmly stated, "Senior, let us begin. Use me for the experiment." His words carried a sense of tragic resolve, yet what transpired next left the four of them as if doused with icy water, rendered speechless. Have you all misunderstood something? When did I agree to lift your blood curse? Han Li's words pierced like ice, leaving the five friends of Mengshan exchanging bewildered glances. If the senior does not intend to lift the curse for us, why would you study it on my elder brother? The second of the Mengshan friends asked in a panic after recovering from his shock. Did I ever claim I was researching this blood curse to lift it for you? My curiosity drives me, Han Li replied with an impassive expression. As they beheld Han Li's frigid demeanor and heard his callous words, the group was left in stunned silence. But senior, do you not wish to learn about those individuals? Without lifting our blood curse, how can we possibly answer your questions? The youth inquired, his face etched with urgency, clearly reluctant to let go of any glimmer of hope. Han Li, upon hearing this, cast a sidelong glance at him, then scoffed lightly before looking skyward in silence. Such an obvious question was beneath his consideration. You need not ask further, fourth brother. This senior believes that the information obtained from us is insufficient to warrant the risk of our lives, hence his reluctance to act. The elder, seasoned and wise, astutely pinpointed the crux of the matter. What conditions must be met for you to take action? Speak plainly. As long as you can truly lift the blood curse, we, the five friends of Mengshan, will not hesitate, the elder continued calmly. Good. Had this been said earlier, we could have avoided this roundabout discussion. Han Li suddenly clapped his hands and smiled faintly, his demeanor becoming amiable. Yet, to the four, his unpredictable nature only deepened their sense of awe. The conditions are quite simple. If I am to alleviate your pressing dilemma, you must not only divulge everything you know, but from this day forth, you must also follow my commands temporarily and assist me in dealing with this group as assaults. I suspect they will not easily relent, and I too wish to resolve this matter swiftly. However, do not fret over the imbalance in numbers. I am a cultivator from Huangfeng Valley, merely here to handle some sect affairs. Once we weather this storm, I will summon reinforcements. At that point, we need not fear these vermin. Han Li and Yin Yu colorfully presented their terms, unabashedly raising the banner of their sect, for only in this manner could they secure their unwavering commitment. The elder, a cultivator from Huangfeng Valley, though he had long suspected Han Li's origins to be within the seven sects, could not help but smile upon hearing his admission. Very well. We shall proceed as you suggest, esteemed elder. We cannot remain uninvolved. Once the blood curse is lifted, we will undoubtedly become targets of pursuit ourselves. It is indeed safer to stay by your side, the dark-faced elder readily agreed. The young man and woman, upon hearing the elder's words, also displayed expressions of joy, refraining from voicing any objections. Clearly, they concurred with the elder's decision. For them, the seven sects were far more formidable than those who controlled them through blood curses, making allegiance a viable option. However, the tall, thin second elder appeared hesitant, as if he wished to speak but faltered. If the elder's method for lifting the blood curse proves effective, we have one more request, which we hope you can grant. The dark-faced elder said solemnly after glancing at the second elder. Seeing this, Han Li had a premonition, yet he maintained a calm demeanor and replied, "What is it? As long as it is not too unreasonable, I shall endeavor to accommodate your request." At that moment, Han Li seemed unusually agreeable. My younger sister remains in a residence in Yuejing City. Now that we have been captured by you, we are concerned for her safety. I hope, esteemed elder, you can intervene when the time comes. The elder spoke with grave earnestness. Big brother. The tall, thin second elder's face lit up with gratitude upon hearing this. Very well. Since you have temporarily allied with me, I shall certainly rescue your companion. But for now, we must swiftly address the deadly poison within you. Otherwise, in no time at all, you shall meet your demise, and what use will there be in discussing lifting the curse? Han Li assented, yet his tone took a grim turn, uttering words that sent shivers down the spines of the four. What poison? We should only have the blood curse. The young man's expression shifted, a mix of panic and skepticism gracing his features. Noticing the young man's doubts, Han Li remained unperturbed and stated with a serious face, "During my examination of the blood curse, I discovered that your elder brother harbors not only the blood curse, but also a potent poison within him. This poison is not only exceedingly toxic, but also highly unstable. It is likely to manifest soon. Fortunately, I possess some knowledge in the art of detoxification. Alleviating it will be a mere trifle, so there is no need for excessive concern. Of course, if you choose not to believe me, you may wait a while and see if you truly succumb to the poison." Upon hearing Han Li's words, the four began to believe him to a considerable extent. "So that's it. I wondered why the person instructing us to act suddenly insisted we share a drink before our departure. It turns out the wine was poisoned. We all presumed that having already been cursed, they would not resort to further treachery, and thus, none of us paid heed to this matter. Their methods are indeed insidious." The tall, thin second elder remarked, his countenance darkening. The youth and the young woman exhibited expressions of sudden realization, while the elder wore a somber countenance, clearly having anticipated this matter long before. Once Han Li had resolved to enlist the 5 companions from Mengshan as his allies, he would not dawdle. Allowing the poison to take effect, he immediately extended his hand, retrieving 2 porcelain vials, one white and one blue, from his storage bag, and tossed them to the dark-faced elder. Each vial contained a remedy that, when consumed, would dispel most of the toxin. Any residual poison could then be gradually expelled through cultivation. Han Li's instructions were straightforward, and the elder complied without hesitation, distributing the pills to the other 3 and consuming one himself first. It was evident that the elder was acutely aware that if Han Li intended to harm them, he would not need to tamper with the antidote. Thus he swallowed it with a sense of assurance. Shortly after ingesting Han Li's elixir, the group experienced intense abdominal pain. The young woman's complexion flushed, and with a sudden stomp, she struggled to ascend on her flying device, heading towards a nearby hill. However, the restrictions imposed by Han Li impeded her speed considerably. The other 3 men, feeling embarrassed, sought out secluded spots to expel the toxins from their bodies. After a short while, they returned to Han Li, their faces marked by awkwardness. Moments later, the young woman returned, her face still tinged with crimson. "All right, let us commence the dispelling of the blood curse. Who shall be first?" Han Li declared without delay. "Of course, it should be me," began the second brother, but he was abruptly halted by a frail hand grasping his arm. "Brother, you still have your younger sister to look after. As an old relic unable to cultivate, my days are numbered. Allow me to go first. After all, your sister's child requires your care," the dark-faced elder stated calmly. "Brother, that won't do. How can I let the frail second brother go first?" he protested, shaking his head vigorously in refusal. The youth and the young woman, witnessing this exchange, also expressed their desire to take the risk first. "Enough of this quarrel. Let your elder brother proceed first. I have already assessed his condition." Thus increasing the likelihood of success, Han Li interjected, his mind preoccupied with the urgency of ascertaining whether he could indeed lift the blood curse. If it proved unsuccessful, all his prior efforts would be in vain, and he would need to devise alternative plans. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the 4 ceased their contention, and the elder solemnly approached. The other 3 exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting concern as they observed the elder's actions. A series of sharp sounds resonated as Han Li raised his hand, summoning several life-sized soldier puppets, which emerged from a halo of white light, armed and ready at his back. "While I dispel the blood curse, I cannot fend off adversaries. These puppets serve as a precautionary measure. Any individual within a Tinjong radius of my side will be attacked without hesitation. It would be wise for you to maintain your distance." Han Li's words candidly conveyed his inability to place trust in them, compelling the 3 individuals to retreat somewhat helplessly. In the evening, within the Qin residence's parlor, Qin Yan paced restlessly, his face etched with anxiety. Earlier that day, a servant sent to deliver a meal to Han Li reported that he was absent from his quarters, seemingly having not returned throughout the night. This news did not concern Qin Yan for Han Li's safety, but rather for the fear that this protector might abruptly abandon them. How would the Qin family contend with the threats posed by demonic forces without him? "Qin Ping, go check if young Master Han has returned, and report back immediately with any news," Qin Yan commanded, his impatience evident. "Yes, sir," Qin Ping replied respectfully, secretly delighted, before swiftly exiting the hall. In his view, Qin Yan's increasing concern for young Master Han only underscored the correctness of his decision to align himself with such a powerful ally, suggesting that his rise within the Qin household was imminent. Why must you fret so, my lord? It is entirely normal for a young man to venture out occasionally. There is no need for such alarm. The third madam, Qin Yan's favored wife, spoke up. Though her words ostensibly defended Han Li, the acidity in her tone was unmistakable. This reaction was hardly surprising. Since Han Li's arrival at the Qin estate, the head of the family had kept him close at all times, neglecting to promote other favored young ladies and gentlemen, including the third madam's own children, which inevitably stirred her jealousy. What do women know? Qin Yan discerned the underlying meaning in the third madam's remarks. Yet, preoccupied with the survival of his family, he dismissed her petty grievances with a glare, choosing not to engage further. This reaction only deepened the third madam's sense of grievance, but understanding her husband's aversion to displays of feminine petulance, she swallowed her bitterness in silence. Yet, her worry for Han Li only fueled her irritation. After an indeterminate period, Qin Ping returned, his face radiant with joy. Upon entering, he exclaimed, "Sir, young Master Han has returned, and he has brought several guests with him. Young Master Han requests that accommodations be arranged nearby for them." Upon hearing this, Qin Yan's heart finally eased. As long as this esteemed individual had not departed without notice, he would bear no objection, even if a multitude of friends accompanied him. Since young Master Han has made such a request, let us arrange for them to stay at the nearby Qingyin courtyard. We must not neglect the guests of young Master Han. Qin Yan replied without hesitation, much to the third madam's growing displeasure. Yes, I shall attend to it right away, Qin Ping declared, once again dashing out with enthusiasm. My lord, this may be somewhat unwise. Our Qin estate is substantial. Allowing several strangers to suddenly reside here seems rather reckless. The third madam interjected cautiously. Her concerns were not entirely directed at Han Li, but stemmed from a genuine sense of unease. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yan was momentarily taken aback. However, after a brief hesitation, he waved his hand and stated, "It's of no concern. Han Xianji's friends will pose no issues." The indulgent tone in Qin Yan's words regarding Han Li rendered the third madam utterly speechless. At that moment, Han Li was seated in his quarters, with 5 others, known as the 5 friends of Mengshan, gathered around him. Among them, a young man was animatedly recounting an incident, while the others occasionally interjected with comments. Han Li displayed a pensive expression. In the wilderness beyond the city of Yuejing, Han Li, relying on his formidable spiritual awareness, successfully erased the blood curse placed on the previous 4 individuals. Subsequently, he led them to the only middle-aged woman left behind. Unexpectedly, they managed to retrieve her without encountering any difficulty. Although slightly surprised, Han Li also removed her blood curse and returned to the Qin residence with them. While it was feasible for these individuals to find alternative lodging, Han Li felt a twinge of unease about their safety. Without his oversight, he could not guarantee that the 5 friends of Mengshan would genuinely stand by him against formidable foes, even if he had extended them the favor of the curse removal. Human hearts are notoriously difficult to gauge. Today, they might express profound gratitude, willing to risk their lives for him. Yet tomorrow they could prioritize their own survival and engage in any base acts of ingratitude. Han Li understood this all too well. Moreover, they shared no bonds of brotherhood with him, and were likely more concerned with preserving their own lives. Of course, he could utilize restrictions and poison to exert forceful control over them. However, such actions would likely render him no different from those he opposed in their eyes, inevitably inviting backlash over time. Han Li did not mind employing such tactics if they merely left a negative impression. However, deep within, he harbored additional thoughts. Should the 7 factions successfully repel the demonic invasion and restore their former cultivation practices, Han Li intended to enlist individuals to assist him in gathering alchemical formulas and medicinal materials. This would spare him the arduous task of wandering about, allowing him to devote his entire time to diligent cultivation, thereby significantly enhancing his progress. The 5 friends of Mengshan, with their moderate cultivation levels, were ideal candidates for this endeavor. Thus, Han Li had no intention of resorting to underhanded methods to control them. Nevertheless, he possessed the self-awareness to recognize that without sufficient incentives, even the lowest-tier cultivator would not willingly serve as a lackey for another. Moreover, he needed more time to understand their dispositions before he could trust them completely. All decisions would have to await the conclusion of this matter. Feeling a sense of shame, the young man remarked, Regrettably, apart from knowing a few fellow cultivators who have also been abducted, we have yet to catch even a glimpse of the true faces of those two issuing commands. Our knowledge is exceedingly limited. After finishing his account, he let out a wry smile. It is of little consequence. We already know that our captors belong to a nefarious sect known as the Blackshaw sect, and that their primary motive for abduction is to cultivate dark arts. That is sufficient for now. Upon hearing this, Hanli smiled faintly. However, Senior Han, are we to remain hidden here, awaiting reinforcements before we take action? The newly rescued middle-aged woman suddenly posed this question with a hint of trepidation. The other four individuals exchanged concerned glances, looking to Han Li for guidance on the matter. Han Li smirked inwardly. It appeared that these individuals were eager to avoid any further contact with the Black Shajia. Yet, as for reinforcements from the 7 sects, there was none to be had. Each sect was currently stretched thin in their efforts to combat the forces of the demonic path, leaving even their garrison strength severely lacking. Even if he were to report the situation truthfully, it was unlikely that anyone would come to their aid. Fortunately, during his return, he had reached out to a contact in Huangfeng Valley via the Jing capital, sending a letter of distress to Li Huayuan, briefly outlining their predicament. The sect had not inquired about this matter, but surely this master would not turn a blind eye to his plight. After all, it was for the sake of assisting him that Han Li had attracted such considerable trouble. He could not simply abandon the situation. If it became too dire, he could have long since slipped away without a trace. However, he held little certainty regarding what kind of reinforcements might arrive. Perhaps a few of his senior brothers would be dispatched. Contemplating this, Han Li maintained a relaxed demeanor as he responded, "Of course not. At the very least, we should ascertain the locations of the enemy's strongholds and key figures before the reinforcements arrive. This knowledge will enable us to strike effectively. Otherwise, remaining idle within the Qin residence would render us overly passive, allowing them the opportunity to track our movements, which would be detrimental to our cause. We cannot allow them to arrange their plans at their leisure." After hearing Han Li's words, the 5 friends of Mengshan exchanged glances, while the dark-faced elder stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, "What you say is quite reasonable, Senior. However, with the limited clues we possess, we cannot possibly catch their scent. The stronghold we previously occupied has surely been abandoned by them, leaving us seemingly without a course of action." The tall, thin second elder nodded in silent agreement. "Do not worry. From your descriptions of those 2 commanding figures from the Black Shajia, I already know their identities. If we can capture them alive, we will uncover a significant portion of the truth surrounding the Black Shajia," Han Li stated calmly, as if he had anticipated this moment. This revelation left the others momentarily stunned, before their faces lit up with expressions of delight, deepening their sense of admiration and intrigue towards Han Li. "Very well. Since Senior Han has devised a plan, we shall heed your every instruction," the dark-faced elder declared resolutely. Han Li nodded in satisfaction. "We shall act tonight. The sooner we strike, the less prepared they will be," he said, narrowing his eyes with a cold resolve. Tonight, the 5 friends of Mengshan could not help but display their astonishment. Despite their surprise at Han Li's decision, they found some merit in his reasoning and chose not to oppose him. However, when the middle-aged woman curiously inquired about the true identities of the 2 individuals from the Black Shajia, she encountered a subtle rebuff from Han Li. He merely smiled faintly and assured her that they would learn more about it when the time for action arrived. This left the middle-aged woman at a loss for further inquiries, her expression one of indifference. Soon, Qin Ping, carrying a message from Qin Yan, led the 5 friends of Mengshan to another nearby courtyard, where they were comfortably settled. As Han Li watched their figures recede into the distance, a peculiar expression flickered in his eyes, and he suddenly muttered something under his breath, though none could discern his words. After dinner that evening, the 5 friends of Mengshan gathered in the living room of Qingying Courtyard, preparing to act only at the deep hour of night, as mentioned by Han Li. How strange. Why can't I recall? The young man in his 30s, the 4th brother, paced restlessly within the hall, a look of bewilderment etched on his face. 4th brother. Still can't remember? The youngest woman, languidly seated in a chair, sported a half-smile, teasingly. "You always claim that Elder Han seems familiar, insisting you must have encountered him before, yet you cannot recall when or where. I find that hard to believe. Are you perhaps too eager to forge a connection with Elder Han, creating an illusion?" Clearly, her words dripped with mockery. Indeed, that is quite possible. After all, this elder has an exceedingly ordinary appearance, It is only natural for the fourth brother to feel a sense of familiarity. The tall second brother chimed in while savoring his fragrant tea, his tone playful. However, his gaze never strayed from the middle-aged woman beside him. Fixated on her enduring grace and her seemingly normal abdomen, a blissful expression adorning his face. Yet the third-ranked middle-aged woman found his scrutiny vexing and shot him several exasperated glances, only to receive his foolish grin in return, his usual shrewdness seemingly abandoned. Humph. Say what you will. I am certain I have seen him before, though it appears not recently. It must have been some years ago, otherwise I would not have forgotten so completely, the youth retorted, glaring at the young woman and the tall man, his tone begrudging. Some years? Fourth brother. We have been diligently cultivating on Mengshan for several years without venturing out. How could you have encountered Elder Han? Surely you did not meet him while still in your childish garments? The middle-aged woman jested, her smile playful. Third sister. Your words have turned our younger brother crimson with embarrassment, the youth responded, his face betraying his discomfort. A few years ago, fourth brother was not always confined to the mountain. Have you forgotten that before we met the fifth sister, we participated in an immortal ascension conference, which took us away for 2 to 3 months? Alas, we returned empty-handed, but fortunately, none suffered serious injuries. The elder with a dark complexion interjected lightly. What? Everyone attended the immortal ascension conference? The fifth sister blinked in surprise, curiosity evident in her expression. The second brother and the middle-aged woman, however, wore expressions of bitter amusement. There is little to say. It was our first encounter with the concept of sitting in a well and observing the sky. The middle-aged woman sighed. What? Fourth brother? Do enlighten me about it. The young woman, filled with curiosity, turned to the young man, eager to hear about the ascension conference. However, she was met with a face of sheer astonishment. Fourth brother, what troubles you? Others began to notice the unusual expression on the youth's face and inquired with surprise. Second brother, do you recall the day we attended the ascension conference when we parted ways with eldest brother and third sister? I, in a moment of indulgence, secretly indulged in food and drink at a tavern in Jiyuan City. The young man suddenly reminisced, ignoring the confusion of those around him. This left the tall, lean man somewhat baffled. Of course, I remember. Although I managed to keep it from you at the time, eldest brother found out afterward and gave you quite a scolding. The second brother replied, somewhat perplexed. Exactly. When I returned, did I not mention encountering a young cultivator who seemed to be attending the Ascension Conference as well, possessing only the cultivation level of the 7th or 8th stage of Qi refinement? We thought he was rather overestimating himself, the young man remarked with a bittersweet smile. It was so long ago, my memory is a bit hazy, but I believe that did happen. The second brother hesitated, unable to grasp why fourth brother was bringing this up. The others listened intently to their conversation, equally puzzled. That young cultivator from back, then, is none other than our esteemed Senior Han today. The youth uttered a statement that left everyone present utterly speechless. What? Senior Han was that low-level cultivator? The tall, lean man sprang to his feet, disbelief etched on his face. What exactly happened? Please elaborate. The elderly man, dark-faced and taken aback, furrowed his brow and asked. Indeed, eldest brother. The lean man hastily recounted the events of those years, leaving the others in a state of incredulity. Fourth brother claims that Senior Han was merely a cultivator at the 7th or 8th stage of Qi refinement back then. The young woman swallowed hard, suddenly aware of her impolite demeanor, her cheeks flushing red. Yet, the others remained in shock, oblivious to her small gesture. Fourth brother surely must not be mistaken. But it was over a decade ago. Senior Han's appearance and age should have changed significantly. The dark-faced elder stroked his chin thoughtfully. No, that person was undoubtedly Senior Han. He looks exactly the same as he did back then, save for a slight increase in age, the young man asserted emphatically, prompting the others to exchange glances. In just over a decade, a cultivator of such humble beginnings had ascended to the status of a foundation establishment practitioner, leaving a bittersweet feeling in their hearts. For a moment, no one felt inclined to speak further. Regardless of whether Senior Han is indeed that person from years past, he is now a bona fide foundation establishment practitioner, and we must not forget our manners. Do not ask questions that are better left unspoken, understood? After a moment of contemplation, the elder finally spoke. I understand, the young man replied after a brief hesitation, his expression returning to normal. Very well. Let us return to our quarters to recuperate and refine our qi. Prepare yourselves. The nature of tonight's conflict remains uncertain, the elder remarked to the group. Upon hearing this, The others exchanged glances and one by one retreated to their chambers. Instantly, the Qingyin courtyard fell into a profound silence. Approximately half an hour later, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, a figure emerged from one of the courtyard's chambers. This individual cautiously ajar the door, glanced around, and stealthily exited the small courtyard. Under the cover of the inky night, he made his way to a distant corner by the wall, his eyes reflecting a flicker of hesitation before resolutely steeling himself. With a hint of anxiety, he retrieved a small box from within his garments, just as he was about to open it. Suddenly, a sigh emanated from behind him, causing him to shudder, nearly dropping the box to the ground. The voice bore a striking resemblance to that of Han Li. "Why must you do this?" Another familiar voice, filled with sorrow, echoed almost simultaneously. As the light brightened, several figures emerged nearby, each holding a moonstone, their faces etched with disbelief. "What is the meaning of this?" The elder with a dark visage lamented. "What do you mean by that?" "I merely intended to test the artifact," the figure replied, his pallor gradually fading, adopting a demeanor of nonchalance. "Might I request a glimpse of the item you possess?" Han Li floated down gracefully from the shadows, his expression unchanged. "How peculiar. My artifact is not meant for outsiders." "Absolutely not. Is it not so, fourth brother?" To everyone's astonishment, the sneaky individual turned out to be the young woman among the 5 friends of Mengshan. Though she endeavored to maintain a calm facade, her hands clutched the small box tightly, refusing to relent. "Fifth sister, hand over what you possess to Senior Han," the dark-faced elder commanded, his voice laced with coldness. "Brother, do you not trust me either?" The fifth sister forced a smile. "It is precisely because we trust you that we offer a chance for explanation. If the contents of the box are not disreputable, your voluntary disclosure would alleviate our concerns," the elder replied coldly. Upon hearing his words, the fifth sister's countenance flickered with a myriad of emotions, alternating between crimson and pale, as she glanced at the expressions of her companions, particularly the sorrowful visage of the tall, lean man who had always favored her. A chill gripped her heart, rendering her speechless. After a moment of contemplation, she steeled herself, suddenly tucking the small box closer to her, swiftly producing a blue orb, raising it above her head as she declared vehemently, "Do not force me. You are all familiar with this thunderseed. I only asked to leave this place." Her actions sent shockwaves through the remaining members of the 5 friends of Mengshan, particularly the youth who held her in high regard, his face paling in horror. "It seems we need not concern ourselves with the contents of that box any longer. Fifth sister, have you truly allied yourself with those who conspire?" The elder's face contorted with anger as he stepped forward with clenched fists. "Do not come any closer, brother. Otherwise, I shall truly unleash this." The youngest sister's eyes were filled with panic as she cradled the blue orb before her, making a gesture of invocation. Witnessing this scene, although the elder's hair bristled with fury, he dared not advance, fully aware of the formidable power of the thunderbolt. "Fifth sister, do you truly intend to use this thunderbolt against us? This artifact was procured for your protection by us, as we deemed your cultivation too inadequate. In particular, the fourth brother nearly expended all his savings to acquire it for you. Yet now, you would wield it against us? Is that not excessive?" The middle-aged woman expressed her profound disappointment. The young man beside her, upon hearing these words, felt a tumult of emotions, his lips moving in silence. But he uttered not a single word. The youngest sister, upon hearing the middle-aged woman's remarks, briefly displayed a hint of shame, though it vanished almost instantaneously as she defiantly declared, "What use is there in discussing this now? I am unlike you. I must successfully establish my foundation. The followers of the Black Shaman sect have assured me that with sufficient merit, the leader can facilitate foundation establishment without the need for foundational elixirs, and without any risk involved." The tall, thin man, troubled by her words, could no longer remain silent. "Fifth sister, it is not too late to turn back. Do you truly believe that one can establish a foundation without the elixir? They are surely taking advantage of your youth, deliberately misleading you." The second brother of the Mengshan 5 spoke with utmost sincerity. "Humph, I do not require my second brother to educate me. I am well aware of the truth. At this juncture, there is little left to conceal. In fact, I joined the Black Shaman sect 2 years ago during an outing." The young woman coldly huffed, revealing a shocking piece of information that left the others in disbelief. "You joined the Black Shaman sect 2 years ago? Then it was you who orchestrated the capture of our brothers?" The previously silent Han Li suddenly interjected. This statement sent ripples of shock through the hearts of the elder and others, their gazes now fixed incredulously on the young woman. The youngest sister's expression fluctuated between light and shadow. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly confessed, "Indeed, I informed the Black Shaman sect of your whereabouts. However, my intentions were not malicious. I merely wished for everyone to have the opportunity to establish their foundation together. Otherwise, according to the Black Shaman sect's practices, those captured are often subjected to blood sacrifices, and surviving such encounters is hardly a certainty." Realizing there was no point in further concealment, the young woman decided to speak the unvarnished truth. So according to your reasoning, our elder brothers should indeed express gratitude towards fifth sister." The dark-faced elder exclaimed in a fury laced with irony. "Regardless of your opinions, I assure you, I harbor no ill will towards anyone. Please do not force my hand." The young woman's delicate features twisted slightly as she raised the thunderbolt once more. At that moment, Hanli suddenly turned to the woman with a faint smile and remarked, "The Thunder Child is indeed a remarkable treasure." As soon as he spoke, his figure blurred and he vanished from sight. The fifth sister, quick-witted as she was, immediately attempted to shake her wrist upon witnessing this scene. However, a gentle breeze swept past, and her wrist tightened unexpectedly. Hanli appeared behind her like a specter, firmly grasping her jade wrist. "This item is far too perilous. I shall take responsibility for its safekeeping." Without a hint of hesitation, Hanli forcibly took the Thunder Child from her grasp and casually tossed it into his storage pouch. The fifth sister, seeing her greatest support so effortlessly dismantled by Hanli, turned pale and for a moment forgot to struggle, fear glimmering in her eyes for the first time. "She is your sworn sister. I leave her in your hands. As long as she divulges what she knows about the Black Fiend sect, you may choose how to deal with her. But I trust you are not foolish enough to let her return to warn them." Hanli spoke with profound significance, his gaze steady upon the remaining members of the Mengshan 5 friends as he addressed them nonchalantly. Subsequently, a flash of white light emanated from his hand, and with lightning speed, he tapped several points on the woman's delicate frame, sealing her true essence and rendering her incapable of employing her magic. Without a shred of hesitation, Hanli then retrieved the box from the young woman's embrace and lightly tossed her to the somewhat dazed young man. "Thank you, Senior Han." The dark-faced elder understood that Hanli's actions had granted them an immense favor, and he expressed his gratitude. Hanli waved his hand dismissively, releasing several yellow talismans that casually dismantled the soundproof barrier he had stealthily set up nearby, before slowly disappearing into the shadows. "Brother, what shall we do now?" The second brother gazed at Hanli's silhouette with a complex expression and whispered to the dark-faced elder, "First, let us take the fifth sister back inside and restrain her. After our actions tonight, we can decide how to proceed." The elder pondered for a moment before responding. "That seems wise, at the very least. It will give everyone time to regain their composure." The second brother nodded in agreement. He then turned to the young man still holding the young woman and said, "Fourth brother, take the fifth sister back to the room." The young man, bewildered, nodded and turned to walk toward the Qingyin courtyard, cradling the woman in his arms. Observing the young man's desolate figure, the second brother sighed, a look of compassion crossing his face. At that moment, the middle-aged woman approached and inquired, "Is fourth brother all right?" "He has always been devoted to the fifth sister." The middle-aged woman shook her head repeatedly, revealing her reluctance. "I had high hopes for the two of them, but now it seems impossible." The elder suddenly displayed a weary expression. The recent series of upheavals had left this normally decisive elder feeling utterly exhausted. The older members of the Mengshan 5 friends spent a considerable time reflecting on their situation. "Wait, is fourth brother the only one taking the fifth sister back?" The elder suddenly recalled something, his expression shifting. "Yes, brother. Is there something amiss? It is rare for you to think that the fourth brother, upon being questioned first, was momentarily taken aback, and then his expression transformed into one of sudden realization and concern. Subsequently, the two of them exchanged not a single word, hastily making their way towards the Qingyin courtyard, leaving behind a somewhat perplexed middle-aged woman who exhibited a look of confusion. Within the Qingyin courtyard, a solitary young man sat despondently on a chair in the parlor, lost in thought. Before him stood a black-faced elder and a tall, slender man, exchanging glances of uncertainty. The young woman had long since vanished from sight. The second brother and the fifth sister are still under the restrictions placed by the elder. They cannot venture far. You must pursue her immediately. I will seek forgiveness from Elder Han and request his assistance as well." We cannot allow the fifth sister to return and inform the Blackshaw sect. If she truly refuses, or if someone comes to her aid, we must resort to lethal measures. The elder spoke with a grim expression. Understood, elder brother. The second brother, initially startled, promptly recognized that this was not the time for leniency and solemnly nodded in agreement before hastily departing. Fourth brother, you cough. The elder turned to glance at the young man only after the slender man had exited. However, seeing him in such a distracted state, he could not bring himself to say more, letting out a sigh before seeking out Han Li. It matters not. If she has escaped, then so be it. If your second brother fails to catch up, there is no need to pursue her further. To the elder's surprise, Han Li did not display any signs of alarm upon hearing that the young woman had fled from the Qin residence. Instead, he spoke with nonchalance. Volume 3. Chapter 305. Contingency plan. Since Han Li had expressed himself thus, the elder, though still filled with questions, felt compelled to return. Shortly thereafter, the second brother returned with a grim countenance, confirming that he had indeed failed to catch up with the fifth sister. Fortunately, given Han Li's prior remarks, the group need not worry about incurring the elder's wrath. Meanwhile, in a particularly secluded alley of Yuejing City, a slender figure was stumbling southward. Illuminated by the faint moonlight, it was the flustered young woman, the fifth sister. As she ran, she frequently glanced over her shoulder, her expression betraying her fear of an unexpected pursuer. Although her magical abilities had been largely restrained by Han Li, her consciousness as a cultivator remained intact. After noticing that no one was following her, she felt a measure of relief. This was largely thanks to the concealment talisman that the young man had given her when he allowed her to escape, which had enabled her to reach this point. Not long after her escape, she spotted the slender figure of her second brother passing overhead. Fortunately, she had been quick-witted enough to activate the talisman, thus narrowly evading detection. At this moment, her second brother was either pursuing in another direction or had returned to the Qin residence, which emboldened her to run freely through the alley. Her destination was a secret stronghold of the Blackshaw sect in the southern district, where she intended to relay Han Li's whereabouts and detailed information to the higher-ups, believing this would earn her significant merit. In this way, she would be one step closer to realizing her dream of foundation establishment. In bygone days, she, along with several other promising disciples of the Black Shaman sect, swiftly pledged their allegiance to the enigmatic leader after witnessing the miraculous abilities that allowed even nascent soul cultivators to establish their foundations. Their fervent hope was that one day, through their accumulated merits, they might receive the leader's grace and be aided in reaching the foundational stage. To her knowledge, the majority of those willingly serving the Black Shaman sect harbored similar aspirations, which solidified her belief that her choice was devoid of error. After all, given her innate talents, her cultivation had reached a plateau. If she desired to advance further, including establishing her foundation, she had no alternative. Though her sworn siblings expressed some regret, they recognized that once they embarked on this path, they must sever all ties of affection. Should they be captured, their fate, whether to be offered as blood sacrifices or to be controlled again, depended entirely on the whims of their superiors. She had no intention of pleading for them. Henceforth, her sole focus would be on living for herself. As these thoughts churned in her mind, she indulged in dreams of achieving her foundation, and her steps seemed to lighten considerably. In the distance, she spotted the entrance to the southern district, and a surge of joy compelled her to quicken her pace. However, she suddenly sensed a dampness beneath her nose. Curiously, she reached up to wipe it, only to recoil in horror as she beheld her fingers smeared with a sticky, dark red liquid. What is this? Panic-stricken, she hastily attempted to clean the black blood from under her nose, yet it gushed forth like an unleashed torrent, and soon her eyes and ears began to bleed the same inky crimson. The young woman felt a wave of weakness wash over her, her legs buckling as she collapsed to the ground. She was engulfed in an unbearable chill, devoid of warmth in her heart. Desperate to cry for help, she found her throat parched and incapable of producing even the faintest sound. Gradually, her consciousness began to fade into obscurity. Moments later, she succumbed to eternal darkness. The following morning, passers-by would find it peculiar that a pool of blackened blood had inexplicably appeared in that very spot, prompting them to circumvent the area and inciting a flurry of speculation. At the precise moment of the young woman's demise, Han Li was in his chamber, meticulously inspecting his array of talismans and artifacts in preparation for departure. Once everything was in order, he cast a glance at the crescent moon outside. a melancholic expression gracing his features, and murmured softly to himself, "It should be about time. The poison should have taken effect." With a gentle sigh, Han Li exited his dwelling and made his way towards the Qingyin courtyard. His suspicions regarding the young woman had actually been aroused when he was detoxifying the 5 friends of Mengshan. Although she bore the same poison, its potency was considerably milder than that of the other 3. It was unlikely to be fatal even if it did manifest. In stark contrast, the blood curse afflicting her had proven exceedingly challenging to remove. This suggested that the young woman had been under the curse for a significant duration, as it had left such profound traces in her consciousness. With a sense of vigilance, Han Li had intentionally placed a subtle restriction while dispelling the blood curse on her. As a precautionary measure, the function of this restriction is quite straightforward. It temporarily gathers the residual potency of the 2 antidotes consumed within a certain area of the body, which, when the need arises, can suddenly transform into a highly toxic poison. These 2 elixirs are known as the Wuchang pills, serving both as a divine antidote and, through specific techniques, can be converted into a poison. They are among the spoils that Han Li has preserved. That night, Han Li discreetly summoned the 5 friends of Mengshan, allowing them to witness firsthand the treachery of this woman before he apprehended her. With a deft application of spiritual energy, he pressed several fingers against her, which not only bound most of her internal magical power, but also activated the latent restriction. If Han Li did not jichu it within a short while, the woman would perish silently, leaving no trace behind, much like the scene that had unfolded earlier. In his heart, Han Li was ambivalent about whether to take her life, constrained by the sentiments of the 5 friends of Mengshan. However, he was resolute in ensuring that this woman would not divulge any connection between the Qin residents and themselves. This was his unwavering principle. The activation of the restriction had merely been a precautionary measure on Han Li's part, and he had not anticipated its actual necessity. This foresight allowed him to remain unflustered when confronted with the report from the dark-faced elder. In truth, had this woman remained a captive at the Qin residence, Han Li would have suppressed the activation of the restriction for her sake. However, now that she had escaped, regardless of whether it was by the agency of the 5 friends of Mengshan, her disappearance from this world ensured that she would disclose not a whisper of intelligence to the Blackshaw sect. Furthermore, he had rendered the 5 friends of Mengshan a considerable favor, which would undoubtedly benefit him in subduing these individuals. Upon arriving at Qingyin courtyard, although the dark-faced elder and his companions appeared somewhat weary, they had made all necessary preparations and awaited Han Li's arrival in silence. "Let us depart," Han Li declared succinctly upon entering the room. Under the cloak of night, the Xian Wang mansion loomed like a colossal beast, intimidating any petty thieves who might harbor ill intentions. Yet tonight, Han Li and his companions utilized concealment spells to stealthily infiltrate. Despite the commotion throughout the day caused by the inexplicable disappearance of the revered Wu Laosheng, by the late hour, apart from a few guards and sentries, the rest of the household had long succumbed to slumber, reveling in sweet dreams. Once inside the mansion, Han Li quickly located a night guard and employed a mind control technique to extract the whereabouts of the steward and the young prince, subsequently knocking him unconscious with a single strike. He then addressed the other 4, stating, "Among these 2, the young prince possesses the weakest cultivation. We shall first deal with him and then attend to the steward." The 4 friends of Mengshan were astonished to discover that the people of the Blackshaw sect were in fact affiliated with the Xian Wang mansion. They naturally raised no objections to Han Li's plan, nodding in agreement. For these cultivators, the young prince, though a member of the royal family, was far more concerning due to his core disciple status within the Blackshaw sect. Consequently, they approached the young prince's residence silently, an inconspicuous 3-story building. Fearing that nearby guards might intervene during the ensuing conflict, the 4 friends of Mengshan preemptively subdued the guards before Han Li could make his move. Han Li observed their adept movements and nodded to himself, feeling that some of his subordinates appeared quite impressive. Having learned from the guards that the young prince resided on the highest 3rd floor, Han Li refrained from allowing them to ascend and instead instructed them to conceal themselves in the vicinity. Should the young prince prove too slippery and manage to escape from Han Li's grasp, they would be positioned perfectly to intercept him, thereby buying Han Li some time. To avoid alerting the steward residing at the other end of the estate, Han Li meticulously employed his magical prowess to cast an expansive soundproof barrier, enveloping an area of several dozen feet around the small building. Only then did he gracefully ascend to the 3rd floor and slip into the attic. As the four friends of Mengshan anxiously gazed at the third level of the small building, not daring to blink, a figure swiftly emerged from within. Startled, they recognized it was Han Li, and a wave of relief washed over them, albeit accompanied by a sense of perplexity. Had the esteemed Han achieved success so quickly? Yet, where was the young prince? With a grim expression, Han Li descended from the upper floor. Upon seeing the four gathered around, he furrowed his brow and remarked, "There is no one upstairs, only a puppet transformed by illusion. It appears he has certainly left for some matter." Han Li's words left the others exchanging bewildered glances, at a loss for how to proceed. Could it be that fifth sister tipped them off, allowing them to flee ahead of time, or is it a trap? A middle-aged woman voiced her concerns. Impossible. If they had truly set a trap, they would have sprung it as soon as we entered, when we were completely unprepared. Han Li replied, shaking his head in denial. Hearing Han Li's reassurances, the others exhaled in relief but still instinctively scanned their surroundings, finding no signs of disturbance. "Senior, what should we do next? Should we retreat and wait for another day to act?" The second member hesitantly suggested. "Let us seek out the steward first. If he is also absent, we will cancel today's operation and withdraw immediately," Han Li responded coldly. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the four friends of Mengshan exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement. Han Li released a few spells to retract the barrier and led the way stealthily toward the other side of the prince's residence, with the others closely trailing behind. Although the steward's quarters were not as grand as the young prince's attic, it was still a private three-compartment courtyard. Upon nearing the vicinity, Han Li noticed that one of the rooms was faintly illuminated, suggesting that the steward had yet to retire for the night. Han Li raised an eyebrow, sensing that this time would not be in vain. With this thought, he signaled to the others for stealth and immediately activated the newly learned unnamed concealment technique, rendering the aura around him utterly undetectable, making him appear as an ordinary mortal. Following this, Han Li flickered a few times and suddenly materialized beside the illuminated room's wall, pressing his ear tightly against it. Due to the peculiar impression that Steward Wang left on Han Li, he refrained from carelessly extending his divine sense to probe the happenings within the room, fearing detection. However, after merely a brief moment of listening, his expression shifted drastically, and he swiftly retreated, concealing himself behind a colossal flowering tree. This scene astonished the four friends of Mengshan, who were observing from a distance. But they soon heard Han Li's voice cautioning them, "Be vigilant, that young prince is also inside. Let us act according to the situation." These words immediately sent a chill through them, prompting them to hold their breath in unison, carefully watching the door, afraid to make a sound. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a youth clad in a light green brocade robe, the young prince of the Xian Wangfu. He turned back to exchange a few quiet words with someone inside before stepping into the courtyard, at which point the door closed of its own accord. Shortly thereafter, the light from the paper windows flickered several times before extinguishing entirely, indicating that the occupant intended to rest. Han Li observed the prince's every movement with an impassive expression, puzzled by the absence of any discernible magical energy emanating from him. Nevertheless, the subtle aura of danger he exuded suggested he was indeed a disciple of the Black Shah. Perhaps due to still being within his own residence, the young prince did not hurry back. Instead, he stretched like an ordinary person, gazed at the bright moon above, and let out a sudden sigh. Subsequently, he began to pace back and forth in the small courtyard, wearing a troubled expression, as if grappling with some difficult dilemma. It appeared that he would not be leaving anytime soon, much to the chagrin of the four friends of Mengshan. Acting immediately was out of the question. As Steward Wang was nearby, any skirmish would undoubtedly awaken him, leading to significant complications. The optimal course of action was to wait for the young prince to return to his quarters and then strike individually. Fortunately, as cultivators, they possessed the requisite patience, maintaining their concealment without revealing any flaws. After what felt like the duration of a meal, the young prince finally ceased his pacing and exited the courtyard, eliciting a sense of joy among the ambushers. However, the subsequent scene left them utterly astonished and filled with rage. As the young prince stepped out of the courtyard door, he suddenly, as if performing an illusion, produced a set of garments from seemingly nowhere and swiftly donned them. In an instant, he transformed into a blood-red masked figure, resembling the one who had instructed them to assassinate Han Li. Although the elders were seething with anger, they recognized the gravity of the situation and restrained themselves from acting recklessly. It was at this moment that they truly believed Han Li's words. realizing they had not misidentified their target. Now clad in a different guise, the young prince radiated a faint aura of malevolence and exhibited significant magical fluctuations, appearing to be at the 11th level of chi refinement. He did not return to his residence, but instead cast a blood-red elongated artifact into the air and, with a flicker, soared skyward on his flying instrument. Witnessing this scene, a glint of cold light flashed in Han Li's eyes. Immediately, he transmitted a message to the other four. Follow him closely, regardless of where he goes, and apprehend him midway. The four companions of Mengshan, upon hearing Han Li's command, eagerly mounted their flying instruments and set off in pursuit. Meanwhile, Han Li remained behind to monitor Steward Wang, intentionally lingering for a moment. Noticing that there was still no unusual activity within the house, he hesitated briefly before casting the Divine Wind Boat to follow after them. The speed of Han Li's Divine Wind Boat was incomparable to that of the companions' instruments. Moments later, he traced their lingering spiritual energy markings and arrived above a desolate temple outside the city of Yuejing. The four companions of Mengshan were hovering in midair, their faces ashen and anxiously circling, appearing indecisive. Upon spotting Han Li, they immediately approached him with expressions of delight. "What has transpired?" Han Li inquired slowly, frowning at the sight before him. "We pursued him here, and just as we were about to take action, the wretch suddenly burrowed into this dilapidated temple, seemingly aware of our presence. This temple is ensnared by restrictions and appears to be protected by a formation. We attempted to breach it, but suffered a slight setback. Retreating in haste for fear of further ambushes within, the dark-faced elder explained hurriedly, sensing Han Li's displeasure. "A formation?" Han Li echoed, feeling a surge of frustration. He too was not well versed in the intricacies of formations. Nevertheless, before the group, he maintained a calm demeanor. "Allow me to take a look." With that, he activated his heavenly eye technique and gazed intently downward. Indeed, he discerned unusual fluctuations of spiritual energy surrounding the dilapidated temple. However, upon closer inspection, he breathed a sigh of relief. It was nothing more than a rudimentary falling rock formation, one of the simplest earth attribute formations. Although it might pose challenges to scattered cultivators and those in the chi refinement stage, Han Li realized that, while he may not know the precise method to disarm it, he could easily dismantle such a minor formation with sheer brute force. With this thought in mind, Han Li remained silent as he rummaged through his storage pouch. Subsequently, he cast his hands outward, and four towering beast-shaped puppets materialized before him. The dark-faced elder and the others, having previously suffered the brunt of Han Li's puppet techniques, instinctively took several steps back. Ignoring their startled expressions, Han Li manipulated the puppets to open their mouths simultaneously, unleashing several massive beams of light, each as thick as a bowl, directed straight at the dilapidated temple. Just as the beams were about to strike the temple, a thin, enormous protective shield materialized above it, emanating a faint yellow glow and enveloping the small temple completely. The beams collided with the shield, causing it to ripple like gentle waves, straining to withstand the onslaught. In that instant, Han Li raised his hand without hesitation, releasing a pair of black dragons that surged forth, expanding to a significant size as they plummeted downward, crashing against the protective barrier. A crisp cracking sound echoed as the shield finally succumbed to the relentless barrage of powerful attacks, shattering completely. The falling rock formation dissipated into nothingness. The four companions of Mengshan, witnessing this scene, collectively inhaled sharply in astonishment. To break this formation solely through sheer force signifies something profound. It indicates that they are not entirely ignorant. This suggests that Han Li's offensive power must exceed several times that of the formation's protective barrier. Otherwise, a typical attack would be effortlessly neutralized by the clever principles of the formation's restrictions. The few of them had recently experienced some difficulties within this formation, causing them to regard this falling stone formation with heightened respect. "We must not allow this fellow to escape," Han Li stated with a countenance as cold as frost. At that moment, the four friends from Mengshan were wholly convinced by Han Li and immediately rushed forward. However, just then, a mocking voice emanated from behind Han Li and the others. "Are you looking for me? This temple is merely a temporary stronghold of our sect. There is no one here now." This voice startled the Mengshan quartet, who were in mid-charge, causing them to nearly tumble from their magical artifacts. They quickly turned around, their faces drained of color. There, hovering several dozen feet above them, was the little prince they had been pursuing, accompanied by another similarly dressed, gaunt figure. Surrounding them were a dozen masked individuals in dark clothing, clearly akin to the previous controlled outer disciples of the Blackshaw sect. Yet, the most striking presence was that of a robust, bald man with no eyebrows standing behind the little prince. Clad in the same blood-red attire, his unveiled face bore a fierce, bloodthirsty glare as he looked at them, exuding an aura of lethal intent. This man was, astonishingly, a Foundation establishment cultivator, just like Han Li. Upon witnessing this, the Mengshan quartet simultaneously felt a sense of impending doom. Chapter 307. Blood Servant. Upon hearing the little prince's voice, Han Li's expression shifted slightly, paling a bit. However, as he slowly turned around, his demeanor returned to normal, revealing no signs of panic. Instead, a faint cold smile graced his lips as he regarded the group from the Blackshaw sect and the bald Foundation establishment cultivator with icy scrutiny. Han Li's composed demeanor instilled a measure of calm in the Mengshan quartet, who exchanged glances before instinctively moving to stand behind him, positioning themselves in a standoff against the Blackshaw sect. "It's you. Aren't you from the Qin family? You are a Foundation establishment cultivator?" The little prince's eyes widened in astonishment upon recognizing Han Li's face. The gaunt figure beside him, though silent, mirrored his surprise with a look of disbelief. Only the bald man fixed his gaze on Han Li, a serious expression dawning on his face as he suddenly spoke. "Exercise caution. This individual is a mid-Foundation establishment cultivator, surpassing my own realm. It may require the Black Wind Formation's assistance to capture him." Upon hearing the bald man's words, the little prince did not exhibit concern. Instead, he appeared somewhat delighted and inquired, "Lord Blood Servant, does this mean that if this person is offered to the sect leader for a blood sacrifice, the effects would be even more pronounced?" The bald man chuckled in response. "Indeed. The previous Foundation establishment cultivators we captured were merely at the early stage. This person's essence blood will undoubtedly be superior." From the confirmation obtained from the bald brute, the young prince greedily glanced back at Han Li and suddenly burst into hearty laughter. "Very well. Regardless of your intentions or origins, you shall not leave this place alive today. Summon the Black Wind Formation. Attack." After his laughter subsided, the young prince's expression turned cold as he commanded sternly. Instantly, the black-clad individuals drew forth dark banners from their bodies, swiftly surrounding Han Li with a flurry of movements, and began to wave their flags. "You need only focus on defense. Leave the rest to me," Han Li calmly advised his companions, the four friends of Mengshan, before his figure became indistinct and vanished from sight. "Be cautious," the bald brute exclaimed, his voice filled with alarm as he witnessed Han Li's disappearance. But it was too late. Han Li reappeared behind one of the black-clad figures, who was waving his flag, and before the individual could react, his head detached from his body and rolled away, blood gushing forth in a fountain from the headless corpse. At that moment, the final syllable of the bald brute's shout had just escaped his lips. This scene sent a chill through the remaining flag bearers, who found themselves at a loss for how to respond. Yet before they could gather their wits, Han Li materialized behind another person, executing the same swift maneuver, resulting in yet another severed head. At this juncture, the other black-clad practitioners dared not hesitate any longer, halting their flag waving and invoking colorful protective shields and various defensive artifacts. However, in the blink of an eye, two more black-clad individuals, unable to activate their defenses in time, succumbed to Han Li's lethal strike. Their lifeless bodies sprawled on the ground. "You seek death." The bald brute's eyes gleamed with a sinister crimson light as he let out a low growl, his body radiating a sanguine glow as he charged towards Han Li with astonishing speed. Han Li coldly observed the approaching figure enveloped in the blood-red aura and glanced at the black-clad practitioners, whose expressions were filled with horror. Without hesitation, he swiftly retreated to the side of the four friends of Mengshan, several dozen meters away. The thwarted brute emitted a feral roar, turning without a moment's pause to continue his assault on Han Li and his companions, showing no sign of invoking any artifacts. Witnessing this, the second of the four friends of Mengshan felt a spark of opportunity and raised his hand, launching a green-hued trident silently towards the brute's face. As the bald brute saw the artifact approaching, a wicked grin spread across his face. Instead of halting, he charged directly towards it. The tall, slender second friend of Mengshan rejoiced, exclaiming, "This fellow is in for a misfortune. My artifact is a top-tier treasure. It will surely—" "What is happening?" "My green trident," he stammered, utterly astonished by the unfolding scene. Upon the moment the trident-like artifact made contact with the crimson aura surrounding the brawny man, the sanguine glow seemed almost sentient, abruptly enveloping the artifact with an unyielding force, rendering it incapable of escaping its grasp. Huh, even a mere spark dares to flaunt itself. The giant guffawed, extending a blood-red hand to seize the trident with brute strength. Then, with a swift motion, the artifact was drained of its vibrant green energy, as if it had been utterly rendered obsolete. At this revelation, not only did the four companions from Mount Meng exhibit profound fear, but even Han Li felt a jolt of trepidation in his heart. It was evident that the brawny man practiced no ordinary martial arts. It was highly likely that he wielded an elite demonic technique akin to that of the young master of the ghost spirit sect. The giant would not allow Han Li and his companions a moment's respite for contemplation. In the blink of an eye, he was upon them, raising a colossal, blood-red fist to strike down upon the protective barrier conjured by the four allies. With a resounding crash, the barrier, forged by the four Qi refinement stage cultivators, caved deeply under the impact, dimming significantly in its luminescence. The faces of the four friends from Mount Meng transformed in an instant. Such a formidable punch would likely render even the most robust defensive artifacts into mere scrap metal. Elder, what do you think? The anxious elder with the dark complexion turned to seek Han Li's guidance, fully aware that their joint shield could not withstand many more blows like that. Han Li remained silent, but raised his hand, releasing a small shield radiating brilliant white light. In an instant, it expanded several-fold, positioning itself firmly before the barrier, ready to meet the brawny man's other colossal fist. A deafening crash reverberated through the air, causing nearby unsuspecting cultivators to stagger, nearly losing their footing. The four companions from Mount Meng were also left momentarily dazed, while Han Li and the burly giant remained unfazed. Han Li fixed his gaze on the phosphorescent shield, noting that although it had absorbed the force of the blow, its formerly smooth surface now bore a slight indentation, leaving him inwardly astonished. He was acutely aware of the shield's formidable resilience, and his wariness toward the giant intensified. Resolving to act decisively, Han Li promptly tapped his storage pouch. In an instant, 2 streaks of dark energy and 6 beams of golden light surged forth, unceremoniously hurtling toward the giant. The overwhelming momentum of these top-tier artifacts elicited a flicker of fear upon the giant's visage. With a fierce roar, the sanguine brilliance enveloping him surged to new heights, transforming him into a gargantuan sphere of bloodlight, hovering motionless in the air. Seizing the opportunity, Han Li's golden insect blade and dark dragon spear lunged forward mercilessly, only for Han Li to be taken aback by the peculiar turn of events that ensued. Regardless of how fiercely his magical weapon struck the luminous sphere, there was not the slightest tremor within it. Upon penetrating approximately half a foot, the weapon could advance no further, as an impenetrable barrier thwarted all assaults. Feeling a twinge of agitation, Han Li suddenly recalled something, prompting him to glance around desperately. What met his gaze ignited a surge of murderous intent within him. Those cloaked figures, under the command of the young prince and the masked individual who seemed to be the chief steward, had regrouped once more, attempting to encircle them while vigorously waving their ominous black flags. The flags emitted eerie wails, releasing a sinister black fog that swirled around them incessantly. This scene reminded Han Li of the indomitable azure demonic fire he had faced at the Spirit Stone Mine, for the summoning ritual bore an uncanny resemblance. He could not allow them to succeed in their endeavor. With this thought, Han Li swiftly pointed, summoning the white phosphorus shield back to him, and without further ado, thrust it into the hands of the black-faced elder, coldly stating, "I shall borrow this for the time being. I must attend to others." With that, Han Li's figure flickered, and he found himself outside the protective barrier. The several magical weapons that had been wildly stabbing at the crimson light sphere whistled as they autonomously returned to Han Li's side, swirling around him while emitting a low hum. In the 3rd volume, Chapter 308, A Display of Might, Han Li surveyed the magical weapons beside him and, with a sudden motion, retrieved 3 identical red flying forks from his storage pouch. He gently cast them forth, and they transformed into 3 streaks of red light, racing toward a certain cloaked practitioner. This set of fiery chain forks had been scavenged from an unfortunate soul during the battle with the blood spider, possessing commendable power. Due to their cohesive design and ease of manipulation, Han Li had opted to keep them. Han Li then pointed at the other magical weapons, and following a resounding chime. 2 streaks of dark light and 6 of golden light flew forth in various directions. At that moment, the true terrifying nature of Han Li's grand art was revealed, as he skillfully controlled so many magical artifacts without the slightest hint of chaos. The sight of such a multitude of top-tier artifacts rushing toward the flag-bearing practitioner elicited a look of horror. There was no thought of confrontation left in him. He hastily hurled the black flag toward the 3 streaks of red light, attempting to evade with his artifact. But the black flag was immediately engulfed by the 3 red lights, erupting into a burst of black radiance and shattering inch by inch. The 3 red lights showed no signs of hesitation, swiftly reaching the cultivator's vicinity and striking fiercely against his barrier. Alas, it was merely a low-tier protective shield belonging to a Chi refinement stage cultivator. It could not withstand the combined force of 3 top-tier artifacts. The shield barely held for a moment before emitting a crisp sound of shattering, dissipating into nothingness. In the face of the cultivator's despairing gaze, the 3 red lights encircled him gently, and with a woeful puff, the black-clad cultivator transformed into a massive fireball, reduced to ashes. Simultaneously, the 2 streaks of dark light and 6 streaks of golden light that had flown out afterward targeted 2 other cultivators above, effortlessly shattering their defensive artifacts and barriers, cleaving them in twain. In that moment, the other cultivators fell into a state of panic, their focus shifting from setting up grand formations to preserving their own lives. Most immediately turned to flee into the skies, while a few, emboldened or perhaps lacking in intellect, unleashed their prized magical artifacts in a desperate attempt to thwart Han Li's advance. Alas, Han Li had no intention of engaging in protracted combat. He relentlessly pressed forward, showing no mercy. Dozens of golden, black, and red beams of light surged forth, overwhelming any magical artifact they encountered. The feeble defenses crumbled like eggs against stone, disintegrating into countless fragments that vanished from existence. Naturally, Han Li did not spare the owners of these artifacts, effortlessly eradicating them in his wake. At this juncture, aside from the black-clad cultivators who had fled hundreds of feet away, only the young prince, with an expression of incredulity, and the masked figure, presumably the royal steward, remained. The so-called Black Wind formation had failed to exert any power, rendered impotent by Han Li's foresight and swift action. Han Li's gaze shifted to the 2, causing them to inwardly lament their predicament while instinctively adopting a defensive stance, their forms cloaked in a faint black light that shrouded them in an ominous aura. Feigning the supernatural, are we? Han Li scoffed coldly, although he was unaware of the nature of their techniques. It was evident that they bore a striking resemblance to the magical arts of the bald giant. Yet, he pondered, why did they emanate black light instead of the giant's crimson hue? Was it due to a difference in cultivation levels? Han Li mused with a hint of confusion. Unbeknownst to him, the young prince and his companion were silently lamenting their misfortune. Han Li's cultivation and the sharpness of his artifacts far exceeded the plans they had concocted. They had encountered Foundation establishment cultivators before, yet Han Li's prowess eclipsed that of any temple masters within their sect. It was unlikely that even 2 or 3 temple masters working together could stand against him. The extraordinary speed at which he moved, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, and his uncanny ability to manipulate multiple artifacts simultaneously were phenomena they had never before witnessed. It now seemed that even the formidable blood servant might not be Han Li's match, despite the servant appearing to employ some secret technique. While the 2 boasted of their superiority over other Chi refining cultivators, they were not so arrogant as to believe that their combined efforts could challenge Han Li. Thus, despite activating their secret arts, they found themselves retreating cautiously rather than advancing. In stark contrast, the 4 friends of Mengshan were left dumbfounded by Han Li's display of might. Though they had recognized his strength, they had no frame of reference to gauge just how formidable he truly was. Witnessing him single-handedly dispatch 5 or 6 cultivators of similar cultivation levels in an instant, while the rest fled in terror, left them in awe. This level of cultivation, this mastery of technique, they were utterly convinced of his superiority. Han Li took a deep breath, intending to seize both the young prince and the chief steward in one decisive move, when suddenly a primal roar, brimming with ferocity, erupted from a nearby crimson orb, emanating an indescribable madness. The young prince and his companion exchanged glances of surprise. Han Li's expression grew solemn, disregarding the 2 before him. He hastily rummaged through his storage pouch, producing a delicate artifact that appeared in his grasp. Without hesitation, he hurled it towards the blood-red orb. In an instant, a small yellow bell expanded dramatically, transforming into a massive copper bell towering several meters high. This was the Veil of the Heavens, a prized possession taken from the cultivator Xianlu of the Hidden Moon sect. It was this very artifact that had previously ensnared the fearsome blood spider, showcasing its formidable power. With a resounding crash, the bell accurately encapsulated the grotesquely morphing crimson orb, silencing any further roars. Witnessing this display, the young prince and his companion, who had just begun to feel elated, were left in stunned disbelief. Could it be that this blood servant was so easily captured? Hanli turned back, a peculiar smile gracing his lips as he simultaneously raised both hands. In an instant, countless fireballs surged forth from his palms, a torrential downpour that painted the nearby sky a fiery crimson. This spectacle startled the young prince and his companion, prompting them to swiftly deploy defensive circular artifacts before them. A series of deafening explosions erupted, leaving the young prince dizzy and disoriented. The sheer volume of fireballs was overwhelming, with several slipping through defenses to strike the young prince directly, scattering his protective dark energy. In a state of utter disarray, the young prince felt a mix of fear and fury, acutely aware that such a formidable display could only result from a barrage of talismans unleashed simultaneously. As the storm of fireballs finally subsided, a sudden scream pierced the air, causing him to jerk sideways in alarm. He gasped in horror upon seeing the emaciated, masked figure that had stood close by, now powerless and hanging limply in Hanli's grasp, blood pouring from the side where only an arm remained. This sight filled the young prince with dread, instilling a palpable fear of Hanli's prowess, leading him to silently curse the blood servant's ineptitude. Hanli cast a cold glance at the young prince and unceremoniously tore away the mask of the subdued figure, revealing the chief steward of the Exine Wang residence. His previously gaunt features were now contorted in agony from the loss of his arm. Impossible. How did you capture him? Our protective malevolent energy is not so easily breached. The young prince gasped, exhaling sharply. Yet, in a sudden movement, he raised his hands, unleashing a flurry of dark streaks that shot towards Hanli. A hint of mockery flickered across Hanli's otherwise impassive face. With a swift motion of one hand, a dark, shield-like object materialized before him. The fierce black rays struck it directly, yet aside from a muffled thud, there was no discernible effect. The young prince, taken aback, focused intently, only to discover that the shield was an enormous turtle shell, entirely black and devoid of luster, evidently refined for a specific purpose. Observing this, a glimmer of inspiration sparked in the young prince's eyes. As the dark aura around him surged, he suddenly shot backward like a bolt of lightning. He then turned, intending to flee as the other escaping cultivators had done. However, as a crucial target to be captured alive, Hanli would not allow him to escape so easily. With a flicker of his form, Hanli effortlessly appeared before the young prince, raising his hand to summon a massive azure sword that materialized out of thin air, striking down upon the young prince without mercy. The young prince, seeing this, felt a surge of delight within. His protective malevolent aura was capable of corrupting all manner of magical artifacts, and he had no concern that the giant sword would harm him. Rather, he saw this as an opportunity to cloak his escape and flee with all his might. With this thought, the ascending young prince attempted to soar directly over Hanli's head. "Do not engage, evade quickly," cried the steward, enduring excruciating pain as he attempted to warn the young prince. Clearly, his warning came too late. Hearing the shout, the young prince instinctively shifted his form to avoid the blade's edge, but the sword unexpectedly altered its trajectory, grazing his legs and effortlessly dispersing the protective black aura. Consequently, as his lower legs were severed with a delicate stroke, the young prince let out a scream and promptly fainted. Accustomed to a life of luxury, despite his cunning, he had never faced such suffering and could not withstand the agony of losing his legs. This scene startled Hanli, who initially feared that his azure sword had malfunctioned after a prolonged period of disuse. Once he comprehended the situation, a mix of amusement and annoyance washed over him as he seized the unconscious figure and soared towards the four friends of Mengshan. While Hanli felt a surge of triumph, he also found himself puzzled. Given the ominous aura that the young prince and the steward had exuded at the outset, he had anticipated a far more challenging encounter. Yet, capturing them had proven surprisingly effortless. Was his intuitive sense failing him? Shaking his head in confusion, Han Li observed the remaining black-clad cultivators lingering in the distance. Recognizing that their presence was futile, they exchanged glances before scattering in all directions, vanishing from sight in an instant. Han Li had no desire to pursue them. They were merely peripheral figures, akin to the four friends of Mengshan. Hardly worth the effort to hunt down. Contemplating this, he returned to the four friends and casually tossed the two captives aside, stating nonchalantly, "Tend to their wounds and extract information from them." The young man and the second of the four friends immediately sprang into action, receiving the captives with utmost urgency, leaving no room for negligence. At this moment, the four friends of Mengshan held not merely superficial respect for Han Li, but rather a profound reverence that stemmed from the depths of their hearts. The earlier display of Han Li's formidable prowess had left an indelible impression upon them. Senior truly possesses profound mastery of the arts. "We, the juniors, have been greatly enlightened," exclaimed the elder with a dark countenance, his face a mask of respect. "Oh, it is nothing more than a mere trick of craftsmanship," Han Li replied, feigning modesty despite feeling a sense of pride at the awe reflected in the eyes of the four friends. This only served to deepen their impression of the enigmatic Senior Han. At that moment, a series of resounding clangs echoed, causing a slight change in Han Li's expression. The four friends of Mengshan quickly turned their gaze, and the middle-aged woman among them, upon discerning the source, immediately displayed an expression of alarm and pointed towards Han Li, exclaiming, "Senior, look, your magical artifact." Turning to see for himself, Han Li raised his gaze, only to witness the sky-covering bell, which had ensnared the bald man, emitting thunderous roars while undergoing an astonishing transformation. With each resounding strike, the bell's walls bulged grotesquely, and after a dozen such cacophonous outbursts, the bell had become utterly unrecognizable. What was worse, the yellow light upon the copper bell had dimmed, and within, the bald man appeared poised to break free at any moment. A wave of alarm surged within Han Li, although he could not fathom the reason behind this extraordinary phenomenon. It was evident that the sky-covering bell could no longer contain its captive. It seemed that alternative measures were imperative. With this thought, Han Li gathered the more than a dozen magical artifacts that circled above his head and unleashed 7 or 8 beast-shaped puppets, aligning them in a row alongside the 4 previously released puppets, creating a barrier between himself, the 4 friends, and the impending threat. Just as he completed this maneuver, a deafening explosion resounded, and the sky-covering bell shattered into countless fragments, from which a grotesque creature, neither fully human nor beast, erupted forth. "What is that?" The middle-aged woman gasped in disbelief. The other 3 companions paled, their expressions betraying their incredulity. Han Li, too, was overtaken by an indescribable astonishment. The bald man who emerged had undergone a complete transformation into a fiendish entity. Towering at Tu Zhang, he bared fangs, sported 2 curved black horns, and trailed a long, scale-covered iron tail. More alarming was the plethora of black-red demonic patterns that adorned his body, obscuring much of his naked form and exuding an aura of malevolence. Though hints of his former visage lingered, his eyes now glowed with a malevolent green light, saturated with the essence of bloodlust and slaughter, devoid of any semblance of humanity. He cast a cold, piercing glance at Han Li and the others, and in an instant, his body coiled low before launching forward like an arrow. The 4 friends of Mengshan were struck with terror, unsure of how to respond, when suddenly, Han Li's voice rang out, "Deploy the magical artifacts." In response to Han Li's command, the 10 or so beast puppets before him simultaneously opened their mouths, unleashing a flurry of light beams that swiftly shot forth, striking the transformed bald man with a speed that was almost deafening, knocking him to the ground in an instant. The 4 friends of Mengshan were elated upon witnessing this scene, and without a moment's hesitation, they unleashed their magical artifacts, encircling the fallen giant in a frenzied assault, hoping to swiftly vanquish this terrifying creature. Alas, their dreams were short-lived, as an overwhelming aura of malevolence erupted from the prostrate figure, which then sprang to its feet in a furious leap, impervious to the barrage of their artifacts, which inflicted not a scratch upon its formidable form. The astonishment in the eyes of the 4 friends was palpable. The monstrous figure let out a deafening roar, its arms whirling like the blades of a windmill, instantly shredding their magical instruments into mere fragments of ordinary iron. Before the 4 friends could fully process the shift in their fortunes, the creature's eyes glimmered with a fierce light, and with a peculiar sway, It appeared before Han Li and his companions, extending a claw to deliver a savage blow. With a swift reaction, the dark-faced elder managed to summon Han Li's white phosphorus shield just in time to absorb the strike. However, the shield bore deep gashes, and the elder's complexion turned ashen, clearly indicating a drain on his magical energy. Seeing this, the giant smirked with malice and with lightning speed. Its other claw lunged toward the shield. Suddenly, its expression shifted. It retracted its claws and crossed its arms defensively just as a second beam of light struck, colliding firmly with its form. This time, however, the prepared creature did not succumb to the force, merely being pushed back several paces by the tremendous impact. The elder, who had only just withstood one blow, finally caught his breath, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and nervously addressed the other three. The opponent's assault is too ferocious. A single person's magical power cannot withstand more than a few hits. We must unite our strength to wield this shield. Upon hearing their elder's words, the remaining members of the four friends unhesitatingly placed a hand upon the elder's shoulder, channeling their spiritual energy into him. Instantly, color returned to the elder's face. The monster, having failed twice to achieve its goal, became increasingly enraged. As the beam from the beast puppet dissipated, it charged forward once more, only to be met by the white phosphorus shield, which repelled it back to its original position. Witnessing this, Han Li furrowed his brows in deep concern. Given that this creature could tear through even the sky-blocking bell and withstand the beam from the beast puppet, it was evident that ordinary top-tier artifacts would be of no use. Only the deployment of talismans would suffice. Resolving this in his mind, Han Li decisively instructed the four friends. You must hold your ground with the beast puppet for a moment longer. I require time to cast a spell. With that, without waiting for their agreement, Han Li rummaged through his storage pouch, retrieving a greenish talisman, and, with both hands cradling it, settled into a meditative posture. Closing his eyes to focus his energy, Han Li refrained from divulging the nature of the talisman, fully aware that, given their status as loose cultivators, they likely had no knowledge of such treasures, and this was not the time for explanations. His swift and decisive actions indicated that Han Li would not entertain any opposition from the four friends of Mount Meng, a fact that the four were acutely aware of. After exchanging glances, the elder with the dark complexion reluctantly agreed. Subsequently, the transformed giant launched a series of frantic assaults, but each time he returned defeated and disheveled. Although Han Li's white phosphorus shield bore numerous scars from the battles, it managed to withstand the ferocious claws of the giant, thanks to the assistance of the four friends of Mount Meng. Moreover, the beams of light from the dozen beast puppets promptly repelled the giant, granting the four friends a momentary reprieve. In the third volume, Chapter 311 titled The Royal Family, Han Li, leveraging his mid-foundation cultivation, activated his talisman treasure at a speed vastly superior to that during his chi refinement phase. Moments later, the azure talisman in his hand transformed with a melodic chime into a small azure jade ruler, delicate and shimmering with flowing fluorescence. At this juncture, the magical energy of the four friends had reached its limit, under the overwhelming grip of the transformed giant. The white phosphorus shield was sent hurtling away as if struck by a heavy blow. The group immediately slumped, their faces turning an ashen hue. "Senior, hurry," urged the dark-faced elder, having noticed the peculiar phenomenon surrounding Han Li's talisman. Han Li, however, had no time to respond. Upon witnessing the giant being repelled by the beams of light, he fervently channeled his entire spiritual energy into the jade ruler. In an instant, the small ruler emitted a dazzling azure radiance, rapidly multiplying from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4, and then from 4 to 8, until hundreds of identical small rulers materialized, each buzzing and vibrating around Han Li. This astonishing spectacle left the four friends of Mount Meng utterly speechless, as they struggled to believe their own eyes, suspecting they were ensnared in an illusion. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li, his expression solemn, pointed towards the transformed giant. Instantly, a torrent of small rulers surged forth like a bursting dam. Although the bald giant appeared somewhat disoriented after his transformation, he seemed to sense the imminent danger posed by Han Li's talismanic assault. A look of fear crossed his face, and with a sudden flash of red light, he darted away at an incredible speed, akin to a shooting star, his velocity surpassing that of the divine wind vessel. Taken aback by this swift retreat, Han Li hesitated for a moment as the giant fled over 100 yards away, leaving him only to gaze at the vanishing figure. With a sigh, he chose not to pursue, instead summoning the jade ruler back into his hand, which reformulated into the azure talisman. It was not that he wished to avoid future troubles or achieve complete victory. Rather, the remaining power of the jade ruler was insufficient for a prolonged pursuit. Given that he had already captured his target, it was wiser to play it safe. Seeing their formidable opponent retreat in fear, the four friends of Mount Meng felt a wave of relief wash over them as they helped each other to stand. Observing the pallor on their faces, Hanli reached into his storage pouch and retrieved a small vial, tossing it to them. "Each of you should take one. It will greatly benefit your injuries," he said with a faint smile. Regardless of the circumstances, these individuals proved invaluable during today's battle, and it was only natural for him to express his gratitude, thereby demonstrating that he was not a man of meanness. Indeed, the four friends of Mengshan displayed expressions of appreciation. As the elder with the dark complexion respectfully took a small vial, gently poured it, and revealed 4 pills the size of longan fruits. Their vibrant red hue and the intoxicating aroma of the medicine invigorated the senses. Merely inhaling the scent was enough to uplift one's spirits. The elder, being seasoned in experience, immediately recognized the extraordinary value of the medicine and expressed his gratitude to Hanli multiple times before consuming it alongside the others. As soon as the pills entered their bodies, they transformed into a warm current that dispersed throughout, alleviating their injuries significantly and filling their hearts with immense joy. "Let us depart. This is no place to linger. With the arrival of reinforcements from the Black Shaman sect, we would be in trouble," Hanli declared. Casting a glance at the captured young prince and the chief steward, the four friends of Mengshan had no objections, swiftly tossing the 2 captives onto the divine wind boat, and Hanli led the others as they sped away. The atmosphere above the dilapidated temple returned to tranquility, with no indication that a fierce battle among cultivators had taken place. Hanli and his companions journeyed back to the Qin residence without incident, descending from the skies directly into their abode. To prevent any unforeseen complications, Hanli promptly prepared for an interrogation, beginning that very night with the young prince. Hanli intended to question only the young prince, leaving the chief steward to the care of the four friends of Mengshan, confident that the elder's shrewdness would elicit satisfactory answers. For a cultivator to extract the truth from another might be a troublesome endeavor for most, but for Hanli, who possessed a rudimentary understanding of soul-binding techniques and was well-versed in medicinal lore, it posed no challenge, especially given the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. Although the young prince initially adopted a resolute demeanor of silence, Hanli merely repeated his inquiries calmly, and upon receiving no cooperation, he unceremoniously administered a vial of potion to him. The result rendered the prince dazed, his consciousness ensnared in a haze. Subsequently, Hanli employed a common soul-binding technique, the illusionary eyes, successfully seizing control over his mind. Thereafter, the prince responded obediently to every question as if he were a puppet. Listening to the young prince's account, Hanli's expression fluctuated, transitioning from solemn coldness to astonished disbelief, ultimately settling into an expression of perplexity and frustration. After confirming that the young prince had divulged all the secrets he harbored, Hanli pondered for a moment before retrieving a prepared black pill from his robe, expressionless as he placed it into the prince's mouth, then exiting the room without a backward glance as he made his way to the Qingyin courtyard. This soul-severing pill would ensure his silent demise, though Hanli felt a twinge of discomfort in poisoning a defenseless individual. The young prince's prior actions, practicing demonic arts and sacrificing the blood of over a dozen cultivators, rendered his death less unjustifiable. Upon arriving at the Qingyin courtyard, Hanli found the four friends of Mengshan gathered with solemn expressions, engaged in discussions regarding the testimonies they had received. Upon seeing Hanli approach, they all rose to welcome him into the seat of honor. After Hanli seated himself without hesitation, he inquired, "So, what instructions does the esteemed manager Wang have?" The four friends of Mengshan exchanged glances, and it was the black-faced elder, the leader of the group, who rose to respond. "Perhaps the senior is already aware, but if our companion here is truthful, the situation may be rather intricate." Upon uttering these words, the elder stole a glance at Hanli. Yet Hanli's expression remained unchanged, offering no indication of his thoughts. The elder hesitated for a moment, steeling himself to continue. "I have gleaned much information regarding the Black Devil sect from Manager Wang, yet only one matter stands paramount and exceedingly perilous. The leader of the Black Devil sect is..." Astonishingly, concealed within the imperial palace, and the current mortal emperor of the Yu Kingdom is, in fact, under his manipulation, having become his puppet. Thus, the palace has transformed into the stronghold of the Black Devil sect. Moreover, the chief steward of the palace, a eunuch named Li Poyan, is the very leader of the Black Devil sect and is reportedly in seclusion, engrossed in cultivation. As the black-faced elder spoke, his brow furrowed, sensing the gravity of the predicament. After all, even though cultivators may scorn mortals, they still harbor a modicum of trepidation towards the highest rulers of the mortal realm. Han Li listened intently, his expression betraying no outward change, yet inwardly he lamented. It was not that he feared the emperor, rather, he understood well that the current royal family of Yu was, in reality, supported collectively by the seven sects. However, this very circumstance had birthed an unwritten rule. Disciples of the seven sects were strictly forbidden from stepping foot within the imperial city, lest any sect might seize the opportunity to leverage the royal family against the others. Consequently, for centuries, no disciple of the seven sects had ever set foot within the imperial city. As long as the emperor of Yu committed no egregious offense against the seven sects, the sects allowed him complete freedom. It was likely due to this very leniency that the Black Devil sect found its opportunity. Han Li had pondered this matter extensively after uncovering the truth from the young prince, yet he remained uncertain about how to proceed. This regulation had persisted for such a lengthy period that even if he were to expose the true identity of the leader of the Black Devil sect, who knew whether his intrusion into the imperial city would lead to redemption, perhaps he would not only achieve nothing, but would also face severe repercussions. Such perplexing dilemmas had not been uncommon throughout the long history of the seven sects. At times, the authority of certain rules overshadowed the issues of right and wrong, rendering them untouchable, which filled Han Li with considerable apprehension. He had no desire to be a person who exerted effort, yet garnered no favor. Nevertheless, the revelation of the Black Devil sect leader's true identity was utterly unexpected for Han Li. This was indeed a serendipitous opportunity. He learned from the young prince that even the foundational leaders of the Black Devil sect had never laid eyes upon the leader, nor did they know anything of his origins. The two of them, among the few who knew the leader's identity, owed their knowledge to the extraordinary connections held by Manager Wang and the young prince, one being the leader's cousin, who had once saved his life. Another individual is the soul, named Disciple, who enjoys immense favor. Such an intimate connection allows them to discern his true identity. Otherwise, amidst the vast expanse of the capital, it would be inconceivable for two mere Qi refinement stage disciples to oversee the affairs of this place. In the third volume, chapter 312, The Blood Sacrifice's Secret, Han Li pondered deeply as the black-faced elder continued to speak at length. We are unable to ascertain the true cultivation level of the leader of the Black Shaman sect. Accompanying him are formidable guardians akin to the four blood servants we encounter today. We, with our limited strength, would undoubtedly be no match for them. Therefore, I advise the esteemed senior to refrain from provoking them further and to await reinforcements. Rest assured, this leader of the Black Shaman sect is likely only at the late foundation establishment stage and cannot possibly be a core formation cultivator. Han Li interjected with unwavering certainty, interrupting the elder. His assertion momentarily stunned the black-faced elder, who then beamed with joy, while the others displayed expressions of profound relief. Although they could not fathom the basis of Han Li's confidence, they felt reassured by his words, believing that he was most likely correct. Just moments ago, they had been deliberating on the dire consequences should their adversary indeed be a core formation cultivator, which would leave them with no choice but to flee in panic. Even if reinforcements from the seven factions arrived, they would be hard-pressed to confront the leader of the Black Shaman sect. Now, with Han Li's statement, the four friends from Meng Mountain felt a surge of confidence. Could the esteemed senior enlighten us further on this matter? Our interrogated steward Wang is entirely ignorant of the Black Shaman sect leader's cultivation level. A young man, having recovered somewhat from his earlier setback, inquired earnestly. Fourth brother, what do you mean by that? The black-faced elder admonished sternly. Since Senior Han has expressed such certainty, he must possess ample assurance. Han Li, having listened to their exchange, smiled faintly and replied nonchalantly, there is nothing to keep secret. This information stems from the fact that the leader requires foundation establishment cultivators for the blood sacrifice. His tone was measured as he elaborated. Though the Yellow Maple Valley does not delve deeply into demonic practices, we do possess some understanding of the blood sacrifice, an insidious method of hastening one's progress. This technique, which absorbs the essence of other cultivators to elevate one's own power, was not uncommon in the demonic sects of Europe. It allows a cultivator to experience a rapid surge in magical power, significantly reducing the time spent in arduous meditation. Thus, for a period, it was not just the demonic sects. Even those from the righteous path secretly practiced such techniques. At this juncture, Hanli let out a cold chuckle, a hint of derision gracing his lips as he continued. However, this frenzied practice of cultivation necessitates the ruthless slaughter of numerous other cultivators, and its drawbacks are fatal. It is effective only for those below the foundation establishment stage, and once one engages in blood sacrifice, they are doomed to never achieve core formation, forever lingering in the foundation establishment stage. In the past, not a single cultivator who secretly practiced the blood sacrifice technique succeeded in reaching core formation. Moreover, the act of devouring another's magical power through blood sacrifice frequently leads to backlash, and a moment's carelessness could result in madness and death. Certainly, the primary reason for the disappearance of this cultivation method lies in its practice of devouring the essence and blood of others, which has made it exceedingly taboo among fellow practitioners. All who comprehended this dark art were gradually eradicated by both righteous and demonic sections. However, it was later rumored that those of the demonic path, reluctant to abandon such a rapid means of enhancing their cultivation, devised another method, also referred to as blood sacrifice. Unlike the original practice, this method no longer involved the direct consumption of others' essence, but rather targeted the souls and spiritual entities of cultivators. It is said that while the enhancement of cultivation is not as swift as the original blood sacrifice, it similarly circumvents the dangers of forming a core and backlash, and has come to be known as soul sacrifice. Our sect's texts mention little about soul sacrifice. It is only known that once established, it remained in the hands of a select few high-ranking members of the demonic path, preventing it from spreading widely and thus evading suppression by the cultivation world. Moreover, it is rumored that there are numerous restrictions surrounding it. Kan Li's revelation of such secrets regarding blood sacrifice opened the eyes of the four friends of Mengshan, who, as loose cultivators, now understood why Kan Li was so certain that the leader of the Black Sha sect was merely at the foundation establishment stage. Clearly, the method of blood sacrifice employed by the Black Sha sect was the original technique. We have discerned the general circumstances of the Black Sha sect. However, the bald man has escaped, and the members of the Black Sha sect should now be aware of our situation. Will they not immediately abandon their lair and flee? This would shift the balance from clarity to obscurity, placing us at a disadvantage. One of the second-tier members suddenly recalled, expressing concern. That will not happen. The current Black Sha sect will not flee immediately, from what I gathered from that young prince. The leader of the Black Sha sect is currently in a critical period of secluded cultivation, relying on a specific location within the palace to complete his progress. It is said that he has prepared for this cultivation for several years, and he would never abandon it midway. They are likely gathering strength and fortifying their defenses against us. Khan's tone carried a hint of mockery towards the Black Sha sect. Upon hearing this, the four friends of Mengshan felt invigorated, displaying subtle excitement. Senior, what should we do next? The cold-faced elder inquired tentatively. We need not do anything but await reinforcements. Although the enemy knows our appearance, they are unaware of our hiding place. Moreover, the individuals responsible for matters in Yuejing are our two captives. Even if the Black Sha sect seeks us out, they cannot dispatch capable personnel. Nonetheless, we must exercise caution, refrain from going out recently, and remain within the residence to recuperate. Once reinforcements arrive, we shall deliberate further, Conley remarked, rubbing his nose with one hand. A slight smile gracing his lips, his eyes narrowing to mere slits. The expression on Kan Li's face, a blend of amusement and enigma, left the others in the room perplexed and bewildered. The royal city of the Yu Kingdom occupies 1/5 of the entire Yuejing, with 1/3 of that area entirely taken up by the resplendent imperial palace. The intricately carved palaces, numerous elegantly designed corridors, and vibrantly adorned gardens filled with exotic flora often lead even the young eunuchs and maidens, who have resided within the palace for years, to amusingly lose their way. The grandeur of the kingdom of Yu's royal palace is indeed remarkable. It is now the dead of night, when the once bustling corridors, filled with a myriad of eunuchs and palace maids, have transformed into a fortress, with guards stationed every 5 steps and sentinels every 10, all on high alert. Yet, amidst such a tense atmosphere, a figure, shrouded from head to toe in a voluminous cloak and clutching a golden token, strides boldly through the layers of palace sentinels, making their way toward a desolate hall deep within the palace. This individual is exceptionally tall. Gazing at the ominous palace door, the mysterious figure suddenly sheds their cloak, revealing a large, glistening bald head. It is none other than the burly man who escaped from Hanli. In this moment, he is no longer the monstrous figure he once appeared to be, but has reverted to his original visage. However, his complexion is pale and drained, as if he has suffered a significant loss of vitality. Who goes there? A chilling voice emanates from within the hall, penetrating the heavy door. It is I, the Ice Demon, the bald man replies without hesitation, his pace unwavering as he approaches the grand entrance. Ah, it is the Iron Luo on a mission. But why do you appear so unsteady, lacking in strength? Have you perhaps encountered a setback, despite your claims of being impervious to harm? The icy voice expresses surprise, but soon shifts to a tone of schadenfreude. What do you know, you frigid being? The adversary I encountered this time was formidable. Not only I, but even with both of us together, we would likely fare poorly. Had I not cleverly transformed into a demon, I might have lost my life there. The bald man scoffs coldly. You utilized the demon transformation? No wonder your vitality is in such disarray. It seems you will need no less than half a month of diligent cultivation to return to your former self. However, to have been pressed so hard, your opponent must be quite formidable indeed. Might you share the details? The Ice Demon inquires, curiosity evident in his tone. Let me first seek forgiveness from the master, and then I shall recount the tale. Even the master's named disciple has fallen into enemy hands. I can only imagine the punishment awaiting me. The bald man replies impatiently. Old Iron, you know as well as I do that we are not like others. We are almost of one mind with the master. Surely, he would not impose severe punishment upon us. At most, a reprimand. The Ice Demon dismisses lightly. However, as he speaks, the previously shut palace door creaks open, revealing an inky black entrance that resembles the gaping maw of a beast waiting to devour. Without hesitation, the bald man steps inside. What of Qingwen and the leaf serpent? Upon entering, he casually inquires of a white figure lurking to the side within the hall. They have gone to the blood prison to cultivate. For now, I remain here. The white figure, flickering in the shadows and emanating a faint, ethereal glow, responds, making it difficult to discern their form or features. That Qingwen has already reached the mid-foundation stage and continues to practice diligently. Is he not afraid of backlash from his true essence? As for that leaf serpent, when did he become so industrious? The bald man expresses his astonishment, questioning further. Do not be envious. The leaf serpent mentioned that he seems to have since the onset of the mid-foundation stage, the figure replies. Who can blame those endowed with innate talent, who, without the need for cultivation, can effortlessly match our abilities? Such is the nature of things. Although the Ice Demon urges the burly man not to harbor jealousy, his words are laced with a sour undertone. Thanks to the reminder from a fellow reader, we too have noticed the miscount in the chapters, mistakenly labeling Chapter 310 as Chapter 311. Regrettably, the chapter titles cannot be amended, so we must accept this error. Alas, it seems we now have two Chapter 311s. We ask for your understanding. Volume 3, Chapter 312. Calm and Reinforcements. Ice Demon, are you envious of others and attempting to incite me to confront Yishi? The bald man exclaimed with a glare, his tone less than amiable. Hee, how could that be? Aren't you eager to meet the master? Now is the perfect time. The master has just completed a blood sacrifice and has yet to begin refining qi. The white shadow, having been accurately perceived by the burly man, deftly diverted the conversation. Though the bald man recognized the insincerity underlying the words, he could only huff in response and stride boldly into the darkness. After several twists and turns, traversing 6 or 7 courtyards, the man arrived near an exceedingly secluded giant rock formation, a look of reverence beginning to grace his features. Subordinate Tai Luo pays respects to the master. The burly man proclaimed, bowing deeply. Tai Luo, what injuries have you sustained? A resonant voice, rich with authority, echoed from the base of the rock formation. The hidden retreat of the Black Sha sect's leader lay beneath this very mountain, a revelation that Han Li and his companions could hardly have anticipated. Thank you for your concern, Master. I merely employed the transformation technique, resulting in some depletion of my vitality. The bald man replied hastily, acutely aware of the leader's scrutiny. After a moment of silence, the master finally spoke, his tone somber. From what I gather, the mission has failed. Otherwise, my named disciple would have returned with you to report. Forgive me, master. I failed in my duty to protect, and both the young master and protector Wang have fallen into enemy hands. I am prepared to accept your severe punishment. The burly man clenched his teeth, shame coloring his visage. Punishment? Why should you be punished? The use of the transformation technique indicates that the enemy was indeed formidable. It is not solely your lack of effort that is at fault. It is merely a disciple and a protector. This is not a matter of great consequence. Should you fall into their grasp, however, I would truly be troubled. Thank you for your leniency, master. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to your service henceforth. In order to atone for this mistake, the leader of the Black Sha sect possessed a remarkable talent for winning hearts, and with just a few words, he stirred the bald man to fervent loyalty. Very well. However, recount the details of this encounter. I wish to know which sect's cultivators proved so ruthless. The leader of the Black Sha sect appeared quite pleased with the bald man's declarations, yet his curiosity regarding Han Li was palpable. At your command, the burly man responded promptly. The target we sought was a foundational stage cultivator with a remarkably unique technique, capable of manipulating mechanical beasts like puppets, and they wield considerable power. As the bald man began to recount his encounter with Han Li and the subsequent transformation in response to danger, he detailed the events with utmost clarity. After the burly man concluded his discourse, an eerie silence enveloped the area beneath the rockery, as the leader of the Black Shaman sect appeared to be deep in contemplation. After a moment's pause, his voice, cold and unwavering, pierced the stillness. The puppet manipulated by that cultivator, as per your description, should indeed belong to the Thousand Bamboo sect's marionette arts. It is plausible that the individual in question is one of their practitioners. Recently, I have heard whispers that a contingent from the Thousand Bamboo sect has made its way into the territory of the Yuanwu kingdom. He might very well be among them. Nevertheless, your instinct to flee immediately after your transformation into a demon was a sagacious choice. Otherwise, you would not be standing here conversing with me. The leader of the Black Shaman sect remarked nonchalantly. Surely not. Even if the adversary employed a talisman, I refuse to believe that my demon form would be utterly defenseless. Had it not been for my inability to control my demonic body post-transformation, I would have relished the opportunity to confront him. Even if I were not his match, I would certainly manage to retreat unscathed. The burly man replied, his tone tinged with defiance. Tai Luo, I am aware that you once withstood a talisman without harm. However, the potency of talismans can vary dramatically. Even talismans forged from the same artifact can exhibit vastly different capabilities. I can ascertain from the peculiar phenomena surrounding this talisman that, in your current demonized state, you would not withstand a single strike from him. With your wood demon form, however, there might be some hope. The leader of the Black Shaman sect explained with a gentle smile. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed leader. While the burly man remained somewhat skeptical, he expressed his gratitude vocally. Leader, how shall we proceed against these cultivators? Since they are not disciples of the seven sects, should we mobilize all 4 blood servants to capture this individual alive and present him to you for training? That will not be necessary. My assertion that he is a practitioner of the Thousand Bamboo sect is merely conjecture. I cannot be entirely certain. He may very well have allies. Moreover, I am currently in a critical phase of seclusion and wish to avoid attracting formidable foes. I have ordered all disciples in the capital to remain within the imperial palace, and we shall defer all matters until my cultivation reaches fruition. Even without a foundation establishment cultivator for blood sacrifice, we would only delay matters by a few months. By that time, barring those in the core formation stage, foundation establishment cultivators will not be of consequence to me, the leader of the Black Shaman sect articulated, his tone imbued with a hint of excitement as he spoke. The leader's sentiments indeed aligned with what Han Li had anticipated. Congratulations, esteemed leader. On nearing the completion of your cultivation, I shall promptly arrange for the disciples within the sect to bolster their vigilance within the palace, ensuring that no one disturbs you in the slightest, the burly man declared, his voice resonating with understanding. Very well, you may proceed with the arrangements. After issuing this command, the leader of the Black Shaman sect seemed fatigued, and no further words were exchanged. The burly man respectfully retreated a few steps before turning to depart. The area once again transformed into an inconspicuous corner of a desolate palace. Time flew by swiftly. After dispatching the newfound intelligence, Han Li awaited for over half a month. During this interval, both the Black Shaman sect and Han Li coincidentally withdrew into seclusion. The members of the Black Shaman sect neither mobilized their forces to search for Han Li's concealed refuge, nor did either side dare to recklessly invade the imperial city. Both parties exhibited a calm restraint, as if nothing had transpired between them. Curiously, the demonic practitioners, who should have revealed themselves by now, remained silent, much to Han Li's relief. His greatest fear had been the collusion between the Black Shaman sect and the demonic cultivators, which, fortunately, had not materialized. Han Li silently expressed gratitude for this turn of events. Based on his calculations, even if Li Huayuan sent someone, it would take at least 10 days for them to arrive. Thus, he remained unhurried, diligently focusing on his cultivation and refraining from venturing out. Under Han Li's subtle suggestions, Qin Yin had recently declined all invitations to go out, choosing instead to enjoy the comforts of home. However, this morning, as Han Li was meditating and refining his qi in bed, he suddenly opened his tightly shut eyes, revealing a glimmer of cold light. It is that fellow Taoist visiting. No need for stealth, reveal yourself. Han Li spoke coldly, slapping his waist pouch, from which the white phosphor shield soared into the air, hovering protectively in front of him. Simultaneously, he readied a fire cloud talisman in his hand, adopting a posture of imminent confrontation. The gravity of his response stemmed entirely from his alarming perception that 3 or 4 Foundation establishment cultivators were lurking just outside his door. Although they had employed techniques to conceal their presence, Han Li, having cultivated the nameless mantra, could still vaguely sense their existence. In shock, Han Li mused to himself, could it be that the 4 blood servants of the Black Shaman sect have arrived simultaneously? As this thought crossed his mind, he felt a surge of dread and immediately devised an escape plan. As for the 4 friends of Meng Mountain and the residents of the Qin estate, he could only wish them good fortune. Just as Han Li's mind swirled with chaotic thoughts, the anticipated assault of magical artifacts and spells did not ensue. Instead, a clear and cheerful voice rang out. "Haha, so, I told you that you could not hide from the ears of our junior brother. Our junior brother has already reached the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. You need not flaunt your modest skills before him." The voice was familiar to Han Li, and upon recognizing it, he called out joyfully, "Could it be that Senior Brother Song has arrived? Greetings to you, Senior Brother." His words brimmed with delight. "Junior Brother, you guessed correctly," replied the owner of that voice, who boldly pushed open the door and entered Han Li's room. It was none other than his 4th senior brother, Song Meng. Behind him stood 2 men and a woman. Aside from the handsome young man who wore a serious expression, the other pair wore cheerful smiles as they gazed at Han Li. The refined gentleman among them remarked with a smile, "8th junior brother. I have long heard your name from our master. Unfortunately, 7th junior sister, and I have yet to meet you until now. It is truly a pleasure to finally see you in person. To think you have advanced to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment so swiftly. Remarkable." The beautiful young woman standing beside him chuckled softly at this remark, her bright eyes curiously studying Han Li. Upon hearing these words and observing the appearance of the 2 individuals before him, Han Li instantly comprehended their identities. He promptly rose from his bed, his demeanor respectful, and said, "You must be the 3rd senior brother and the 7th senior sister. I have long heard of your esteemed names, yet I have always missed the opportunity to meet you. As for cultivation, 3rd senior brother, have you not already reached the mid-stage of Foundation establishment? My meager abilities pale in comparison." His words were imbued with sincerity, leaving a favorable impression on the 3rd senior brother. At this moment, Han Li turned to the handsome youth and politely remarked, "6th senior brother has also arrived. I truly appreciate your trouble on my behalf." Wu Xian responded with a nonchalant acknowledgement, offering no further comment. Han Li smiled, concealing any unusual expression, yet he was acutely aware that since the incident involving Dong Xianier, this 6th senior brother had not looked upon him favorably. Nevertheless, Han Li was indifferent to this individual's sentiments, finding it far easier to deal with genuine villains than with hypocritical ones. Still, he discerned a flicker of astonishment in Wu Xian's eyes. After all, the last time they had met, Han Li had merely been at the early stage of Foundation establishment. Now, after only a brief interval, he had ascended to the mid-stage. A fact that could not help but astonish and provoke envy in Wu Xian, who remained stagnant at the early stage. "Please, esteemed senior brothers, come in. I shall brew a pot of fine tea." Han Li welcomed the 4 into the room, smiling warmly, before attempting to turn away. "What is the rush for tea? Let us first discuss the formidable experts of the Black Shajia. I have long yearned for an opportunity to engage in genuine combat with some practitioners of Foundation establishment. Unfortunately, during my time with Master, he would not permit me the same freedom as 8th junior brother to eliminate practitioners of the demonic path. Otherwise, I might have advanced my realm similarly to Han junior brother through battle, Song Ming exclaimed, unable to contain his curiosity as he joined the others at the table. This 4th senior brother typically exhibited extreme aloofness, yet when the topic turned to fierce combat, he transformed into a figure brimming with excitement. Nonsense. Is there truly a way to elevate one's cultivation through fighting? The most crucial factor remains one's own cultivation. The reason Han Jr. brother has experienced such significant growth is due to his diligent practice. 3rd senior brother Lu Jing interjected, his expression stern and his tone slightly admonishing. Hearing this, Han Li was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the 3rd senior brother would speak so bluntly, assuming that Song Ming's nature would prompt him to immediately retort. To Han Li's astonishment, however, Song Ming merely chuckled foolishly and fell silent. As Han Li marveled at this turn of events, the 3rd senior brother suddenly turned to him with a warm expression, saying, "We have gleaned some information from our master. But after these days, I am certain the circumstances have changed. I hope Han Jr. brother can enlighten us further. Indeed, I am also quite curious. Who exactly are these cultists that dare to abduct so many practitioners? Their audacity is truly astonishing." The 7th senior sister, Zhong Wenyang, appeared not much older than Han Li, possessing a fair and round face that, when she smiled, revealed 2 shallow dimples, making her remarkably endearing. However, Han Li was acutely aware that this senior sister Zhong was a genuine prodigy in cultivation. It was said that she had successfully established her foundation at the tender age of 16 and was now merely a step away from the mid-foundation stage, enjoying the considerable favor of the couple, Li Huayuan and his wife. As Han Li pondered this, he let out a sigh and spoke slowly. "Senior sister Zhong, you may not be aware that the Black Shajia sect has kidnapped so many people. In truth, most of them are meant for blood sacrifices to enhance their cultivation. A minority, under duress, has succumbed to their corrupt ways. They are inherently a group of nefarious practitioners, emboldened by their audacity. Moreover, after years of development, the sect has amassed a significant number of foundation stage experts, making them exceedingly formidable. Blood sacrifice. You mean the kind of wicked technique that absorbs the essence and blood of other cultivators to elevate one's own power?" Wu Xian, upon hearing this, softened his stern demeanor. Visibly moved, Song Ming and the others similarly displayed expressions of shock. 8th junior brother, you must be mistaken. Is it truly that sort of bloodthirsty technique? Lu Jing's refined features darkened, revealing a hint of a terrifying azure light. Han Li felt a chill in his heart. He had long heard of this 3rd senior brother, whose cultivation, while not the highest under Li Huayuan, was renowned for his fierce hatred of evil. He was considered a bloodthirsty star of doom among the younger generation of the 7 sects, with countless fallen cultivators perishing at his hands. This was likely why someone like Song Ming, so obsessed with martial prowess, held him in such high regard. Indeed, it is this very technique that has been passed down for many years, Han Li affirmed, not wishing to conceal anything about the Black Shajia sect. "Junior brother Han, please recount the events for everyone," Lu senior brother said earnestly. "Here is what transpired. I attended a banquet at the Xian Wang Palace with the head of the Qin family." Han Li gradually recounted the events from that day at the Xian Wang Palace, though he naturally glossed over any details pertaining to his own secrets. What Han Li did not anticipate was that this 3rd senior brother was not easily deceived. He interrupted Han Li's narrative several times, meticulously probing for unclear details, nearly forcing Han Li to reveal more than he intended, leaving him drenched in sweat on several occasions. For the first time, Han Li realized that weaving a lie was no simple task. Once Lu Jing had clarified all the details, the expressions of the other 3 shifted noticeably. A mere Black Shajia sect had 4 so-called foundation stage blood servants, not to mention several other capable altar masters and the enigmatic sect leader. They truly could not handle such an opponent. Moreover, the troubling fact was that the enemy's stronghold was located within the royal palace of Yuejing, a forbidden ground for disciples of the 7 sects. "Lu senior brother, should we consult with Master and request reinforcements from our sect? It seems challenging for us to capture the leader of the Black Shajia sect on our own." Wu Xian hesitated, his uncertainty evident. Clearly, he did not wish to infringe upon the 7 sects' prohibitions, nor did he have much faith in their strength. What? Junior brother Lu appears to be somewhat timid? Lu Jing, upon hearing Wu Xian's words, raised his brows in displeasure, responding sharply. Certainly not. I merely ponder whether this approach might be more prudent. After all, as per the words of our junior, Han Shidi, these individuals are unlikely to flee in haste. It would be more appropriate to seek our master's opinion. Of course, Wu Xian was reluctant to acknowledge this in front of everyone and hastily began to argue. Ah, that is good to hear. I was merely overthinking. However, Wu Shidi need not worry about the aforementioned matters. When I arrived, our master specifically advised me that near the city of Nao, adjacent to the capital, several disciples of Master Huiming are attending to some affairs of our sect. Should we encounter difficulties, we can certainly seek their assistance. Given the bond between our master and Master Huiming, they will undoubtedly lend a helping hand. As for the transgression of intruding upon the imperial palace, now that we are aware it has become a den of corruption, how could Lu disregard it? Everyone may proceed under my command. Should any blame arise from above, I, Lu Jing, shall bear it entirely. Lu Jing proclaimed, his expression grim. The assembly of listeners exchanged glances, and the seventh senior sister, Zhong Wenyang, gazed at him with an enamored expression, evidently infatuated with this third senior brother for quite some time. Very well, since third senior brother has spoken thus, I, as your junior, shall not miss this splendid spectacle and will stand shoulder to shoulder with you in battle. Song Meng seemed invigorated by Lu's words, speaking with fervor. I shall not abandon senior brother. I vow to breach the imperial city alongside you. Zhong Wenyang also chimed in, awakened to the moment. Upon hearing their declarations, Lu Jing's face softened into a smile. After expressing his gratitude, he turned to Han Li and Wu Xian and inquired, "What are your intentions, dear juniors? If you find my proposition unsatisfactory and are unwilling to partake in this venture, I shall not compel you." As those words left his lips, Han Li hesitated, weighing the pros and cons, while Wu Xian, after a moment of alternating hues of red and white on his face, firmly declared, "Unless our master explicitly permits it, I shall not knowingly violate the prohibition. If senior brother truly intends to intrude upon the imperial palace, I will not partake without first seeking our master's guidance." His rationale was undeniably sound. Upon hearing this, Zhong Wenyang rose in indignation, ready to voice her objections, but Lu Jing restrained her. Junior brother Lu's perspective holds merit. Accompanying me to invade the imperial city is indeed a thankless endeavor, and we should not fault his decision to withdraw. The third senior brother spoke with remarkable composure. What does Han Shidi think? Will you also mimic this fellow? You are a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Surely, you are not so timid. In an effort to rally support for her beloved, Zhong Wenyang resorted to this rather crude tactic, causing Han Li to roll his eyes inwardly. Han Li did not respond immediately, but lowered his head in contemplation. Lu Shidi, displaying great consideration, refrained from pressuring him, patiently awaiting his decision. Very well, I shall go. This matter originated with me, and it would be remiss not to participate. Moreover, I am quite eager to witness the enigmatic leader of the Black Shajiao. After a moment's deliberation, Han Li lifted his head, a smile breaking across his face as he spoke softly. Volume 3. Chapter 314. The meeting. As Han Li's words left his lips, Zhong Wenyang's face lit up with joy, showering him with praises, while Lu Jing displayed a look of approval. In contrast, Song Meng stepped forward and slapped Han Li's shoulder twice, grinning broadly as he exclaimed, "I knew I was not mistaken in my judgment. If you truly did not wish to go, I would have been compelled to sever our friendship. However, I knew that Brother Han possesses a valiant spirit." Upon finishing his words, Song Meng shot a cold glare at Wu Xian, indicating that the latter's reputation among their peers was less than favorable. Wu Xian, upon witnessing this, snorted and retorted, "In that case, I shall find another place to settle and not disturb your grand endeavors. I will inform my master of everything that has transpired here, and I hope he will not place blame upon you." With that, Wu Xian left the room with an expressionless demeanor, soaring away from the Qin residence. How disappointing of sixth brother to falter at such a critical moment. What kind of a senior brother is he? Zhong Wenyang expressed her dissatisfaction vehemently. Let it be. Everyone has their own aspirations, and we cannot impose our will upon others. It is best to arrange our plans promptly. The sooner we act, the more secure we shall be, for none can predict when the Dark Sha sect's leader may emerge, Lu Jing stated earnestly. With your extensive experience in eliminating rogue cultivators, you should take charge of the arrangements. We shall follow your lead. Ultimately, my role will be solely to engage in battle, Song Meng declared, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Oh, Song junior brother. Lu Jing sighed, exasperated and at a loss for how to deal with him. Zhong Wei-Nyang's eyes narrowed into crescent shapes as she smiled sweetly, while Han Li remained silent, a smile playing on his lips. Seventh junior sister, you are well acquainted with junior sister Chun under Master Hui Ming. She is currently in Nanhua City, so you should reach out to request her assistance. It would be easier for you to initiate the conversation, Lu Jing calmly suggested to Zhong Wei-Nyang after regaining his composure. Is junior sister Chun also there? It has been quite some time since I last saw her. However, we share a good rapport, so securing her assistance should pose no issue, Zhong Wei-Nyang replied confidently. Upon hearing the mention of junior sister Chun, Han Li felt a sudden jolt of surprise, pondering, could it be that one? While he was lost in thought, Lu Jing's voice reached his ears. Junior brother Han, we may need to reside at the Qin residence for an extended period. We require your assistance in communicating with the Qin family to arrange accommodations and a place for our meditation, the third senior brother said composedly. Han Li readily agreed. What shall I do? Song Meng inquired, unable to contain his impatience. You will remain at the Qin residence to guard against a sudden attack from the Darksha sect. I will occasionally need to venture out to observe any movements from their side. Since junior brother Han has already met with them, it would be inappropriate for him to appear again, Lu Jing replied nonchalantly. Understood. Upon hearing this, Song Meng's enthusiasm waned, and he responded dully. The ensuing days remained remarkably tranquil. Aside from Zhong Wei-Nyang's early departure to seek assistance in Nanhua City, the rest generally stayed within the Qin residence, focusing on self-cultivation and qi refinement. The third senior brother, Lu Jing, indeed ventured out a few times as he claimed, yet he gleaned no valuable information. It appeared that all disciples of the Blacksha sect had retreated into hiding. Meanwhile, Wu Xian settled into an inn in Yuejing, having reportedly sent a letter to Li Huayuan, though the contents remained a mystery to all. Subsequently, he roamed the bustling streets of Yuejing, seemingly carefree and without any inclination to return to the Qin residence. The distance from Nao City to Yuejing was not great, and in just 3 days, Sister Zhong returned accompanied by 3 men and 2 women. Among them was a strikingly beautiful woman, Chun Xiaoqian, whom Han Li recognized, causing a twinge of unease within him. Upon seeing Han Li, Chun Xiaoqian exhibited a hint of surprise, but refrained from speaking. To her, Han Li was not entirely a stranger, even though they had yet to exchange words. The other 3 men and 1 woman were Chun Xiaoqian's fellow disciples, 2 of whom were at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, while the other 2 were at the early stage. They all displayed remarkable enthusiasm upon meeting Lu Jing, indicating they were acquainted. Sister Zhong introduced Han Li as her newly joined junior disciple. Upon hearing Han Li's name, the others, apart from Chun Xiaoqian, revealed expressions of astonishment. You are junior brother Han. Truly, you are quite young, exclaimed one of them. We have long heard of your illustrious reputation. You single-handedly vanquished over a dozen demonic foundation establishment cultivators at the border. Truly remarkable, remarked another, a junior sister of Chun Xiaoqian, who appeared to hold Han Li in high esteem. This revelation left Lu Jing and Sister Zhong utterly astonished. Having been engaged in separate tasks, they had missed the second round of conflict between the 7 sects and the demonic forces, and thus were oblivious to Han Li's exploits. Now, hearing their acquaintances speak of him in such terms filled them with awe. It is worth noting that while the third senior brother had indeed dispatched countless nefarious cultivators, the foundation establishment ones numbered but 2 or 3, and victories were hard-won through arduous battles. Yet, Han Li had achieved the extraordinary feat of slaying over a dozen foundation establishment cultivators, prompting Lu Jing and Sister Zhong to re-evaluate the seemingly unassuming Han Li with newfound respect. Fourth senior brother, you must be well aware of junior brother Han's accomplishments. Why did you not inform us? Sister Zhong suddenly recalled something and chastised Song Meng, who had been chuckling to himself, with a tone that suggested she sought to hold him accountable. Junior sister, you never inquired about this matter, Song Meng replied, smugly. You only bombarded junior brother Han with questions regarding his cultivation techniques. I assumed you were already aware. He had long anticipated witnessing the astonishment of his fellow disciples upon learning of Han Li's feats, and now it was indeed a spectacle. Sister Zhong discerned the insincerity in his words and shot him a fierce glare. Yet, before she could press further, Lu Jing laughed heartily, stating, I did not expect junior brother Han to be so remarkable. This certainly gives us greater confidence in confronting that Black Sha sect leader. His expression was one of unexpected joy. However, Han Li felt an unsettling chill creeping along his back. Filled with trepidation as he mused, could this third senior brother truly desire him to confront the Black Sha sect alone? Such a ludicrous thought, once it surfaced, was quickly dismissed by Han Li's self-deprecating humor and cast aside. Subsequently, Han Li and his companions took it upon themselves to alleviate the concerns of Chen Shimi and the others. Although at their level of cultivation they could sustain themselves for extended periods without food, having arrived in the mundane realm, they naturally indulged in the local culinary delights to satiate their appetites. After the meal, Han Li instructed the servants of the Qin residence to clear the banquet, and the group began to deliberate on how to deal with the Black Sha sect and their incursion into the imperial city. Lu Jing promptly expressed his willingness to bear the consequences of violating the prohibitions of the seven sects, thus alleviating the apprehensions of Chen Shimi and her companions, who agreed to accompany him. From the intelligence gathered by Han Li, it appeared that apart from the so-called four blood servants, the other masters, such as the altar masters, were likely still overseeing sect affairs in various regions of the Yu Kingdom, making their simultaneous presence in the imperial palace exceedingly unlikely. Therefore, Lu Jing believed that their current manpower was more than sufficient to contend with the Black Sha sect, advocating for immediate action to preempt any complications that might arise later. The others, upon hearing this, found his reasoning compelling and decided to allow Chen Shimi and the others to rest for a day. Planning to infiltrate the imperial palace under the cover of night when the commoners within the city would be in slumber to eradicate the evil, Han Li observed with a smile as their excitement grew, yet internally, he could not help but scoff. These individuals truly believed the members of the Black Sha sect were easy prey. After the battle, it remained uncertain how many of those speaking here would survive. Were it not for a secret gleaned from the young prince, which might prove immensely beneficial for his future advancement in forming a corps, he would not dare to undertake such a perilous venture into the palace. The malevolent practices of others held no relevance to him. The families and friends of the victims would seek vengeance, and he merely needed to leak this information slightly. As for the notions of punishing the wicked and upholding justice, Han Li had always believed in acting within his means. If there were minimal risk and little exertion required, he would willingly lend a hand. However, if the opponents were too formidable and the matter did not concern him, it would hardly be prudent to risk his life for the affairs of others. Although his sixth senior brother Wu Xian appeared rather odious, it was undeniable that his early withdrawal from this matter was indeed a wise choice for self-preservation. Otherwise, after a surge of impassioned fervor, one might face the peril of losing their very soul. This time, Han Li reluctantly agreed to join these individuals in assaulting the lair of the Black Sha sect, yet he felt it contravened his principle of self-preservation. Nonetheless, Han Li deemed this risk worthy of undertaking, for his own meager spiritual roots compelled him to seize any opportunity that could marginally enhance his chances of forming a corps. Moreover, he retained a degree of confidence in his ability to extricate himself unscathed. To this end, he had meticulously prepared a trump card to ensure his safety on this expedition. Otherwise, given Han Li's meticulous nature, how could he have agreed to such an endeavor without just cause? Volume 3, Chapter 315, The Backhand, Suspicion. As the night deepened into silence, Han Li stealthily slipped out of his dwelling without a word to anyone, making his way alone towards the imperial city on his flying vessel. Standing atop the Divine Wind ship, he gazed at the imposing, dark gates of the grand imperial city and smiled faintly, soaring past without hesitation. For Han Li, the prohibitions set by the seven sects, forbidding any disciple from entering the imperial city, were of no consequence. He would adhere only to those regulations that served his interests. The notion that he could be restrained by mere empty words was utterly absurd. He had never been one to submit blindly. As a cold smile flickered across his mind, he ascended to a height of over 100 zhang above the palace. Cloaked by the inky darkness of the night, Han Li surveyed his surroundings quietly, directing his gaze towards inconspicuous corners. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a royal garden overgrown with green bamboo. Upon reaching the bamboo grove, Han Li cautiously surveyed the area, then retracted his aura, gently descending to the ground. He understood well that although the Black Sha sect had control over the entire palace, it was impossible for them to place eyes everywhere. Even with numerous sentinels, he was confident that his mastery of the nameless aura concealing technique would prevent detection. Moreover, He had gleaned the typical arrangements of the Black Sha sect's watchmen from the young prince's words, and unless there had been significant changes, he felt assured as long as he avoided heavily guarded critical areas. This particular spot was evidently a neglected corner of the palace. The bamboo grove filled with dead branches and decaying leaves, exuding a faint odor of rot, with the overgrown foliage thriving in its untended state. Observing this patch of bamboo, Han Li's expression turned to one of satisfaction. He formed a hand seal, casting a soundproof barrier that enveloped the entire grove, and then, with a serious demeanor, retrieved a stack of array flags and an array plate from his storage bag. This was the improved reversed 5 elements formation bestowed upon him by Qi Yinxiao. With this formation in hand, Han Li mused to himself that even the formidable leader of the Black Sha sect would find it challenging to maintain an undefeated stance. He then steeled himself and ventured into the shadowy grove. 2 hours later, Han Li emerged, his face marked by fatigue. Due to the time constraints, he had only managed to set up a small portion of the formation, yet he deemed it sufficient. After surveying his surroundings, he confirmed that no one had approached this area, allowing him to safely retract the soundproof barrier and release the divine wind ship, taking to the skies once more. His solitary endeavor to lay the grand formation within the palace had been executed silently, without alarming any members of the Black Sha sect. The 4 blood servants, under the orders of the Black Sha sect leader, remained vigilant, but as Han Li anticipated, they had only established a dense network of sentinels around the cold palace where the leader was in seclusion. The rest of the areas had become noticeably more lax, contributing to Han Li's smooth ingress and egress. Upon returning to the Qin residence, dawn had yet to break. Han Li decided against sleep, opting instead to meditate on his bed until the first light of day. As morning arrived, he casually stepped out of the door, joining others gathered in a grand hall. Engaging in light-hearted conversation while discussing the impending battle, completely omitting any mention of the inverted 5 elements formation. In Han Li's mind, the fewer people who were aware of this life-saving trump card, the better. If victory could be achieved without employing this formation, it would bring him even greater joy. This inverted 5 elements formation could still serve as his ace in the hole. Lu Jing and the other disciples from Huangfeng Valley were, of course, unaware of Han Li's thoughts. However, when the evening's battle was brought up, everyone displayed an eager anticipation, their faces alight with excitement. Among them, aside from Lu Jing and a couple of others, most had never faced off against Foundation establishment cultivators, which was a primary reason Han Li harbored doubts about this endeavor. He firmly believed that cultivators who had not undergone the baptism of blood, regardless of their prowess, would inevitably suffer significant losses when confronting seasoned opponents. It was not uncommon for such circumstances to lead to the loss of one's life. Thus, while observing the jovial banter of these individuals, a peculiar expression occasionally flickered in his eyes. After all, every cultivator who reached the Foundation establishment stage had endured countless hardships to achieve their current level of skill. Yet, after tonight's battle, it was highly likely that many of these individuals might meet their demise. Such a thought was indeed lamentable. Junior brother Han, would you accompany me for a moment? Chun Xiaoqian, who had been laughing with Zhong Wenyang, unexpectedly invited him upon catching a glimpse of Han Li's face. This statement not only took Han Li by surprise, but also left several of Chun Xiaoqian's fellow disciples speechless. They gazed at Han Li and the usually frosty junior sister with incredulity. Observing Han Li's seemingly dazed expression, Zhong Wenyang's eyes twinkled as if a thought struck her. She leaned in and whispered a few words into Chun Xiaoqian's ear. Instantly, Chun Xiaoqian's face flushed crimson, and after casting a fierce glance at Zhong Wenyang, she boldly stepped out of the hall, appearing to patiently await Han Li's arrival. Junior brother, what are you still standing there for? With a beauty like Qin junior sister waiting outside, why hesitate? Lu Jing approached with a smile, playfully patting Han Li on the shoulder. Han Li rubbed his nose vigorously, attempting to muster a bitter smile, but for reasons unknown, he found it impossible to do so. After managing a few awkward chuckles, he ultimately followed suit. Amidst the envious gazes of the other male cultivators, if he hesitated any longer, it would surely appear as though he were filled with trepidation. He did not believe there was anything to fear. Upon exiting the hall, he found Qin Xiaoqian gazing thoughtfully at the garden, seemingly lost in her own world. Upon hearing Han Li's footsteps, she coldly remarked without turning her head, "Accompany me to the garden. I have a few matters I wish to consult you about, junior brother." After saying this, Qin Xiaoqian did not wait for Han Li's response and walked ahead, as if certain he would comply. Han Li watched her enchanting silhouette, unknowingly furrowing his brows. After a moment's contemplation, he silently smiled and followed her. Walking alongside a captivating beauty was indeed a delightful experience. In a distance of mere steps from Chun Xiaoqian, Han Li admired her graceful and alluring figure, feeling that this outing was indeed worthwhile. Moreover, the mere thought of this stunning beauty and their past romantic encounter stirred within him a complex and indescribable emotion. Little did he expect that both he and his elder brother had misjudged her, believing she could emerge victorious from the blood trial solely due to good fortune. It turns out that Han, the junior disciple, was a master of feigning humility. Not only did he deceive the two of us, but even the many esteemed individuals present at that time were likely equally oblivious. As Han Li indulged in these thoughts, Chun Xiaoqian, with her back turned to him, spoke softly. Han Li had anticipated her words to some extent and did not display any surprise. Instead, after scratching his head, he chuckled and replied, "Sister Chen, you jest. What feigning of humility? I was merely fortunate enough to pass through." When he uttered these words, his expression remained unperturbed, as if he genuinely believed it to be the case. "Junior brother Han, do you still wish to deceive me?" Chen Xiaoqian seemed somewhat angered by his response, her voice turning icy as she suddenly turned to face him, her bright eyes glinting coldly. Witnessing her demeanor, Han Li appeared bewildered, displaying a countenance of complete ignorance regarding her anger. This former junior sister of his, seeing his expression, grew even more incensed. "Very well, I shall not inquire further about the blood trial. However, there is one matter on which I require your honest answer." Though her tone was colder, an unusual expression crossed her face. "What is it? Sister Chen, please feel free to ask. I shall certainly respond truthfully." Han Li, sensing an underlying tension, felt an increasing unease within, yet he maintained an appearance of utmost sincerity. 7 or 8 years ago, did you happen to venture to the eastern side of the Taiyu mountain range and encounter any events? As she posed this question, a faint blush rose to her cheeks, and a hint of shyness enveloped her. She then anxiously awaited Han Li's response. Han Li, lost in contemplation, lowered his gaze, seemingly retracing his memories. In truth, he was growing increasingly anxious. How could it be that after all these years, she had not extinguished her desire to seek him out? And judging by her bashful demeanor, could it be that she had developed feelings for the one who saved her? Han Li pondered in confusion. This was not due to Han Li's lack of romantic understanding. Rather, he had never entertained the notion of forming a dual cultivation partnership with this woman. For some reason, despite harboring normal feelings towards Chun Xiaoqian, he instinctively excluded any thoughts of romance. Perhaps the sight of her intimate moments with senior brother Lu from years past had rendered him incapable of accepting her. Volume 3, Chapter 316, Disappearance No. 7 or 8 years ago, I was assisting senior brother Ma in tending to the herb garden. The blood trial occurred during that time, did it not? Why does Sister Chen inquire? Han Li raised his head and replied candidly, even allowing a touch of curiosity to grace his features. Chun Xiaoqian's face paled at his words, and after biting her red lip, she spoke somewhat stiffly, "No? Yet I distinctly recall that junior brother Han had indeed ventured out once during that period. The timing seems to align perfectly." "Oh, I was merely preparing for the blood trial. Thus I ventured out to procure some magical artifacts and talismans. However, nothing untoward transpired." Han Li replied with an air of calmness. Upon hearing his words, Chun Xiaoqian fell silent for a moment, her gaze fixed coldly upon him, causing an unsettling sensation to creep into Han Li's heart. "In that case, there is nothing more to discuss. Junior brother, you may leave. I wish to be alone for a while," she said, a fleeting hint of disappointment crossing her features as she gently turned her face away, her voice infused with weariness. Han Li, observing her demeanor, sighed, realizing that regardless of whether she believed him, this senior sister would not disturb him further. Given her respectful demeanor, she should have discerned his intentions. Naturally, with her proud disposition, she would not seek him out repeatedly. "Sister, I take my leave," Han Li said, clasping his hands together before turning and exiting the garden without hesitation. Once Han Li's figure had completely vanished, Chun Xiaoqian turned back, her complex gaze lingering on the direction of the garden gate, murmuring softly, "If not you, then who else could it be?" In those days, among those with such power venturing outside, there was only you, junior brother Han. After uttering these words, she gracefully approached a blooming peony. Delicately plucking the vibrant flower with her slender fingers, and inhaling its fragrant aroma. Enveloped in the sweet scent, Chun Xiao Qian drifted into a realm of deep contemplation. Emerging from the garden, Han Li exhaled deeply, shaking his head before returning to the hall with a lightened step. The others were somewhat surprised by his swift return, but refrained from prying into the matter. Although a few jested about Han Li and Chun Xiao Qian, he merely smiled it off, exhibiting no signs of discomfort. Before long, Chun Xiao Qian also entered, her expression unchanged as she resumed her seat beside Zhong Wenyang, engaging in hushed conversation with her. The others, noting her presence, felt it inappropriate to jest further about the two and swiftly redirected the conversation back to the impending battle against the Blackshaw sect. Time flew by, and soon the day had passed. The disciples of Huangfeng Valley had retreated to their respective quarters, diligently preparing for the impending confrontation. Despite the overwhelming numerical advantage of their foundation-building cultivators, each remained exceedingly cautious. No one wished to jeopardize their lives through negligence. Yet, the prospect of the numerous benefits to be gained from annihilating the Blackshaw sect's stronghold ignited a palpable excitement among them. After all, such opportunities to openly besiege foundation-building cultivators were rare, barring the life-and-death struggles against demonic practitioners. This time, the foundation-building cultivators of the Blackshaw sect were not merely a handful. Undoubtedly, valuable materials and exquisite artifacts could be acquired in abundance. Particularly, many of Qin's junior sisters had come primarily for this purpose. After all, who would risk their lives simply for the empty rhetoric of exterminating evil cultivators? Han Li remained quietly in his chamber, meticulously inspecting the puppets in his possession, while the four friends of Mengshan stood respectfully before him, exhibiting an attitude of unwavering allegiance to him. Since the arrival of Han Li and his fellow disciples, the dark-faced elder had considered approaching these foundation establishment cultivators in an attempt to forge closer ties, hoping to glean some benefits. However, whether it was Song Meng and others or the later arrivals like Sister Chun, they regarded the dark-faced elder, a mere chi refinement rogue cultivator, with disdain. After exchanging a few discourteous words, they promptly dismissed him, making it clear that not every foundation establishment cultivator from the 7 great sects was inclined to associate with him, thus instilling in him a deeper sense of reverence for Han Li. In the upcoming confrontation with the Blackshajia, there is no need for you to participate. Regardless of the outcome, it would be wise for you to leave the capital at once and avoid the impending conflict, Han Li stated, as a white light flashed from the puppets in his hands, which were then stored in his spatial pouch. But, esteemed senior, how could we possibly retreat at such a critical moment? The dark-faced elder hastily interjected on behalf of the others. This is not a matter of retreating or not. You simply do not possess the means to intervene. Inserting yourselves into this fray would only lead to needless sacrifice. Here are a few mid-tier magical artifacts. Take one each as a parting gift from me, your senior, Han Li replied, shaking his head with a faint smile. With that, he swept his robe across the table, revealing several exquisite magical artifacts that sparkled enticingly. Han Li was not lacking in high-tier magical artifacts. In fact, he possessed quite a number, having vanquished numerous foundation establishment cultivators and amassed a remarkable collection. However, he had no intention of bestowing his top-tier artifacts upon these individuals. For them, a few mid-tier artifacts would suffice as a generous gift. To present high-tier artifacts might incite their greed, complicating his future endeavors to gain their allegiance. As expected, upon seeing the artifacts, the four friends of Mengshan were elated, expressing their gratitude profusely. They assured Han Li that should he require their assistance in the future, he need only seek them out in Mengshan, as they were more than willing to serve him. Having received the assurances he desired, Han Li graciously accompanied them out of the capital city, leaving them profoundly grateful. However, just as they were about to depart, the dark-faced elder pulled Han Li aside discreetly and spoke cautiously. Esteemed senior, will the fifth sister truly not appear in the Black Shajiao again? We brothers are well aware of the situation, and even the fourth brother likely suspects as much. Yet, none of us have dared to address this reality directly. After all, the fifth sister has become too deeply entangled. It might be best if she no longer presents herself before us. After imparting these words laden with meaning, the elder seemed to release a great burden, restoring his respectful demeanor as he bid farewell to Han Li. Han Li remained in place, gazing at the diminishing figures of the four friends of Mengshan, pondering the underlying significance of the elder's final remarks. Moments later, a sudden smile graced his lips. and he gracefully returned to the city. Upon his return to the Qin residence, darkness had already enveloped the sky. In the Huangfeng Valley, the assembly of individuals was poised for departure within the Grand Hall. However, to his astonishment, Han Li discovered that the third senior brother was conspicuously absent. He turned, bewildered, to Song Ming, who was meticulously polishing a blue longsword artifact, and inquired, "Fourth senior brother, where is the third senior brother?" Senior brother Lu has gone to persuade junior brother Lu once more. If junior brother Wu agrees to accompany us, our chances in tonight's confrontation will undoubtedly be bolstered. However, in my humble opinion, senior brother Lu's efforts are likely in vain. If that brat Wu Xian were willing to lend a hand, he would not have departed in the first place. Song Ming replied, not lifting his gaze. Has he gone to find junior brother Lu? Han Li furrowed his brow, about to press for more details when Lu Jing returned, his expression peculiar. Junior brother, is that Wu still unwilling to join us? If so, it matters little. Whether he is present or absent makes no significant difference. Our 9 members are ample to contend with the forces of the Blackshaw sect, remarked a male disciple, seemingly the eldest among Chen's peers, with indifference. If that is the case, then it is for the best. The issue is, I have not seen junior brother Wu at all since our arrival. Lu Jing sighed with a hint of despair. At this revelation, the others, including Han Li, were momentarily taken aback. What is the matter, senior brother Lu? Isn't that timid soul residing in a nearby inn? Could it be he checked out early and returned to the sect? Inquired Zhong Wei and I, blinking her large eyes in speculation. Not at all. I inquired with the innkeeper. Junior brother Wu left early yesterday morning and has not returned since. Moreover, his belongings remain untouched, suggesting he did not intend to return to the valley. Lu Jing shook his head, his tone rife with concern. Upon hearing this, the group engaged in hushed discussions, yet none could ascertain the truth of the situation. However, Han Li contemplated quietly on the side, pondering the unfortunate fate that may have befallen Wu Xian, possibly being captured by the Blackshaw sect. Perhaps Lu Jing shared a similar thought, for he glanced at the darkening sky and decisively proclaimed, "We shall set aside the matter of junior brother Wu for now. It is time for us to depart. We must ensure our success in this battle and eradicate the Blackshaw sect once and for all." Volume 3, Chapter 317, The Four Symbols Formation as Night Fell. A cohort of unwelcome visitors soared through the darkened skies above the imperial city, Han Li and the other 9 cultivators from Huangfeng Valley. Upon reaching the shadowy ramparts, Lu Jing surveyed the so-called forbidden grounds, hesitating momentarily before boldly gesturing forward. "Let us proceed." His voice was resolute, devoid of any trepidation. He then surged ahead, leading the charge. The others, witnessing his determination, naturally followed suit, casting aside their apprehensions regarding the prohibitions of the 7 sects. Han Li, however, chose to lag slightly behind, positioning himself at the rear of the throng. This was not due to any ulterior motives. Rather, he was silently attuning himself to the inverted 5 elements grand formation he had established the previous night. As they soared several miles from the palace, a mysterious smile crept across Han Li's lips. "Excellent. The formation remains intact," he mused internally, reveling in the fact that the spiritual energy markers he had discreetly set had not been disturbed in the slightest, filling him with immense joy. After a brief moment, the 9 of them floated above the imperial palace, gazing down at all that lay within its confines. "Listen carefully, everyone. This operation will proceed as we previously planned, dividing into 2 groups. One will rush to the Emperor's chambers to rescue him from the clutches of the Black Shaman sect. For only by doing so can we prevent them from resorting to desperate measures to threaten us with the Emperor's life. The other group will head directly to the Cold Palace where the leader of the Black Shaman sect resides, focusing on eliminating the 4 blood servants before anything else. Afterwards, the 2 groups will converge to confront the leader, who remains in seclusion." Lu Jing solemnly reiterated the plan for the evening, prompting nods of agreement from the others. The teams had already been assigned. Chen Xiaoqian and Zhong Wenyang, 2 female cultivators, were tasked with rescuing the emperor, while Lu Jing and the remaining members would make their way toward the Cold Palace guarded by the 4 blood servants, with Han Li among them. 7th Junior Sister. Chen Junior Sister, please exercise extra caution, Lu Jing specifically cautioned before their separation. The 2 women nodded solemnly and then glided away into the darkness, soon vanishing without a sound. After a short while, Lu Jing addressed the remaining cultivators. "Once we encounter other practitioners within the palace, do not hold back. Those who can roam freely here are undoubtedly members of the Black Shaman sect. It is time to act. We shall create opportunities for our two junior sisters." With a cold tone, Lu Jing then directed his focus back to their objective, swiftly propelling himself toward the cold palace indicated by Han Li, who followed closely behind along with the others. Moments later, the 7 of them descended with a fierce aura, immediately attracting the attention of the disciples guarding the perimeter of the cold palace. A series of piercing shrieks erupted, and an array of spells and magical artifacts surged forth from hidden corners around the cold palace, launching a relentless assault upon them. "A mere spark dares to contest with the brilliance of the full moon," Lu Jing exclaimed, raising his hand as a shimmering silken cloth was unleashed, transforming into a massive barrier that shielded him and encompassed Han Li and the others behind it. His confidence in the power of this artifact was evidently substantial. Indeed, as the silken cloth unfurled, the spells and magical artifacts struck its surface, producing a dazzling flash of white light. Not only did the cloth remain unscathed, but it also rebounded some of the spells, sending the Black Shaman disciples below into disarray. "Brother Lu, splendid technique." Song Meng, who surged alongside Lu Jing, praised loudly upon witnessing the spectacle. Without hesitation, he hurled his own artifact into the fray. A colossal blue sword materialized in the night sky, the prized blue silk sword that Song Meng favored. As he formed a hand seal, the blue sword emitted a resounding cry and began to rotate as if it were a wheel, startling the Black Shaman disciples below who were already unnerved by its imposing presence. Seeing this, a wicked grin spread across Song Meng's face. He extended 2 fingers and pointed at the gigantic disc formed by the blue silk sword. Instantly, the blue radiance pulsated, and a multitude of slender blue threads erupted forth, enveloping an extensive area below. Upon witnessing this scene, the disciples of the Black Sha sect below were struck with terror, their souls seemingly departing from their bodies. Various protective spells and artifacts were hastily deployed in a desperate attempt to fend off the onslaught that descended upon them like a tidal wave. A chorus of anguished cries filled the air. Despite the barrage of blue threads piercing through the chaos, the majority of the Black Sha disciples could not withstand the assault. Many met a gruesome fate, reduced to a mere hive of punctured flesh, while others, though managing to shield their vital points, had their limbs perforated, rendering them incapable of further combat. What a remarkable technique, the 10,000 threads of heaven. This move, long renowned for its power, indeed lived up to its reputation, drawing genuine admiration from one of Chun Xiao Qian's senior brothers, which brought a hint of pride to Song Meng's countenance. At that moment, a few individuals descended calmly before the entrance of the cold palace. The fortunate disciples of the Black Sha sect who had survived were now too fearful to act. Their spirits shattered. They activated the 4 evil formation, trapping their opponents within its bounds. Just as the remaining Black Sha followers faced Lu Jing and his companions with trepidation, a chilling voice emanated from within the cold palace. A figure clad in white, exuding a vague aura of icy coldness, appeared at the entrance in the blink of an eye. It was none other than the Ice Demon, who had just issued a vehement command moments earlier and now regarded the cultivators from Huangfeng Valley with a mix of astonishment and fury. "Humph, you vile creatures, prepare to meet your end." Upon hearing these words and noting the being's formidable cultivation, Lu Jing immediately recognized him as one of the 4 blood servants. With a cold snort, 2 beams of silver light erupted from his body, hurtling towards the demon's head. The others, witnessing this, brandished their various artifacts, eager to unite their strength in vanquishing this newly revealed expert of the Black Sha sect. They were not engaged in a friendly duel, and thus had no qualms about joining forces. Han Li also unleashed 6 golden beams from his storage bag, keen to eliminate this blood servant without hesitation. However, just at that moment, the scenery before Han Li and the others suddenly blurred, followed by a disorienting whirl. Startled, they found themselves in a snow-laden landscape. All around was a blanket of white, with biting winds howling and enormous snowflakes swirling through the air. Where had the figure in white gone? Though Lu Jing and the others were astonished, they quickly realized they had fallen into the 4 symbols formation. After a brief moment of panic, they regained their composure, reassured by the presence of so many fellow cultivators in the Foundation establishment stage. What threat could a mere small formation pose? "Heh, you all have quite the audacity to harm my disciples. You shall remain within this protective formation for a while." The ominous voice echoed unsettlingly. As if emanating from all directions, creating an imposing atmosphere. The four symbols formation? Does anyone here possess knowledge of this formation? We must break free swiftly. If the four blood servants converge, it will be dire. Lu Jing, unfazed by the ice demon's taunts, calmly inquired of his companions. As his words hung in the air, the others exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. I possess some understanding of formation techniques and have heard of the four symbols formation, but I have not delved deeply into its specifics. This formation is relatively obscure among formations and is not commonly studied. One among them finally spoke. Upon observing the awkward silence that enveloped the crowd, Chen Xiaoqian Sr. hesitated and remarked, "This poses quite a dilemma. Must we truly resort to brute force to dismantle the formation?" Lu Jing furrowed his brow, reluctantly murmuring, "It is well known that breaking the formation through sheer force, while a straightforward approach, not only consumes considerable time, but also depletes our collective spiritual energy, which would undoubtedly hinder us in the ensuing battle. Perhaps this is one of the very intentions behind the enemy's deployment of this formation." The others exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a shared concern. At that moment, a curious voice interjected, "Oh, Han Shidi, what are you up to?" Song Meng, who was entirely oblivious to the intricacies of the formation, had turned his attention elsewhere and chanced upon Han Li's actions. Han Li was intently examining a crystal sphere, positioning it before his eyes, gazing through it towards a particular direction. This peculiar behavior piqued Song Meng's interest, prompting him to inquire without hesitation. This utterance drew the attention of Lu Jing and the others, who regarded Han Li with puzzled expressions. Maintaining his composure, Han Li lowered the crystal sphere and turned to Lu Jing, stating, "I believe I have discovered a flaw in the formation." "What? A flaw has been found?" The excitement was palpable among those who were observing him, with Lu Jing appearing particularly elated. "Indeed, Han Shidi is remarkable, having identified a vulnerability so swiftly." "What is this flaw?" Lu Jing praised before inquiring with a friendly demeanor. Han Li smiled faintly and handed over the crystal sphere. "Brother, if you gaze through this purple orb towards that direction, you shall see for yourself." He indicated towards the spot he had been observing. Curiosity piqued. Lu Jing accepted the artifact and peered through the crystal sphere intently. As he did so, an expression of astonishment crossed Han Li's face. After a brief moment, Lu Jing returned the sphere to Han Li, lowering his head in contemplation. After a short while, he raised his gaze to the anxious onlookers and proclaimed, "What Han Shidi has observed is indeed correct. For some reason, the spiritual energy fluctuations in this direction are markedly different from elsewhere, appearing significantly more sparse. It seems the enemy hastily set up this formation, revealing an unintended vulnerability." As he spoke, his voice grew stronger, brimming with confidence. "So, Brother Lu, does this imply?" inquired Chen Xiaoqian Sr., unable to contain her curiosity. "Let us concentrate all our artifacts and launch a simultaneous assault on this weak point. I am confident we can breach the formation without expending too much spiritual energy," Lu Jing asserted decisively. "Then let us act swiftly." Upon hearing this, Song Meng impatiently raised his hand, summoning the blue silk sword, which began to hover above him. The others, inspired by Lu Jing's words, exhibited eager expressions. Not wishing to delay any further, Lu Jing declared, "All right, let us strike. We must dismantle this formation and show our adversaries the consequences of their actions." With these words, a dazzling array of artifacts burst forth, soaring from their hands and hurtling towards the identified flaw. At this moment, standing outside and directing the followers to form various encirclements against the ice demon, he felt a profound sense of urgency within. Ever since the Black Shaman had commanded the four great blood servants to remain vigilant within the palace, it was required that each shift of the blood servants consisted of a pair. However, Yishi, who was supposed to guard the gate alongside him, had grown complacent after recently achieving a significant accomplishment, and under the pretense of preparing to advance to the mid-foundation stage, had stealthily slipped away to cultivate in the blood prison. Reluctant to offend this rising star among the four blood servants, he turned a blind eye to the situation. Yet, this momentary lapse in vigilance had led to the current predicament, with numerous formidable foes invading, leaving him alone to confront them at the gate. Fortunately, he was clever. He had first ensnared the enemy with the four symbols formation and then promptly dispatched individuals to the blood prison and the rear hall to summon the other three. He was acutely aware that the chi refining stage disciples present could hardly contend with such a multitude of powerful adversaries. Nevertheless, the four symbols formation had managed to trap several of their number. Surely it could buy him some time. As long as he had a brief respite, he was confident that his three colleagues would arrive in time. At that moment, united, the four great blood servants would render him unafraid of any foe. As he pondered this, a resounding rumble emanated from the four symbols formation. With this sound, the white mist enveloping the formation surged violently, as if threatening to break and unleash its captives. What was happening? The four symbols formation should not falter so quickly. There must be an issue. Observing this scene, the ice demon's pale visage took on a tinge of green. Lord Ice, the enemy's assault came too swiftly. Several disciples responsible for sustaining the formation have perished. Consequently, the personnel managing the four symbols formation are insufficient, and the adversary may have discerned a flaw, a nearby disciple of the Black Shaman explained cautiously. Upon hearing this, the ice demon's heart surged with fury, and just as he opened his mouth to deliver a reprimand, a gentle voice came from behind. Ice demon, what has transpired? Has the four symbols formation been activated, yet it seems it cannot contain the adversary? At the sound of this voice, the ice demon felt an immediate sense of relief. Qingwen, you have finally arrived. Splendid. His voice was imbued with unmistakable joy as he turned to glance behind him. There, at a distance of 5 or 6 zhang, stood two individuals whose arrival had gone unnoticed. One appeared to be in his 30s, with well-defined features, a clean-shaven face, garbed in a blue robe, and was solemnly observing the anomalies of the four symbols formation. The other was tall and robust, sporting a bald head. It was Tai Luo, who had previously clashed with Han Li. Who are the intruders? Where is that little rascal Yi Shi? Tai Luo inquired, stroking his bald head, a bloodthirsty glint flashing across his face. Yi Shi is currently. The ice demon's sentence was abruptly cut short by a tremendous explosion, as the dense mist within the four symbols formation vanished without a trace. Before the once misty palace entrance, the figures of Han Li and his companions emerged. Upon discerning the cultivation levels and numbers of the intruders, Qing Wen's countenance shifted slightly, while Tai Luo was utterly astonished. Haha, you heretics believe that a mere broken formation can confine the people of Huangfeng Valley? Such delusions are truly laughable. As Song Meng suddenly found himself before the cold palace once more, he could not help but let out a series of excited shouts. Huangfeng Valley. The three from Qingwen were somewhat taken aback, but upon reflection, they deemed it entirely reasonable. Who, aside from the 7 great sects, could possibly mobilize so many foundation establishment cultivators in the kingdom of Yu? Why have you intruded upon the royal palace at night? Do you not fear violating the prohibitions? Qingwen inquired, his voice steady, hoping to instill a sense of caution in Lu Jing and the others, knowing well the strictures of the 7 sects. Lu Jing let out a cold snort, yet before he could speak, a voice rang out from across the way. It's you. Aren't you from the Qin Bamboo sect? How did you end up in league with the cultivators of Huangfeng Valley? The bald man, Tai Luo, scanned the crowd and quickly spotted Han Li at the back, his expression shifting to one of astonishment and suspicion. This proclamation momentarily stunned both allies and adversaries alike, their gazes fixating on Han Li. At that moment, the Taoist Qingwen finally recognized Han Li's visage, causing his features to twitch involuntarily, disbelief flooding his eyes. When did I ever claim to be from the Qin Bamboo sect? Han Li shot a frosty glare at the bald man before turning his gaze toward Qingwen. It was indeed surprising to see this former acquaintance from the Tainan society here. An unexpected twist that unraveled many of the mysteries surrounding his prior pursuit and assassination by the man in yellow. Realizing the full implications, Han Li's heart burned with fury, directing a fierce intent to kill toward the Taoist Qingwen. Nonsense. If you are not with the Qin Bamboo sect, how could you wield puppet techniques? The bald man persisted, unwilling to relent. Does my junior brother Han need to disclose his techniques to you? Let us engage. These individuals are deliberately stalling for time, and we cannot allow them to succeed, Lu Jing interjected sternly, raising his hand as a silver light surged forth toward the ice demon ahead. At that moment, the individuals from Huangfeng Valley comprehended the situation, cursing the cunning of their adversaries, and likewise summoned their magical artifacts, plunging into chaos. Han Li had long set his sights on Taoist Qingwen, and thus, the moment the conflict commenced, he and his senior brother Wang from Chunxiao Qian formed a pincer attack against their opponent. Without uttering a word, Han Li retrieved items from his storage bag, unleashing a dazzling array of golden, black, and red lights that soared into the sky. swirling momentarily above his head before roaring toward their foe. Han Li had no intention of engaging in idle chatter or reminiscing. Upon witnessing the overwhelming force of Han Li's attack, both Qingwen and the senior brother Wang's expressions altered dramatically. The latter displayed a look of surprise, secretly marveling at Han Li's formidable reputation, a testament to his prowess in vanquishing numerous Foundation establishment cultivators. Meanwhile, Taoist Qingwen, shrouded in an air of caution, enveloped himself in a faint green aura. Aware that Han Li harbored murderous intent, he resolved not to remain passive. Thus, he refrained from any further dialogue and swiftly extended his hand as the magical artifact approached. 5 azure orbs, resembling beads, erupted from his hand, instantly levitating and arranging themselves into a pentagonal formation around him. In a flash of blue light, a shimmering azure mist enveloped the area surrounding the azure pattern Taoist, and a pentagonal prism shield materialized out of thin air, encasing the Taoist securely within. A brilliant burst of multicolored light erupted as Han Li's golden insect mother blade and the dragon-shaped fire flame trident struck the azure prism simultaneously, emitting a dazzling brilliance. Yet, astonishingly, the peculiar shield remained unscathed. Han Li, my true azure shield can only be breached by cultivators at the core formation stage. Those at the Foundation establishment stage cannot inflict even the slightest damage. You might as well give up. The azure pattern Taoist suddenly remarked with a smile, exuding an air of familiarity with Han Li. For those with monthly votes, please lend your support to Wang Yu, though we are reluctant to ask for votes. The monthly statistics are indeed rather bleak without them. Therefore, to those readers who find this book enjoyable, casting a few monthly votes would provide some much-needed motivation. Chapter 319. The 4 Great Blood Servants, Not Necessarily. Han Li retorted with a cold smile. He then swiftly formed hand seals and abruptly summoned the various magical tools that had been bombarding the azure shield, causing them to soar into the sky, where they converged in midair. This unexpected move momentarily stunned the azure pattern Taoist, leaving him puzzled regarding Han Li's intentions. However, being the cunning individual he was, he would not allow Han Li to act unimpeded. In an instant, he produced 2 resplendent golden rings, radiating a chilling aura that signified their extraordinary nature. Go! The azure pattern Taoist commanded, casting the rings without hesitation, transforming them into streaks of golden light that surged toward Han Li. Han Li's brows furrowed, a fierce expression crossing his face as he prepared to summon his white phosphorus shield. However, before he could deploy the artifact, 3 streaks of green light suddenly darted in from the side, intercepting the 2 golden rays mid-flight and entangling them in a fierce struggle. You demon, have you truly forgotten about me? One of the figures directing the green lights smiled amiably at Han Li while commanding them. Upon witnessing this, Han Li felt a sense of relief wash over him and returned the smile. However, the azure pattern Taoist was not as composed. His expression darkened, and his gaze flickered uncertainly. Yet, he found himself at an impasse. After all, simultaneously controlling the true azure shield and the locking gold rings had already consumed a significant portion of his spiritual sense. Unlike Han Li, who had mastered the great transformation technique, he could not effortlessly manipulate such a multitude of magical tools. Though he still possessed some advantageous artifacts, he dared not use them recklessly. Concentrating all his spiritual sense on controlling the magical tools was a grave taboo for cultivators. Consequently, he remained oblivious to any impending dangers. Moreover, Han Li's rare ability to command over a dozen magical artifacts in tandem was facilitated by the fact that these tools were designed to be used in concert, effectively consuming only the magical energy equivalent to that of 3 artifacts. If he were to wield over a dozen distinct top-tier artifacts, even with his formidable spiritual sense and multiple divisions, his current level of magical energy would render him incapable of activating them. Around 5 artifacts was the limit of Han Li's magical energy. This elucidates why Han Li favors the use of complete sets of magical tools, as they adeptly amplify the potency of his Daiyan technique. In contrast, during his Qi refining phase, Han Li could merely manipulate the 8 subsidiary blades of the golden insect mother blade, which hardly constitutes true mastery. It was solely reliant on the primary blade in his grasp to command the sub-blades. The might and agility he wielded then pale in comparison to his current prowess, rendering any comparison utterly inconsequential. At a moment when Qingwen hesitated, contemplating alternative strategies, Han Li had already completed his incantation. The words of the giant sword technique slipped from his lips, cold and resolute. Subsequently, all the magical implements swirling above Qing Wen's head emitted an extraordinarily brilliant radiance. As the myriad hues converged, they coalesced into an enormous sword of light, intertwining gold, black, and red, suspended in the air, measuring no less than several dozen feet in size, truly astonishing. This technique, the giant sword's mastery, was derived from the golden pages detailing the complete set of Qing Yuan's sword radiance, and it represented the sole sword technique Han Li could wield at his current foundation building stage, its power manifesting a profound difference. Although Qing Yuan and Brother Wang's magical tools remained entangled in combat, both displayed expressions of terror. Even the most oblivious could discern the formidable strength of Han Li's technique. Internally lamenting, Qing Yuan disregarded the two golden rings, suddenly producing a gleaming brass mirror. At that moment, Han Li, his face frozen in frost, pointed at the colossal sword. Instantly, the giant sword descended silently from the heavens with an overwhelming momentum, as if intent on cleaving both shield and wielder alike. Witnessing this spectacle, Brother Wang momentarily forgot to exploit Qing Wen's distraction, his focus captured by the awe-inspiring descent of the giant sword. Lost in thoughts of whether he could withstand such a strike, Qing Yuan, the foremost in peril, wore an expression of utmost gravity and quickly tossed the brass mirror upwards. The mirror ascended rapidly above the protective barrier, and with a flash of yellow light, it unleashed a large cloud of yellow mist, obscuring the space above Qing Yuan. In an instant, the yellow cloud solidified into a massive brass shield, spinning incessantly above him. Han Li's countenance darkened. He formed a decisive gesture, and the enormous sword emitted a resounding thunderous roar, its momentum intensifying. In a heartbeat, the sword struck the brass shield. A tremendous explosion ensued. Although the shield radiated a fierce yellow light, it could only withstand the giant sword's onslaught for a fleeting moment before letting out a mournful cry, shattering into fragments. With the obstruction gone, the sword descended without pause, crashing onto the azure prism, producing a deafening sound of splintering pressure. Witnessing the inexplicable might of this colossal sword, Qing Yuan's demeanor finally betrayed a hint of panic. He swiftly channeled azure energy from both hands, forcefully dividing it to press against the sides of the protective barrier, desperately striving to fortify the defenses of the azure wood true shield. The three-colored brilliance of the giant sword clashed with the azure shield below, igniting a cacophony of crackling explosions. With Qing Yuan's relentless effort, the azure wood true shield indeed managed to withstand the sword's descending force. As the scene unfolded, Han Li and Qing Yuan each took decisive action. One invoked a formidable spell, aiming to shatter the luminous barrier with a colossal sword, intent on avenging the treachery suffered years prior. The other desperately infused spiritual energy into the shield, striving to endure until the adversary's power waned, thus preserving his own life. At that moment, Brother Wang, realizing the gravity of the situation, swiftly pulverized the two golden rings, then commanded 3 emerald beams of light to surge menacingly towards the Taoist Qing Yuan. He understood that with Han Li and the enemy locked in a stalemate, even a slight assistance from him could serve as the tipping point, enabling him to eliminate the formidable blood servant effortlessly. The treasures possessed by this blood servant would rightfully belong to him thereafter. With this thought, his excitement intensified. Yet, just as Brother Wang indulged in his dreams, Qing Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, a streak of yellow light, swift as lightning, darted past Qing Yuan, causing the Taoist to vanish from sight. Han Li's 3-colored sword, though launched, struck the ground, creating a deep crater. Brother Wang's emerald beams similarly found their mark in empty air, prompting his furious gaze to follow the trajectory of the yellow light. Indeed, Qing Yuan reappeared, now 20 paces away, accompanied by a young man clad in yellow, exuding an air of nonchalance. Upon noticing Brother Wang's stare, he calmly declared, "This individual once saved my life. He must not be dispatched so easily." Following this, he jovially addressed Han Li, "Brother Han, who would have thought we would meet again? I am Wu Jiuji." This seemingly indifferent youth was none other than Wu Jiuji, the young cultivator who had once attempted to deceive Han Li, only to be unmasked. Now, however, he radiated a peculiar yellow glow, suggesting he had reached the early stages of foundation establishment. "Jiuji, our paths diverge. There is no need for further discourse. Now that you have arrived, we four might engage in earnest combat." Qing Yuan, recovering from the earlier peril, shot a resentful glance at Han Li and spoke with bitterness. Upon hearing this, Wu Jiuji sighed. Choosing not to respond to Han Li, Qing Wen, seizing the moment, emitted a distinctive call, 2 long and 1 short. Hearing this, Tai Luo and the Ice Demon, who were under siege by Lu Jing and company, brightened with hope and swiftly joined Qing Wen and Wu Jiuji. What is happening? Another has joined. Lu Jing, upon witnessing the sudden appearance of Wu Jiuji, immediately grasped the situation and frowned. Previously, their 5 had struggled to inflict harm on the 2 blood servants, merely gaining an upper hand. It was evident that these 4 blood servants were not typical foundation stage cultivators, and now, with their assembly, the challenge had escalated significantly. With this realization, Lu Jing cautiously called out, and the others gathered by Han Li's side. Han Li regarded Wu Jiuji, who had just emerged, feeling a tumult of emotions. He had harbored considerable fondness for this peculiar and spirited youth back in the day. However, fate plays cruel tricks, and now the 2 sides must engage in a deadly struggle. The blood servants, including the demonized Qing Wen, understood that relying solely on ordinary magical tools and techniques to contend with Han Li and his companions would yield little chance of victory. After all, the numbers of the Huangfeng Valley were overwhelming. Even 2 against 1 would be more than sufficient. As the 4 gathered, under Qing Wen's chilling command, a crimson glow erupted from their bodies, transforming them into 4 varying sizes of blood-red cocoons, signaling their intention to annihilate Han Li and his companions. Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Jing and the other cultivators from Huangfeng Valley, already informed by Han Li about the transformation abilities of these demons, knew precisely what their adversaries intended. Without hesitation, they unleashed their magical tools and techniques upon the 4 cocoons, recognizing that before their enemies could emerge from their transformations, these blood servants were excellent stationary targets, and they would not miss this opportunity to strike. Unfortunately, as Han Li had indicated, these luminous orbs proved remarkably resilient. After a tempestuous barrage of attacks, they stood unscathed, showing no signs of damage. The expressions of Lu Jing and his companions darkened. Let us not hold back any longer. Unleash your most formidable techniques. Lu Jing commanded with steely resolve. If we do not act now, we shall regret it once they emerge from their transformations. With that proclamation, he promptly retracted his magical tool and solemnly produced a golden talisman, pinching it between 2 fingers. He began to chant an incantation, and as he recited the mysterious verses, the talisman radiated a resplendent golden light. Han Li felt a surge of astonishment, though unaware of the rank of this talisman. Lu Jing's need to invoke a spell at his mid-foundation level indicated its extraordinary nature. Seeing this, the others exchanged glances before each began to display their own unique abilities. Among them, the most eye-catching were Sister Chun Xiaoqian and Song Meng, who each produced a talisman inscribed with a magical artifact design, promptly sitting down to concentrate on channeling their energy. Waves of blue and gray luminescence emanated from their talismans, evoking envy among the others. Such talismans were not easily obtained by every foundation-level cultivator. Possessing them indicated either support from a prominent family or deep favor from their mentors. Otherwise, it would be nearly impossible for them to acquire such treasures on their own. While others admired their luck, they too were determined not to lag behind, unleashing sharp spells or summoning even more marvelous magical tools to launch the next round of attacks, filling the air with brilliant light and chaotic movements of artifacts. Meanwhile, Han Li refrained from utilizing the talisman or the previously formidable sword technique. Instead, he opted for the most efficient method, with a gentle wave of his hands. 4 beast puppets emerged before him with a sound akin to heavy objects hitting the ground. As these puppets opened their cold, unfeeling eyes and gaped their enormous mouths, beams of light shot forth like long white ribbons. Han Li, positioned behind them, seized the opportunity to recover the magical energy expended in the earlier battle. Now, he is yet to lay eyes on the formidable Black Shaman, and he is reluctant to expend his full strength prematurely, depleting his magical energy too soon. It is Han Li's resolute intention to conserve his magical power in case of unforeseen circumstances, for once his energy is exhausted. Even his greatest abilities and tactics would be rendered useless. When the beast puppets emerged, they elicited a momentary glance of surprise from his fellow disciples. Yet each quickly returned to their own endeavors. After all, the choice of techniques and cultivation methods is a personal secret, and no one would foolishly inquire into another's affairs. Those with a modicum of understanding of puppet arts speculated that Han Li had obtained these techniques from Li Huayuan. Given Li Huayuan's prowess to eliminate several Qian bamboo sect cultivators and acquire some of their cultivation methods, it was not particularly astonishing. Thus, the others regarded Han Li's beast puppets with merely a sense of curiosity. At that moment, Lu Jing successfully activated his golden talisman, which trembled slightly before transforming into a radiant beam of golden light that soared above the scarlet cocoon. Then, with a sharp crack, the golden light erupted into countless shimmering droplets, cascading through the air like a dream, truly an awe-inspiring spectacle. Yet beneath this stunning display lurked a deadly intent. For as Lu Jing deftly manipulated his incantation, the myriad light points morphed in an uncanny manner, gradually elongating and transforming into an array of golden daggers. Although merely an inch in length, each exuded a chilling aura and was extraordinarily sharp. Thousand Blades Technique. Lu Jing quietly uttered the name of this golden spell. This scene left all but the two still operating their talismans momentarily stunned. Gold-based spells are exceedingly rare among the 5 elemental arts, largely consisting of auxiliary techniques such as golden armor and iron skin. Now, Lu Jing's talisman not only represented an offensive golden spell, but also a mid-tier area attack spell, which astonished everyone, including Han Li, causing them to pause and observe the spell's intricate marvels. At that moment, thousands of golden blades hung ominously in the air above the luminous cocoon, their presence immensely formidable. However, as Lu Jing urged the incantation, the golden daggers descended like hailstones, plunging toward the crimson light below. Following this, a series of muffled piercing sounds resonated in Han Li and the others' ears. The golden glow intertwined with the blood-red light, splattering brilliance as if a fireworks display was unfolding. The once unyielding cocoon, impervious to previous assaults, began to exhibit signs of change under this ferocious onslaught. The crimson light swelled dramatically, seemingly aware of the threat, actively thickening its hue as it clashed more violently with the incoming golden blades. Observing this development, Lu Jing felt a surge of joy rather than panic. The emergence of the cocoon's transformation indicated that his attack was indeed effective. With increased intensity, he believed he could still breach this sanguine barrier. Yet, in an instant, more than half of the small blades had fallen, while the crimson glow remained as vibrant as ever, appearing almost unfazed. Lu Shixiang, allow me to lend you a hand, bellowed Songming. The gray talisman in his hand underwent a transformation, morphing into a small gray firearm several feet in length, exuding an eerie gray mist. First, focus on eliminating the blood servant on the left. Do not disperse our attacks, Lu Jing exclaimed with delight upon witnessing Song Meng's talisman reveal its true form. He then pointed towards the small sword still suspended in the air. Instantly, all the golden swords coalesced, darting towards the luminous orb that was the ice demon, now a manifestation of the blood servant. After a thunderous cacophony, the onlookers beheld with astonishment as the bloodlight encasing the orb seemed to diminish significantly. Seeing the effectiveness of their assault, Han Li and the others unleashed their spells, artifacts, and beast puppets simultaneously, while Song Meng's gray firearm emitted a chilling shriek, following suit. In Han Li's eyes, the once impenetrable bloodlight cocoon was swiftly eroded, leaving only a fragile layer, through which the silhouette within became faintly discernible. Ultimately, the gray firearm pierced through, provoking an enraged roar that reverberated painfully in the ears of the gathered crowd. Subsequently, 2 crystalline, pristine claws emerged from the bloodlight, engaging in a furious dance that violently tore apart the remaining bloodlight, revealing the true form of the figure within, a half-transformed white creature. At first glance, it appeared strikingly handsome, clearly a youthful man. However, 2 small white horns protruded from his forehead, and a tail, about a foot long and glistening with pearly scales, extended from his lower back. Not to mention the razor-sharp claws and layers of translucent, milky white demonic patterns adorning his body. A gaping, blood-soaked wound, the size of a bowl, marred his shoulder, with the surrounding flesh writhing in a grotesque manner, sending chills down the spine of any onlooker. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the wound seemed to be closing and healing. "You seek death," roared the half-transformed ice demon, retaining enough awareness to address the crowd with malevolence. Despite not having fully completed his transformation, the demon's inherent traits were sufficient to delay his opponents until his comrades could fully metamorphose. Lu Jing and the others, having never witnessed such a transformation, were taken aback by the creature's horrific visage. Though Han Li had mentioned the bizarre appearance of blood servants post-transformation, the reality left them profoundly shaken and filled with trepidation. Suddenly, several beams of white light shot forth, striking the ice demon's bare torso and sending him tumbling uncontrollably. This was the work of Han Li, who preferred not to waste time with dialogue and commanded his beast puppets to attack. The others, realizing the situation, resumed their relentless onslaught. However, as the ice demon lay on the ground, a chilling mist enveloped him. When the fog dissipated, he vanished without a trace. The group, now alarmed, began searching frantically. Based on their experience, such occurrences typically indicated that the opponent had employed a form of escape technique, fleeing rapidly from the scene. But not too far. Yet, aside from the 3 glowing cocoons, there was no sign of anyone else in the vicinity. The ordinary disciples of the Black Shaman sect were not foolish. They had long since fled. Upon witnessing this, Han Li felt a sudden chill run down his spine as a thought occurred to him. Hastily, he patted his storage bag, and both the white phosphorus shield and the turtle shell artifact swiftly emerged, whirling around him in rapid motion. He then exclaimed loudly, "Brothers, be cautious. This person is concealed." As soon as Han Li's words left his lips, a woman's shrill scream pierced the air, causing everyone to turn in shock. They beheld Chun Xiao, Qian's senior sister, who had been seated on the ground activating her talisman, now lying supine, her chest grotesquely torn open as if someone had thrust their hand inside, crushing her heart. Lying in a pool of her own blood, her once beautiful face contorted in agony, her limbs twitching uncontrollably, her eyes filled with an expression of disbelief and terror. Yet, a fleeting look of defiance flickered across her features before her pupils glazed over, and she succumbed to death. As we approach a climactic moment, the author needs to carefully contemplate the details, so I shall not rush to write the next chapter tonight. Tomorrow, we shall continue crafting splendid content for everyone, as it is only right to honor those readers who have paid for their subscriptions, ensuring they feel their money was well spent. For those who enjoy waiting for subscriptions in the evening, there is no need to linger tonight. It would be wise to retire early. Your health is paramount. Volume 3, Chapter 321, Hidden Dual Shui Hong, a fellow disciple of the deceased Chun Xiaoqian, let out a heart-wrenching wail. With a sweep of her hands, a dark light shot forth, swirling around the corpse in a frenzied attempt to uncover the ice demon that had inflicted this harm. It is indeed tragic that Shui Hong met such an unjust fate. Had she not succumbed to a moment of competitive spirit and activated her talisman, perhaps she would still be alive. Prior to invoking the talisman, she had maintained a protective veil floating beside her. However, in her eagerness to expedite the talisman's activation and conserve some spiritual energy, she carelessly retracted her protective artifact, leaving herself defenseless, ultimately leading to her demise. Yet, to claim that this young woman was merely inexperienced and careless would be somewhat unfair. She had seen her adversaries transform into cocoons of light, and, believing her surroundings to be secure with fellow disciples, felt emboldened to activate her talisman without hesitation. Little did she know that the ice demon had partially dematerialized and emerged from its cocoon, swiftly becoming invisible and targeting her. At that moment, she was in the final stages of channeling her talisman, and even if she had wished to halt the process, she could not have done so in time, leading to her tragic fate. It is worth noting that Song Meng, while activating his spear talisman, had also neglected to employ any protective measures. However, his talisman possessed lesser power, allowing him to successfully activate it ahead of time. Otherwise, the hidden ice demon could have easily ambushed any of them. Moreover, it should be noted that not only these two, but also Han Li and his companions who had just attacked had not employed many defensive artifacts, as the luminous cocoons had merely served as non-retaliatory targets, and they were understandably reluctant to expend their energy summoning additional protective measures. However, upon witnessing the harrowing demise of the woman, her heart cruelly extracted, and hearing Han Li's urgent warning, a cold sweat broke out among the others. Instantly, protective artifacts and shields materialized to guard against this sinister and ferocious foe's potential ambush. Yet, a perplexing situation unfolded. Regardless of the invisibility spells and artifacts they employed, they could not trace the whereabouts of the malevolent being. Occasionally, they caught a fleeting glimpse of its presence, but just as quickly as the flicker of hope appeared, the creature vanished, seemingly in the midst of rapid motion. At that moment, The ice demon became utterly translucent, intermittently flickering in and out of sight around them. Not only did the naked eye fail to capture its presence, but even the most spiritually attuned artifacts lost their efficacy in tracking it, swiftly being outmaneuvered. Fear permeated the group, each individual acutely aware of their surroundings, rendered immobile by the oppressive presence of the half-demonized ice creature. Only Han Li observed the scene with a peculiar expression. His comrade, Brother Wang, who had fought alongside him, had never before encountered such a blood-soaked tableau. His face turned ashen, betraying a profound terror. For him, the sudden and brutal death of his sister disciple, with whom he had shared laughter just moments ago, felt surreal. A stark contrast to his prior expectations of effortlessly vanquishing their foes. As this realization dawned, he cast a glance at his dual cultivation partner, Sister Xiahong, whose brother wore a look of frantic despair, deepening Wang's own pallor. Perhaps it is true that the more one fears something, the more it draws near. Whether the ice demon sensed his trepidation or deemed him an easier target remained uncertain. In the moment of his disorientation, a transparent, icy claw materialized from behind him, viciously lunging toward his heart. Fortunately, his protective artifact, a small bronze shield, possessed considerable sentience. Before he could even command it, it instinctively moved to intercept the attack. With a soft clang, although the icy claw was repelled, the bronze shield was instantly encrusted with a thick layer of frost and fell to the ground, momentarily rendered inert. Brother Wang, now acutely aware of the peril behind him, felt the blood drain from his face as he instinctively turned, panic-stricken, scanning his surroundings. After a moment of hesitation, he bent down to retrieve the small bronze shield, intent on thawing it to reinitiate its protective function. "Move!" shouted Lu Jing, witnessing Wang's actions with a mix of alarm and fury. "What?" Wang was momentarily taken aback, still trying to comprehend the situation when the water-based shield behind him shattered with a crystalline sound, followed by a bone-chilling gust of wind sweeping towards his back. Realization struck. He understood too late that the invisible ice demon had not retreated after its initial strike, but had circled around to launch a fatal blow from behind. In that instant, his mind went blank. The sole image flooding his thoughts was that of Sister Xiahong lying lifeless in a pool of blood. To his astonishment, it was his turn so soon. The only thought that crossed Wang's mind was a simple phrase. Just then, his vision blurred, and he felt a lightness in his body as if he were soaring through the clouds. Below him, a thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by furious shouts. Moments later, his feet landed firmly on solid ground, and he stood there, steady and unyielding. "Wang Shidi, are you all right?" A voice filled with concern pierced through his bewilderment, leaving him uncertain of his fate. Turning his head, he recognized the familiar face of Lu Jing, who looked at him with evident worry. Upon seeing Lu's visage, Wang realized he was indeed alive and unharmed, and he could not help but express his profound gratitude. "Lu Shixiao, was it you who saved me?" The moment he spoke, Wang was taken aback by his own hoarse voice, indicative of the fright he had just experienced. Lu Jing, however, appeared slightly embarrassed as he replied, "I must confess, Shidi, your survival is not my merit. It was actually Han Shidi who intervened to rescue you, and he is currently engaged in battle with that fiend." Ahem. I had my doubts about Han Shidi's feats of slaying several Foundation establishment cultivators at such a young age, but now I am truly enlightened. His strength is indeed unfathomable. Han Shidi? Wang was momentarily stunned. He distinctly remembered Han Li being 5 to 6 zhang away from him. How could he have acted in time? With that thought, he quickly turned to observe the source of the combat sounds. What he saw left him utterly astonished. The place where he had been ambushed was now empty. Yet the air was filled with the sounds of fierce clashes and a low, furious bellow. Mysterious flashes of light and sword chi shot forth, carving numerous grooves into the ground around him. It took Wang a while to regain his composure. Just as he was about to voice his astonishment, a wild gust of wind swept through the area, and a translucent figure suddenly materialized, shooting backward in a bizarre manner, startling Wang. This figure was none other than the half-demonic blood servant who had attacked him, now appearing even more otherworldly, its body resembling crystal, exceedingly transparent. "Impossible. How can you see through my invisibility and match my speed?" The crystalline visage of the fiend reflected a mix of rage and fear. Yet, as those words left its lips, it let out a primal roar and lunged forward, vanishing once more. A cold snort from Han Li followed, reigniting the sounds of battle, which became even more intense, no longer confined to one spot, but spilling outwards. Lu Jing and the others, who could only hear the chaos without witnessing the source, were left pale-faced and retreating in alarm. It was the dual cultivation partner of the tragically deceased female cultivator, whose thirst for vengeance was palpable. He could only retreat momentarily, fearing that he might unwittingly be caught in the fray between Han Li and this malevolent being, leading to an untimely and inexplicable demise. They understood that at this moment, they could not intervene in this unseen battle. "Look at the ground," Song Ming exclaimed suddenly. The others, hearing his call, instinctively lowered their heads, and a chill of horror swept through their hearts. Before them lay a thick layer of crystalline ice that had formed on the ground, shimmering under the moonlight. Smooth and treacherous, this cunning fiend has transformed the ground to his advantage. This is detrimental to junior brother Han. Song Ming's face reflected anxiety as he voiced his concerns. Although they were unaware of the escape technique Han Li employed, which rendered them incapable of tracking his whereabouts, the sounds of the battle suggested that he had not fallen behind. Clearly, the icy surface did not significantly impede him. However, the strange transformations of these malevolent beings had exceeded their expectations, resulting in the loss of a fellow cultivator. Lu Jing, after a moment of silence, gradually articulated his thoughts, feeling an undeniable sense of guilt. The others, upon hearing his words and observing Lu Jing's grave expression, were at a loss for how to offer comfort. Unbeknownst to them, Han Li, the junior brother they spoke of, was simultaneously engaged in fierce combat with the ice demon, his heart ablaze with indignation. His ire was not merely due to the moment of compassion that led him to save that senior brother Wang from the clutches of the ice demon, compelling him to utilize the Luo Yin step in this confrontation. Rather, it stemmed from Lu Jing and the others failing to seize the opportunity to eradicate the remaining blood servants still in their transformation. If the three of them fully emerged, it would truly spell disaster. Earlier, he had witnessed senior brother Wang on the verge of falling victim to the ice demon's venomous grasp. Out of gratitude for Wang's assistance during the battle against the Qingwen, Han Li had swiftly intervened to save him. Subsequently, the demon seemed to view Han Li as an obstruction to its plans, relentlessly pursuing him and forcing him to defend himself. Yet, Han Li recognized that this ice demon posed a significant threat to his fellow cultivators, and it was best for him to eliminate it. After all, further losses among their ranks would render their combat efforts insufficient. Now, entangled with this demon, Han Li was taken aback to realize that the others were merely spectators to his struggle, failing to capitalize on the opportunity to strike at the three cocoons. Was this not a grievous waste of a splendid chance? Nevertheless, he surmised that the others were likely aware of the importance of seizing the moment. However, the ice demon's uncanny ability to become invisible and the tragic demise of their comrade had instilled fear regarding the potential transformation of the other blood servants. Though they understood that fully transformed blood servants would undoubtedly be more formidable, hesitation lingered in their hearts, perhaps even a flicker of retreat. Yet Han Li had not come here merely to eradicate the Black Sha. He had a predetermined purpose and would not easily back down. Moreover, despite the half-demon ice demon having claimed one of their own upon emerging from its cocoon, Han Li believed that with careful navigation, it was not insurmountable. In fact, in his eyes, this being was less formidable than that bald-headed brute he had previously faced. This demon merely rendered its body transparent, enabling swift movements and the manipulation of icy energies. The so-called invisibility is merely an illusion of rapid movement akin to his swift smoke steps. The peculiar transparency of his body renders him even more elusive. However, this enigmatic technique can only manifest its true power on the ground. Once the others ascend into the sky and create distance, they can unleash wide-ranging spells to compel him to reveal himself. After all, the rapid movement of the physical body can assert dominance over short distances, yet at greater lengths, it cannot keep pace with the flying cultivators. Lu Jing and his fellow disciples had never engaged in such close-quarter combat, naturally perceiving the opponent as almost ghostly, making them feel utterly helpless. Yet Han Li frequently employed this style of fighting, thus he was well-versed in handling it. With this thought, Han Li suddenly swung his silver sword, repelling his opponent's claws, and revealed himself, proclaiming loudly, "Brother Lu, you all must ascend into the sky and continue to attack those three blood servants. I shall not allow this demon before me to disturb you." After uttering these words, Han Li's figure abruptly flickered and vanished again. In reality, The silver sword in his hand moved with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible, forcing the ice demon to retreat repeatedly, leaving it no chance to ascend from the ground. The silver sword was indeed a prized possession from the blood trial, capable of withstanding the opponent's claws without sustaining damage. However, it too was incapable of inflicting harm upon the demon's icy talons, which left Han Li both intrigued and astonished. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Lu Jing pondered briefly and grasped his intent, yet a trace of hesitation crossed his face. Internally, he was embroiled in a profound conflict. Although Lu Jing hailed from a prestigious family of cultivators, he had once been abducted by dark practitioners during his childhood, enduring a harrowing period of torment that nearly cost him his life. Eventually, he was rescued by his family and became a disciple under Li Huayuan, achieving considerable cultivation. Yet, the shadow of his early experiences instilled in him an intense hatred for dark practitioners. He adhered to a ruthless principle of eliminating any and all who practiced strange and sinister techniques. The repercussions of his actions brought him immense satisfaction and garnered him significant renown. Even those from the 7 sects who were more powerful than he would regard him with a glimmer of respect. Externally, Lu Jing maintained a stoic demeanor, but internally, he gradually became enamored with the admiration he received. Consequently, his subsequent efforts to eradicate dark practitioners were largely propelled by a desire to bask in the reverence of others. Of course, he carefully concealed this mindset deep within, presenting himself as the same valiant and righteous Lu Jing, fiercely opposed to evil. Before him, the Black Sha sect certainly represented the most formidable and necessary evil to eradicate. However, their strength was also the most formidable he had encountered among dark practitioners. He harbored little confidence that relying solely on ordinary magical artifacts would suffice to eliminate the remaining 3 blood servants. Any slight reduction in their offensive might only lead to the early transformation of the remaining 3 into half-demons. A half-demon alone was already a daunting challenge. Should the other 3 emerge, they would be utterly incapable of handling the situation and might very well lose their lives. If they were to retreat now, their mission would be thwarted, and they would have failed utterly. The Black Shaman sect is undoubtedly destined to transition from light to darkness, vanishing into obscurity once more. This will render the reputation he has painstakingly built over the years utterly futile. The mere thought of the scornful gazes directed at him by others constricted Lu Jing's chest, leaving him in a state of profound melancholy. Han Li's urging had propelled him to the precipice of a critical decision. Senior Lu, should we consider a retreat? Brother Wang, who had been rescued by Han Li, tentatively approached and whispered, "The strength of the Black Shaman sect far exceeds our expectations. If we do not leave now, it may be too late." From the erratic glimmer in his eyes, Lu Jing discerned a clear sign of trepidation. Retreat? If I take that course, I fear I shall be seen in the same light by my fellow brothers. Lu Jing thought with a bitter smile. Everyone, ascend to the sky and protect my formation. I will handle the remaining 3 blood servants myself, he stated calmly, a faint smile gracing his lips. Internally, he resolved, it seems I have no choice but to employ that item. It is the only way to achieve victory and safeguard my reputation, although it is indeed a means of preserving my own life. Senior Lu, you intend to face the remaining blood servants alone? Not only Brother Wang, but others nearby exhibited expressions of disbelief upon hearing Lu Jing's declaration. This reaction brought Lu Jing a sense of gratification, though he maintained an air of nonchalance. Swiftly flying into the air without further ado, and solemnly retrieving a fiery red jade box from his storage pouch. At that moment, Lu Jing regained his usual composure, exuding an air of confidence that inspired some faith among his companions, who also took to the skies. Glancing at the jade box in his hands, a fleeting trace of reluctance crossed Lu Jing's face, yet he quickly steeled himself and clapped his hands upon the box. Instantly, the entire container shattered into countless fragments, revealing a peculiar talisman enveloped in a crimson glow. The talisman bore the image of a fiery bird, whose wings flapped energetically within the confines of the talisman, soaring as freely as a real bird, with its irises emitting a faint blue light that occasionally shifted. Even more astonishing was that, upon its emergence, waves of scorching heat radiated outward, causing the temperature in the vicinity to escalate dramatically, rendering those nearby parched and breathless. Song Meng and others, who had just approached, witnessed this astonishing display. A talisman treasure, Song Meng exclaimed upon sighting the item. No, this is not an ordinary talisman treasure. This is a true treasure. Brother Wang gasped in disbelief at the sight of the talisman, which, despite resembling a talisman treasure, exuded an unmistakable aura of grandeur. Those familiar with true treasures were equally astounded by his words. While true treasures do belong to the category of talisman treasures, they differ significantly from ordinary ones in numerous aspects. Firstly, an ordinary talisman treasure possesses at most 1/10 of the power of the original artifact, even at its peak. In contrast, a true treasure can defy the odds by containing 1/3 of the power of its original artifact, a feat that no ordinary talisman treasure can match. Moreover, the true treasures, when brought into existence, must undergo a refining process governed by the bloodline of their masters. Only descendants possessing a specific lineage can wield these true treasures. They are not for just anyone to utilize. Otherwise, upon infusing them with spiritual energy, these treasures would self-destruct. While the aforementioned advantages are evident, the inherent flaws of true treasures are significant. Otherwise, the legacies of our ancestors would be replete with such artifacts. The most pronounced drawback of true treasures is that, although they can contain powers several times greater than ordinary talismans, they are strictly one-time consumables. Once activated, their full potency is unleashed instantaneously, with no opportunity for subsequent use. Consequently, their practicality is greatly diminished compared to conventional talismans. However, the rarity of these true treasures is primarily attributed to another exceedingly stringent condition. Once a magical artifact is refined into a true treasure through bloodline means, the power lost from that artifact is irrevocably permanent. It cannot be restored or reforged. This reality has led some ancestors, fully aware of their impending demise, to refrain from undertaking such a process with their cherished artifacts, preferring instead to leave several talismans for their descendants. Hence, some practitioners jest that in the realm of cultivation, true treasures are significantly scarcer than magical artifacts. While this statement may be somewhat exaggerated, it is not far from the truth. In the third volume, chapter 323, titled Slaying Demons, the activation of true treasures is far more challenging than that of ordinary talismans. This is precisely why Lu Jing requested his fellow disciples to provide protection. He wished to avoid a fate akin to that of his tragically deceased junior sister. Thus, after releasing a yellow circular artifact to encircle himself, he finally felt at ease enough to sit cross-legged and channel his spiritual power into the fiery bird true treasure. The crimson talisman in Lu Jing's palm began to radiate with an increasingly vibrant glow, and the firebird depicted within danced with growing agility and exuberance, appearing ready to leap forth from the talisman. It seemed that the moment the bird took form and emerged would signify the success of the activation. Although Han Li was entangled with the ice demon on the ground, he understood that his comrades were employing their own strategies, which brought him a sense of relief. He dreaded the thought of them abandoning him out of fear, leaving him to face the Blackshaw Lord alone with no means to obtain the coveted item. With his attention now fully focused on the opponent before him, Han Li, utilizing his mid-foundation cultivation to execute the Misty Smoke step, felt the strain it placed upon his body. He could no longer afford to prolong this swift confrontation. He had to take a daring risk with a decisive strike. Contemplating this, he wielded his silver sword with deft movements, pressuring the ice demon until it could barely catch its breath. Meanwhile, his other hand silently retrieved an item from his storage pouch, which he deftly wrapped around his ring finger. Having completed this task, a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he brought his hands together, adopting a fierce stance with his sword held high. He launched a brutal, head-on slash. The speed of this strike far surpassing all previous attacks, causing the ice demon to feel a sudden chill run through its being. Instinctively, it began to retreat while raising its crystalline ice claws in a desperate attempt to parry the blow. With a sharp clang, the ice demon let out a cold laugh. Propelled by the force of the strike, it accelerated further away from Han Li. However, a hint of derision appeared on Han Li's face. Just as the ice demon sensed something awry, Han Li released one hand from the sword and abruptly pulled back. Consequently, the ice demon's backward flight inexplicably halted, and it found itself hurtling towards Han Li uncontrollably. At that moment, Han Li gripped the sword with both hands once more, adopting a stance for a decisive strike. His expression devoid of any emotion. The ice demon was taken aback, desperately struggling, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, it reached Han Li's side, whereupon Han Li's silver sword flickered, emitting countless fleeting silver rays. The two figures brushed past each other, and in the moonlight, their forms became visible. Han Li stood firm with his sword, while the ice demon crashed heavily to the ground. This scene was vividly observed by Song Meng and others from above, causing them to grow increasingly anxious. The ice demon swayed as it rose, staring at Han Li's back, a sinister smile creeping onto its face. Just as it was about to utter something, its expression suddenly froze. A series of crisp cracking sounds echoed, and the ice demon's translucent body, akin to ice, was riddled with countless fine fissures. In an instant, the cracks elongated, and amidst the sound of shattering, the ice demon disintegrated into a pile of sparkling ice shards on the ground. Among the crystalline fragments, a complete claw extended halfway, its sharp tip still emanating a chilling aura. Only this object could withstand Han Li's swift slicing without sustaining damage. Han Li cast a cold glance at the shattered ice demon, then lifted his gaze to the three blood-red cocoons, his brows knitting together in concern. Silently, he gestured, and an ice claw flew straight towards him. In the reflection of the moonlight, one could faintly discern a transparent thread connecting Han Li to the claw, the very cause of the ice demon's demise. As Han Li engaged in battle once more, he deftly manipulated the invisible thread on his ring finger, silently ensnaring the demon's claw. Although the demon's transformed icy form had become transparent and hard, it had similarly lost its sensitivity, allowing Han Li to easily secure the kill. Han Li glanced down at the ice claw, hesitated for a moment, then discarded it. Despite recognizing it as an exceptional material for crafting, having withstood the silver sword without breaking, he could not shake the unsettling thought of its human origin and thus refrained from keeping it. He approached the remnants of the ice demon, carelessly slashing through the shards with his silver sword until he unearthed a storage pouch, which he inspected briefly before carefully stowing it away. Without uttering a word, he ascended into the sky, intent on discovering the next ploys of his fellow disciples. As the three blood servants were poised to transform, unbeknownst to Han Li, at that very moment, within a hidden chamber beneath a false mountain, a fair-skinned middle-aged man suddenly opened his blood-red eyes, murmuring to himself, "Has the ice demon perished? Good. This saves me the trouble of intervening later." Having uttered these words, he nonchalantly closed his eyes once more. Before him lay a skeletal figure, its emaciated bones starkly visible, seemingly devoid of any flesh save for a thin layer of skin. Judging by its attire, it appeared to be a practitioner from Huangfeng Valley. As Han Li soared into the air on his flying vessel, he had yet to speak when Song Meng and the others hurriedly surrounded him, their faces alight with astonishment and admiration, even tinged with a hint of reverence. Meanwhile, the dual cultivation partner of Sister Xiahong looked on with reddened eyes, filled with profound gratitude. Han Li, slightly modest, pointed curiously at the glaringly red talisman in Lu Jing's hand and inquired about it. One among them promptly explained the matter of the true treasure, much to Han Li's delight, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He had indeed heard of true treasures, but never anticipated that this senior Lu would possess such an item, and even more surprising was his willingness to utilize it. Typically, such treasures were reserved for life or death situations. Han Li's experiences differed from those of Lu Jing, rendering him unable to comprehend Lu Jing's complex emotions and his sense of insecurity. For Han Li, the way others perceived him was of little consequence. As long as his interests remained unscathed, he would not lose a single hair. Nonetheless, if an opportunity arose to leave a favorable impression on others without exerting much effort, he would gladly seize it. However, to maintain such an impression at the cost of using treasures like the true treasure was a folly he would never entertain. Yet, Lu Jing's actions genuinely moved Han Li, leading him to question whether his previous perspectives were misguided. Could there truly be individuals willing to risk their own well-being for the sake of ridding the world of evil? Just as Han Li felt a twinge of shame, a furious roar erupted from below, imbued with a bloodthirsty intent. Startled, Han Li and the others quickly glanced downward. They beheld one of the blood-red cocoons swelling and morphing, as if the blood servant within was on the verge of emerging. A chill ran through Han Li. It appeared he would need to confront another blood servant to provide Senior Lu with some time. As he contemplated his next move, a calm voice resonated from behind the group. "Seniors, step aside. Allow me to vanquish these three fiends." The expression on everyone's faces brightened with hope, and Han Li swiftly turned to see Lu Jing smiling at them, a petite, charming red bird flitting around in his palm, delightful in its demeanor. The oppressive heat that had lingered nearby vanished without a trace. Was this the true form of the treasure? Han Li gazed at the red bird with astonishment. "Thank you, Guardians," Lu Jing said, gradually rising and gracefully gliding to the forefront of Han Li and the others. Then, amidst their astonished gazes, he unhesitatingly blew gently upon the little bird, which immediately let out a melodious chirp and soared from Lu Jing's hand, darting joyfully downward. At that moment, the glowing cocoon below, which had already undergone a transformation, emitted a muffled pop and spontaneously split open. From within emerged a creature entwined in azure light, its form strikingly reminiscent of the half-demon appearance of the ice spirit, albeit in a deep teal hue. The countenance of this creature was unmistakably that of the azure-patterned Taoist, yet his face was now contorted with madness, as if his mind had become somewhat unhinged. He let out a frenzied roar, and upon raising his gaze, he beheld a fire-red bird soaring gracefully towards him. Instantly, his demeanor faltered, and the madness on his face was replaced by sheer terror. In a panic, he glanced around wildly, and suddenly, a surge of azure light enveloped him as he took to the skies, attempting to flee. However, at that very moment, the crimson bird emitted a sharp cry, its form expanding dramatically into a giant flaming bird the size of a man. With a powerful flap of its wings, it seemed to teleport from a distance of several dozen feet, appearing right behind the transformed azure-patterned creature, pecking at him gently with its pointed red beak. The third volume. Chapter 324. The Black Fiend Sect Leader. The searing flames erupted to a height of 6 or 7 feet, and under the giant bird's peck, the azure-patterned figure was transformed into a massive fiery silhouette, plummeting from the sky. Upon hitting the ground, he managed only a few pitiful cries before disintegrating into a pile of white ash, offering no semblance of resistance whatsoever. As Han Li stood there, utterly astonished, the flaming giant bird let out a sharp shriek and turned its head to fiercely attack the two remaining cocoons. Consequently, a towering pillar of fire erupted between them, swiftly engulfing the two blood servants who were on the verge of completing their transformation. Han Li observed with clarity as the crimson flames consumed the bloodlight emanating from the cocoons, which barely managed to resist for a fleeting moment before evaporating entirely. The indistinct figures that were briefly revealed wavered silently before being completely refined away. This fire, which appeared no different from ordinary flames, proved to be extraordinarily formidable, leaving Han Li utterly astounded. His understanding of the power of magical artifacts wielded by core formation stage cultivators was once again profoundly deepened. Song Meng and the others, sharing Han Li's astonishment, displayed even more expressions of delight. "This treasure is truly remarkable. This successful eradication of the evil sect is all thanks to Brother Lu," they exclaimed excitedly. In their eyes, as long as they eliminated the blood servants, the remaining Black Fiend sect leader, still in seclusion, would be relatively easy to deal with. After all, with so many Foundation establishment cultivators, it seemed implausible that they could not subdue a single evil sect leader. Looking down as the fiery bird's blaze gradually faded from view, Lu Jing felt an intense sorrow. Yet, upon hearing the praises, he felt invigorated. "Let us proceed. We have squandered enough time here. It is time to extinguish the Black Fiend sect leader as well," Lu Jing declared with newfound bravado, gesturing for the others to follow. The others nodded in agreement, and a few of them descended. Han Li smiled faintly, intending to follow suit, but as his gaze swept to the side, he noticed Brother Wang staring blankly at something below, his expression peculiar. This caught Han Li off guard, prompting him to follow Wang's gaze. However, apart from the white ash left by the transformed azure figure and a fellow disciple sorrowfully gathering the remains of his fallen partner, there was nothing on the ground that warranted attention. "Brother Wang, have you made any discoveries?" Han Li inquired, a hint of skepticism etched upon his face. "Nothing at all. You are overthinking it, Han Shitty." Brother Wang swiftly averted his gaze, his eyes betraying a hint of evasiveness in response to Han Li's question. Seeing this, Han Li's suspicions were confirmed. It was evident that Brother Wang had stumbled upon something significant but was reluctant to share it with others, hence the peculiar demeanor. Feeling somewhat vexed by this realization, Han Li maintained a calm facade, smiling faintly as he suggested, "Since there is nothing amiss, let us descend swiftly. Brother Lu is already heading in." With a gesture toward the entrance of the cold palace, he took to his flying vessel without hesitation, leaving Brother Wang behind, whose expression shifted tumultuously. Yet, just as Han Li touched down, a delicate voice rang out from above. "Brother Lu, Han Shitty, wait for us." Startled, Han Li slowly turned his head. Lu Jing and the others halted in their tracks, their faces alight with joy as they sought the source of the voice. Beneath the gentle moonlight, Zhong Wei Nyang, Chun Xiaoqian, and a pallid middle-aged man descended gracefully. Clad in golden robes, the middle-aged man appeared utterly terrified, almost suspended in midair by Zhong Wei Nyang's grip on his collar. Upon spotting Han Li and the group, his expression grew even more frantic. Lu Jing approached with a faint smile. It seems our two junior sisters had a successful endeavor, and this must be the emperor of you. Once the two female cultivators landed, Lu Jing casually shifted his gaze from the middle-aged man and inquired further. Indeed, this fellow was in a certain hall summoning ministers. My sister and I incapacitated the others and brought him along. Two disciples from the Blackshaw sect in the Qi refining stage attempted to intervene, but we easily dealt with them, Zhong Wei Nyang exclaimed, her voice bubbling with excitement upon seeing Lu Jing unharmed. Her enthusiasm was unmistakable, causing Lu Jing to display a hint of embarrassment under the scrutiny of their peers, which amused Han Li in silence. Chen Shimi, are you unharmed? The two brothers of Chun Xiao Qian approached with concern. Chun Xiao Qian responded nonchalantly, her gaze sweeping over the gathering. Upon spotting Han Li, she paused momentarily, her expression turning complex before she quickly averted her eyes. What of Sister Shuahong? Chun Xiaoqian inquired, her delicate brows knitting together as an ominous premonition washed over her. At the utterance of this question, the faces of those nearby darkened, revealing an air of gravity. Shuahong has perished, her companion, who was Shuahong's partner, managed to say through gritted teeth, suppressing his sorrow. The moment those words escaped, Chun Xiaoqian and Zhong Wei Nyang's faces drained of color. Zhong Wei Nyang's expression twisted with anger as she began to retort, how could you? However, her query was abruptly interrupted by a sudden, anguished cry that pierced the air. Han Li and the others were taken aback, their senses heightened as they turned to investigate the source of the distress. Not far from the crowd, a figure clad in blue robes emerged, seemingly appearing out of thin air. With a hand glimmering in red light, he extracted it from the chest of Brother Wang, who then collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Devoid of breath, I had no intention of taking his life initially, but this child truly ought not to grasp what does not belong to him. The blue-robed man said with a smile, his face fair and beardless, showing signs of age around his eyes, exuding an air of utmost kindness. After uttering these words, he casually bent down and retrieved a thumb-sized azure orb from Brother Wang's lifeless hand, the smile on his face growing even more pronounced. Upon seeing this man, Lu Jing and Han Li's expressions darkened simultaneously, revealing a profound caution. Are you the leader of the Blackshaw sect? Lu Jing inquired, his eyes reflecting a thoughtful glimmer. He quite astute. Indeed, I am the founder of the Blackshaw sect, the elder replied with an unchanging, cheerful demeanor. Upon realizing this man was the Blackshaw sect leader, who was supposed to be in seclusion, Han Li's countenance shifted dramatically, and the other cultivators of Huangfeng Valley, feeling the weight of the impending threat, hastily gripped their magical artifacts. Lu Jing, after a slight change in complexion, took a deep breath to quell his rising panic. Subsequently, he discreetly signaled to the others with a cautious gesture before coldly stating, Indeed, I am Lu Jing. This time, the eradication of your Blackshaw sect shall be led by me. Now that you stand alone, you dare to commit murder. Your audacity is truly remarkable. Lu Jing spoke with righteous fervor, unperturbed, and he felt a sense of satisfaction with his own performance, a surge of momentum building within him. If he could eliminate the leader of this nefarious sect, his reputation among the 7 sects would undoubtedly reach new heights, garnering greater respect and admiration from others. With this thought igniting a fervor within him, he revealed 2 silver hooks and a circular ring in his hand. However, before he could rally the others to strike, the Blackshaw sect leader suddenly smiled with an eerie expression, followed by the chilling words, Then you may die. Almost simultaneously, Lu Jing felt a sharp pain in his chest. Before he could comprehend what was happening, a bloodied arm pierced through his torso, 5 crimson fingers clutching a writhing spherical object. What is this? Lu Jing thought in bewilderment, perhaps understanding deep down but reluctant to confront the truth. He soon felt the world spin violently, darkness encroaching upon his vision, accompanied by distant screams. The sound resembled the cries of Zhong Wei Nyang, who had long harbored affections for him, yet it felt so foreign, so distant. Cough, this girl still cries so easily. Lu Jing bitterly mused as he succumbed to eternal slumber. Han Li's expression was grim, even before engaging in battle with the Black Sha sect leader. They had already lost 2 mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators to an unexpected strike. Their leader, Lu Jing, had fallen at the hands of this man. After landing a decisive blow, the assailant effortlessly pierced the bodies of Lu Jing and his senior brother, Chen Xiaoqian, with both arms. In a flash, he appeared beside the Dark Master and turned to sneer at Han Li and the others, leaving Han Li no time to intervene. At the moment Lu Jing was slain, Zhong Wenyang let out a few heart-wrenching screams before falling into a stunned silence, lost in despair. Chen Xiaoqian, witnessing this, quickly pulled her behind her, guarding her cautiously, and glared at the assailant with a face full of fury and regret. With a resounding thud, the corpses of Lu Jing and his companion were carelessly tossed to the ground by the attacker, causing Han Li's eyes to twitch slightly. Since you have come, do not depart. I happen to require the blood of several Foundation establishment practitioners for my ritual, he said with a sinister smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth under the moonlight. This individual was none other than the previously panicked Yu Huang. However, he now exuded no trace of his earlier disarray, emanating a powerful aura akin to that of the blue-robed man, indicating he was also a late-stage Foundation establishment practitioner. As Han Li sensed the formidable cultivation of this individual, his expression grew increasingly icy. He could not fathom what technique he had employed to conceal his power so effectively that the people from Huangfeng Valley remained oblivious. This reminded Han Li of his encounter with the young prince and the steward, during which he had detected no magical energy emanating from them. Yet this time, the ominous premonition he had felt previously did not arise, further heightening his wariness. With a swift flick of his finger, Han Li summoned both the white phosphorus shield and the tortoise-shell artifact, which began to orbit around him. Beside him, Chen Xiaoqian and Song Meng exchanged anxious glances as they unleashed their own artifacts, fortifying their defenses. Observing Han Li and his companions bracing for confrontation, Yu Huang and the blue-robed man exchanged knowing glances before breaking into simultaneous sinister chuckles. Suddenly, the blue-robed man flickered and reappeared several dozen feet away, where a pile of shimmering ice shards lay, the remains of the ice demon Han Li had dismembered. Approaching the icy remnants, he reached out and effortlessly grasped a blue orb that shot forth from the corpse. Concurrently, the treacherous Yu Huang also teleported to the burial site of the 2 blood servants, who had perished under the refinement of the Firebird's true treasure. He slammed his hand onto the ground, and 2 orbs, one golden and one yellow, burst forth from the earth, obediently flying into his grasp. What is this? Han Li's heart raced as he recognized the orbs, recalling the previous green orb. He immediately began to piece together the implications, feeling a surge of anxiety. He had not anticipated that the very items he sought would manifest before him. These must be the 5 elements blood condensation pills related to Dan formation that the young prince had mentioned. However, there were only 4 here. Where was the 5th? Just as Han Li was caught in a whirlwind of surprise and trepidation, Yu Huang and the blue-robed man displayed similar elation upon acquiring the orbs. They suddenly burst into laughter, each standing on their own side, then cast a cold, scrutinizing gaze towards Han Li and his companions, unabashedly revealing the murderous intent etched upon their faces. This caused a subtle change in the expressions of Han Li's group. Ascend to the heavens, Han Li exclaimed after a whirlwind of thoughts traversed his mind. In an instant, the divine wind vessel materialized, and he soared into the sky. The others were momentarily taken aback, yet, trusting in Han Li's previous extraordinary display, Song Meng and his dual cultivation partner, Sister Xiaohong, instinctively followed him into the air. Only Chen Xiaoqian hesitated upon hearing Han Li's words, but soon urged her companion, Zhong Wenyang, to join her in ascending as well. The Yu Emperor and the man in the blue robe exchanged glances, a flicker of peculiar expression crossing their faces, before they simultaneously sneered. Despite being 2 individuals of entirely different appearances, they exuded an uncanny resemblance in demeanor and smile that sent a chill down Han Li's spine. These little ones are quite clever. It seems a sacrifice is required from you in advance. Indeed, it belongs to you, take it. The Yu Emperor and the blue-robed man spoke in a calm, yet eerie manner, instilling a sense of dread in Han Li and Chen Xiaoqian. Brother Han, what are they saying? Song Meng inquired, moving closer to Han Li, swallowing hard. Witnessing the tragic demise of so many fellow disciples, Even a combative spirit like Song Ming had lost his initial bravado. His inquiry was more of a quest for reassurance. For Han Li held an air of mystery that made him seem somewhat reliable. Han Li managed a bitter smile in response, but just as he was about to speak, the scene unfolding below caused his expression to shift dramatically, and he swallowed his words. Chen Xiaoqian gasped in horror, prompting Song Ming to look on in alarm. Before them, the Yu Emperor had plunged his hand into the chest of the blue-robed man, who stood with arms outstretched, showing no sign of resistance, his expression still calm and smiling. Suddenly, a blinding blood light erupted from both the Yu Emperor and the blue-robed man, connecting through the arm embedded in the latter's chest. The sanguine glow from the blue-robed man surged toward the Yu Emperor, as if being drawn in, or willingly offered up, leaving Song Ming in a state of stunned disbelief. As the radiance surrounding the blue-robed man dimmed and his flesh began to wither, the blood light enveloping the Yu Emperor intensified, causing his visage to gradually regain youthful vigor. What malevolent technique is this? Song Ming exclaimed in horror. However, Han Li's countenance was shrouded in darkness. He could not afford to concern himself with Song Ming's astonishment. Taking a deep breath, he abruptly thrust his hands outward. Countless fire serpents and fireballs, the essence of fire-based talismans, surged forth from his palms, cascading toward the Yu Emperor and the blue-robed man below, a barrage of nearly 200 talismans, his sole remaining collection of fire-based symbols. These talismans transformed mid-air into a tempestuous wave of fire spells, a colossal inferno charging forward with an imposing ferocity, its magnitude eclipsing even that of Lu Jing's fiery avian treasure. However, it appears that there are very few individuals in the realm of cultivation capable of casting hundreds of talismans in one go. After all, what is being thrown are not mere talismans, but rather an abundance of spirit stones. The magnitude of this display startled Song Ming and Qin Xiaoqian, leaving even the dazed Zhong Wei Nyang blinking in bewilderment as she gazed at the spectacle. Initially, the Emperor of Yu was taken aback by the scene, but soon discerned that these were merely low-tier spells, prompting him to dismiss them with indifference. He was acutely aware that, shielded by his protective blood light, these spells could not harm him, and thus focused on the matter at hand. Once resolved, eliminating the few individuals before him would be as effortless as taking candy from a child. In a fleeting moment that sent a shiver down one's spine, the sky was engulfed in flames, drowning both him and the figure in blue across from him in a cacophony of explosive sounds. Indeed, no matter how deafening the blasts were or how soaring the flames, both the Emperor of Yu and the blue-clad figure remained unscathed within the protective light. Much of the crimson glow surrounding the blue figure had shifted to the Emperor, who now appeared to be in his 30s, eliciting a glimmer of delight from him. At this juncture, upon witnessing Han Li's intervention, Chen Xiaoqian and her companions unleashed their magical artifacts upon the scene. As it seemed the two adversaries were engaged in some malevolent sorcery and unable to counterattack. Thus, it was only natural to strike while the iron was hot. Yet, the moment their artifacts were deployed, a blinding white light erupted between the Emperor and the blue figure. Following this, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air, as the white light surged and receded, engulfing the two within its brilliance. The terrifying spiritual energy embedded within the white light, coupled with the terror evident on the Emperor's face, was unmistakably perceived by Chen Xiaoqian and the others, igniting both shock and elation within them as they instinctively turned their gaze towards Han Li, clearly recognizing the handiwork of their fellow disciple. However, Han Li bore no expression of joy. Instead, his countenance grew increasingly frigid. "Do not rejoice too soon. That fellow is not dead yet," Han Li remarked coldly, casting a fleeting glance at them. This statement sent a jolt through the group, prompting them to look again. Indeed, despite the smoke obscuring the scene, the Emperor's spiritual energy remained faintly detectable, suggesting that while he still existed, he had sustained significant damage to his magical prowess. Upon sensing this information through their spiritual awareness, Song Ming and the others felt a renewed sense of determination. They directed their magical artifacts to hover restlessly in the nearby sky, poised to strike as soon as the Emperor revealed himself, seeking to avenge their tragically fallen comrade. Cough. Good. Cough. I truly underestimated you. I never expected you to be the most formidable among this group. A voice emerged from the smoke, gradually stabilizing and growing colder, filled with renewed vigor. The expressions of Song Ming and the others shifted drastically, and even Han Li was struck with profound astonishment. Just a heavenly thunderbolt. I genuinely did not anticipate that there exists a Foundation establishment cultivator capable of withstanding a heavenly thunderbolt and surviving. Han Li sighed, speaking slowly. With a swift gesture, more than 10 puppet beasts and puppet soldiers materialized before him in a flash of white light, all targeting the gradually revealing silhouette on the ground. Upon the emergence of the figure, Song Meng and the others unleashed their magical artifacts without hesitation. However, after a burst of crimson light, all the artifacts simultaneously severed their connection with their masters. Then, the bloodied and filthy Yu Huang emerged from the smoke, his eyes glinting with a vengeful malice. Fixed intently on Han Li did not meet Yu Huang's venomous gaze. Instead, his attention lingered upon the dim bloodlight enveloping the latter. Floating within the sanguine radiance were a golden ruler, a pair of purple blades, and a blue longsword, precisely the magical artifacts belonging to Song Meng and his companions. At that moment, they remained motionless within the bloodlight, evidently stripped of their sentience. A contemplative expression crossed Han Li's face, as it appeared that this individual's protective demonic light specifically tainted ordinary magical artifacts. Only the pair of black dragon claws remained unaffected by such malevolent sorcery. Moreover, it was evident that only this person had manifested, suggesting that the self-proclaimed Black Fiend sect leader in the blue robe had indeed perished beneath the Thunder Child. With this realization, Han Li felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet, he showed no inclination to grant his opponent respite. With a command from his mind, the 10 or so puppets before him initiated their assault. A torrent of colorful light arrows and beams cascaded down relentlessly, targeting the adversary below. On one side, although Song Meng and others were too frightened to employ their magical artifacts after their seizure, they instinctively began to chant spells, continuously hurling various magical talismans downwards. They understood clearly that only by launching a concerted effort to vanquish this final foe could they secure their lives and escape the nightmare of witnessing their fellow disciples' tragic demise. Yu Huang, observing this, wore an expression devoid of emotion. With a subtle motion of his hand, he drew a massive blood-red shield before him, effortlessly absorbing the onslaught of attacks. However, the bloodlight surrounding him began to wane further, even giving the impression of imminent collapse, which incited an even fiercer barrage from Han Li and the others above. With a cold snort, Yu Huang unhesitatingly reached into his robe, producing a small dark green vial. Swiftly, he poured out a blood-red pill the size of a longan, exuding a pungent metallic scent, clearly not a remedy of any virtue. Without a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the pill, discarding the vial carelessly, which had contained only this solitary pill. As the crimson pill entered Yu Huang's stomach, a shocking transformation unfolded before Han Li's eyes. Instantly, the vigor returned to Yu Huang's visage, and the bloodlight around him blazed anew, with his myriad of wounds visibly healing at an astonishing rate. In that fleeting moment, the formidable adversary in Han Li's mind regained an air of composure, as if all expended magical energy and injuries had been restored to their pre-Thunderchild state. This was preposterous. How could such phenomena exist in this world? Song Meng, witnessing this turn of events, forgot to launch the ice spikes he had already formed, muttering in disbelief. Han Li, equally astonished, was at a loss regarding the nature of the substance consumed by his opponent, which had such extraordinary effects. He had perused numerous ancient texts, yet none had ever mentioned a situation akin to this. He was consuming the Xiusui Dan, a miraculous elixir crafted solely by those who had mastered several unique magical arts and were willing to sacrifice their own cultivation for its creation. This potion could only be ingested by the individual who prepared it. For others, it would serve as a lethal poison. A chilling voice emerged from behind Qin Xiaoqian, causing Han Li to momentarily pause in surprise, while Qin Xiaoqian turned back with a visage filled with joy. "Sister Zhong, you are well?" "I am fine. Nothing of great concern," she replied, though her expression darkened with fervor as she added, "However, now that I see this fiend who murdered Brother Liu, I must take his life." Finally regaining her senses, Zhong Wenyang managed a strained smile at Qin Xiaoqian before her demeanor shifted to one of icy resolve. "We all wish to eliminate him, but the crux of the matter is that he harbors the same intent," Han Li remarked coolly, without turning to acknowledge her. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Zhong Wenyang gazed downward, her countenance suddenly paling. Their formidable adversary, the Blood Emperor, had withdrawn the luminous shield into his body during their conversation, and the sanguine aura surrounding him had swelled to an impressive 2 or 3 yards thick. The magical artifacts he had seized began to dissolve within this crimson glow. All manner of spells and puppet assaults were thwarted by the blood radiance, while prior to this, the protective light surrounding him had merely been a few feet in diameter. His cultivation had evidently surged beyond previous limits. He raised his gaze, coldly surveying Han Li and the others, before extending an arm and grasping the air behind him. A fiery red orb sprang forth from an unseen location, landing precisely in his hand. Witnessing this, Han Li's eyes flickered with a unique light. Recalling the blue-robed figure who had perished beneath his heavenly thunder, it appeared that this orb was a remnant left by that individual. Now that the blood-condensing 5 elements pill was assembled, killing this fiend would yield a treasure immensely beneficial for forming the golden core. Young man, do you still possess the heavenly thunder? If so, I shall remain here to receive another, and we shall see whether your heavenly thunder is superior, or if my protective magical prowess is more profound, the Blood Emperor declared with an icy tone as he carefully tucked the orb into his robe. Fixing his gaze on Han Li. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were taken aback, their eyes shifting towards Han Li. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, yet internally he scoffed. Replying calmly, I too am curious to discern whether you are the Black Fiend's master or merely a pawn of that individual. Moreover, it appears you have absorbed a significant portion of his cultivation. It is indeed perplexing that a cultivator would willingly serve as a garment for another, Han Li mused. Rather than responding directly to the inquiry, he redirected the conversation, clearly indicating a confrontational stance. The Blood Emperor, however, wore an enigmatic expression, a mix of scorn and regret. Yet, as if struck by a sudden thought, his malevolent aura intensified, and his brows furrowed ominously. Han Li felt a chill run through him and discreetly whispered a few words into the ears of the other 4, causing Chun Xiaoqian and Song Meng to display expressions of astonishment. Seeing their reactions, Han Li coldly stated, I have conveyed my message. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. Han Li did not transmit his words, thus even the Emperor of you below heard him clearly. A chill ran across his face as he suddenly raised his hand and pointed. A thin beam of crimson light flickered and, in an instant, arrived before Han Li, startled. Han Li was taken aback by the astonishing speed of the red light. Yet he managed to hastily overlap his white phosphorus shield and tortoiseshell artifact in front of him. In the next moment, a surge of azure light emanated from his body, and a blue shield materialized around him. Faced with this unknown attack, Han Li dared not be the slightest bit careless. With 2 faint sounds, Han Li instinctively jerked to the side just as he heard the noise. A sudden heat surged through his right shoulder, accompanied by excruciating pain. Turning his head, Han Li's expression darkened as he beheld blood streaming down his right shoulder, where a gaping hole, the size of a finger, had appeared. Licking his parched lips, he gazed incredulously at the 2 artifacts before him. A similar-sized hole had formed in the overlapping white phosphorus shield and tortoiseshell artifact, both of which had been pierced by that inconspicuous crimson light. As for the azure sword shield, it had proven utterly ineffective, crumbling upon contact, obliterated without a trace by the red light. At this moment, Han Li's heart plummeted. Had it not been for his long practice of the Luo Yin steps and his agility, he would have been pierced through the heart and met his demise. In this realm of cultivation, a moment's inattention could spell disaster for anyone. The more he pondered, the more uneasy he became. While he was aware that his opponent had absorbed the majority of the blue-robed man's power, far surpassing his previous strength, the extent of this newfound might was astonishingly beyond his expectations. Unbeknownst to Han Li, as he stood in his utmost terror, the Emperor of you below was equally astounded that his strike had not slain Han Li. Although the technique he had just unleashed seemed effortless, it was in fact the blood spirit drill, a skill he had painstakingly cultivated by compressing certain vital energies within himself dozens of times, hidden away to catch his enemies off guard. This was a one-time attack, not only agonizing to refine, but also requiring an extensive period to perfect. It was one of the deadliest moves in his magical arsenal. Previously, he had never failed to claim a life with it, but now it had merely injured Han Li, leaving him in utter disbelief. Now, only one blood spirit drill remained within him. Should he attempt to attack Han Li again? This left him in a state of hesitation. Chun Xiaoqian and the others had also witnessed the recent attack and Han Li's injury, their expressions shifting dramatically. Unbeknownst to them, Han Li had become their cornerstone. His unexpected wounding sent ripples of panic through the group. "Let us go," Han Li declared without hesitation, diverting his gaze from his wound. He then channeled his energy into the divine wind boat beneath him and swiftly took to the skies. Upon hearing his command, Song Meng, Zhong Wenyang, and the others exchanged glances before promptly following Han Li in their retreat. The Emperor of Yu, witnessing this turn of events, was momentarily taken aback. But soon a cold smirk crept across his face. He swiftly ascended into the air, preparing to pursue, but before he could react, 10 distinct puppets encircled him. In the third volume, chapter 327, titled Into the Formation, the ominous voice of the Emperor of Yu resounded. A surge of crimson light spiraled rapidly around the puppets, and with a piercing cry, it darted after Han Li and his companions, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Moments later, the previously motionless puppets suddenly disintegrated, plummeting from the sky, each reduced to fragments, none remaining intact. As Han Li hovered above the grand formation he had set, he sensed the dismal outcome with clarity. Without a moment's hesitation, he signaled to the others and descended straight into the bamboo grove below. When Han Li and his companions plunged downward, the Emperor of Yu, having been slightly hindered by the puppets, swiftly caught up. Observing Han Li's entry into the bamboo thicket with a mix of surprise and delight, upon reaching the canopy of the grove, the Emperor noted that Han Li and the others showed no intention of emerging. With a sinister smile, he waved his hands, forcibly splitting a portion of the crimson light surrounding him. With a whoosh, this fragment shot toward the bamboo grove, expanding mid-flight to an immense size, enveloping the area above the thicket in a deep crimson hue, creating an eerily unsettling scene. As the bloodlight silently descended upon the bamboo forest, a glimmer of satisfaction crossed the Emperor's face. All he needed was to trap this grove within his protective dark light, and he could activate another secret technique, dissolving everything within until naught remained. If his adversaries found themselves in such a dire predicament, they could hardly blame him for his ruthlessness. After a flurry of intricate gestures, he prepared to unleash the secret technique when, unexpectedly, a dual-hued barrier of azure and white erupted from the bamboo grove, effortlessly lifting the descending bloodlight. The Emperor's expression turned cold in astonishment. These individuals had indeed devised a plan, setting up a formation here. Though vexed, he dismissed the concern, reasoning that a hastily constructed formation would pose little threat. At worst, he could eliminate both the formation and its creators in one fell swoop. He resolutely vowed that these individuals must not escape the imperial city. Having made up his mind, he unceremoniously performed a decisive gesture, activating the secret technique. The crimson glow, which had been supported aloft, emitted a blinding brilliance and suddenly ceased its descent. Yet, the Emperor was not finished. He traced a finger through the air, sending another wave of crimson light cascading down, merging seamlessly with the existing bloodlight below. The entire blood-red aura intensified, deepening in hue, and a faint metallic odor permeated the air, causing nausea in those who inhaled it. Witnessing this scene, the Emperor, commanding the technique, displayed a satisfied grin. His fingers danced as he unleashed a series of diverse incantations, each intertwining with the crimson glow below. As the crimson mist surged forth with the injection of the spell, it rapidly enveloped the entire bamboo grove, casting a deep red glow that weighed heavily upon the landscape. Yet within, the pale blue light continued to struggle valiantly, as if on the brink of being extinguished. Witnessing this, the Emperor of Yu finally felt a sense of relief. For him, the annihilation of Han Li and his companions was merely a matter of time. These individuals were trapped, unable to escape. However, the question of how to manage the aftermath posed quite a dilemma. It seemed that the Emperor of Yu could no longer maintain his reign. He would have to conceal his identity and start anew, he thought with a hint of regret. While the Emperor contemplated his escape route in the air, Song Meng and the others in the bamboo grove were gripped by anxiety. They had followed Han Li's telepathic command to retreat, trusting in his strength. But they never anticipated finding themselves in this mysterious bamboo grove, trapped in a dire situation. Although the grove appeared to be protected by a formation, it was now surrounded by the enemy's crimson light, rendering the protective barrier precarious and on the verge of collapse, putting their lives in imminent peril. How could they not be filled with rage and fear? Han, is this your backup plan? Song Meng murmured in disbelief. Indeed, is there a problem? Han Li replied, gazing upward without turning his head. Song Meng's face turned ashen, while Zhong Wei Nyang and Chen Xiaoqian, who had lost her dual cultivation partner, also bore expressions of distress. Only Chen Xiaoqian, glancing at Han Li's impassive visage, exhibited a flicker of contemplative intrigue in her eyes. Han Li, if you possess any other means, please reveal them. Do not leave us in the dark. I believe with your capabilities, you could not have prepared only this one contingency. Chen Xiaoqian spoke calmly, breaking the tension. Upon hearing her words, the other three paused in surprise, their spirits lifting as they turned to Han Li. Clearly, they too felt that given Han Li's meticulous strategy in previous confrontations, he could not possibly have made such a blunder. Han Li, momentarily taken aback, lowered his head and offered them a gentle smile. Rest assured, since I have brought you all here, I am well aware of what I am doing, he said with a steady demeanor. He then reached into his storage pouch and produced a small flag of azure and violet, covered with a myriad of intricate symbols and inscriptions, indicating that it was no ordinary artifact. Is that a formation flag? Zhong Wei Nyang exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, such array devices as formation plates and flags were rarely seen in the kingdom of Yu. Sister, you truly are well informed. Han Li praised her, implicitly acknowledging her observation. This revelation greatly surprised Song Ming and the others, slightly bolstering their confidence. It seemed that Han Li indeed had further preparations in store. Under their watchful gaze, Han Li held the small flag between his hands, giving it a slight gesture, causing it to expand several-fold, emanating a faint azure and violet glow. Han Li then positioned the flag horizontally on his palms, murmuring a few incantations before loudly proclaiming a swift command. In an instant, the azure and violet array flag shot forth with a swift whoosh, disappearing from sight. Following this, Han Li retrieved 3 identical array flags from his storage pouch, employing the same technique to launch them in various directions, rendering them invisible. After executing these maneuvers, Han Li cast a cold glance upwards, revealing an additional apricot-colored array disc in his hand. This disc, seemingly dim and unremarkable, was treated with utmost reverence as Han Li cradled it delicately, raising it above his head before giving it a gentle shake. A robust yellow beam of light erupted into the sky, striking directly at the cerulean and white barrier. Almost simultaneously, for beams of light in gold, green, red, and blue shot forth from the other directions, converging upon the barrier above. The once precarious azure and white veil steadied itself upon absorbing these 5 colored beams, accompanied by a faint sound reminiscent of the tides. This sound began softly, gradually increasing in volume and frequency until it resonated like thunder overhead, instilling a sense of awe and trepidation. As the sound intensified, the azure and white protective barrier transformed in hue, evolving into a radiant display of 5 colors. No matter how the external red light surged and collided, this barrier remained steadfast, akin to a rock amidst tumultuous waves. Witnessing this spectacle, Song Ming and the others felt a weight lift from their hearts, realizing the complexity of the formation Han Li had set up and that their safety was assured. Observing the anomaly in the formation, the figure above unleashed several spells. Yet none could disrupt the vibrant barrier below. Sensing the situation had turned dire, with a frostbitten expression, he hesitated momentarily, furrowing his brow before abruptly stomping his foot and beckoning. Instantly, the blood-red light below surged back towards him like a river flowing upstream, and without hesitation, he transformed into a mass of blood light, soaring upwards with astonishing speed, rivaling even Han Li. However, he departed swiftly only to return even quicker, for reasons unknown. After circling the sky, he found himself back where he started. His face bore an expression of disbelief as he attempted to flee 7 or 8 more times, each time barely moving a few dozen zhang from his original position, only to obediently circle back. At this moment, the expression on the figure's face shifted from confusion to one of palpable fear. Seeing this, Han Li couldn't help but smirk, while Song Ming and the others stood in stunned silence. Zhong Wei Nyang, overwhelmed with a mix of joy and anxiety, clenched her fists tightly, her long nails piercing her skin and drawing blood, yet she remained oblivious. Chen Xiaoqian's countenance reflected not only surprise, but a more intricate array of emotions. Han Li, having no time to elucidate the intricacies of the 5 elements reversal formation to his companions, raised his hand to summon the white phosphorus shield and turtle shell artifact. Encircling himself, he then solemnly declared, "Everyone with talismans, now is the time to activate them. Let us strike together to eliminate this foe. Since he is ensnared in this grand formation, he will find no escape in the short term. Han Li spoke with unwavering confidence. Due to family matters, I can only update one chapter tonight. I humbly ask for your understanding. Volume 3. Chapter 328. The Black Blood Blade. Upon hearing Han Li's confident words and witnessing his deliberate act of retrieving a blue talisman and settling into a meditative posture, Chen Xiaoqian and Zhong Weiyang exchanged glances before silently producing their own red and yellow talismans from their storage pouches. They too assumed a cross-legged position to activate their respective treasures. Meanwhile, Chen Xiaoqian Sr. and Song Meng shared a wry smile, as neither possessed any talismans of their own. Although Chen Xiaoqian Sr. had recently obtained a blue talisman left behind by a departed partner, he remained unfamiliar with its powers and effects, thus hesitating to use it recklessly. As for Song Meng, his gray spear talisman had exhausted its potency following the confrontation with the ice demon. Consequently, the two stood awkwardly beside Han Li and the others, offering them protective support. At this moment, the trapped Yu Huang in the sky seemed to realize that his chaotic flailing was futile. He ceased his erratic movements and hovered motionless in the air, deep in contemplation. After a brief pause, Yu Huang abruptly lifted his head and, with a fierce expression, tore off the golden crown from his head. His long, dark hair cascaded down, billowing in the wind and obscuring half of his face, enhancing his already eerie and mysterious aura when juxtaposed with the crimson glow enveloping him. He took a deep breath and, with his sharp nails, made a decisive cut across his wrist, causing a torrent of blood to surge forth. Merging with the surrounding sanguine light, the vibrant red hue of the bloodlight deepened to a dark crimson. The nauseating stench of blood wafted through the air, reaching even the distant Song Meng and his companion, causing their expressions to shift uneasily. However, they could do nothing but watch helplessly as their adversary continued his incantations. As the color of the bloodlight settled, Yu Huang opened his mouth and exhaled 2 streams of red energy onto his wrist. It was unclear what spell he was casting, but the 2 deep wounds on his wrist promptly ceased bleeding, the crimson hue fading gradually. Nevertheless, Yu Huang's complexion grew noticeably pale, a testament to the blood he had shed. Then, a fierce glint flashed across his face as he reached into his robes, retrieving a bare obsidian knife hilt that appeared in his grasp. Though the hilt was modest in size, measuring about half a foot, it exuded an aura of neglect and insignificance. Yet, as Yu Huang held it with utmost care, one could sense that it was anything but an ordinary object. It radiated an air of menacing danger. His gaze fixated on the hilt as he began to mutter incantations softly. The words, though faint and difficult to comprehend, carried a primal resonance that evoked a sense of ancient power. What is he attempting to achieve? Song Meng observed this scene from a distance, astonished, and instinctively inquired. I do not know. Perhaps he is invoking a formidable spell, replied his companion, equally perplexed by the incomprehensible incantation. Although both remained uncertain of their enemy's intentions, they recognized the desperation in Yu Huang's self-inflicted wounds, indicating a willingness to resort to extreme measures. As Song Meng and his companion stood anxiously, the cadence of Yu Huang's incantation quickened, and the primal energy intensified. A fierce red light flickered in his eyes, heralding the emergence of an astonishing spectacle. The hilt of the knife suddenly erupted with a burst of black light amidst the incantations, levitating into the air, suspended about a foot above its head. Witnessing this, the Emperor of Yu grew increasingly cautious. With remarkable dexterity, he formed a series of peculiar hand seals, causing strands of black blood to manifest amidst the crimson glow surrounding him. As these strands appeared, they swiftly surged towards the hilt. Initially, only a few strands emerged, but soon they multiplied into dozens, even hundreds, rushing towards the hilt like moths drawn to a flame. In the blink of an eye, the hilt was ensnared by a dense mass of black blood strands, which, after writhing for a moment, coalesced into a sizable clump of tainted blood. The hilt was completely enveloped within this mass. Upon closer inspection, the tainted blood, a dark hue tinged with red, emanated an eerie glow that imparted a strange sensation, as if it were capable of ensnaring one's very soul, truly sinister in nature. Yet, the Emperor of Yu, witnessing this spectacle, revealed a look of elation. As he dispersed the hand seals, preparing to invoke another method, the black blood that had ceased its movement suddenly emitted a blinding black light. Beginning to writhe violently once more, It rolled and expanded, exhibiting extreme instability. Observing this scene, the Emperor's previous delight evaporated, replaced by palpable fear. He hastily turned to survey his surroundings, and upon glancing back at the blood mass, the trepidation on his face deepened further. However, determination soon flickered across his countenance as he bellowed several profound incantations. In a moment of desperation, he bit down on his tongue, ejecting a spray of tainted blood along with a fragment of his tongue onto the ever-morphing blood mass. The black clump absorbed these foreign substances, instantly halting its transformation, and its blinding radiance dimmed. Still not fully convinced, the Emperor frantically executed a series of over a dozen incantations, directing them all at the mass. Consequently, the last remnants of light upon the blood mass faded away. Only then did the Emperor exhale a sigh of relief. Though the act of expelling that vital essence aged him by several years, rendering him exceedingly haggard. Yet, he could not afford to dwell on his own condition. With a swift gesture, a substantial portion of the blood glow erupted towards the blood mass as a deep voice resonated once more. Though his words were somewhat slurred due to the loss of his tongue tip, gradually, the black blood mass that enveloped the hilt began to elongate and reshape. And upon the conclusion of his final incantation, the obsidian hilt reemerged, transforming into a true long knife forged from black blood, radiating an astonishing aura of bloodlust. At the sight of this blade, an expression of fervor illuminated the Emperor's face. With no further hesitation, he grasped the hilt firmly in his hand and swung it effortlessly. Though no immediate power was displayed, his countenance was one of profound satisfaction. Casting a deep glance at the blade, the Emperor, invigorated, let out a triumphant howl and, along with the knife, transformed into a colossal mass of blood light, hurtling towards the bamboo grove below, inciting great concern among Song Meng and others who were closely observing the scene. At this moment, Han Li, who had been with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, revealing a chilling gaze fixed upon the descending mass of blood. Although he had been focusing on activating the talisman in his possession, his formidable spiritual sense allowed him to keep a close watch on his opponent's movements. However, as soon as the black blood dagger took shape, Han Li's spiritual sense, which had been hovering nearby, was forcibly drawn towards the black blade, as if it intended to consume him entirely. This unexpected turn left Han Li alarmed. He swiftly retracted his spiritual sense. Fortunately, the dagger's pull was merely an inherent trait of the weapon and not an action orchestrated by the opponent, enabling him to escape with relative ease and return to his true form. Nonetheless, the encounter drenched Han Li in cold sweat, for he could only imagine the terrifying consequences had his spiritual sense been absorbed by this malevolent dagger. While Han Li recognized the formidable nature of this weapon, he possessed greater confidence in the hastily arranged reverse 5 elements formation. After all, even the Foundation establishment cultivator Lei Wankong had remarked that breaking through the original, unrefined version of the formation was no trivial task. Now, equipped with a more potent formation tool, Han Li was certain that a mere Foundation establishment practitioner could not dismantle it in such a short span of time. Therefore, despite having opened his eyes, he remained entirely composed. As Han Li pondered, the blood light emanating from the Emperor of Yu collided with the 5-colored radiance, producing a tremendous screech under immense pressure. Yet the radiance effortlessly repelled him. However, the Emperor of Yu, having anticipated this, revealed a sinister smile and tightened his grip on the black blood dagger, viciously slashing at the radiance. A sharp shriek erupted from the dagger, and in an astonishing display, a 10-zhong-long beam of black light surged forth, slicing through the radiance and creating a significant breach wide enough for passage. Seeing this, the Emperor of Yu was elated and wasted no time in darting through the opening, his hands enveloped in flickering black light, truly entering the realm of radiance. "What shall we do now?" exclaimed Song Meng in a panic. His companion, though silent, wore a similarly anxious expression. "Do not fret, the radiance is merely the first layer of defense. My great formation is not so easily breached." At that moment, Han Li's calm voice resonated in their ears, instantly alleviating their fears and restoring their composure. However, they were equally astonished that their junior brother Han had the presence of mind to transmit his thoughts while maneuvering the talisman. Truly impressive. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Yu had swiftly navigated through the layers of radiance, now clearly observing the figures in Huangfeng Valley, including Han Li and his companions as they activated their talismans. A sinister smile crept across his face as he soared to a height several zhang above Han Li. Deftly swinging his black blood dagger, the Tinzhong long blade descending with ferocity. As Song Ming and his companion witnessed the Emperor of Yu's assault on the meditating Han Li, both were struck with a sense of alarm. Although they were acutely aware that the power of this blade was such that they could not withstand even a single strike, they nonetheless raised their hands. One unleashed a flurry of fireballs, while the other cast a talisman, conjuring 7 or 8 massive stones the size of grinding discs to hurl forth, hoping to momentarily impede the onslaught. Alas, these two forms of magical assault were utterly annihilated before they could even approach the blade's shimmering arc. The blade then swept around again, carrying with it a foul, acrid aura, and descended with renewed ferocity. Han Li, observing the imminent threat of the blade's gleaming edge, remained unfazed, a cold smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The Emperor of Yu, taken aback by Han Li's calm demeanor, was momentarily stunned, failing to grasp the deeper implications before the blade's arc struck. As the Emperor swung down, his vision blurred, and Han Li vanished from beneath him, leaving the blade to cleave through empty space. To his astonishment, he discovered he had inexplicably returned to a height of several dozen zhang, the radiant hues of the sky still captivating his gaze. He had been transported back to his original position. The Emperor's expression darkened considerably, and with gritted teeth, he slashed a few more times, breaking through the radiant veil once more and plunging downwards, while Han Li remained seated, observing him with detached serenity. This time, the Emperor did not recklessly charge ahead. Instead, he transformed, unleashing a torrent of bloodlight that surged downward, followed closely by the black blade's arc. Having anticipated the unfolding events, the Emperor finally comprehended the bizarre scene below. As the bloodlight approached within a foot of Han Li's head, it seemed to be devoured by an unseen force, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, he sensed the reemergence of his protective demonic light high above him, confirming his instantaneous return to his original position. In the midst of the Emperor's dismay, his downward strike proved utterly futile, and he swiftly retreated back to the heights above the radiant glow. This time, the Emperor's face paled, revealing the first signs of panic. No longer did he rush downward. Instead, he wielded the black blood demon blade, unleashing a series of crescent arcs towards various directions in an attempt to uncover a flaw in the formation. However, the arcs soon rebounded, returning to him unscathed after a flash of white light, leaving him in a flurry as he struggled to regain control of his fierce assault. Previously, the Emperor had felt untroubled by the formation, believing it merely contained some illusion, and thought that, with his demonic powers, breaking through a minor array would be child's play. But now, witnessing the instantaneous teleportation and the powerful attacks being reflected, his heart sank. Such phenomena could only be attributed to the formidable barriers of the so-called Forbidden Great Array. As he became increasingly anxious, sensing a powerful surge of spiritual energy emanating from beneath the radiant glow, he felt a jolt of trepidation. He tightened his grip on the black blade, and the bloodlight surrounding him began to whirl with unprecedented speed, enveloping him in a tempestuous crimson whirlwind, rendering him impervious to the impending storm. Suddenly, two formidable spiritual pressures erupted from below, and amidst a resonating hum, the radiant light beneath split apart, revealing a circular passage approximately 10 feet in diameter. In an instant, a swarm of azure small trees surged forth from the passage, transforming into a torrent of blue energy that rushed toward the Emperor of Yu. Precisely the Qingqi talisman successfully activated by Han Li. Following the flurry of Shi, a fiery red small sword and a yellow crystal orb emerged in succession. Upon their exit from the passage, a transformation occurred. One expanded to an enormous size, while the other emitted a blinding yellow light. Under the guidance of Chun Xiaoqian and Zhong Wenyang, these two talismans silently split to encircle their target. Witnessing this, the Emperor of Yu's countenance turned ashen, and he suddenly wielded his black blood sword with reckless abandon, unleashing a barrage of 7 or 8 colossal blade auras that soared toward the azure tree. Miraculously, amidst a cacophony of crackling explosions, he managed to shatter a significant portion of the crew. Below, Han Li, who was manipulating the talismans, paled slightly, feeling the repercussions of their connection. The might of this blood sword was unexpectedly formidable, and he was fortunate not to have to confront it head-on. However, the Emperor of Yu was merely engaged in a desperate struggle. Despite the obstruction of the blade auras, the remaining azure tree, along with the red small sword and yellow crystal orb, seized the opportunity to dart past the blood wind, unhesitatingly plunging into the fray. Immediately, a cacophony of piercing shrieks erupted from the crimson whirlwind, with azure, red, and yellow lights continuously blossoming, fiercely contending with the dark aura. The intensity of the conflict within was evidently extreme. Suddenly, a voice of rage and astonishment erupted from within, and with a sound of rupture, the black aura and the yellow-red hues simultaneously flashed violently. Subsequently, the tricolored brilliance completely vanished from the bloodwind, leaving Chen Xiaoqian and Zhong Wenyang seated beside Han Li, pale and devoid of vitality. "Seventh junior sister, are you all right?" Song Meng inquired with concern upon witnessing their distress. "We are fine. That blood sword is indeed extraordinary, managing to force a mutual destruction with the talismans of me and Sister Zhong. Now we must see if junior brother Han's talisman can eliminate the opponent," Chen Xiaoqian replied, retrieving 2 blue pills from her bosom, swallowing one and tossing the other to Zhong Wenyang. "Both of your talismans were destroyed?" the other exclaimed in utter astonishment. In her mind, talismans should have been invincible, second only to magical artifacts. "Indeed, I suspect that the demon sword might actually be a fragment of some magical artifact," Zhong Wenyang remarked, her complexion flushing with vitality after consuming the medicinal pill. "A fragment of a magical artifact? How could that be?" Chen Xiaoqian responded, equally shocked. At that moment, a series of earth-shattering explosions resonated above them, prompting the group to look up in alarm. Through the faint radiance, a dazzling blend of azure and crimson light erupted from the battlefield. Moments later, the blood light diminished sharply, completely engulfed by the azure glow. Gradually, all illumination faded, revealing the Emperor of Yu standing resolutely. He appeared utterly bewildered, his lips quivering before shattering like porcelain. His form crumbled into a heap, plummeting from the sky, gently cradled by the radiant light above the onlookers. Witnessing this spectacle, Han Li's companions erupted in ecstatic jubilation. Song Meng, turning to Han Li, exclaimed with fervent excitement, "Junior brother Han, you have vanquished this vile fiend. I knew you could do it. It was only by unleashing the remaining power of the talisman that I could shatter its sanguine glow. Otherwise, we might have been entangled for much longer." Han Li rose with a smile, his words laced with a hint of pride. The technique to significantly harness the talisman's power was not one that just anyone could employ. It was only through his extensive experience with various talismans that he had gleaned such insight. This method was a sharp weapon against foes. Though it considerably diminished the frequency of talisman usage, it amplified their potency immensely, proving exceedingly effective against formidable adversaries. Han Li had only recently grasped this technique, and its unexpected application had indeed obliterated an already weakened enemy in a single strike. Naturally, the talisman had also met its demise, reduced to ashes. However, Han Li's thoughts were now solely focused on the blood-condensing 5 elements pill. After exchanging a few words with Song Meng, he promptly summoned 2 beast puppets, directing them toward the corpse of the Yu Emperor. The others paid little heed to this, recognizing that this enemy had been vanquished primarily through Han Li's efforts. Thus the spoils rightfully belonged to him. Yet, it was Zhong Wenyang who, having avenged her beloved, finally wore a semblance of joy on her face, continuously expressing her gratitude to Han Li. She remarked that if Lu Shixiang and the others were aware, they would undoubtedly be thankful to Han Li for avenging them. This statement left Han Li, who had ulterior motives for this venture, feeling somewhat bashful. He hastily diverted the conversation, suggesting that they search the palace for any remaining members of the Blackshaw sect, while he would attend to dismantling the Grand Formation. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the others from Huangfeng Valley quickly grasped his intentions. He was clearly offering them the opportunity to scavenge the spoils from the Blackshaw sect's lair. Song Meng's face lit up with delight, and although Chen Xiaoqian and Zhong Wenyang felt a twinge of embarrassment, Han Li's calm assurance, "I will rejoin you once I am done, and the leader of the Blackshaw sect should have plenty of valuable items to compensate me," made sense to them, and they no longer hesitated. After all, they had suffered considerable losses in today's battle. Thus, as Han Li released the Grand Formation, the others swiftly took flight on their flying artifacts. Once they vanished from sight, Han Li felt at ease and beckoned the 2 beast puppets, which returned to him bearing several items they had discovered. In the 3rd volume, Chapter 330, The Evil Pill, Han Li immediately spotted the 5 blood-condensing 5 elements pills among the items, his heart soaring with joy. He promptly retrieved them from the mouths of the beast puppets and began to examine them meticulously. From the immense spiritual power contained within the elixir, Han Li confirmed its authenticity and felt reassured as he carefully retrieved an exquisite jade box from his storage pouch, securely enclosing 5 pills within. Although Han Li was unaware of the specific effects of the blood-condensing 5 elements pill, the intense interest displayed by the Emperor of the Yu dynasty indicated that the claims made by the young prince of the Xian Wang mansion regarding its usefulness for forming a core were likely true, filling him with immense excitement. Subsequently, Han Li's gaze shifted to other items: a pitch-black bowl, a small blood-red cone, and a jade slip emanating a grayish-white aura. Observing these objects sent a shiver down his spine, for they were clearly instruments utilized by practitioners of dark arts and malevolent cultivators, possibly imbued with various curses or prohibitions. Thus, he refrained from hastily examining them, inhaling deeply instead as a faint luminescence radiated from his hands, enveloping him in a thin layer of azure light. With this assurance, he cautiously picked up the jade slip for further inspection. Beyond its somewhat eerie aura, the jade slip appeared devoid of any restrictions. After a sigh of relief, Han Li gradually immersed his consciousness within. Once inside the jade slip, he stood motionless, his expression shifting from surprise to dejection, and finally, to utmost caution, tinged with a hint of rarely expressed fear. After a considerable time, Han Li withdrew his consciousness, albeit somewhat dazed. The contents of the jade slip were both anticipated and unexpectedly enlightening. It indeed contained records of the techniques employed by the members of the Black Sha sect. For instance, the young prince practiced the Black Sha Shura technique, the 4 blood servants trained in the Sha Yao Ju, and the Emperor of Yu cultivated the blood-refining divine light, among others. However, what astonished Han Li was the mention of a text known as the Xianyin scripture, which seemed to be the source of these various techniques. This piqued Han Li's curiosity immensely. Yet, despite his hurried search through the jade slip, he could not locate any information regarding this scripture. Left with no choice, Han Li resolved to shift his focus to some peculiar secret arts outside of the primary techniques. Among these, a few brought him great joy, not only resolving some of his long-standing doubts, but also revealing the true purpose of the blood-condensing 5 elements pill. Upon calming himself for a meticulous examination, he discovered that the blood-condensing 5 elements pill could only be refined by cultivators who practiced the Sha Yao Ju, resulting in a substance akin to a beast's inner core within their bodies, which was the primary aim of the Sha Yao Ju. Moreover, the transformation of the 4 blood servants into Sha Yao, as well as their ability to enter the foundation establishment stage without consuming foundation establishment pills, was also attributed to the formation of this pill. However, according to the description in the Sha Yao Ju, even without employing blood sacrifice techniques, practitioners of this method would find it impossible to form a core due to the expedited nature of their cultivation. The foundation establishment stage represented the pinnacle of their technique. In truth, not only the Sha Yao Ju, but several other techniques shared similar fatal flaws that barred them from core formation. Indeed, their training speed, augmented by the assistance of the blood sacrifice technique, has improved to an astonishing degree. The emergence of the blood-condensing 5 elements pill appears to remedy the shortcomings of such cultivation methods. This brings to mind a secret technique within the jade tablet known as the kill pill technique. According to this method, even the most mediocre cultivators at the later stages of foundation establishment, when consuming the blood-condensing 5 elements pill, would possess a 1 in 3 chance to form a pseudo-golden core akin to that of an established golden core cultivator. Initially, the power of this pseudo-golden core is slightly inferior to a true golden core, yet it is not vastly different, and it also possesses remarkable longevity-enhancing properties. Upon reading this, Han Li's heart nearly leapt from his chest. A 1 in 3 chance for forming a golden core? The potency of the blood-condensing 5 elements pill is indeed extraordinary. He felt an overwhelming impulse to seize the 5 pills and consume them immediately. However, the subsequent mention of the flaws of the pseudo-golden core startled him. It was stated that, as the pseudo-golden core is a man-made creation, once formed, it would not have any potential for growth. This implies that the cultivator would remain at the initial stage of the golden core for their entire life, with no prospect of advancement. Had it been merely this, Han Li would not have dismissed the shortcut. The arduous process of dispersing the power of the 3 transformations of heavy elemental energy thrice, followed by the formation of a golden core, appeared far too convoluted and uncertain. Even if he were to succeed in dispersing his energy 3 times, he had no confidence in the outcome, considering that this technique was merely a hypothesis proposed by the master who created the Azure Origin Sword technique, with no one having truly practiced it. In contrast, the kill pill technique seemed to have been utilized by others before, as the language of the secret technique suggested. A 1 in 3 probability was an overwhelming temptation for Han Li. As for the inability to progress to the nascent soul stage after forming the pseudo-golden core, he dismissed such distant aspirations. The nascent soul stage was a mere dream he entertained during the quiet hours of the night. For him, achieving a golden core was the pinnacle of his current ambitions. The prospect of condensing a nascent soul would be addressed at a later time. However, the continued explanation of the kill pill technique left Han Li utterly dumbfounded. It stated that once the pseudo-golden core was formed within the cultivator's body, it would incessantly release a malevolent aura that, over time, would gradually erode the cultivator's intellect. While this erosion would not lead to a complete loss of consciousness or an abysmal fate of forgetting one's kin, a dulling of the mind and gradual foolishness was an unavoidable consequence. This chilling revelation struck Han Li deeply. It is well known that Han Li prided himself on his intellect, which has been his greatest asset for navigating the world of cultivation thus far. Therefore, upon encountering this information, he struggled briefly before resolutely abandoning any thoughts of using the blood-condensing 5 elements pill. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret, as it seemed to imply that the hard-won blood-condensing 5 elements pill had become utterly worthless. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he found himself questioning this conclusion. If that were the case, why would the Emperor still cultivate this pill with such dedication? Observing his cunning demeanor, it was evident that he would not partake in the substance directly. With this thought in mind, Han Li, after perusing through various secret arts, focused his attention on a particularly intriguing technique, the external incarnation. This renowned dark arts secret method had long been known to him. Although the specific practices and effects of such incarnation techniques varied greatly, it was indisputable that they were regarded as vital by practitioners of the dark arts. These techniques were essentially the highest secrets of their respective sections. The 7 sects of the Yu Kingdom had once gone to great lengths to gather relevant methods, yet ultimately found nothing. Upon swiftly reading through this technique, Han Li was overwhelmed with joy, for he had finally discovered a means to utilize the blood condensation 5 elements pill. If his conjecture was correct, it was likely that the former Yu Emperor had harbored the same intentions as he did, thus investing heavily in cultivating the 4 blood servants to refine the blood condensation 5 elements pill. The blue-robed individual who had perished under Tian Lei Zi after being absorbed into his power was indeed the incarnation he had forged. This could only explain why that individual willingly allowed his cultivation to be absorbed without resistance. Suppressing the tumult of thoughts within, Han Li quickly perused the remaining secret arts. He held no interest in techniques such as the bone-refining pill and blood sacrifice, as he had not cultivated dark arts himself. However, the method for refining the blood spirit diamond caught his attention, prompting him to take note. After withdrawing his mind, he digested the information thoroughly before shifting his gaze to the other 2 items. The blood-red cone he acquired was the solidified form of the blood spirit diamond after detachment, likely usable as a magical artifact. As for the pitch-black bowl, it was a rare artifact known as the soul-gathering bowl, specifically designed to contain the souls and consciousness of cultivators. Once ensconced within this artifact, all souls would gradually lose their sentience, becoming mere wandering spirits, subservient to the malevolent practitioners who would employ them for their dark rituals. Han Li, upon merely observing this soul-gathering bowl, was compelled to shudder at the chilling aura emanating from within, hastily stowing it away in his storage pouch. He understood well that he had not cultivated such sinister arts, and thus could not harness this artifact. The chilling essence of this artifact was a testament to the countless souls of cultivators that had met their demise within it. Prolonged exposure to such an object would surely lead to a severe affliction. After carefully securing the items, Han Li lifted his gaze to the sky, adorned with brilliant hues, and leaped towards a corner of the bamboo grove. Moments later, he extracted a blue flag embedded in the root of a giant bamboo. Instantly, the radiant light barrier vanished without a trace. Han Li smiled faintly and turned his attention to another corner. Before long, he had removed all the array flags and discs from the bamboo grove, cherishing them dearly as he stored them in his pouch. Having witnessed the enhanced power of the inverted 5 elements array, Han Li held these artifacts in the highest regard. As Han Li leisurely returned to his original location, intending to summon his flying vessel to navigate the area, he caught sight of an object upon the ground, what appeared to be the corpse of the Yu Emperor, resembling a mass of putrid mud. It seemed that once the radiance dissipated, he had plummeted from the heavens. Han Li furrowed his brow and sighed softly. With a flick of his finger, a fireball the size of a fist soared forward, reducing the remains of the Yu Emperor to ashes. This individual had indeed been a remarkable figure, yet in death, he had been reduced to nothing more than a pile of charred remains, which left Han Li pondering the transience of existence. Subsequently, Han Li tapped his storage pouch, releasing a beam of golden light that struck the ground, creating a deep pit. With a gentle sweep of his sleeve, he summoned a soft breeze that carefully guided the ashes into the cavity. Suddenly, a flash of white light interrupted his intended act of burial. In astonishment, he gestured with one hand, and a misty white silk handkerchief floated gracefully from the pit into his grasp. Han Li's gaze swept over it, revealing a look of perplexity. The handkerchief was slightly yellowed, unmistakably an ancient artifact, woven from an unknown material, emanating a faint glow. However, what intrigued Han Li was the indistinct map intricately embroidered upon it. His curiosity piqued. He scrutinized the map intently, but after several thorough examinations, he found his interest waning. Upon closer inspection, he was convinced that it did not depict the terrain of the Yu Kingdom. Rather, it illustrated an unfamiliar locale. Moreover, the map was evidently incomplete, leaving him uncertain whether it represented half or merely a fraction of the original. Nonetheless, the revelation of this map amidst the ashes suggested that the Yu Emperor must have concealed it within his body using some arcane method. Otherwise, it would have surely been discovered by the beast puppets from the outset. This indicated that the map held significant value. Contemplating this, Han Li decided to store the fragmented map within a jade box designated for the 5 elements elixir. Now was not the time for unraveling mysteries. He needed to seek out others, as the aftermath of the Yu Emperor's demise presented a rather daunting challenge. When Han Li arrived before the Cold Palace, he found Chen Xiaoqian and her companions, only to be met with further unwelcome news. Within the secret chamber of the Blackshaw sect, they had discovered the corpse of Wu Xian, who had recently perished after having his essence drained by a blood sacrifice. Han Li was taken aback by this revelation but quickly forced a bitter smile, saying nothing. The calamity wrought by the Blackshaw sect had resulted in the loss of so many foundational-level cultivators from his sect. Upon his return, he feared that Li Huayuan would not greet him with a favorable disposition. Ultimately, he bore responsibility for this situation. Feeling a sense of helplessness, Han Li entrusted the aftermath to Chen Xiaoqian and Zhong Wenyang, finding an excuse to return to the Qin residence. However, he was utterly unprepared for the unexpected arrival that awaited him upon his return. "Greetings, Master Han," exclaimed a middle-aged man in splendid attire, respectfully bowing. "Ah, Master Ma, what brings you to seek me at this late hour? Is there something of great importance?" Han Li's eyes flickered with surprise. He had just returned from the imperial city and was astonished to find this disciple, responsible for liaising with the Yu capital, waiting for him in the courtyard. Moreover, it appears that the wait might be quite lengthy. "Master Uncle, I have just received news. There is an edict from above, stating that all disciples above the Foundation establishment stage must promptly proceed to the 7 factions encampment at the border, as the opposing side has issued a declaration of war. In 2 months, the 6 sects of the Demon Path will engage us in a decisive battle. The higher-ups demand a consolidation of all personnel. Additionally, I have a message from Master Li." The man in splendid attire spoke solemnly. After speaking, he produced a hand order and a jade slip, which he handed to Han Li. Upon hearing this, Han Li was slightly taken aback, yet he maintained his composure as he accepted the 2 items and scrutinized them carefully. The command on the hand order indeed matched the information provided by his interlocutor, mandating that all Foundation establishment disciples carrying out tasks in the field must assemble at the border encampment within a month of receiving the order, with the date for the decisive battle against the Demon Path already established. The spiritual emblem at the end of the hand order was unmistakably authentic. After verifying the hand order, Han Li delved into the jade slip with his consciousness. To his surprise, the ethereal figure of Li Huayuan emerged within, delivering a remarkably succinct message. He instructed that there was no longer a need to protect the Qin residents, as it had been reported that the Demon Path's plan to infiltrate the mundane realm of the Yu Kingdom had been inexplicably cancelled. Han Li and the other disciples could return to the border without concern. Listening to the sparse words of Li Huiyuan's apparition, Han Li felt a pang of frustration, as if he were on the verge of spitting blood. He forcefully suppressed the gloom in his heart before withdrawing his consciousness. I understand the situation. You may leave the hand order and jade slip with me, and I will inform the others, Han Li said after contemplating the items in his possession. I apologize for the trouble, Master Uncle, the middle-aged man replied after a moment's hesitation, still maintaining a respectful demeanor. He then took his leave from Han Li. With a gentle "no need to see me off," Han Li watched as the man soared into the sky. He then exhaled softly and slowly entered the room. The following morning, Han Li, Song Meng, and a few others sat in the parlor discussing their departure from Yuejing. Before participating in the great battle, I must return to my family first, and then I will proceed to the encampment. Therefore, I shall not travel together with you all, Chen Xiaoqian said, lightly biting her crimson lip after reviewing the hand order. I must return the belongings of senior brother Liu to the Liu family. Zhong Wei and I, looking somewhat haggard with reddened eyes, added. Though unspoken, her intention to act independently was quite evident. I have no particular matters at hand. Let us return together. Junior brother Han, Song Meng remarked cheerfully, giving Han Li's shoulder a light pat. No, senior brother 4. I also have some personal matters to attend to and have already made other arrangements, Han Li replied with a smile, gently declining. Oh, I see. Then that settles it. Song Meng displayed a look of disappointment. How about I accompany senior brother Song on the return journey? Chen Xiaoqian, the only surviving senior sister, suddenly suggested with a smile directed at Song Meng. Song Meng instantly brightened at this, for it meant there would be someone to spar with along the way. Han Li, witnessing this exchange, couldn't help but chuckle internally, realizing that despite the recent bloody battle, his senior brother had remained unchanged. Thus, the group agreed to part ways the following morning. In the afternoon, Han Li informed Qin Yan of their safety, and amid Qin Yan's joyful response, he expressed his intention to take his leave the next day. Upon hearing these words, Qin Yan hastily uttered a few pleas for retention, but Han Li, with a gentle smile, gracefully declined. Realizing the futility of her efforts, Qin Yan reluctantly acquiesced. After parting ways with Qin Yan, Han Li made his way back to his residence. However, unexpectedly, as he passed through the small garden he often frequented, he beheld Chen Xiaoqian. Her back turned towards him, adorned in a flowing white dress. She seemed to be admiring the flowers and plants, inadvertently obstructing his path. Faced with this scenario, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at the thought of passing by without acknowledgement. Senior Sister Chen, what a coincidence. Han Li greeted her with a composed demeanor, intending to brush past her. Yet, Chen Xiaoqian suddenly swayed her waist and turned gracefully, revealing a face as radiant as a flower, now directed towards Han Li. It is no coincidence. I have been waiting for you, she said, her slightly parted lips forming the words. Her autumn-like eyes bore into Han Li's, displaying a complex expression. Wait for me. Han Li feigned surprise, yet within, he felt an inexplicable blend of bitterness and joy. I hear that the white chrysanthemum mountain outside of Yuejing is exceedingly beautiful, a renowned sight in the vicinity. Would you accompany me there for a visit, Han Shidi? After a moment of silence, Chen Xiaoqian unexpectedly proposed, leaving Han Li astounded. Very well. It seemed as if fate had intervened. Though Han Li had intended to decline, upon meeting the sorrowful glimmer in her eyes, he found himself unwittingly altering his response. Splendid. Let us depart at once, Han Shidi. Once the sun sets, there will be nothing to behold, Chen Xiaoqian exclaimed, a blush blooming on her cheeks, her joy illuminating her already striking beauty. As soon as the words escaped Han Li's lips, he felt a pang of regret. He had resolutely decided to sever ties with this woman, yet here he was, inexplicably agreeing to accompany her. It appeared that his resolve was still lacking. Contemplating this, Han Li shook his head inwardly, yet verbally acquiesced. Very well, senior sister, let us take my divine wind vessel for a swift journey. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiaoqian smiled radiantly and graciously boarded the vessel. Han Li then summoned the pristine divine wind vessel, and together they soared through the skies, arriving shortly at the famed white chrysanthemum mountain. This mountain was blanketed with a myriad of chrysanthemums, predominantly white, presenting a stunningly enchanting vista. To Han Li's surprise, upon reaching the mountain, Chen Xiaoqian did not engage him in conversation. Instead, she meandered along the path, pausing occasionally to admire particularly captivating sights. Han Li followed silently, captivated by her enchanting silhouette, appearing utterly oblivious to the romantic undertones of the moment. After an hour, they reached the summit, where Chun Xiao Qian stood in a small pavilion, gazing out over the landscape, while Han Li remained at her side. At that moment, the summit was devoid of any other visitors, and with neither party willing to break the silence, an air of profound stillness enveloped them. The subtle atmosphere lingered for an indeterminate duration until Chun Xiao Qian finally uttered a gentle remark. Han Shidi, after the great battle, I fear I shall soon be wed. Upon hearing these words, Han Li was taken aback, turning to gaze at her in astonishment. She was a direct descendant of the esteemed Qin clan, a practitioner who had recently established her foundation under the auspices of Tianke Fortress. Having encountered her several times, he found her to be quite amiable. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, she would soon become a member of the Qin family, destined to be his dual cultivation partner. Unperturbed by Han Li's surprise, Chun Xiao Qian continued in a measured tone. Gradually, Han Li's astonishment waned, and after a moment's hesitation, he politely replied, Then I congratulate you, Qin Shiji, on your impending union. I shall prepare a gift for you. Han Li's words, however, were evidently not what she wished to hear. She trembled slightly, and before he could finish, she coldly raised her hand, casting aside a circular artifact and soaring away, as if nothing remained for her to cherish. Watching Chun Xiao Qian disappear, Han Li stood there, expression icy, motionless for a while, before finally exhaling deeply and departing in a despondent manner. Despite having resolved to accept the situation, the reality of the woman who had shown interest in him marrying another left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Perhaps this was a common affliction among men. Though they were known as cultivators, their emotions mirrored those of mere mortals. As Han Li reflected on this with a hint of self-mockery, he flew back to the Qin residence. However, upon returning, he learned from others that Chun Xiao Qian had already departed, leaving ahead of him. Han Li could not help but smile bitterly. It seemed that Chun Xiao Qian was indeed profoundly disappointed in him and had resolved to pursue her own happiness elsewhere. Though a sense of melancholy enveloped him, Han Li, not one to be easily swayed, maintained a composed demeanor and engaged in light-hearted banter with others throughout the day. Thus, on the following morning, as others gradually left the Qin residence, Han Li was the last to depart. Just before setting off, he discreetly glanced at Mo Feng Wu, intending to bid her farewell, given their acquaintance. However, upon catching sight of her through the window outside the attic, he altered his mind about the farewell. Clad in attire befitting a young matron, Mo Feng Wu was within, accompanied by a woman of about 50, reciting scriptures, her face radiating tranquility and serenity. After quietly observing for a moment, Han Li chose not to disturb her, quietly turning away. For her, perhaps absence would be preferable, sparing her the burden of recalling painful memories. Perhaps this tranquil, untroubled life was what she yearned for most. Han Li pondered with a tinge of sorrow. Leaving Yuejing, he took a slight detour, first heading to Jiyuan City. Regardless of the circumstances, he had promised to avenge the Mo family and felt compelled to pay a visit. Although no malevolent forces had disrupted the peace, with the impending battle, it was likely that no high-ranking practitioners would be present in the city to form a formation. He intended to discreetly eliminate the master of the five-colored gate, confident that even if the inhabitants of Spirit Beast Mountain were enraged, they would be utterly unable to trace the act back to him. However, this journey was not solely about creating turmoil for the five-colored gate. He also sought to ascertain how Sun Ergo was managing the operations of the Siping gang. Over the years, with the assistance of Chu Han, he must have achieved some measure of success. Yet, the escape route he had previously secured now appeared to be of little use. With such contemplations in mind, Han Li sat aboard the Divine Wind boat, heading straight for Jiyuan City. Remarkably, it had been more than a decade since his last visit to Jiyuan City. Yet many memories remained vivid and strikingly clear. 5 days later, in front of the renowned Xiong family tavern in Jiyuan City, a young man clad in a blue robe arrived. He stood on the street, squinting at the tavern's sign, his expression somewhat peculiar. Indeed, it was Han Li, who had only just entered the city. After reflecting for a moment, he leisurely stepped inside. Coincidentally, upon reaching the second floor, he immediately spotted the very table by the window where he had once sat, now astonishingly vacant. Filled with delight, he made his way over without hesitation. As he settled down, a diligent waiter approached, eagerly polishing the table and inquiring about Han Li's desired dishes. Han Li smiled faintly, casually ordering a few delectable appetizers, then gestured for the waiter to depart. His purpose for visiting was not merely to indulge his palate. With this thought in mind, Han Li gazed out the window. The imposing MO residence still stood, accompanied by several burly men stationed at its entrance. However, the massive plaque above the door no longer bore the name of MO, but rather displayed the two prominent characters of Li. Han Li's brow furrowed slightly as he beheld the glimmering Li plaque in the sunlight. From what he understood, the master of the five-colored gate bore the surname Li, indicating they had audaciously usurped the place. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the sight of the Li characters on the plaque irked him immensely. He found the previous MO plaque far more pleasing to the eye. As Han Li pondered this, the waiter swiftly brought forth the food and drink. At that moment, laughter and chatter echoed from below, followed by the arrival of several young men ascending the staircase, all clad in luxurious garments befitting affluent young masters, accompanied by a few burly servants. These young gentlemen casually cast glances around the upper floor, among them a particularly thin individual, seemingly as if a gust of wind could uproot him, who rudely beckoned the waiter. The waiter promptly scurried over, wearing a smile of servility, and hastily inquired, "Young Master Xia, how may I serve you today? Summon your manager. We wish to treat a distinguished guest to a banquet, and have the unrelated patrons on the third floor vacate immediately. Any losses we shall cover," declared the diminutive yet audacious young man. Despite his slight stature, his tone was far from meek. Nevertheless, the waiter displayed no sign of displeasure, nodding fervently before hastening to inform the manager. Moments later, a middle-aged man in his 40s ascended the stairs. Upon encountering these individuals, the attendant quickly acquiesced to their demands, escorting them to the third floor to offer apologies. It remains uncertain whether it is the proprietor's astuteness or the undeniable influence of the young gentleman that commanded such deference. Shortly thereafter, patrons dining on the third floor began settling their bills and departed without a hint of grievance. Han Li, observing this, lazily cast a glance at the group before redirecting his attention to the street outside. They were merely young scions of the mundane world. Such arrogant individuals, bolstered by familial power, are commonplace. Han Li had little inclination to pay them heed. At that moment, the young man leading the group, Mr. Xia, nodded in satisfaction before they all descended to greet someone. After a brief interval, footsteps echoed from below once more, prompting Han Li to turn his head in curiosity. Among the heavy footfalls, one pair seemed light and almost ethereal, suggesting the presence of a skilled practitioner of lightness technique, a talent only honed through considerable experience in the martial world. This piqued Han Li's interest. At this juncture, the author wishes to express their humble apologies to the readers. Regrettably, my recent state has been rather poor, leaving me feeling quite fatigued, hence the reduced updates. However, I am striving to regain my former vigor and believe I shall soon recover. This is not the first time such circumstances have arisen, and I hope for your understanding. Volume 3, Chapter 333. Leader's son, a refined and elegant young man, flanked by several young gentlemen, ascended to the second floor. In his 30s, with a handsome visage and a gentle smile, he exuded an aura that felt as refreshing as a spring breeze, garnering immediate goodwill. The subtle footfalls emanated from his steps. Engaging in light conversation with his companions, he casually scanned the second floor. Upon noticing Han Li's unremarkable countenance, he paid little heed and proceeded to the third floor, clearly the esteemed guest they had spoken of. As soon as they reached the upper level, exquisite dishes were promptly delivered by the attendants, who were subsequently dismissed by the young gentlemen, evidently wishing to keep their discussions private from prying ears. Han Li's interest was further piqued by this scene, prompting him to extend his consciousness discreetly to the floor above, enabling him to overhear their conversation with clarity. "Brother Li, we owe you a great debt this time. Otherwise, we would have faced significant losses. Your presence here is indeed a favor to us. Allow me to toast to you," exclaimed the lean young man, his voice infused with gratitude. "It's nothing. The audacity of those outsiders to act under the very eyes of the five-color sect is a grave transgression. I merely intervened to rescue you all." "It was the least I could do," replied the handsome young man, displaying a demeanor that was both courteous and approachable. Upon hearing the mention of Brother Li and the five-color sect, Han Li's expression shifted to one of surprise. Could it be mere coincidence that he has encountered someone connected to the five-color sect? The revelation astonished him. Regardless, it was clear that without Brother Li's assistance, they would have been in dire peril. In the future, Should brotherly require our assistance, we shall never decline, one of the young gentlemen proclaimed, thumping his chest. Thank you for your kind intentions, esteemed brothers. However, the kidnappers who orchestrated this abduction possess quite a formidable reputation in the realm of martial arts. One cannot underestimate their renown. Otherwise, given your esteemed status in Jiyuan City, how could mere commoners dare to act against you? The spirited youth shifted the conversation with a hint of caution. Indeed, those kidnappers are truly powerful. I was peacefully slumbering in my home, and yet upon opening my eyes, I found myself in an entirely different place, which genuinely startled me. Thankfully, our fathers managed to locate your esteemed father in time. Otherwise, we would have endured considerable hardship. The lean youth recounted, still shaken by the ordeal. In truth, Master Wang and his associates had not yet sought out the Li family's young scion for a dialogue. Nevertheless, Han Li gleaned the general circumstances from their brief exchange. It appeared that these prominent young gentlemen of Jiyuan City had been abducted by a band of external martial artists, prompting their desperate fathers to seek assistance from the Wuz sect. It seemed that this young man was the son of the Wuz sect's leader, who had swiftly intervened to rescue them, and now they were hosting a banquet to express their gratitude to the young master. As Han Li gazed absently out the window, he listened to the flattery directed towards the Li family's scion, hoping to overhear some useful information regarding the leader of the Wuz sect. Soon, a casual remark from the lean youth piqued Han Li's interest. Brotherly, I hear that your esteemed leader is approaching his 60th birthday in a few days. Your household must be making preparations for the occasion. However, it must be noted that your father possesses remarkable vitality at such an age, showing no signs of aging. We must certainly partake in the celebratory wine. Haha. My father's profound cultivation is not something ordinary individuals can compare to. If you wish to attend, I would be more than delighted to welcome you, for my father has just returned from inspecting the branch and is personally overseeing the arrangements for this significant event. As he holds this birthday in high regard, the young master replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Han Li retracted his consciousness. Knowing that the leader of the Wuz sect was within the Li residence made everything more manageable. With this thought in mind, he downed the cup of wine in his hand, placed a piece of silver on the table, and declared in a low voice, "Waiter, I shall settle the bill." No need for change. Having spoken, he left the establishment with purpose. The waiter, beaming, followed behind, expressing his gratitude profusely. Once outside the tavern, Han Li glanced toward the Li residence, a cold smile creeping upon his lips, before departing without a backward glance. That evening, he intended to pay a visit to the Li household. If no other Foundation establishment cultivators were nearby, he would take the opportunity to claim the life of the Wuz sect's leader, thereby fulfilling his promise. Yet, for now, it was still daytime, and time was of the essence. He had other matters to attend to first. With this resolve, Han Li disappeared into the bustling crowd. Currently, the sipping gang is renowned throughout Jiyuan City. Though it remains incomparable to the mightiest factions, it undoubtedly stands as a premier force among the mid-tier gangs, led by none other than the remarkable Sun Ergu, who ascended to power with great fanfare. Naturally, Sun Ergu's status has transformed significantly since those days, and no one dares to address him in such a familiar manner anymore. Now, upon encountering him, all must pay their respects, referring to him as Master Sunday. The headquarters of the Xiping gang has relocated from its former site over a decade ago to a more affluent street within the city. The gang members no longer engage in the impoverished labor of dock work. Instead, through fierce struggle and combat, they have secured a lucrative territory, even establishing pawnshops and taverns as legitimate enterprises. Consequently, the Xiping gang has grown increasingly wealthy, and Master Sun's life has flourished as well. Just last month, he took in his 9th concubine, a renowned courtesan within Jiyuan City, who possesses a certain charm that has captivated the seasoned Master Sun, leading him to linger in her chambers almost daily, neglecting his other wives entirely. Now, as twilight approaches, Master Sun strides eagerly toward the backyard, his heart warmed by thoughts of the enchanting beauty awaiting him. However, upon pushing open the door to her chamber, he is taken aback. There, seated before him, is a young man who, upon noticing Master Sun's entrance, languidly remarks, "Sun Ergu, I never expected you to possess such capability." The Xiping gang appears to be thriving. It seems I did not misjudge you after all. This young man, addressing him so casually and with an air of superiority, is none other than Han Li, who has stealthily infiltrated the Xiping gang stronghold. Recognizing the mysterious figure who had once supported his rise, Sun Ergu is stunned. After all, Han Li's visage has remained unchanged over the years, thanks to the elixir he consumed. This revelation sends tumultuous waves of emotion through Sun Ergu. But after a moment of fluctuating expressions, he quickly adopts a respectful demeanor, stepping forward to bow and say, "It is an honor to have you here, esteemed sir. I, Sun Ergu, pay my respects." It is remarkable that Master Sun, having not engaged in such a humble manner for many years, manages to do so with such natural grace. Seeing Sun Ergu's demeanor, Han Li raises an eyebrow, revealing a hint of surprise. Yet, he merely smiles lightly and remarks with mild interest, "No need for such formalities. You are a leader now. There is no need for such grand gestures. I am merely here to observe how you have fared, and I shall be departing shortly." Sun Ergu feels a wave of relief wash over him at Han Li's words. He had feared that the moment Han Li arrived, he would demand the relinquishment of power. After years of holding such a high position, he has garnered some understanding of cultivators, figures far beyond the reach of mere mortals like himself. He had initially believed that such a benefactor would treat him as a puppet to be manipulated. Little did he expect that the one who spoke of letting go would remain absent for so many years, experiencing the taste of superiority for a while. Just as he believed that the other party might have forgotten him entirely, this young master suddenly reappeared. This left him, unaware of Han Li's true intentions, feeling quite anxious. Han Li cast a glance at Sun Ergu, his face suddenly revealing a hint of astonishment. "Come here, extend your wrist." After furrowing his brow, Han Li commanded in an unmistakable tone. Sun Ergu, taken aback by the request, hesitated momentarily but ultimately complied, stepping forward and extending an arm. Without hesitation, Han Li grasped the man's wrist and infused a trace of spiritual energy into him, allowing it to swiftly circulate through his meridians. Moments later, Han Li expressionlessly released his grip and uttered a shocking statement that left the leader of the Sun clan utterly astounded. "You have been afflicted with a chronic hidden poison. At most, you can survive for another month." Han Li's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. "Poisoned? Impossible. I am always extremely cautious. All my meals are overseen by dedicated personnel." After the initial shock, Sun Ergu's face reflected unease. Hearing his words, Han Li could not be bothered to elaborate further. With a flick of his hand, a flash of green light darted into Sun Ergu's body. "My lord, what is this? What are you doing?" Sun Ergu dared not evade, but a sense of panic began to rise within him. This is the true spirit technique. It will reveal the toxins within your body. Just look in the mirror for yourself, Han Li casually remarked from his seat. Upon hearing this, Sun Ergu's heart sank, and he hurriedly dashed to a corner of the room where a vanity table for women stood. In a flurry, he found a small copper mirror and anxiously peered into it. The sight left him utterly stunned. The reflection displayed a face shrouded in dark energy, with a purplish-black complexion that unmistakably indicated severe poisoning. "My lord, save me. I have always been loyal to you, with no ulterior motives." Sun Ergu, now visibly frightened, rushed back and knelt before Han Li, pleading desperately. At this moment, he had come to believe more than half of what was said. For someone of Han Li's cultivation, it was inconceivable that he would go to such lengths to deceive him. If he truly intended harm, a mere flick of his finger could easily extinguish his life. Han Li observed Sun Ergu's display of loyalty with a calm smile, then replied coolly, "Rest assured, while this poison is quite subtle, its toxicity is not severe. You won't die within a few days. No need for such alarm." Upon hearing Han Li's words, Sun Ergu felt somewhat reassured, yet he continued his pitiful pleas. "My lord, with your vast powers, please devise a remedy for this poison. I, Sun Ergu, shall continue to serve you diligently. If you doubt my sincerity, I can swear an oath." Although Sun Ergu's status had changed dramatically, he was evidently much more fearful of death now. Before Han Li could respond, he pointed at the ceiling and began a series of fervent oaths, prompting a mix of amusement and exasperation in Han Li. "To serve you diligently? It seems that I have always been the one to offer him benefits." Han Li thought to himself, both amused and exasperated. "Here is an antidote pill. You may consume it later. As long as you do not continue to be poisoned, there should be no significant consequences in the future." Han Li gently shook his head before retrieving a blue pill and tossing it to the man. "Thank you, young master. Thank you." Sun Ergu exclaimed joyfully as he caught the pill, repeatedly expressing his gratitude and quickly rising to secure the medicine. This poison does not afflict one so deeply in just 1 or 2 instances. It must have been affecting you for at least several months. I believe you should be able to identify who administered the poison, correct? Am I right, my esteemed leader, son? Han Li suddenly chuckled lightly, his tone half joking. Young master, you jest. However, I do have a few suspects in mind regarding who might have poisoned me, Sun Ergo replied, scratching his head and forcing a smile. Now that his life had been saved by Han Li, he naturally felt an increased respect for him. Well, as a cultivator, I shall not interfere in the affairs of mortals. You may handle it yourself. The purpose of my visit is actually to take Chu Han away with me. I have made some progress in my cultivation, so bringing him along should not pose a significant challenge. You have no objections, do you? Han Li's smile faded as he spoke in a solemn tone. You wish to take Lord Chu away? However, young master, Lord Chu Han is no longer with the Si Ping gang. Upon hearing Han Li's statement, Sun Ergo's heart sank, and he could only respond with trepidation. What do you mean? You lost him? Han Li's expression darkened, causing the temperature in the room to drop sharply, sending a chill down Sun Ergo's spine as fear gripped him. Please, young master, do not be angry. It was not I who lost him. Lord Chu Han left on his own accord. Although he is no longer in the city, he has not wandered far. He is in the nearby mountains. I have dispatched people to keep watch over him. Sun Ergo hurriedly explained, terrified of Han Li's wrath. He ran away on his own. What is the story here? Clarify this matter. If it truly is not your fault, I am known for being fair in reward and punishment. I shall not hold you accountable. A hint of surprise crossed Han Li's face as his expression softened slightly. After all, Sun Ergo must know the whereabouts of Chu Han, and that is sufficient. However, the notion that Chu Han could escape on his own was indeed hard to believe. Seeing that Han Li was not genuinely angry, Sun Ergo felt relieved, but still did not dare to be careless. He quickly continued to explain, ever since you entrusted Lord Chu Han to me, I have diligently followed your instructions, ensuring that he would not be seen by others unless it was absolutely necessary. The last time Lord Chu appeared abnormal was 6 years ago, during a crucial period for our gang's expansion when we faced a rival mid-tier gang with many capable fighters. I had no choice but to call upon Lord Chu Han for assistance. In that battle, he displayed extraordinary prowess, and our gang achieved a great victory. However, shortly after that battle, one of my subordinates assigned to watch over Lord Chu suddenly reported that he had begun to speak. I was utterly shocked upon learning this and hurriedly went to see him with the soul guiding bell. As Sun Ergo recounted this, a wry smile crossed his face. What happened? With the soul guiding bell in your possession, could he have possibly attacked you? Upon hearing Chu Han speak, Han Li was taken aback. Now, witnessing Sun Ergo's enigmatic demeanor, he immediately reprimanded him with irritation. This startled Sun Ergo, who continued, I did not attack. But it seemed that before I even entered Lord Chu's abode, Lord Chu Han was already aware of my presence and suddenly broke through the wall, fleeing as if propelled by unseen forces. I was utterly unable to pursue him. As he spoke, a look of helplessness crossed his face. He escaped. Han Li raised an eyebrow, a contemplative expression appearing in his eyes. Indeed, my lord. Once Lord Chu departed, years have passed, and he has been lingering in the nearby mountains and forests for reasons unknown. Despite my repeated attempts to bring skilled members of the guild to retrieve Lord Chu Han, he inexplicably relocates whenever we draw near, refusing to meet with me. Moreover, those who ventured forth alone were no match for him, resulting in the injury and death of 2 of our guild's experts, Sun Ergo explained, perplexed. There is nothing perplexing about it. It is likely due to your possession of the soul-calling bell. Although I am unaware of why Chu Han has lost control, it is evident that the restrictions I initially placed still hold some efficacy, Han Li remarked with a cold laugh, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor. Is that so? Sun Ergo's expression reflected his realization of the truth behind the matter. Please inform me of Chu Han's whereabouts. I shall handle the situation henceforth. It appears that you are not to blame for this predicament. I must witness the circumstances for myself. Additionally, you will no longer require the soul-calling bell. Hand it over to me, Han Li stated calmly after a moment's contemplation. Yes, my lord. Just a few days ago, I received a report from my subordinates. Lord Chu is currently located to the west. Sun Ergo respectfully provided an address situated 100 miles from Jiyuan City, then cautiously retrieved the soul-calling bell from within his robe, presenting it to Han Li with both hands. Han Li nodded, accepting the small bell and inspecting the artifact. Satisfied that it remained intact, he stored it in his spatial pouch. Aside from matters concerning Chu Han, I also wish to inquire about certain issues regarding the five-color sect. You must answer me truthfully. Han Li suddenly adopted a stern expression, speaking in a chilling tone. This expression from Han Li visibly startled Sun Ergu. Yet he quickly nodded repeatedly, much like a chick pecking at grains. What kind of person is the current leader of the five-color sect? Does he have any family? Have any outsiders visited the Li residence recently? Is he currently staying within the estate? Han Li queried with an austere demeanor. A shiver ran through Sun Ergu's heart. But he answered without hesitation. As for the leader of the five-color sect, to be honest, I still do not know him well. I have only seen him from a distance on 2 occasions. I do know that his martial prowess is unfathomable. He has 2 sons and a daughter, all of whom are married. I have heard that his eldest son oversees the old site of the five-color sect, while his second son remains within the Li residence alongside the sect leader. Sun Ergu spoke in detail, clearly having devoted considerable effort to gathering intelligence on the five-color sect. Han Li listened intently to this information, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table as he processed the details. As Sun Ergu noticed that Han Li had ceased his inquiries, a flicker of concern crossed his mind, prompting him to cautiously ask, "Might you be considering taking action against the Wuz sect due to the events surrounding the Mo manor from years past?" Upon hearing this, Han Li's brow furrowed, and his expression darkened ominously. "You are prying too much. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you, nor should you speculate recklessly. You wouldn't wish to become a man bereft of memory, would you?" Han Li's voice was frigid, chilling to the bone, causing Sun Ergu's complexion to pale as he hastily offered his apologies. With a dismissive snort, Han Li chose to let the matter rest. For Han Li, there was no room for leniency when it came to asserting authority. Chapter 335. Astonishment observing the cold sweat trickling down Sun Ergu's face. Han Li sensed that the moment was ripe and softened his demeanor, preparing to extend a gesture of goodwill. "Very well, continue to be the Grand Leader's son as before. Unless there is something particularly pressing, I shall not seek you out. However, as we part ways today, I cannot foresee when we shall meet again. Therefore, take this item and keep it well. Should you have descendants, they may use it to recognize me. As long as they are willing to serve me, I shall ensure their lives are filled with wealth and prosperity." As he spoke, Han Li produced a sheet of ordinary blank talisman paper, and with a swift motion, tore it neatly in half, offering one piece to Sun Ergu while pocketing the other. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Sun Ergu first displayed a look of astonishment, which soon transformed into unrestrained joy. Overcome with emotion, he knelt before Han Li, bowing his head 3 times with great fervor, before rising with utmost seriousness to declare, "Thank you for your immense kindness. Rest assured, I, Sun Ergu, along with my lineage, shall serve you as our master for generations, never to waver. Should we falter, may we suffer the calamity of total annihilation." After uttering these words, he bowed once more, standing up with a demeanor of deep respect. Witnessing this scene, Han Li was momentarily taken aback. While his intention had been to cultivate a bond with Sun Ergu, he had not anticipated that a mere promise would evoke such profound gratitude. However, upon reflection, Han Li understood. In the mundane world, the perpetuation of one's lineage and the fortunes of a clan were of utmost significance. His words assured the Sun family of prosperity for generations to come, naturally prompting Sun Ergu to earnestly wish to align himself with Han Li. After all, Han Li had never imposed excessive demands upon Sun Ergu throughout the years, leading him to perceive continued loyalty to Han Li as the wisest choice. Having grasped this insight, Han Li felt a sense of satisfaction. Sun Ergu's genuine commitment to serving him would undoubtedly yield far superior results than mere perfunctory compliance. "Well, since you have sincerely pledged your allegiance to me, I shall certainly provide you with greater benefits. Here, take these 2 vials of elixir. One vial is a remedy for various internal and external injuries. As long as one draws breath, they can be saved. The other vial contains the antidote I previously provided, capable of neutralizing a myriad of poisons. Keep it for your protection." With a flick of his wrist, 2 delicate porcelain vials appeared in his palm, which he casually tossed to Sun Ergu. Sun Ergu, filled with immense gratitude, felt assured that he had made the right choice. Afterward, Han Li reiterated a few words of caution to Sun Ergu and, amidst his respectful send-off, gracefully departed from the headquarters of the Xiping gang. It is prudent to keep this escape route available. One never knows when it may be needed, Han Li silently mused. Standing on the street outside, he looked up to find the sky completely shrouded in darkness. the perfect moment to proceed to the Li residence. Thus, with a swift motion, Han Li soared into the sky on his flying artifact, reaching the vicinity of the Li estate in no time. Taking advantage of the impenetrable night, Han Li effortlessly descended from the air, swiftly casting several concealment spells, rendering himself silent as he vanished within the confines of the Li courtyard. Drawing upon his experience from infiltrating the Xian Wang mansion, Han Li expertly employed a binding talisman to immobilize a formidable opponent and, through a mind control technique, inquired about the whereabouts of the master of the five-color sect. To his great delight, he discovered that the master was not ensconced in the heavily guarded inner sanctum, but had instead retreated to a secondary courtyard where his second son resided, seemingly to discuss certain matters. Once the location of the secondary courtyard was clarified, Han Li unceremoniously conjured a fireball, reducing it to ashes. Since this individual had heard his accent and words, it was best not to show mercy and leave any survivors. Subsequently, Han Li evaded numerous guards, both visible and hidden, arriving before a rather substantial courtyard. However, to his surprise, he found 4 individuals clad in white standing motionlessly before the closed gate, their temples bulging and eyes gleaming with intensity. Clearly, these were highly skilled personal guards of the master of the five-color sect. Furrowing his brow, Han Li realized these must indeed be the master's elite protectors, and now that they remained outside, it confirmed that the master was indeed within. With a chilling gaze directed at the 4 guards, he contemplated briefly before suddenly appearing before them in a flash. The 4 white-clad figures were taken aback, attempting to react. But Han Li swiftly blurred again, manifesting 4 phantasmal images that simultaneously struck out with gentle yet lethal palm strikes. Instantly, they fell silently to the ground, each with a gleaming ice spike embedded in their hearts, their bodies cloaked in a layer of frost. With an impassive demeanor, Han Li incinerated the corpses with a fireball and nonchalantly pushed open the wooden door to enter the courtyard. During his journey here, he had utilized his consciousness to conduct a thorough search of the entire Li estate, discovering that there was not a single cultivator present, which alleviated his concerns and stirred his murderous intent. It seemed that the master of the five-color sect was truly destined to meet his end at Han Li's hands. Having resolved that upon entering the courtyard, he would annihilate all within, he knew that leaving any survivors who could lead the cultivators of Ling Beast Mountain to him would be no trivial matter. As Han Li strode into the courtyard, his face set with murderous intent, he was taken aback upon observing the scene before him. In the courtyard stood a young woman cradling a 2- or 3-year-old girl, softly singing lullabies to coax her to sleep. Though the woman's face was obscured by her lowered head, her voice was extraordinarily gentle and affectionate, allowing even a newcomer like Han Li to keenly sense the profound love she harbored for the child. Such a scene was utterly beyond Han Li's expectations, causing his intense murderous intent to dissipate significantly, leaving him with a profound sense of being trapped. The woman before him was indeed the wife of the young master, yet he had not been informed by Sun Ergo that they had a child. Upon entering, Han Li had not concealed his actions. Thus, although the young woman kept her head lowered, she was aware of his presence. Consequently, she ceased her hypnotic lullaby and, with a hint of displeasure, remarked, "Did I not say? You are to remain outside and not enter at will, as it may awaken my evening." After uttering these words, she raised her gaze coldly. Clearly, she mistook Han Li for one of the 4 guards outside. When the young woman and Han Li recognized each other's faces, they both gasped in astonishment. "It's you? How did you come to be here?" Her expression fluctuated between surprise and alarm, her strikingly beautiful visage momentarily clouded by a sense of helplessness, akin to being caught in an affair. Han Li, however, displayed no amusement, his countenance dark and foreboding. After a lengthy pause, he finally exhaled a sigh of frustration and coldly addressed her. "Should I refer to you as Sister Mo, or should I call you Madam Li?" Sister Mo Yuju. This young woman was, in fact, the eldest of the Mo sisters, the one who had once captivated the young masters of Jiyuan City, leaving them utterly enchanted and unable to eat or drink. Though now dressed as a matron, her enchanting beauty had not waned in the slightest. Rather, it exuded an astonishing allure that drove men to madness. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Mo Yuju's complexion turned ashen, her body swaying slightly, as if she might collapse. "Child in arms. Yuju, why do I hear a stranger's voice? Are you speaking with someone?" An elderly voice, somewhat familiar to Han Li, echoed from within, indicating that the occupants had sensed something amiss. The door then swung open, revealing an elderly man with a head of white hair and a youth of around 30. The young man was none other than Li, whom Han Li had encountered earlier at the Xiong family tavern. The elderly man, with snow-white hair and a kindly demeanor, revealed a flicker of peculiarity upon seeing Han Li. This man was the leader of the Wuz sect. Han Li cast a cold glance at the elder and bluntly inquired about Mo Yuzhu. However, at that moment, Mo Yuzhu was far too preoccupied to respond. Clutching the little girl tightly and staring at Han Li with an expression that suggested she would rather remain silent than speak. "Who are you? What have you done to my wife?" The young man, upon witnessing Han Li standing in the courtyard, was already profoundly shocked. When he heard Han Li directly address Mo Yuzhu by name, his rage escalated, and he instinctively moved to teach Han Li a lesson. Yet, before he could take a step, the leader of the Wuz sect grasped his arm and calmly advised, "At your age, how can you still be so impulsive? This person managed to infiltrate past Li Da and the others without a sound. He is certainly no ordinary individual. Do not fall for someone else's provocation. Indeed, experience is the best teacher. Merely observing the meticulous thoughts of the master of the Five Colors Gate reveals that he is indeed extraordinary. Were he genuinely a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage, Han Li would undoubtedly harbor considerable wariness, perceiving him as a formidable adversary. Alas, he is but a mere mortal. No matter how profound his scheming, he is inconsequential in the face of absolute power and would not warrant Han Li's attention." In the third volume, chapter 336, titled Ing Ning, the master of the Five Colors Gate suddenly smiled and inquired with utmost politeness, "Since you stand here, it is evident that you are not a nameless individual. Might I inquire if you are an acquaintance of Yuzhu? If so, you are not a stranger. Please enter, and let us converse inside." This statement momentarily stunned the youth beside him, revealing a hint of astonishment. Upon hearing these words, Han Li's expression shifted, and a trace of sardonic amusement played at the corners of his mouth. "In the past, I studied under Mo Ju Rin for a few years. Your daughter-in-law could be considered my senior apprentice sister, so she is indeed not a stranger. However, before we entangle ourselves in relationships, should we not first reckon with the annihilation of the Mo family?" Han Li was deeply shocked and frustrated upon learning that Mo Yuzhu had wed the son of her family's enemy, and he was already contemplating taking action. "You are a remnant of the Mo family," the youth exclaimed, his face a mask of disbelief. The master of the Five Colors Gate also displayed surprise, but his expression soon darkened, and a glimmer of malice flickered in his eyes. His robes suddenly billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, and his imposing aura surged forth like a tangible force. "Since you are a faction of the Mo family, do not think to escape. Surrender your life," the master of the Five Colors Gate declared with a thunderous voice, his demeanor shifting drastically. He then took a large step forward, causing the ground beneath him to imprint 2 half-inch deep footprints, a testament to his astonishing internal strength. Seeing this, the youth silently maneuvered to the side, preparing to assist his father. Han Li, with an expression devoid of emotion, observed the actions of the father and son. Without uttering a word, he raised a hand, and with a soft pop, several fist-sized crimson fireballs, exuding an intense heat, materialized above his palm. Witnessing this, the advancing master of the Five Colors Gate faltered, his voice dry as he uttered, "A cultivator," disbelief evident in his tone. The youth beside him was equally stunned. Han Li had no intention of further discourse. With a slight curl of his fingers, he prepared to launch the fireballs to eliminate the two. However, at that moment, Mo Yuzhu, who had been tightly clutching a small girl, suddenly displayed a resolute expression, stepping in front of Han Li. "No, I will not allow you to kill the child's father. If you slay him, then you may as well take both my daughter and me as well," she stated, her countenance filled with despair yet resolute. Observing this scene, Han Li furrowed his brow, the fireballs in his hand crackling with explosive energy, swelling to the size of bowls, radiating immense heat. Despite her tragic appearance, Mo Yuzhu stood unwavering. "Esteemed cultivator, perhaps you have made an error," the youth implored, deeply moved by Mo Yuzhu's self-sacrifice. Fearing that Han Li might indeed unleash his wrath and eliminate both her and the child, he hastily sought to invoke the support of a powerful ally behind him. Yet, before he could complete his sentence, Han Li coldly interjected, "Silence. In this place, the conversations of you two, father and son, hold no significance. I am well aware that you are backed by the spirit beast mountain, yet to me, it matters not. Should I hear another word of nonsense from either of you, I shall immediately annihilate your entire household." Upon hearing this, the young man's face flushed crimson, filled with a desire to retaliate, yet he dared not. Casting a desperate glance towards his father, the master of the five-colored gate, though maintaining a semblance of composure, betrayed a flicker of unease that did not escape the young man's notice, causing his heart to sink. "Give me a reason not to slay you. This is not only revenge for your Mu family, but also a request personally made by Feng Wu," Han Li stated coldly to Mo Yuju. "Feng Wu is still alive. That is splendid news. I have been quite worried about her. I later learned that she seemingly jumped into a river back then," Mo Yuju replied, her face lighting up with joy at Han Li's words. "Not only is Feng Wu alive, but Kai Huan and the fourth mistress are also doing well. However, I must express my disappointment in you at this moment. You have time to persuade me. Otherwise, I shall still claim their lives," Han Li declared, dismissing the fireball that had been hovering in the air with a mere wave of his hand, his tone chillingly indifferent. Relieved, the father and son of the five-colored gate exhaled in unison. At the very least, their lives were spared for the time being. They trembled at the thought of Han Li's wrath, knowing he would not entertain any explanations from Mo Yuju. The terrifying power of cultivators was something they understood far better than ordinary mortals, leaving them with no desire for confrontation. Mo Yuju too relaxed her expression and, after a moment's contemplation, whispered, "Brother Han, I appreciate your journey from afar to seek vengeance for my family. However, I must inquire about the rationale behind your pursuit of my husband's revenge. They did not physically harm any member of the Mu family. They merely issued an order, one that they were not even in control of, as it was instigated by others of higher authority. As for who those individuals are, being a cultivator yourself, you should be more aware than I." Taken aback by Mo Yuju's words, Han Li fell into a contemplative silence. How could he not understand the truth of her statements? The true culprits behind the Mu family's ruin were indeed the cultivators of Spirit Beast Mountain. Yet, such foes were beyond Han Li's current capability to confront. Moreover, he did not consider his relationship with the Mu family to be strong enough to warrant creating such formidable enemies. Ultimately, he acted out of past affections, seeking to relieve his grievances upon the five-colored gate. Originally, there was nothing wrong with this approach. After all, whether or not the father and son of the five-colored gate were innocent, they had participated in the annihilation of the Mu family. However, with Mo Yuju's unexpected appearance as part of the so-called adversary, Han Li found himself in an unforeseen predicament. With a heavy sigh, he lamented the whims of fate. Since even the members of the Mu family had opposing views, Han Li naturally refrained from undertaking such a thankless task. After some deliberation, his expression softened, and he spoke gently. "Sister, you do present a reasonable argument. Nevertheless, regardless of circumstances, these two have acted as accomplices. Thus, their demise would not be unjust. Furthermore, upon learning that I hail from the Mo family, they immediately assumed a demeanor of utter hostility, making it hard to believe that they bore no connection to the Mo family's demise." As Han Li spoke, a chilling frost enveloped his visage once more, causing the leader of the Five Colors sect and the young man to visibly pale. Their anxieties rekindled. "However, now that my senior sister was involved, and given the differing opinions between the sisters themselves, I had no desire to play the villain. I shall leave the resolution to you too. I hope you can persuade Feng Wu when the time comes." After uttering these words, Han Li subtly transmitted the whereabouts of Mo Feng Wu and Mo Kai Huan to the woman. Upon hearing this, the leader of the Five Colors sect and the young man realized that the cultivator before them had relinquished his intention to eliminate them, and they breathed a sigh of relief. The leader of the Five Colors sect, with a forced smile, stepped forward, eager to cultivate a rapport with Han Li. Yet, as Han Li's frigid gaze swept over him, the elder felt a shiver run down his spine, rendering him hesitant to advance further. "I do not know what methods you employ to have my senior sister wed to your son, nor do I intend to dwell on matters that have already come to pass. However, I expect you to treat her well henceforth, otherwise." Han Li's words trailed off, yet the implied threat was unmistakable to all present. "Junior brother Han, you have misunderstood. Mo Yuju hastily attempted to clarify on behalf of the two men, but before she could finish, the elder interrupted. "Rest assured, esteemed immortal master, I will ensure my son treats Yuju with utmost care, sparing her any distress." The leader of the Five Colors sect, keenly aware that Han Li sought merely a promise rather than an explanation, offered his sincere assurance. Han Li nodded in satisfaction. Hearing this, Mo Yuju's eyes glimmered with gratitude. After a moment of hesitation, she gently handed the sleeping little girl from her arms to Han Li. Junior brother Han, I recognize your esteemed status now. This is my daughter, Ying Ning. Please hold her. It is a gesture of goodwill, allowing you to share in a bit of my brother's celestial aura. Mo Yuju spoke softly. Upon hearing the lovely womaness words, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, then smiled serenely and took the child without hesitation. Lowering his gaze to the girl, what a visage of innocence. Her delicate features and fair, rosy skin, though still very young, hinted at the future beauty of another Mo Yuju. The little girl, perhaps exhausted from her daytime frolics, remained in a deep slumber, her cherubic face adorned with a sweet smile. Han Li suppressed the urge to pinch her chubby cheeks and, with a soft sigh, retrieved a misty white jade pendant from his storage pouch, gently placing it in the girl's embrace before returning her, along with the pendant, to Mo Yuju. Although this spirit jade was not an extraordinary treasure, it provided warmth in winter and coolness in summer, warding off all pests, an appropriate keepsake for her. After several battles, Han Li had amassed numerous spoils, including various magical artifacts and rare treasures, among which this spirit jade was one. Haha, normal updates have resumed. I've been adjusting well these past few days and feel much more energetic. Let us keep pushing forward with our writing. And everyone else should also strive to cast their votes. Volume 3, Chapter 337, The Hidden Hand. The soul of melody. This evening's events are not to be shared with anyone from Spirit Beast Mountain. You and your son are not the type to be loose-lipped. Are you? Han Li suddenly lifted his gaze and coldly addressed the master of the five-color sect. The elder's heart shuddered, and a look of deep humility overtook his features as he repeatedly professed his reluctance. Han Li maintained his silence, observing the master of the five-color sect until he noticed the elder's forehead glistening with cold sweat, at which point he broke into a smile and vanished from sight in an instant. As the elder stood in astonishment, he felt a hand lightly pat his shoulder, causing his body to stiffen. Slowly, he turned his head. Indeed, it was Han Li, standing placidly behind him. Is there anything else you require, esteemed immortal? I shall certainly comply, the master of the five-color sect said with a nervous, forced smile. Nothing of consequence. I merely wish to extend my greetings, Han Li replied, his demeanor unchanged. Greetings? The elder was momentarily taken aback, struggling to grasp Han Li's intent. However, as a realization struck him, he quickly checked his own body, his expression shifting dramatically. Finding no abnormalities, he finally relaxed. At that moment, Han Li ceased his speech and summoned the spirit wind boat, swiftly taking his place upon the artifact. After casting a lingering glance at the elder and the young man, Han Li let out a cold laugh and transformed into a streak of white light, soaring into the sky. He left behind the bewildered elder and his son, as well as the complex expression on the face of Mo Yuju. Standing upon the artifact, Han Li faced the wind, a subtle smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. Though the master of the five-color sect had vehemently claimed he would not allow anyone from Spirit Beast Mountain to know of his visit, Han Li discerned a hint of insincerity in his demeanor. Thus, Han Li resolved not to spare a person so deeply scheming, even if they were but a mortal. Consequently, he had stealthily approached the elder from behind and delivered a subtle strike, embedding a heartworm within him. This peculiar creature was slender as a hair, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, only detectable through spiritual awareness. Yet once it entered the body through the skin, it would cling closely to the blood vessels, gradually writhing towards the heart. After a year or two, the afflicted individual would begin to experience heart pain and insomnia, with the symptoms intensifying over time. Eventually, after several months, they would succumb to heart failure, their demise indistinguishable from that of a typical myocardial infarction. Even advanced practitioners examining the body would find no trace of anomaly. After such a duration, it would be easy for them to dissociate the individual's death from Han Li's actions that night, allowing him to distance himself from any suspicion. This insidious creature had been acquired from a slain disciple of the demonic path. Initially, its nature was unknown, but subsequent identification revealed its origins and purposes. Now, it was aptly employed against the master of the five-color sect. In this way, Han Li could avoid appearing malevolent before Mo Yuju while, in a sense, fulfilling his promise to Mo Fengwu. A sense of pride welled within Han Li as he contemplated this clever maneuver. Before this moment, even if the other party were to disclose tonight's events to the individuals of Ling Beast Mountain, Han Li would remain unconcerned. After all, he had not inflicted any harm upon the father and son duo this evening, and it was unlikely that the people of Ling Beast Mountain would trouble him over such trivial matters. As for the son of the five-colored gate master, he appeared to be a decent individual. Han Li sincerely hoped that Mo Yuzhu and he would have a prosperous future together. With these thoughts in mind, Han Li stepped onto the divine wind vessel and soared westward towards Jiyuan City. He needed to expedite the resolution of the peculiar transformation of Chu Han. Although he was uncertain about the nature of Chu Han's predicament, he could not simply ignore it. Approximately 100 miles west of Jiyuan City lay an expanse of towering mountains and dense forests, rumored to be inhabited by venomous snakes and fierce beasts, resulting in scarce human presence. This might have been the reason for Chu Han's retreat to such a secluded area after the transformation. Hovering in the sky, Han Li gazed calmly at the dark, looming mountains below, remaining silent. After a moment, he reached into his storage pouch, and the soul-summoning bell materialized in his hand. He cradled it in his palm and gently infused it with spiritual energy. In no time, the bell emanated a soft white light and levitated into the air. With his other hand, Han Li formed a spell gesture and swiftly tossed it into the small bell, uttering a few incantations. The soul-summoning bell trembled slightly, emitting a clear chime before darting off in a specific direction. Witnessing this, a faint smile graced Han Li's face as he followed closely behind on the divine wind vessel. With a trace of Chu Han's blood essence infused in the bell during its crafting, he could easily locate Chu Han's hiding place. However, the bell could not stray too far. If it were to be separated by over 1,000 miles, Han Li would be left helpless. Yet, judging by the bell's response, it was clear that Chu Han was indeed concealed nearby, filling Han Li with delight. The small bell flew straight for 20 to 30 miles before suddenly descending at an angle. Realizing that he had found his target, Han Li quickened his pace, grasping the small bell in his hand. Suddenly, a layer of azure light enveloped the bell's white glow entirely. From Sun Erga's words, Han Li understood that the transformed Chu Han could sense the existence of the soul-summoning bell, hence the need to conceal the bell's aura to avoid alarming him. Silently landing on a small hilltop, Han Li began to survey the surroundings. Although the night was dark, as a Foundation establishment cultivator, he could still discern some shapes, prompting him to head directly towards the spot where the small bell had originally descended, navigating through a pile of scattered rocks at the summit. Han Li moved without a sound, as stealthy as a specter. When he finally laid eyes on Chu Han, he was taken aback. Chu Han remained blissfully unaware. Seated upon a massive rock, meditating with closed eyes, seemingly in the process of cultivating his energy. Concealed behind a boulder, Han Li observed Chu Han with utmost astonishment. He sensed a wave of spiritual energy emanating from Chu Han, indicative of an energy fluctuation only achievable by those in the 5th or 6th layer of Qi refinement. This revelation left Han Li in a state of profound disbelief. He distinctly remembered that the former Zhang Tai had been entirely incapable of cultivating the eternal spring technique, suggesting he lacked spiritual roots. Wait, the inability to cultivate the eternal spring technique does not imply that Zhang Tai lacks a spiritual root. It merely indicates that he does not possess a wood attribute spiritual root. Could it be that Chu Han possesses roots of a different element? Han Li pondered, suddenly enlightened. Such coincidences exist in the world. Two individuals, each among the rarest of mortals, have found themselves under the tutelage of that Dr. Mo simultaneously. Han Li found this hard to believe, yet he mused, what a pity it is. Due to the differing attributes of their spiritual roots, he and Zhang Tai were destined for entirely different outcomes. If the attribute he lacked happened to be wood, Han Li couldn't help but feel a twinge of dread at the thought. But how could Chu Han cultivate the foundational techniques of spiritual power? Han Li seemed to grasp something, furrowing his brow slightly, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. He remained hidden, coldly observing Chu Han as he practiced in silence. After Emil's time, Chu Han opened his eyes and gradually rose, stretching his limbs. His gaze was strikingly animated, as if he had truly gained consciousness. However, Han Li felt no joy at this sight. Instead, his expression darkened, subtly revealing a hint of malice. Today's progress is commendable. It seems that in 3 to 4 months, I shall no longer fear that mortal wielding the artifact that restrains this body, Chu Han murmured to himself, appearing quite pleased. Just as a smile graced Chu Han's face, a frigid voice interrupted from the side. It appears you are quite satisfied with this body. Who? Chu Han's expression shifted dramatically. and he quickly turned towards the source of the voice, wariness etched across his features. At that moment, Han Li emerged impassively from behind a rock, exuding an aura of chill. "Who are you?" Chu Han exclaimed, initially questioning Han Li, but soon realizing he could not gauge Han Li's depth of cultivation, which filled him with trepidation. "That is precisely what I wish to inquire of you. Who are you, and why have you taken over this body? You must know this body belongs to my friend, which I entrusted to my subordinate for safekeeping. You have occupied it for so many years without a word. Do you not owe me an explanation?" Han Li stated, his demeanor unflinching. "This body is yours." Chu Han expressed skepticism, his eyes darting restlessly, evidently concocting some scheme. Seeing this, Han Li scoffed coldly, abruptly raising his hand to reveal the soul-calling bell enveloped in azure light. "What do you intend to do?" Chu Han reacted like a startled rabbit, leaping several feet back, his face alight with caution. Although he had sensed the presence of the soul-calling bell before, he was unaware of its exact form or that this small bell was specifically designed to counteract this body. He instinctively assumed Han Li was merely brandishing a random artifact with intentions to attack. Han Li disregarded Chu Han's alarmed expression, dispersing the azure light surrounding the soul-calling bell. He then flicked his finger against the small bell with a resonant sound. In an instant, Chu Han, who had been attempting to escape, collapsed onto the ground. "This is a life-bound artifact. What you hold in your hands is the fateful artifact of this body." The spirit of Chu, displaying a semblance of fear, exclaimed, "It is sufficient that you know. If you wish to avoid suffering, you should honestly recount your origins. I am quite curious how you came to occupy this body. For is it not true that cultivators cannot usurp the vessels of mortals?" Han Li responded with an air of tranquility, his tone as bland as if he were engaging in idle conversation with a friend. However, upon hearing this, Chu's spirit could not help but shiver. It is well known that cultivators who usurp bodies are despised in the realm of cultivation. While they may not be exterminated entirely, they certainly would not be met with kindness. Han Li's unusually calm demeanor only heightened Chu's anxiety, prompting thoughts of escape to swirl in his mind. "Forgive me, fellow cultivator. I was once a practitioner of the Foundation establishment stage, but during a conflict with enemies, my original vessel was destroyed, which forced me to take over this body." Chu's spirit explained, rising and forcing a smile. "Is that so?" Han Li remarked coldly. In truth, he felt a flicker of surprise upon learning that the other was a Foundation establishment cultivator. Yet Chu, oblivious to Han Li's musings, grew increasingly uneasy as Han Li displayed no visible reaction, hastily adding, "Although my cultivation has fallen to the lower tiers of the Qi refinement stage, I still possess some magical artifacts and spirit stones. If you do not pursue this matter, I am willing to offer them to you." His tone revealed a hint of desperation, clearly aware of the necessity of humility when under another's roof. However, Han Li disregarded the other's tempting words and, after a moment of contemplation, suddenly inquired, "Are you a practitioner of the seven sects?" Han Li's question seemed casual, yet he knew that outside the seven sects, there were few Foundation establishment cultivators, although some prominent cultivation families, like the Yin family, still possessed many. "Ah, the seven sects. Indeed. I am a practitioner from Spirit Beast Mountain. Might you also be from the seven sects?" Chu's expression remained composed, yet Han Li detected a hint of panic in his eyes, which aroused his suspicion. "Ah, so you are a friend from Spirit Beast Mountain. I wonder how the young lady Han Yunji is faring?" Han Li gently inquired with a smile. "I sincerely apologize, but due to my prolonged seclusion in cultivation, I have little impression of the younger disciples," Chu replied, momentarily taken aback, then awkwardly chuckled, his words lacking sincerity. "You do not recognize her? Then tell me, which disciples do you know? Perhaps I am acquainted with some of them." Han Li continued to probe, maintaining an unassuming demeanor. Chu's face grew increasingly alarmed, and his eyes began to dart about, betraying a sense of unease. Observing the man's faltering demeanor, Han Li's expression turned cold, darkening with displeasure. "You have truly disappointed me. It seems you are refusing to drink the wine offered, and are instead inviting punishment," Han Li stated bluntly, then suddenly leaned forward before swiftly retreating. Chu remained rooted in place, yet a binding talisman appeared affixed to his chest, leaving him no opportunity to react. His complexion changed dramatically, and he cried out in alarm. "Fellow cultivator, what is the meaning of this? Matters can be discussed amicably. This binding talisman, when used against mere mortals, can render them completely immobile, even to the extent of silencing their voices. However, When confronted with practitioners possessing a modicum of spiritual power, its efficacy diminishes. While it can still immobilize those of lower cultivation, their ability to speak and express emotions remains unaffected. At this moment, Han Li paid no heed to the outcries of the individual before him, instead retrieving a pitch-black bowl from his storage pouch. Upon its emergence, a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings, causing the air temperature to plummet sharply. Following this, a cacophony of wails and howls emanated from the bowl, shrouded in an eerie black mist that accentuated the sinister nature of this magical artifact. Indeed, it was the soul-gathering bowl that Han Li had recently acquired. Holding the artifact in one hand, he cast a cold glance at his opponent and approached Chu Han expressionlessly. As Chu Han beheld the bowl's ominous manifestation, a flicker of doubt crossed his features. Yet, recalling something, his demeanor shifted abruptly to one of tension as he awkwardly inquired, "What are you planning? Are you intending to employ the soul refinement technique?" The mere mention of the soul refinement technique sent a look of sheer terror into his eyes. This notorious spell is dreaded throughout the cultivation world, often evoking fear and evasion. Even among practitioners, it is invoked in curses, marking it as the most formidable punishment and deterrent against traitors, renowned for its cruelty. It is said that those who master this technique can extract a person's primordial spirit and torment it with specialized spells. The agony inflicted upon the soul is so intense that even the strongest cannot endure it for long. Moreover, the more potent the soul of the practitioner, the more excruciating the suffering, instilling dread in all cultivators. Tales of the soul refinement technique circulate widely, with the most common belief being that practitioners must forge a soul vessel intimately connected to their own primordial spirit, for only with this artifact can they execute the technique, rendering the victim's soul into a state worse than death. The appearance of this soul vessel remains largely unseen by outsiders, yet it is widely described among cultivators as a vessel steeped in sinister energy and surrounded by ghostly mists, closely resembling the soul-gathering bowl, which contains the souls of countless practitioners. Thus, the manifestation accompanying the bowl's unveiling, coupled with Han Li's prior threats, led Chu Han to mistakenly believe that Han Li possessed the terrifying soul refinement technique. It is no wonder he would think this. The very thought of tormenting one's primordial spirit immediately brings this spell to mind, evoking sheer panic. Upon hearing Chu Han's words, Han Li displayed no emotion, though inwardly he felt somewhat surprised. Frankly, he had drawn forth this artifact without any intention of intimidating his adversary with the soul refinement technique. He merely sought to inflict a modicum of suffering upon Chu Han's primordial spirit through the bowl's chilling aura. However, now that this individual believed he wielded the soul refinement technique and was filled with dread, Han Li felt a stir of intrigue and decided to exploit this misunderstanding. "I shall ask you once more," he pressed, "what is your true origin? And why do you masquerade as a practitioner from Ling Beast Mountain?" Han Li refrained from responding to whether the other party would utilize the soul refining technique, instead coldly posing another question. This evasive demeanor only served to reinforce the individual's belief, rendering his expression even more ghastly. Though his lips quivered, he remained silent. Observing this, Han Li dispensed with any further trivialities and softly chanted a few incantations of which even he was unsure, unceremoniously presenting the soul-gathering bowl before the man's face. In the past, the chilling aura emanating from the bowl would send shivers down the spine of even a foundational stage cultivator like Han Li. Now, as the realm had diminished to that of the qi refining stage, the man known as Chu Han could hardly withstand it. Thus, upon the bowl's mere proximity, he felt an overwhelming coldness enveloping him, as if his very soul were on the verge of being frozen, akin to countless steel needles piercing the depths of his essence. Moments later, unable to endure the agony any longer, a piercing scream erupted from him, contorting his facial muscles in a grotesque manner. "Do not fret. I have yet to formally cast my spell. The suffering then will be 100-fold greater than what you presently endure." Han Li's ethereal voice suddenly echoed in his ears. 100-fold. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the man nearly succumbed to terror. The pain he currently experienced was unbearable. To envision it multiplied 100 times was akin to the obliteration of his very spirit. This was undoubtedly the legendary soul refining technique. Having tasted the depths of torment, Chu Han no longer harbored doubts. Thus, upon witnessing Han Li once more manipulating the spell, he hastily relented. "Friend, spare me. I shall speak." Might you first stow away the soul tool and refrain from invoking the soul-refining technique? The chilling intrusion of the bowl left him so frozen that even his voice altered, had it not been for the remnants of spiritual power protecting him. Coupled with Chu Han's inherently robust physique, he would have surely succumbed to rigidity. If you had recognized the situation sooner, you could have spared yourself this suffering. Han Li's expression conveyed a sense of self-satisfaction as he seemingly carelessly stowed away the bowl. Inwardly, however, he sighed in relief. For even had the man not uttered those words, Han Li would have soon put the soul-gathering bowl away, as its frigid aura was too much for him to bear, rendering it impossible to continue holding on to. Seeing Han Li genuinely retract what he perceived to be the soul tool, Chu Han exhaled deeply. Do not even entertain the notion of deceiving me with falsehoods. I possess the means to ascertain the veracity of your claims. Han Li's voice was cold and unyielding. This statement caused Chu Han to tremble involuntarily, recalling the torment he had just endured, leaving his countenance exceptionally grim. As the month draws to a close, I must shamelessly solicit a few monthly votes. There is no alternative. Sustenance must be secured. Chapter 339. Astonishment. Do not presume to label yourself as a loose cultivator. Such declarations are utterly implausible. Han Li interrupted the other with a stoic expression. Upon hearing Han Li's assertion, Chu Han could only manage a bitter smile, realizing that his earlier hopes had been in vain. Thus, the figure known as Chu Han hesitated briefly before weakly uttering, "As you suspect, my identity is indeed somewhat peculiar. I am not a cultivator from the state of Yu." Upon hearing the initial words, Han Li's expression subtly shifted, his heart filled with astonishment. "I am actually a cultivator from the Yuling sect of the Tiandu Kingdom, traveling through the state of Yu," Chu Han explained slowly. "The demonic Yuling sect." Han Li could not help but narrow his eyes, which gleamed with a sharp intensity. "Indeed, I arrived in this esteemed land several years ago, only to unexpectedly suffer the destruction of my physical body at the hands of a highly skilled practitioner from your nation, which has led me to this unfortunate state." Chu Han recounted, a look of helplessness etched across his face as he spoke of his ruined form. After a moment of contemplation, Han Li raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Your body was destroyed 5 or 6 years ago, correct?" His tone was exceedingly calm. Chu Han, oblivious to the underlying implication of Han Li's words, answered earnestly, "Yes. During the years you have occupied this body, have you never contemplated returning?" Han Li inquired, his demeanor unchanging. "Of course, I have thought about it. But you possess far too little knowledge about our demonic sect," Chu Han replied, his face brimming with resignation. "What is the situation?" Han Li admitted, "I am aware of certain matters concerning the demonic path, but only through fragmented rumors. Our demonic sect adheres to the principle of the survival of the fittest. Power dictates truth, and one's strength governs their authority. In my earlier days within the Yuling sect, I held a prominent position, accompanied by a beautiful companion and several obedient disciples. Yet, now that my cultivation has greatly diminished, do you believe these possessions would still belong to me upon my return? There is a high likelihood that my former peers would conspire against me," Chu Han explained with a cold smile. Han Li, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow but remained silent. Chu Han continued, "My sudden decline in cultivation stems from the act of body snatching. Therefore, I am confident that if I conceal myself and cultivate for another 30 to 40 years, I can restore my strength and return openly. Otherwise, do you think I would willingly hide in this desolate place?" There was a palpable bitterness in Chu Han's words. "Are you saying that you have been hiding near Jiyuan City and have not encountered any other cultivators?" Han Li's expression remained indifferent, seemingly unfazed. "No, you are the first cultivator from the state of Yu I have encountered since my body snatching," he replied, his countenance less than favorable. "Why did you not disclose this from the outset and instead masquerade as a cultivator from Ling Beast Mountain?" Han Li pursued the matter without relaxation. "I feared that you might be a practitioner from the 7 sects and that it could be detrimental to me," Chu Han replied with a hint of brightness. At this, Han Li suddenly smiled. "Is this your truth?" he inquired amiably, though his demeanor sent a chill down Chu Han's spine. "Indeed. Do you harbor any discontent?" Chu Han asked cautiously, a trace of unease in his expression. "I have heard it said that the most deceptive lies are those containing 7 parts truth and 3 parts falsehood. I wonder how much of what you just stated is genuine?" Han Li fixed his gaze upon Chu Han, enunciating each word with precision. "Haha, you are overly suspicious. My friend, every word I spoke was indeed true," Chu Han responded. Chu Han was acutely aware of the impropriety of his situation. Yet the thought of the repercussions of honesty compelled him to endure it with a steely resolve. Thus, he decided to share a piece of intelligence. The 6 factions of the demonic path have infiltrated our kingdom. This means we are now adversaries. And I find no reason to pry into your secrets any longer. I shall extract your primordial spirit and eliminate you, thereby saving time. Han Li declared with a grim expression, his tone chilling. Upon hearing these words, the individual who had just endured hardship turned ashen. Infiltrated your kingdom? How could that be? The time has not yet come. In his desperation, his words escaped him, leaving his face pallid and regretful. However, Han Li was startled. You are aware of this? It seems I have underestimated you. Nevertheless, regardless of your previous esteemed status within the Yuling sect, you are but a Qi refinement stage cultivator now. Do not blame me for being ruthless, Han Li said, his brows furrowing in a menacing manner. With a flip of his palm, the soul-gathering bowl reappeared in his hand, a sinister chill enveloping the air once more. To Han Li's astonishment, Chu Han displayed no signs of fear. Instead, his gaze was fixated upon the bowl, his expression betraying an odd mixture of curiosity and unease. Witnessing this, Han Li felt a twinge of anxiety. He possessed no true soul-refining techniques. His threats were mere intimidation. Should Chu Han choose to remain silent, Han Li would have no choice but to annihilate both him and his physical form. However, within the newly acquired blood sacrifice technique, there existed methods for soul extraction, though he regrettably had not had the opportunity to practice them. As these thoughts occupied his mind, Chu Han let out a deep sigh and suddenly spoke. I do possess certain secrets that pertain to the survival of your 7 factions. But how can you assure me that I will be spared if I divulge them? It seems I am likely to meet a grim fate regardless. Should I reveal the truth? As he uttered the term soul refining, his features twitched involuntarily. Upon hearing the gravity in Chu Han's voice, Han Li rubbed his nose and waved his hand, retracting the bowl once more. What assurances do you seek? If they are reasonable, I may consider acquiescing. Han Li replied with a calm demeanor, seemingly unconcerned by Chu Han's bluster. Humph, I do not trust ordinary oaths. However, I am aware that in the practice of soul refining, it is most taboo to swear upon a soul artifact. Should one break such an oath, they are likely to suffer the backlash of the soul refining process, resulting in a most tragic end. I require you to swear upon your soul artifact that once I reveal the truth, if you still choose to act against me, the artifact will shatter, bringing upon you the torment of soul refining, Chu Han stated without hesitation. Very well, I agree. Han Li assented without a hint of hesitation, inwardly smirking. Subsequently, he produced the soul-gathering bowl and, in accordance with Chu Han's stipulations, uttered a venomous oath. Observing Han Li's prompt and decisive vow, Chu Han began to harbor doubts. Sensing something amiss, I have sworn my oath. You do not intend to impose further conditions, do you? Han Li maintained his composure, deliberately masking any hint of the underlying intricacies, feigning displeasure. Of course not. I am aware of the fate that befalls those who are insatiably greedy. However, before divulging the secret, fellow cultivator, it is imperative that you first enlighten us about the current circumstances of our demonic sect in relation to your 7 sects. I am uncertain whether this information is outdated, Chu Han interjected, momentarily distracted. Han Li hesitated briefly, yet ultimately provided a succinct overview of the present situation regarding the 7 sects and the demonic path. Chu Han listened intently. But when he learned that a major battle was to commence in just over a month, a hint of derision flickered across his face. Han Li, who had been keenly observing his expression, noted this with clarity. Upon concluding the introduction, Chu Han pondered for a moment before he began to speak. The first words that escaped his lips left Han Li momentarily stunned. If you would heed my advice, there is no need for you to rush to the 7 sects' main camp. At this juncture, the 7 sects, alongside the coalition of the 2 other nations, have likely suffered a significant defeat. Your arrival would merely be a prelude to your demise, he stated, his expression peculiar. Han Li maintained his composure, coldly regarding Chu Han as he awaited further elucidation. The disciple of the Yuling sect, witnessing Han Li's unflappable demeanor, could not help but feel a twinge of admiration, albeit accompanied by an increasing wariness. He continued, You may be unaware, but Ling Beast Mountain has maintained a covert connection with our Yuling sect since its inception. The recent feigned rebellion, if my assumptions are accurate, was a deliberate ruse orchestrated by our 6 sects, designed to ensnare the cultivators of the other 2 nations in one fell swoop. After this conflict concludes, Our demonic path will undoubtedly dominate multiple nations. He unveiled a chilling secret that sent a shiver down Han Li's spine. Smokescreens? Is such a tactic not rather redundant? Ling Beast Mountain openly acknowledged its affiliation with your Yuling sect. Had it remained silent, would that not have been more advantageous? Han Li questioned, visibly perturbed. Do you truly believe the other 6 sects are oblivious to the origins of Ling Beast Mountain? It is worth noting that among the 7 sects, aside from Ling Beast Mountain being a subsidiary of our Yuling sect, the most powerful sect, the Yin Yu sect, shares significant ties with our 6 sects as well. Although the Yin Yu sect severed its connection with the He Huan sect centuries ago, it aspired to establish its own independence, the Yuling cultivator revealed, shocking Han Li further. Even so, the sacrifice of other cultivators to shield Ling Beast Mountain is one matter. But to lose 2 core formation stage cultivators in a scheme of their own design is utterly indefensible, Han Li remarked, furrowing his brow, reluctant to accept this assertion. Without the loss of core formation stage cultivators, how could the other 6 sects easily be convinced? Moreover, do you genuinely believe that those who perished were merely core formation cultivators? Chu Han retorted with a cold laugh. Han Li regarded Chu Han with a mixture of surprise and intrigue, sensing an unexpected depth to his words. As far as I know, our demonic path possesses 2 or 3 secret techniques capable of forcibly elevating foundation establishment cultivators to a near-core formation level of prowess. Of course, each of these methods comes with substantial drawbacks. Individuals who utilize them are destined for the destruction of their meridians and a tragically fleeting existence, Chu Han concluded. However, this brief period should suffice to elude the scrutiny of the other 6 sects, for a surprise assault does not necessitate an extended performance. Upon hearing this, Han Li fell silent, having come to believe at least a fraction of the claims. One could easily envision that while the 7 sects and the allied cultivators from the other 2 nations were engaged in setting up their grand formation against the 6 demonic sects, the demons, already privy to all the alliance's strategies, would effortlessly rend apart the formation with a decisive strike from Spirit Beast Mountain. In such a scenario, the 7 sects, devoid of the protective formation, would stand no chance against the 6 demonic sections. Even if what you say holds true, the time for the ultimate confrontation has not yet arrived. If I were to convey this message, it might turn the tide in our favor. Why should I flee? Han Li mused for a moment, reluctantly inquiring. Do you genuinely believe that we, the demonic sect, will adhere to the agreed-upon timing for the decisive battle? It is essential to recognize that the original plan included the element of misleading the opponent, executing a decisive strike at a moment of temporal advantage. Although I cannot ascertain the precise timing, I estimate that within a few days, we shall launch a sudden assault on your encampment. At this juncture, you are in the most vulnerable phase prior to the great conflict, and your forces are far from fully assembled. Do you think there is enough time to relay this information to the battlefield and convince the higher-ups of your claims? The speaker smirked, a clear indication of schadenfreude. Upon hearing this, Han Li's expression shifted, a flicker of concern emerging within him. Should the 7 sects indeed suffer a great defeat, his circumstances would be dire. He would either be left in the state of you, pursued by the demonic forces, or forced to wander to other nations, or worse still, he would need to repair the teleportation array and embark on a new path of cultivation in an unfamiliar land. You seem to possess an intimate understanding of the demonic sect's plans. It appears your status is not insignificant. Fear not, I harbor no interest in your precise identity. But I must ask once more, do you have any evidence to substantiate your claims? Surely, you do not expect me to place my complete trust solely in your words. Han Li pondered briefly before solemnly posing the question. At this inquiry, the cultivator from the spirit control sect paused, then let out a wry smile. In my dire situation, I have lost my original body. Do you truly believe I can present any evidence? However, if you exhibit a modicum of patience, I assure you that within a few days, you shall hear whispers of the impending battle, the speaker asserted with an air of conviction. In response, Han Li merely scoffed. If your body is gone, how could your primordial spirit have escaped? Given that you were not slain on the spot, I cannot believe you did not secure your vital artifacts and other significant possessions. Han Li remarked coldly, his words piercingly incisive, causing the smirk on Chu Han's face to freeze. It seems I cannot deceive you after all. Indeed, I possess a jade slip containing correspondence between our sect and Spirit Beast Mountain. Years ago, I came to the state of you specifically to relay this message. Yet I never anticipated being exposed by you, he admitted, a hint of embarrassment flickering across his countenance. Upon hearing this admission, Han Li let out a quiet sigh. The true age of this individual was uncertain, yet he was undeniably cunning. It appeared that he would need to exercise even greater caution. Where is this item located? Subsequently, Han Li inquired without courtesy, his gaze sweeping over various aspects of the other individual. The storage bag containing the jade slips is not with me. I left it in a nearby cave. May I take my companion to retrieve it? At this moment, Chu Han appeared exceedingly cooperative. Not with you? Han Li's eyes flickered, revealing a hint of skepticism. As you are aware, my current body is that of a zombie, although it is far sturdier than that of an ordinary person. I have lost much of my sensitivity. I truly fear that if I were to carry the storage bag on me, I might inadvertently misplace it without even realizing it. Therefore, I generally leave the storage bag at my residence. This individual reluctantly provided a somewhat awkward justification. However, Han Li chose not to comment, instead meticulously searching the individual's body. After confirming that there was indeed nothing to be found, he coldly inquired, "Where is the cave? I shall go fetch the items." Observing Han Li's caution, Chu Han could only gloomily disclose the location. Han Li nodded upon hearing this, seemingly preparing to depart. Yet, he suddenly recalled something and turned to ask once more, "How did you come to inhabit this body?" Though this vessel lacked a soul, thereby eliminating the complications of possession, it is still not the shell of a cultivator. Han Li was genuinely curious. "I do not know." The response from the other caused Han Li's expression to darken. However, before he could utter another word, the individual hastily elaborated, "I truly do not comprehend the circumstances. When I arrived at Jiyuan City, severely injured, my condition was dire. In a moment of desperation, I extricated my soul and sought a cultivator to possess. Yet, after searching the vicinity, I encountered no one. Just as despair began to set in, I discovered this soulless zombie body and, in a last-ditch effort, attempted to inhabit it. To my astonishment, I found myself completely unharmed, which left me utterly amazed." As he recounted this, the practitioner of the spirit control sect bore an expression of disbelief. Han Li fell silent, casting a glance at the individual before returning to their side. He affixed 2 more calming talismans onto Chu Han before vanishing into the darkness. Left standing in place, Chu Han wore a face of distress. However, shortly after Han Li's departure, a peculiar expression flickered in his eyes. Following the directions provided, Han Li accurately located the cave. The entrance appeared rather modest. Raising his hand, a moonstone flew from his storage bag, hovering above his head to illuminate the surroundings. He then regarded the darkened cave entrance, contemplated briefly, and summoned his phosphorescent shield and turtle shell artifact to shield himself before cautiously entering the cave. As anticipated, the cave was not particularly spacious. After traversing a distance of 7 or 8 zhang, he discerned a rock wall obstructing his path, indicating he had reached the cave's end. With keen eyes, Han Li scanned for any anomalies, but upon finding none, he lowered his gaze to the ground. According to the individual's account, the storage bag was situated beneath a large piece of bluestone, making it seemingly easy to locate. Indeed, at a distance of about 2 zhang to one side, there lay an ominous, dark mound, seemingly resembling stone, yet standing several feet tall. Without much contemplation, Han Li approached, illuminated by the soft, white glow of the moonstone, and gazed intently. Alas, Han Li inhaled sharply. What he had thought to be mere stone was, in fact, a towering heap of white bones, atop which lay some indistinct remnants of flesh, exuding a faint, metallic scent of blood. In a state of shock, Han Li concentrated and discerned that the bones belonged to fierce beasts, such as tigers and leopards, marked with numerous bite marks, suggesting they had been gnawed by some creature. In that moment, a troubling thought crossed Han Li's mind, and he hurriedly attempted to retreat. However, it was too late. A shadow darted forth from an unknown direction and crashed violently into Han Li's phosphorescent shield. Instantly, an overwhelming force surged through him, sending both shield and body hurtling backward, crashing against the cavern wall, nearly rendering Han Li unconscious from the impact. What manner of beast is this? In the throes of pain, Han Li felt a mix of fear and fury. Yet, before he could even descend from the wall, the shadow leapt once more toward him. In a state of alarm, Han Li instinctively raised both of his defensive artifacts before him. A resounding clang echoed, surprising Han Li. This time, he did not feel the same immense force. However, the phosphorescent shield, which had been positioned foremost, shattered neatly in two, clattering to the ground. Witnessing this spectacle, Han Li nearly bit his tongue in astonishment. It was utterly unfathomable. The phosphorescent shield, crafted from the essence of the inked flood dragon, was a top-tier artifact. After enduring countless battles alongside Han Li, it had only sustained a minor puncture from the blood spirit drill a few days prior, and now it lay destroyed at the hands of a monstrous being. This was beyond belief. In the pale light of the moonstone above, Han Li discerned the creature's peculiar form. It was not particularly large, only about 10 feet in height, with a slender neck and a minuscule head, but two fist-sized green orbs glowed with a chilling intensity, coldly fixated on him. What caught Han Li's attention most was the entity's forelimbs, resembling two blackened, blade-like weapons, which left him utterly astounded. This creature wielded weapons. But what kind of blade was so sharp that it could cleave the phosphorescent shield in two? These thoughts flitted through Han Li's mind as his body swayed, propelling him like an arrow toward the cave's exit. It was no jest. Entangled in such a confined space with a creature so fearsome meant that even if he had several lives, they would not suffice. Naturally, fleeing was the most prudent course of action. Yet, as Han Li moved, the creature silently sprang after him, its speed astonishingly swift. The cave, though small, bore witness to their rapid exit, creating two gusts of wind as they burst forth into the open. As Han Li emerged from the cave, without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand, and a beam of white light burst forth from his palm, revealing the pristine divine wind boat hovering in the air before him. He intended to command the vessel to ascend into the skies. If the magical artifact could not defend against the monster's assault, then he would create distance and obliterate it with his spell. However, due to a slight delay in activating the artifact, a shadow darted before him, and the creature surged forward, positioning itself between Han Li and the divine wind boat. Its scythe-like forelimbs clashed with a metallic sound. As it fixed its icy gaze upon Han Li, seeing this, Han Li felt a chill run down his spine. This creature was not only formidable, but also possessed a degree of intelligence. This posed a significant predicament. Yet, having stepped out of the dark cave into the moonlight, Han Li recognized the creature before him, a colossal, pitch-black mantis, emanating an eerie gray mist. Taking a deep breath to suppress his unease, he momentarily blurred and conjured 5 or 6 identical phantoms, charging straight towards the giant mantis. Han Li was unwilling to believe that, even at full speed with his rapid smoke step, he could be obstructed by a mere beast. The mantis's eyes glimmered with a green light, and it too conjured several indistinct figures, each of which advanced towards Han Li's illusions. Han Li's expression changed dramatically, with a series of soft thuds. His phantoms were shattered by the mantis's scythe-like arms, and his true form was forced to brace against the remaining turtle shell artifact. The impact not only sent him hurtling backward, but also left a deep gash upon the shell. Han Li, pale-faced, glanced at the wound on the turtle shell, swallowing hard. Clearly, this artifact could withstand only a few more strikes. However, before he could devise a strategy, the mantis emitted a sharp sound, revealing a pair of several-foot-long gray wings. A buzzing noise filled the air as the creature, with its wings rapidly flapping, began to levitate gracefully. Witnessing this, Han Li lamented. How could he have forgotten that mantises are insects capable of flight? This would surely augment the creature's speed dramatically. For the first time, Han Li felt a twinge of doubt regarding his own agility. Nevertheless, he hastily cast various auxiliary spells upon himself and tapped his storage pouch at his waist. Dozens of golden, black, and crimson beams of magical light surged forth simultaneously. He aimed to seize the initiative. However, the mantis did not wait for Han Li to launch his offensive. As soon as it took to the air, it vanished in a flicker, only to reappear above Han Li a moment later, poised to deliver a lethal strike aimed directly at his head, intent on cleaving him in two. At this moment, Han Li's expression was remarkably calm. He too shifted his shoulders, and after a flurry of afterimages appeared, he vanished from sight. Yet, the dozen or so magical artifacts, such as the golden mantis blades, circled around him, simultaneously launching themselves towards the beast, intent on dismembering it with a flurry of blades. A series of soft sounds echoed as the colossal mantis wielded its dual scythe-like appendages with an imperceptible swiftness, creating an immense protective barrier. Upon even the slightest contact with the mystical artifacts, 3 golden blades and a fiery spear were swiftly reduced to fragments, cascading down like specks of luminescence. Witnessing this, Han Li, who had rushed onto the divine wind vessel, felt a deep pang of sorrow. He hastily summoned the remaining artifacts back, and the remaining beams of light promptly reversed course and soared toward him. However, the gigantic mantis was relentless, with a slight cross of its forelimbs. It lunged forward like a streak of black, swiftly overtaking the artifacts and mercilessly cleaving through them once more, resulting in 2 additional golden blades shattering into countless pieces. Falling to the ground, Hanli felt as though his heart were bleeding. Though the set of golden blades was not among the finest of artifacts, their rarity as a cohesive set made them exceptionally convenient for daily use, and they had accompanied him for many years, forging a bond of sentiment. He had never anticipated their near-total destruction today. Fortunately, the pair of treasured black dragons remained unscathed, sparing him from the complete loss of at least one piece. This was a small fortune amidst misfortune. Yet, facing the mantis beast that relentlessly pursued him, Hanli could hardly feel fortunate. Without a viable strategy to confront this foe, he feared that not only would he lose the remaining artifacts, but perhaps even his own life. With this thought, Hanli unleashed his spiritual power, causing the divine wind vessel to tremble slightly before ascending into the sky like a streak of white light. He had little faith that a mere beast could match the flight speed of the vessel. However, after only a brief ascent, he was compelled to reconsider, realizing the limitations of his previous assumptions. Now, as he sped forward, he occasionally glanced back, firing several fireballs to hinder the relentless advance of the mantis beast. It was astonishing. This creature not only attacked with incredible ferocity, but also flew at an astonishing speed, rendering even Hanli's vessel somewhat sluggish in comparison. He felt a profound frustration, firmly convinced that this beast was significantly more formidable than the white spider encountered in the underground cavern. This enormous mantis was either a peak 4th-tier beast or a legendary 5th-tier creature, capable of rivaling early-stage core formation entities. The mere thought of this possibility sent chills down Hanli's spine, prompting him to unleash fireballs with even greater urgency to stave off the beast's relentless pursuit. Although each fireball was effortlessly cleaved in 2, it at least managed to momentarily slow the creature down, granting the divine wind vessel a brief reprieve. Yet, Hanli was acutely aware that if things continued this way, it was only a matter of time before he was caught. He could not allow this stalemate to persist. Thus, while maneuvering the vessel and casting fireballs, he hastily diverted his attention to his storage pouch, seeking any artifacts that might prove useful at this critical juncture. Suddenly, his consciousness alighted upon something remarkably soft, sparking an idea within him. As Hanli lowered his gaze to scrutinize the surroundings below, he abruptly stomped on the divine wind vessel beneath him, propelling it towards the dense jungle below at an unexpected angle. Simultaneously, he rummaged through his storage pouch, haphazardly retrieving 7 or 8 ordinary magical artifacts, which he conjured all at once without a second thought. Additionally, 4 or 5 puppet soldiers were cast forth amidst a glimmer of white light, unleashing a barrage of blinding arrows that swiftly targeted the monstrous beast behind him. This frenzied assault effectively compelled the colossal mantis to flail its arms in defense, though it soon shattered the artifacts and puppets into countless fragments. However, when it sought to locate Hanli, the area below was eerily silent. Hanli had vanished without a trace amidst the forest. The beast's green eyes flickered uncertainly as it descended to a lower altitude, hovering above the nearby thicket, seemingly intent on uncovering Hanli's whereabouts. Concealed behind a towering tree in the underbrush, Hanli watched the gigantic mantis circle above, his expression tinged with apprehension. At that moment, he was draped in a cloak-like veil that effectively shielded him from all forms of detection. This ethereal fabric, known as the Spirit Concealment Veil, was a spoils of war Hanli had acquired during his battle with the White Spider, which had initially sought to ensnare him, only to meet its demise instead. This veil not only masked the fluctuations of spiritual energy, but also completely obscured the scent of the wearer. In his current predicament, Hanli resorted to this artifact, hoping that the beast's intelligence was lacking and that it would depart after a fruitless search. Nevertheless, to prepare for any eventuality, Hanli clutched the crystallized blood spirit diamond in one hand. Although this item possessed astonishing speed and significant lethality, having witnessed the mantis's remarkable swiftness left Hanli doubtful of its efficacy against such a formidable foe. Thus, he merely held it at the ready. As evening approached, he noted that another chapter awaited, but it would be delayed. Under Hanli's breathless scrutiny, The massive mantis soared back and forth within a several-mile radius before suddenly darting directly towards Han Li's hiding spot. His countenance turned ashen, gripping the blood spirit diamond tightly. He began to infuse it with spiritual energy, causing it to warm slightly. With an impassive expression, he resolved to unleash the artifact only when the creature drew closer, believing that this would enhance his odds of inflicting harm or perhaps even slaying the beast. Of course, such a strategy would undoubtedly escalate the danger. Yet Han Li was beyond such concerns. 50 yards, 40 yards, 30 yards, his heart raced violently, and he inhaled deeply, poised to release the blood spirit diamond with a flick of his hand. However, an astonishing sight unfolded before him. The mantis, merely 20 yards above his head, abruptly spiraled and veered off towards another location not far from Han Li. After a couple of anguished roars from the beast, the gargantuan mantis astonishingly lifted a massive wild boar with its forelimbs and soared back into the forest, unhesitatingly retracing its path. Only when the silhouette of the monstrous creature gradually faded from view did Han Li release a long sigh of relief, plopping down onto the ground, forsaking the demeanor befitting a cultivator. The previous encounter had been a hair-raising close call. Had he not been intent on launching a close-range attack, he might very well have met the same fate as that wild boar, becoming a meal for the beast. His fortunate escape was indeed a stroke of luck. Han Li silently rejoiced, feeling for the first time that fortune smiled upon him. Once he had somewhat steadied his mind, Han Li recalled the architect of this chaos, the Yuling sect cultivator who had usurped Chu Hun's body, and a surge of fury ignited within him. It was evident that the message within the cave had been a trap set by this individual. Despite his meticulous caution, he had fallen prey to the cunning of his adversary, nearly losing his life in the process. Very well, now that I have survived, you shall see what I am capable of. In a rare display of anger, Han Li muttered to himself as he rested. In his mind, the fact that Chu Han had affixed 3 calming talismans upon him meant that he could never hope to break free from such restraints with his cultivation level. As soon as he returned, he would effortlessly reclaim his opponent's life. Feeling his physical and magical energy restored, Han Li immediately took to the skies, retracing his original route. However, this time, he dared not fly ostentatiously at high altitudes. Rather, he cautiously navigated at a lower elevation, merely a dozen or so feet above the ground, wary of attracting the beast's attention once more. As he flew back, the frigid night breeze doused much of his simmering anger, clearing his mind significantly. He began to reevaluate the sequence of his encounters with Chu Han. After mulling over the actions and words of the Yuling sect cultivator alongside the terrifying mantis, he began to doubt the latter's original status as merely a foundational stage cultivator. Such a formidable insectoid creature could not possibly be wild in this vicinity, merely 100 miles from Giant City. Furthermore, considering the identity of the Yuling sect cultivator, it was highly likely that this colossal mantis was one of its tamed spirit beasts. The notion of such a terrifying spirit beast being tamed by a foundational stage cultivator was utterly inconceivable to Han Li. In his estimation, this mantis was more than capable of contending with 3 or 4 late foundational stage cultivators. Its power was simply outrageous. Could it be that Chu Han's original identity was not merely that of a foundational stage cultivator, but rather that of a core formation practitioner? Han Li startled at his own conjecture. As he approached the original hillock, he found himself pausing mid-flight, lost in contemplation. How could a core formation practitioner suffer such a dismal fate, with their body destroyed and spirit separated? One would assume that even if they were to encounter another core formation cultivator, they would at least have the means to escape, unless they had crossed paths with the ancient monsters of the Yuan-Ing stage from the Yu Kingdom. Yet, the Yuan-Ing cultivators of the 7 sects had long since withdrawn from worldly affairs, and it seemed that only 2 or 3 remained outside the borders of the Yu Kingdom. Even in the recent confrontations between the Demon Path and the 7 sects, Han Li had not heard of any Yuan-Ing-level cultivators engaging in battle. This left him struggling to envision the cataclysmic upheaval that would ensue should such formidable individuals clash. However, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction towards these Yuan-Ing cultivators who passively observed lower-tier cultivators fight while remaining aloof. He found himself pondering several times what schemes these high-ranking practitioners might be concocting. Was it truly mere coincidence that this individual, possibly at the Jedon stage, encountered one of these ancient monsters? Han Li mused with a hint of speculation. If the being that had usurped Chu Hun's body was indeed a Jedon cultivator, It would elucidate how they possessed such extensive knowledge of the secrets surrounding the demonic incursion, coupled with a formidable spiritual beast like the mantis demon. After some contemplation, Han Li had to concede that the likelihood of Chu Han being a Jian cultivator was alarmingly high, leading him to break into a cold sweat, his expression turning peculiar. He felt both fear and a flicker of excitement. Could it be that this opponent was merely pretending to be weak, playing the fool with him all along? Han Li desperately considered how dire this worst-case scenario might be. No, this individual was certainly not feigning weakness. After further reflection, he arrived at a definitive conclusion. It was beyond doubt that the entity had indeed seized Chu Han's body several years ago. Consequently, their previously unfathomable cultivation had, as they claimed, diminished, even though their primordial spirit remained, allowing for unimpeded reconstruction of their cultivation. Their current abilities were indeed reflective of what they should possess. Moreover, Han Li noticed that the entity could no longer control the mantis spiritual beast. Otherwise, such a powerful guardian would not be kept at a distance. It was crucial to note that he was currently at his most vulnerable, lacking strong protection, which had driven him to lure the uncontrollable giant mantis into an attempt on his own life. Han Li's keen intellect allowed him to piece together the truth with relative ease, bolstering his resolve. This was not about taking advantage of another's misfortune. Rather, he was acutely aware that he had forged a bitter enmity with this Lingzong cultivator. If this individual were to escape, once they regained their Jian strength, they would undoubtedly seek to obliterate him. Thus, he could not allow this person to leave alive. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Han Li no longer hesitated and activated the magical artifact beneath his feet, soaring directly toward the small hill. In the blink of an eye, he reached the summit, where he immediately spotted Chu Han standing obediently in place, the talismans on his body still intact. Elated, Han Li descended cautiously, landing a dozen yards away while simultaneously grasping two magical artifacts. Upon witnessing Han Li descend from the heavens, Chu Han's face registered shock, seemingly unable to fathom that Han Li had survived. Consequently, he forced a smile, his lips moving as if to utter something. However, as Han Li stepped forward, he nonchalantly raised his hand, unleashing two streaks of dark light that pierced through the air with a chilling shriek. Having resolved to eliminate his adversary completely, Han Li had no intention of engaging in idle chatter with someone on the brink of death. Upon witnessing the ominous dark light surging towards him, Chu Han's expression shifted dramatically. Just when Han Li believed his opponent was about to be torn asunder, Chu Han unexpectedly swayed his body and leapt several zhang to evade the attack's trajectory. "What are you doing? Have you forgotten the oath you swore?" The agitated practitioner of the spirit control sect exclaimed, clearly taken aback by the ferocity of Han Li's assault. Han Li paid no heed to Chu Han's words, fixating instead on the three spirit-binding talismans affixed to his opponent, nearly incredulous at the sight. How could Chu Han move without having removed the talismans? A torrent of suspicion coursed through Han Li's mind. Nonetheless, this was neither the time for inquiries nor entanglements. Thus, he let out a cold snort, gesturing toward the dark light without uttering another word. Instantly, the magic artifact expanded several-fold, transforming into two thick streaks of dark light that darted toward Chu Han in a flash. Han Li had resolved that even if it meant sacrificing Chu Han's lifeless body, he would annihilate every trace of this core formation cultivator's essence. Chu Han seemed to sense Han Li's relentless determination. As the dark light bore down upon him, he reacted in a moment of desperation, opening his mouth wide to release a burst of green light, which miraculously intercepted the full force of Han Li's attack. "What is this?" Han Li marveled, astonished to see his full-powered strike thwarted. He focused intently on the green light, revealing a small sword, mere inches in length, shimmering with a radiant green glow. "A magic treasure," Han Li exclaimed, his expression shifting in surprise. The fact that Chu Han, with merely the cultivation level of the 5th or 6th stage of Qi refinement, could withstand his dark light attack with such an object both startled and thrilled Han Li. He was startled by the revelation that Chu Han possessed a protective magic treasure, complicating matters for him, yet elated at the prospect of acquiring such a treasure should he vanquish his foe. At last, he was certain that Chu Han had indeed once been a core formation cultivator. With this realization, Han Li commanded the dark light to continue its relentless assault while simultaneously summoning the soul-guiding bell into his hand. The only reason he had refrained from using it earlier was that he had believed Chu Han was already incapacitated by the spirit-binding talismans. However, It now seemed imperative to employ this life-bonding artifact to restrain Chu Han once more. Upon seeing Han Li produce the soul-guiding bell, a flicker of panic crossed Chu Han's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by a fierce resolve. He suddenly struck his abdomen with great force, then opened his mouth to expel a verdant pill. As soon as it emerged, the pill radiated a soft, green glow that enveloped his entire form. At that moment, the soul-guiding bell in Han Li's hand began to chime with a series of resonant tones, intended to render Chu Han weak and incapacitated, unable to mount any form of counterattack. However, after a sequence of bell tolls, Chu Han stood unharmed, showing no signs of being affected. Witnessing this, Han Li's expression turned grave. It was evident that the luminous aura emanating from the green pill had shielded Chu Han, rendering his soul-guiding bell ineffective. Upon contemplating this, Han Li, with a grim expression, retracted the small bell after it had produced 2 futile chimes. He then waved his hands, releasing a dozen puppets that glimmered with white light. These were the last remnants of his second-tier puppets. Should they be destroyed, he would be left with only those homemade puppets of little consequence. Thus, Han Li resolved not to prolong the confrontation any further. As soon as the puppets appeared, under his command, beams of light surged forth with great vigor. Witnessing such a formidable assault, Chu Han displayed a mixture of shock and fury, hastily casting several incantations towards the green pill, causing it to spin wildly and radiate a brilliant green light. Almost instantaneously, various colors of light intertwined, erupting into a dazzling sphere, which propelled Chu Han several feet back from the onslaught. To Han Li's astonishment, the cultivator, at the 6th level of Qi refinement, had managed to withstand the full force of an attack from a mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioner. This was indeed astonishing. However, recalling that Chu Han had once been a golden core practitioner with a few deadly techniques, it did not seem so extraordinary after all. Han Li pondered this contradiction in his mind. At that moment, Chu Han, relieved to have thwarted Han Li's attack with his 2 backup strategies, felt a wave of calm wash over him. His mind raced as he began to formulate some persuasive words, hoping to sway Han Li into halting his reckless onslaught. He knew that with his meager reserves of spiritual energy, he could not sustain this battle for long. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, Han Li hesitated for a moment, rummaged through his storage pouch, and suddenly raised his hand, unleashing a blinding red light that flickered momentarily. Chu Han was taken aback. Before he could comprehend the situation, the floating green pill exploded, sending a wave of excruciating pain coursing through his soul, prompting an involuntary scream as he collapsed to the ground, his limbs convulsing uncontrollably. The green light that had enveloped Chu Han vanished without a trace after the pill's detonation, and the unimpeded beams of light and arrows swiftly engulfed him. Meanwhile, the small green sword, bereft of its master's control, lost much of its potency, succumbing to Han Li's dragon, appearing on the verge of collapse. Observing this turn of events, Han Li was elated. He had not anticipated that his daring strike would yield such effectiveness. The reason he refrained from using the blood spirit drill to directly target Chu Han's heart or head was due to his uncertainty regarding the zombie-like nature of Chu Han's body. Could those areas still be considered vital? Perhaps at most, it would only result in severe injury without guaranteeing a kill. Therefore, it seemed more prudent to aim the blood spirit drill at the green pill, which posed the greatest threat. However, he never imagined that the destruction of the green pill would lead to such dire consequences for Chu Han. It appeared that the green pill had a significant connection to Chu Han's soul, explaining the expression he displayed when it was initially used against him. Was it possible that it was the golden core he had refined during his earlier cultivation? Han Li speculated with a hint of malice. At that moment, the puppets ceased their assault with a mere wave of Han Li's hand. He then peered intently across the way. Once the radiance dissipated, Han Li distinctly observed a charred corpse lying upon the ground, astonishingly remaining intact rather than turning to ash amidst the onslaught, which took him by surprise. Could it be that the zombie body of Chu Han differed from that of an ordinary human? Han Li scrutinized the lifeless form, contemplating for a moment, yet refrained from approaching immediately. Instead, he executed a swift gesture with one hand, conjuring 5 or 6 fireballs, each the size of a fist, which hovered in the air. With a gentle exhalation of the command "Go," these fireballs shot forth like arrows toward the corpse. After several muffled thuds, under Han Li's cold gaze, the charred body ignited fiercely. In the instant the flames erupted, a green orb, akin to the size of an egg, suddenly leapt from the roaring inferno, fleeing desperately to the side. Witnessing this spectacle, Han Li's expression hardened. He swiftly vanished from his position, appearing directly behind the glowing orb. With a lightning-fast grasp, accompanied by a burst of radiant white light, he crushed the green light with his empowered fingers, eliciting a wretched scream. Subsequently, Han Li returned to Chu Hun's side, elegantly flicking his sleeve, causing the flames enveloping Chu Hun to vanish without a trace. Such is the prowess of a core formation practitioner. A mere illusion was sufficient to deceive, Han Li remarked with a cold smile as he surveyed the charred figure of Chu Hun. Upon closer inspection of Chu Hun's injuries, he was pleasantly surprised to find that, aside from the superficial charring, the internal organs and bones remained intact. This discovery brought him immense joy. Although he understood that Chu Hun was merely a shell, he had unconsciously started to regard him as a loyal subordinate. If he could fully recover, Han Li would be exceedingly pleased. Moreover, he had a plan that required Chu Hun's involvement. Thus, Han Li produced the soul-guiding bell and gently struck it. Instantly, the figure that had been lying on the ground stood upright, its eyes opening to reveal a vacant stare. Han Li nodded, despite some superficial wounds. Chu Hun's formidable regenerative abilities as a zombie would likely facilitate a swift recovery. Han Li's gaze then shifted to the small green sword floating in the air. Having lost its master, it had become utterly immobile. He first employed the Wulong to gradually press it down, then cautiously attempted to invade its essence with his consciousness, only to be unceremoniously repelled. It appeared to be true, as legends suggested. Without the cultivation of core formation, one could not wield any unclaimed magical artifacts. Han Li mused with a hint of frustration. This artifact was now a mere object of envy. Nevertheless, his interest in the artifact remained piqued. After a series of careful attempts, he finally secured it in his grasp, admiring it closely. The short sword measured only 1.5 inches in length. Its brilliance diminished significantly without the infusion of its master's spiritual energy, yet it emanated a faint chill that enhanced its exquisite beauty. Upon the blade of this sword, 2 small inscriptions in ancient script were delicately engraved. Han Li, upon closer inspection, could not help but softly utter the words, "Green Radiance." He cherished the Green Radiance sword immensely, playing with it for a while, before reluctantly placing it into his storage pouch. This was, after all, the first magical artifact he had acquired. Then, Han Li cast his gaze around, ensuring there were no overlooked details. His attention was drawn to the specks of green light upon the ground, which upon closer examination, revealed fragments of green pills that could be shattered by the blood spirit drill. Despite their shattered state, the brilliance emanating from them remained undiminished, leaving him quite astonished. He approached, bent down, and gently collected the particles. Although he was uncertain of their purpose, Han Li could not bring himself to disregard them. He speculated that these items were likely related to the golden elixirs of core formation stage cultivators. In the 3rd volume, chapter 344, titled "The Great Formation Annihilates the Demons," Han Li did not delve deeply into the examination of these scattered fragments. Instead, after a thorough search of the vicinity, he confirmed that nothing had been overlooked and began contemplating the matter of the giant mantis. He was determined not to let this beast escape. Its various components, particularly its forelimbs, were undoubtedly rare materials for refining weapons in the realm of cultivation. As for the notion of capturing this formidable creature alive, Han Li quickly abandoned it. He understood well that any demon beast capable of being commanded by cultivators had been bound by restrictions from a young age and had undergone gradual domestication. The idea of claiming a powerful spirit beast that one had not nurtured as one's own was nothing short of a fanciful dream. Consider the cultivators of the spirit control sect. They had lost their physical forms and transformed into different beings, thus unable to exert control over the giant mantis. Otherwise, once such a demon beast was fully tamed, it would remain loyal for a lifetime, far more devoted than a human. Reflecting on the matter of informing the coalition of the 7 sects, Han Li pondered the reliability of the claims made by the spirit control sect cultivator. Consequently, he decided to linger here for a few more days to assess the situation further. After all, his speed was considerable, even with a slight delay. He could still arrive at the 7 sects main camp on time. Thus, Han Li devoted an entire day to quietly setting up the inverted 5 elements formation within the dense forest not far from the cave. This time, he meticulously completed the entire formation. Unlike during the palace battle, when he had hastily laid down only a portion. The power of this formation was naturally incomparable to before. During this period, he also witnessed the giant mantis venture out in search of food once more. This time, it returned with a massive black tiger, which left Hanli marveling for quite some time. It was indeed his first encounter with such a creature, evidently not an ordinary beast. Alas, such an extraordinary specimen had fallen prey to the giant mantis, destined to become merely a sumptuous feast. Having prepared a comprehensive strategy, Hanli stealthily infiltrated the cave around midday. However, within mere moments, he swiftly emerged, riding the divine wind boat, and headed directly towards the formation. The shadow pursuing him closely was, of course, the giant mantis that had been roused by Han Li's sudden departure. As Han Li stepped out of the cave, he immediately found himself within the confines of the great formation. The mantis beast, despite possessing a modicum of intelligence, was utterly oblivious to the intricacies of the formation and easily fell into Han Li's trap, becoming ensnared within it. For the next 2 days, Han Li allowed the colossal mantis to thrash about wildly within the inverted 5 elements formation, fully exploiting the illusionary capabilities of the array to confine its movements to this limited expanse. It was only when the beast, fatigued and seeking respite, attempted to rest within the formation that Han Li unleashed a multitude of puppets, incessantly harrying the creature from outside the array, denying it even a moment's peace. This mantis beast belonged to a species renowned for its ferocious offense, yet lacking in defensive capabilities, compelling it to continuously wield its scythe like forelimbs to shield itself from the puppet's assaults. Thus, within merely half a day, the creature could no longer withstand the relentless onslaught, sustaining minor injuries as the puppets began to strike true, with its stamina evidently waning. Meanwhile, Han Li had systematically replaced the spirit stones powering the puppets 5 or 6 times. Perceiving that the moment was ripe, Han Li brandished a yellow-hilted talismanic dagger, piercing through the mantis's head amidst the cover of the puppet's attack, thereby slaying it within the formation. With his task accomplished, Han Li could hardly contain his exhilaration as he approached the beast's lifeless body. He then produced a silver greatsword, meticulously severing its remarkably sharp forelimbs. With great anticipation, he began to explore the mantis's abdomen, hoping fervently that this creature was a 5th-tier beast, which would yield an exceptionally rare inner core. Suddenly, a look of astonishment crossed Han Li's face, quickly morphing into one of perplexity. As he withdrew his hand from the carcass, he discovered several oval-shaped objects, identical in size, pale and streaked with blood. Beast eggs, Han Li muttered in disbelief. Even if he were somewhat befuddled, he could not mistake these for inner cores. However, his astonishment did not cease there, as he extracted 7 or 8 more from the mantis's belly, bringing the total to over a dozen. Gazing at these egg-sized treasures, a broad smile spread across his face. What a delightful surprise! Yet, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and he frowned as he pointed a finger at one of the white eggs, closing his eyes to sense its essence. Before long, his expression soured. This egg bore no trace of life, evidently a stillborn. Such occurrences were not uncommon among beast kind. After all, these creatures were not mere insects or wild animals, and the production of offspring was no trivial matter. With a grim countenance, Han Li examined the remaining eggs one by one. Indeed, they were all devoid of life, leaving him feeling quite despondent. Frustrated, he initially contemplated incinerating the eggs, but after a moment of hesitation, he instead retrieved a jade box and carefully stored them away. This colossal mantis was no ordinary beast, and even if the eggs were lifeless, they might still possess some hidden utility, he thought to himself, unwilling to concede defeat. After removing a pair of gray wings from the mantis, Han Li transformed the beast's corpse into ash and flew towards the cave. Although the hope was slim, he still wished to see if there were any other gains to be had. Upon entering the cave and conducting a thorough inspection, Han Li was astonished. In a corner of the cave, he unexpectedly discovered a skeleton draped in a gray robe, with an intact storage pouch fastened at its waist. Holding the pouch, his heart raced with excitement. Without needing to ask, he knew that this skeleton must belong to the deceased cultivator from the Yuling sect, who apparently had not taken the time to secure the pouch before his soul departed. This revelation filled Han Li with a mix of surprise and delight. Unbeknownst to Han Li, the Yuling sect cultivator had suffered such severe injuries that his physical form rapidly disintegrated, leaving him no time to attend to his remains. In his haste, he had only managed to wrap up the green radiant sword and condense a small portion of spiritual energy from his golden core into a green pellet before hastily departing with these two items in spirit form. After all, any delay would mean the demise of his soul alongside his body. Naturally, Hanli was immensely curious about the storage pouch belonging to a core formation cultivator. He struggled to suppress his excitement and delved his divine sense into the pouch to meticulously examine its contents. However, after thoroughly scanning its contents, Hanli nearly succumbed to frustration. To his dismay, the vast pouch was filled predominantly with various bottles and jars, most of which contained food for certain beasts or insects, rendering them utterly useless to him. A small fraction of the contents was somewhat better, consisting of an assortment of insect samples, each labeled with the name of the respective insect. To Hanli's astonishment, most of the insects encased in the bottles were still alive, despite having gone unkept for years. Their vitality was remarkably resilient. As for the high-level talismans, urgently needed magical tools, and talismanic treasures that Hanli had hoped to find, there was not a single one in the storage pouch, leaving him speechless for a considerable time. Fortunately, at the very bottom of the pouch, he discovered a green jade slip, the contents of which captivated him immensely. It contained insights from the Yuling sect cultivator regarding the breeding of peculiar insects, introducing over 1,000 strange insects he had never heard of, along with some secret methods for breeding and controlling these creatures. What intrigued Hanli the most was that the cultivator had ranked these insects according to their potency. The massive mantis was indeed included, yet despite its gray appearance, it was referred to as the golden-backed demon mantis, which bewildered Hanli. However, this formidable mantis was ranked a mere 73rd among the myriad of peculiar insects, with 72 even more powerful creatures preceding it, leaving Hanli, who had encountered the golden-backed demon mantis, in silent astonishment. After engrossing himself in the jade slip for a substantial time, Hanli withdrew his divine sense and, after a moment of contemplation, began to compare the insect samples in his possession with those described in the slip. To his growing dissatisfaction, he found himself increasingly displeased. The specific uses of these insects aside, their rankings were simply too low. Only a meager 2 species made it into the top 100, and they were perilously close to the bottom of the list. Most are typically in the range of 2 to 300. Little did Hanli know that if his grievances were to reach the ears of those cultivators from the spirit control sect, they would surely berate him vehemently. How easy is it to collect such peculiar insects? Not to mention 100. Even among the top 3 or 400, these are exceedingly rare varieties, acquired through centuries of painstaking effort and relentless competition. At last, this chapter is finished. Time to retire for the night. Volume 3. Chapter 345. The old man and the bell. Having examined the contents of the storage bag, Hanli unceremoniously transferred everything into his own bag, shattering the original bag with a flurry of strikes. Although this storage bag was evidently far superior to his own, Hanli dared not carry it casually, for it might bear markings he could not discern. After resting for another day, Hanli felt it was time to set off. He altered his course with Chuhan and headed towards the Huangfeng Valley instead of the Seven Sects' main camp. He reasoned that if anything had indeed transpired at the camp, the various sects would be the first to learn of it. Therefore, it would be wiser to gauge the situation within the valley first. If all was well, he could always make his way to the camp later. Thus, after flying for 5 or 6 days with Chuhan, they arrived at the Taiyu mountain range without encountering any issues. Hanli did not disturb anyone, but instead quietly returned to his own cave abode. Upon entering, he swiftly reactivated the external formation, feeling much relieved. After all, it was his territory, and safety was assured. Without delay, Hanli proceeded to the secret chamber of the Spirit Eye Spring. Indeed, 2 spider eggs had successfully hatched, and within the spring floated 2 fist-sized white spiders. Though small, they were remarkably translucent, clearly not of ordinary stock. As soon as the 2 little spiders spotted Hanli, they darted towards him with a flash of white. Initially startled, Hanli quickly grasped the situation and did not evade. The 2 spiders landed gracefully on his shoulders, playfully scurrying across him as if they were old acquaintances. Hanli smiled faintly. It appeared that the blood-based control seal he had placed upon them was indeed effective. These little spiders had come to regard him as a parental figure, hence their affectionate behavior. Feeling delighted, Hanli curiously plucked one of the white spiders from his shoulder and placed it in his palm for a closer inspection. While spiders often evoke feelings of revulsion due to their perceived ugliness, this particular spider was entirely pure white and luminous. exuding an extraordinary beauty that made it hard to look away. Most astonishing to Han Li was the realization that this little spider already possessed the spiritual energy of a 3rd or 4th level Qi refinement stage, marking it as a genuine low-tier demon beast. It seemed the potential for its future was indeed remarkable. Notably, the white spider was listed among the peculiar insects, known as the blood jade spider, ranking just over 100. Though not as formidable as the golden-backed demon mantis, it was still considered a rare breed. Han Li played with 2 small spiders for a while before placing them in a leather pouch, which he secured to his person, uncertain of when he might return next. Naturally, he wished to take them along for gradual training. Subsequently, Han Li made his way to his bedroom and retrieved a small box from beneath his bed. Inside the box were several storage bags filled with various talismans, and he casually selected 2 to take with him. As his previous talismans had nearly been depleted, it was imperative that he replenish his supplies. After resolving these matters, Han Li left Chu Han within the confines of his cave dwelling and boldly set off towards Huangfeng Valley. Perhaps due to the majority of personnel being dispatched to the 7-faction camp, he encountered only a handful of Qi refining disciples along the way. He casually stopped one to inquire about the situation within the valley. Fortunately, he did not receive any unfavorable news, which eased his concerns slightly. However, recognizing that this individual was merely a Qi refining disciple, Han Li was not satisfied and contemplated his next move, ultimately deciding to head directly to the Baiyao Garden. Surely, the old man, being a mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioner, would possess more accurate information. Moments later, Han Li arrived above the Baiyao Garden, only to be obstructed by a hazy formation. The token he had initially received to enter the formation had long been returned to the old man, rendering him unable to freely access the garden. After witnessing the might of the reversed 5 elements formation, the old man's rudimentary illusionary array seemed trivial in Han Li's eyes. Nevertheless, Han Li did not attempt to force his way through, but instead produced a communication talisman from his possession. After subtly moving his lips, he ignited it, casting it into the white mist below. Before long, the mist began to churn, revealing a passage approximately a foot wide. Observing this, Han Li chuckled softly and gracefully descended. At the end of the passage lay the heart of the Baiyao Garden, where 2 individuals awaited his arrival. "Brother Ma, it has been quite some time." Han Li greeted one of them with a smile. The individual was none other than the garden's master, the old man. "Humph, though we have not met. You seem to have found a way to trouble me," the old man retorted, rolling his eyes. "Surely, you cannot be dissatisfied with such a well-behaved disciple as Miss Xiao?" Han Li replied nonchalantly, directing a smile towards the other person. The other individual, a young woman, blushed slightly and bowed respectfully, expressing her gratitude. "Xiao Chui'er pays her respects to Uncle Han. Thank you for your kindness." This young woman was none other than the granddaughter of the old man. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the old man's expression soured, and just as he was about to speak, Han Li interjected, "Brother Ma, I have come with urgent matters to discuss. It is of utmost importance." Han Li's demeanor suddenly turned serious. Noticing Han Li's solemnity, the old man furrowed his brow and instructed the young woman, "You stand guard at the entrance. I need to discuss some matters with your Uncle Han." "Yes, master." The young girl replied respectfully before promptly making her way to the entrance. Xiao Chui'er's obedient demeanor evidently pleased the old man, a hint of indulgence gleaming in his eyes. Han Li, observing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Though Master Ma claimed to be troubled by him, it was clear that he held a deep affection for Xiao Chui'er, a rather amusing contradiction. The old man led Han Li into the living room, where they settled down before he casually inquired, "Junior brother, aren't you stationed at the border camp? What brings you here with questions? If there is something significant, do share." Master Ma displayed an indifferent expression. "Ah, this is a long story," Han Li sighed, forcing a wry smile. After years of acquaintance with the old man, Han Li knew that despite his sharp tongue, he possessed a fundamentally kind heart. Thus, he recounted his encounter with the Yuling sect cultivator upon his return. Though he merely glossed over the specifics of their confrontation, primarily focusing on the potential that Spirit Beast Mountain may be an infiltrator for the demonic path, the old man's nonchalant demeanor froze entirely as he absorbed Han Li's words. After a prolonged silence, he slowly asked, "Junior Han, you annihilated the primordial spirit of a core formation cultivator? Spirit Beast Mountain could be a traitor to the righteous path?" He appeared utterly incredulous, as if listening to a fantastical tale. Seeing his reaction, Han Li wore a bitter expression. It was understandable for the old man to react this way. Anyone receiving such news would likely struggle to believe it. Nevertheless, Han furrowed his brow and remarked, "It is precisely because I am unsure of the reliability of this information that I wish to return to the valley and discern any whispers from the camp. If nothing is amiss, I would feel more at ease traveling there." Before the old man, Han felt no need to conceal his concern for his own life. There is nothing unusual. All that has come from the front are requests for the transport of large quantities of spirit stones and materials, with no adverse news at all. "Everything appears normal," the old man replied earnestly. Upon hearing this, Han exhaled softly, rubbing his nose as he muttered, "So it seems I have been thoroughly deceived by that fellow. Should I vent my frustrations with a loud curse or celebrate with hearty laughter that the camp is free of troubles?" No sooner had he spoken than the resounding chime of a massive bell echoed insistently from the direction of the council hall. The old man and Han exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions shifting drastically. The bell tolled for what felt like an eternity, ringing for a full tea's worth of time before finally falling silent. The old man's face turned grim. After taking a deep breath, he said in a hushed tone, "It rang 81 times. It seems your news is largely accurate. The situation is indeed dire. Let us go ascertain the matter. It may not necessarily be linked to my information." After a moment of silence, Han replied flatly, That would be quite peculiar. If there hadn't been a significant defeat, why would the bell signaling catastrophe toll 81 times?" The old man scoffed with a cold smile. Together, Han and the old man exited the house, while Xiao Chuier, stationed at the gate, heard the series of ominous bell tolls and looked at the old man in alarm. The old man furrowed his brow upon witnessing the scene, and after a few steps, he approached and whispered a few words. The young girl's expression then returned to normal. Subsequently, the old man beckoned to Han, and together they soared into the sky on their flying instruments, heading directly towards the Grand Assembly Hall. Along the way, Han observed numerous cultivators flying in the same direction, most of whom were merely chi refining disciples, indicating a significant decline in the valley's strength. It seemed that when the demonic forces truly descended, even with the protective array of the sect, it would not hold for long. The two men, their expressions somber, remained silent until they arrived at the massive stone hall. At that moment, thousands of cultivators had gathered before the hall, yet they were halted by the guards at the entrance, who permitted only those at the foundation establishment stage or above to enter for the discussion. Naturally, Han and the old man possessed sufficient status, and amidst the complex gazes of others, they quietly entered. As Han stepped into the assembly hall, he was taken aback. Contrary to his expectations of a chaotic scene resembling ants on a hot pan, nearly 100 cultivators were present, all silent and respectfully focused on an individual seated at the head. This individual was not the nominal leader of Huangfeng Valley, Zhongling Dao, who stood humbly to the side. Instead, the one occupying the central position was an elderly gentleman clad in splendid robes, with hair and beard as white as snow. The old man's complexion was sallow, and his small eyes appeared dull and lifeless, rendering him exceedingly unattractive. However, inexplicably, upon seeing this man, Han felt a sudden jolt in his heart, his limbs trembling uncontrollably. What could be the cause of this? Han was bewildered. Upon noticing the entrance of Han and the old man, the elder cast a fleeting glance their way. Yet, that single gaze sent a chill through Han, filling him with an overwhelming sense of discomfort, as if all his hidden secrets had been laid bare, causing his complexion to shift dramatically. Your spiritual essence cultivation is commendable. You must have practiced some technique for refining the spiritual essence, the elder remarked, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes as he assessed Han. Han, struck by a mix of fear and astonishment, found himself unable to comprehend the situation. Even more bewildering was the absence of any detectable spiritual energy emanating from the elder, signifying a vast disparity in their cultivation levels, which explained the peculiar circumstance. However, even the core formation cultivators like Li Huayuan had never imparted such a sensation. Could this venerable elder truly be? As Han pondered, his heart raced, and the fleeting anger he had felt vanished into thin air, replaced by profound respect as he promptly replied, "Esteemed elder, I indeed practice a technique related to spiritual essence. Your discerning eye is truly remarkable." Han silently praised the elder. Upon hearing Han response, the elder in splendid robes smiled faintly and casually waved his hand. Instantly, Han Li and the old man understood and positioned themselves among the crowd. After about the duration of a meal, several more Foundation establishment cultivators arrived. At this juncture, Zhong Lingdao respectfully addressed the elder, saying, "Ancestor, all the Foundation establishment cultivators within the valley have gathered. However, Master Huang is currently at Tianshi Peak and may not return immediately." The elder, upon hearing this, slightly furrowed his brow, but soon returned to his usual demeanor and instructed, "If he hasn't arrived, then so be it. Time is of the essence. We need not wait for him. Let us commence." "Indeed, as you say, Ancestor." Zhong Ling obediently echoed the sentiment. The elderly man in splendid robes chuckled softly, but remained silent. "Brothers, allow me to introduce to you the esteemed Linghu ancestor, whom you have all heard of for so long. This venerable elder reached the nascent soul stage 3 centuries ago and is the sole supreme elder of our sect. Now, as we face an unprecedented existential threat, I shall hand over the arrangements to the ancestor." After delivering a few formalities, Zhong Ling instinctively withdrew to the side. Although most present had surmised the identity of the elderly figure, a wave of excitement rippled through the crowd at these words, and they regarded the Linghu ancestor with curious eyes. He was the only nascent soul cultivator in Huangfeng Valley for nearly a millennium, rumored to be nearing 8 centuries in age, a veritable immortal of Huangfeng Valley. Noticing the commotion, the Linghu ancestor cleared his throat gently, and the hall fell silent instantly. Who would dare disregard the presence of such a venerable figure? Since you have heard the alarm of the Dragon Bell, I shall dispense with unnecessary words. The 7-sect alliance has suffered a severe defeat ahead. Our cultivators have endured heavy casualties. And although we have barely managed to establish a camp on the second defensive line, failure is now inevitable. As these words left the elder's lips, many cultivators in the hall turned pale, and Han Li exchanged a complex glance with the old man beside him, both at a loss for words. "Ancestor, how can this be? Is the day of our decisive battle with the demonic faction not yet upon us? There is still over a month." A middle-aged cultivator could not suppress his question. "It is precisely because those at the front shared your thoughts that they fell victim to a sneak attack from the demonic faction." The elderly man's countenance darkened as he chastised sternly. The middle-aged cultivator's face flushed crimson. He bowed and retreated hastily. Witnessing the man's fate, the others, sensing the gravity of the situation, chose to remain silent, despite their growing confusion, and listened attentively to the Linghu ancestor's words. In truth, the loss in this battle could not solely be attributed to the negligence of those in charge, who failed to guard against deception. Rather, it stemmed from a traitor among our 7 sections. The people of Spirit Beast Mountain, during their vigilance, illicitly opened the Grand Formation, allowing the demonic faction to breach our defenses, leading to this catastrophic defeat. The elder's expression revealed a flicker of anger. Upon hearing the Linghu ancestor's revelations, the cultivators grasped the situation and erupted in vehement denunciation of the Spirit Beast Mountain practitioners, creating a chaotic scene once again. "Enough. What good does it do to dwell on this now? The enemy is too formidable. We must humbly accept our fate. The most pressing concern is to prevent our sect from being annihilated. Understand that the remaining forces ahead can only buy us 2 or 3 days at most. We must evacuate from the Kingdom of Yu as soon as possible," the ancestor stated with remarkable composure. "Evacuate the Kingdom of Yu?" The moment those words escaped his lips, the hall fell into a profound silence, no one daring to respond, as if they were collectively stunned. For these cultivators, born and raised in the Kingdom of Yu, the notion of leaving their homeland was exceedingly difficult to bear, and for a moment, no one voiced their agreement with the elder's suggestion. "What? Are you reluctant?" the elder said nonchalantly, unperturbed, as if he had anticipated such a reaction. "Old ancestor, it is indeed rare for you and the other venerable ones of the nascent soul stage to take action, yet you are unable to repel the demonic sect?" A somewhat hesitant young man, in his 30s, inquired. "Of course we can. If we old fellows join forces, we could easily annihilate the demonic cultivators confronting you," the elder replied without hesitation. "But, old ancestor, do not forget that since the 6 sects of the demonic path have such a formidable reputation, they must possess a significant number of nascent soul cultivators. We have already clashed with some of their old-timers, and the results left us at a disadvantage. Consequently, they forced us to swear a toxic oath, forbidding us from personally engaging in this great battle. This conflict must remain confined to the level of core formation cultivators." Elder Linghu sighed deeply, revealing an unexpectedly grave secret. Below, Han Li suddenly comprehended why no nascent soul-level cultivators had appeared in the battle thus far. If we do not relocate, the entire Yellow Maple Valley will be surrounded and captured, and due to my oath, I will be unable to come to your aid. Therefore, I have made up my mind. The entire sect must depart from the state of you. Moreover, it is not just us. The other 5 sects will also advance and retreat together with us. In this unfamiliar territory, we can rise again. When we have regained our strength, we can reclaim the state of you. Elder Linghu remarked with a cold smile. It was evident that for him, withdrawing from the state of you was not an unacceptable proposition. Seeing the resolute stance of the old ancestor, even those with differing opinions dared not voice them. And they had no choice but to obey his command. Other matters can be managed, but there is one perilous task that still requires someone to undertake it. Elder Linghu suddenly proclaimed, causing the crowd to exchange glances in confusion. The individuals I designate will accompany me to the rear hall. The rest shall remain here to listen to Master Zhong's arrangements for the evacuation. After uttering these words, the elder rose from his seat with an expressionless demeanor, striding towards the gathered assembly, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment. You, and you, he pointed without reservation, selecting the majority of those present, including Han Li and the old man. After designating them, the elder made his way towards the rear hall with little regard for the others. Han Li and the others began to feel uneasy. After a moment of hesitation, they decided to follow obediently. Upon reaching the rear hall, the elder stood with his hands clasped behind his back. As he observed Han Li and the other dozens of cultivators entering, he maintained his impassive expression and stated, I have assessed all of you. Either you possess notable talent or your cultivation methods are unique. Thus, you shall be the spark for our sect's resurgence. You now have half a day to gather your belongings, and you will depart immediately under the guidance of young Master Huang. Upon hearing this, all were taken aback, and some questioned in disbelief. Old ancestor, did you not say that the demonic faction would not breach our defenses for another 2 days? Why the urgency? Humph. Indeed, it will take them 2 days to break through the front lines, but do you think they will allow those of us left behind to escape unobserved? They have already dispatched others to circumvent the defenses and launch a long-range assault on our sections. It is estimated that their mission does not involve exterminating the various factions, but rather impeding our smooth retreat. Thus, we must abandon those outside to secure time for your withdrawal. However, should you dare to disclose this matter to those outside during the time spent gathering your belongings, causing chaos during the retreat, I shall personally take measures to rectify the situation. The voice of the well-dressed elder was chilling, instilling a sense of dread among the gathered cultivators. Naturally, Han Li and the others dared not voice any dissent, responding respectfully before proceeding to collect their belongings. On the way back, Han Li parted ways with the old man, both burdened with heavy thoughts. The distance to Han Li's cave abode was significant, prompting him to activate the spirit wind boat immediately after their separation, striving to reach his dwelling as swiftly as possible. At this moment, Han Li's emotions were in turmoil. Following the words of the venerable Linghu to retreat to another country would ensure his safety and possibly earn him favor due to the shortage of personnel. However, the subsequent need to rebuild Huangfeng Valley and establish a foothold in a new land would undoubtedly entangle him in mundane affairs, leaving little time for further cultivation. He feared that by the time everything settled and the 6 factions re-established themselves, he would have long missed the opportunity to advance to the core formation stage, an outcome he could not bear to contemplate. Yet, if he were to flee now, Han Li was uncertain whether he remained under the watchful eye of that old monster. A slightest misstep might reveal his actions, and as a deserter, he would surely meet a grim fate. Regrets surged within him. Had he known matters would deteriorate to such an extent, he would have fled to another country immediately instead of returning. Reluctantly, Han Li arrived back at his cave abode. Upon entering, he retrieved the storage bags filled with talismans hidden beneath the bed and secured them in his robe. He then proceeded to the storage room to collect the remaining rare medicinal materials. Finally, he went to the secret chamber of the Spirit Eye Spring, destroying the entire room to conceal the spring. Since relocating this spiritual object was no longer feasible, Han Li preferred that it not be discovered and exploited by those of the demonic path. After completing these tasks, he conducted a thorough inspection of his residence, ensuring nothing was overlooked. He summoned Chu Han from the cave, carefully dismantled the first set of inverted 5-element formation flags and discs, placing them into his storage bag. Observing the cave entrance revealed by the disappearance of the formation, Han Li raised his brows and unleashed 2 beams of dark light, spending the time it takes for Emil to demolish the entire small mountain, burying the cave beneath the fallen rocks. He then released the spirit wind boat, circling in the air with Chu Han before ascending into the sky. Upon returning to the council hall, Han Li found that others had arrived in varying numbers. He left Chu Han outside and entered the hall, only to be surprised to see not only the dozen or so Foundation establishment cultivators, but also several hundred Qi refinement disciples present. Were they also preparing to flee? Han Li pondered in confusion. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he spotted the old man and Xiao Chui'er standing together, engaged in hushed conversation, both bearing an expression of utmost seriousness. Observing this scene, Han Li approached them without hesitation. "Master Han." Xiao Chui'er greeted respectfully upon noticing his arrival. Han Li smiled and nodded before turning to the old man, inquiring softly, "What is the situation? Are these Foundation establishment disciples accompanying us?" "Indeed. These individuals either possess exceptional talent or hold special identities that cannot be easily discarded. My disciple also falls into the category of extraordinary talent," the old man replied casually, a hint of pride surfacing when he mentioned Xiao Chui'er, which elicited a chuckle from Han Li. After a while, Ancestor Linghu and a formidable middle-aged man finally made their appearance. "We have just received word that traces of demonic cultivators have emerged nearby. You must depart immediately and follow the arrangements of Master Huang from now on. I will ensure that those remaining in the valley divert the enemy's attention," Ancestor Linghu stated gravely. Upon hearing this, Han Li and the others were taken aback. The demonic faction had arrived with alarming speed. The middle-aged man beside Ancestor Linghu coldly interjected, "Time is of the essence, so I shall be brief. With so many of you accompanying my retreat, I have but one demand. You must follow my orders without question. Those who defy will be treated as traitors and dealt with accordingly. Now, let us set off at once." He truly was decisive. After delivering these few words, he bowed deeply to the elder beside him and promptly exited the grand hall. The others, momentarily stunned, quickly followed suit in a frenzy. Thus, a grand procession of several hundred individuals ascended from the stone hall and swiftly flew towards the northeast. After a considerable duration, the entire group exited the Taiwa mountain range, then accelerated even further. Han Li, standing at the forefront on his divine wind vessel, noticed the old man, unceremoniously pulling Xiao Chui'er aboard, causing Han Li to chuckle awkwardly, unable to voice any objections. Xiao Chui'er, captivated by the figure of Chu Han behind Han Li, gazed at him with wide, inquisitive eyes. However, the old man, discerning Chu Han's nature, asked a few questions before ceasing further inquiries. As the group had barely flown 100 miles from the Taiwa mountain range, a blinding white light suddenly soared from behind, swiftly darting over the heads of the many cultivators and landing in the hands of Master Huang at the front. It turned out to be a gleaming white sword, with a jade slip embedded in it. The middle-aged man's expression darkened immediately as he gestured for the entire group to halt. He then removed the jade slip, casually tossing the sword into the air, which transformed back into white light and retraced its path. Master Huang extended his consciousness into the jade slip for a closer inspection. But after a brief moment, he withdrew with a grim expression, promptly lowering his head in contemplation, clearly confronted with a serious predicament. All Foundation establishment cultivators stepped forward. "The situation has changed, and I must reassign tasks," the middle-aged man stated ominously, suddenly turning around. The words left Han Li and the others momentarily stunned. But after exchanging glances, they obediently ascended on their flying instruments, while Xiao Chui'er promptly leaped down from the divine wind vessel. "Master Uncle, what has transpired?" Upon seeing the middle-aged man receiving messages via flying swords, it became evident that he was not alone. "The ancestor has sent word. Scarcely had we departed when the forces of the demonic path arrived. Moreover, they seem to be aware of our retreat strategy. They have split into 2 groups. One has surrounded Huangfeng Valley, while the other is pursuing us. Therefore, to ensure the safe escape of the main contingent, I require a team from amongst you to divert their attention," the cold and unyielding Huang Master Uncle declared, pointing out over 20 Foundation establishment cultivators. Regrettably, Han Li was among those chosen, while the old man narrowly evaded the selection. The faces of those selected turned pale, yet none dared voice their reluctance. With a wave of Huang Master Uncle's arm, the others continued their swift flight, leaving Han Li and the others isolated. "Now, time is of the essence. I am aware that most of you harbor doubts regarding this diversion task. However, I do not require you to confront the pursuing enemies head-on. I only ask that you launch a surprise attack to draw their attention and provide a modicum of cover for the front line. The middle-aged man spoke in a slightly softened tone, producing over 20 green jade slips from his person. Familiarize yourselves with the maps contained within these slips and then destroy them. If we become separated, we can regroup at the locations indicated on the maps. Upon concluding his instructions, Huang Master Uncle raised his hand, and the green light shot forth, each person now holding a jade slip before them. Upon hearing Huang Master Uncle's words, the expressions of the others improved considerably, since they would not be engaging in a direct confrontation with the demonic cultivators. Their chances of survival were significantly enhanced. Consequently, they eagerly grasped the jade slips and began to memorize the maps within. Although Han Li held the slip in his hand, he merely skimmed through it and did not commit it to memory. This was a rare opportunity for him to extricate himself from the fray, and he was unwilling to tie his fate to that of Huang Feng Valley in his quest for future advancement to the core formation stage. Revision note for the previous chapter. Ahem. After several nights of sleeplessness, my health has taken a toll, and I developed a fever last night. In a moment of foggy thinking, I neglected to clarify the matter regarding Chu Han, but it has now been amended. For those interested, feel free to revisit the previous chapter. Volume 3, Chapter 348. The Art of Celestial Fire. Seeing everyone crushed the jade slips, Huang Master Uncle displayed a look of satisfaction. Then, with a flash of yellow light in his hand, a small banner measuring about a foot in length appeared. This banner was entirely snow-white, yet it emanated a yellow glow, obscuring the intricate designs embroidered upon it. I shall conceal the movements of my esteemed disciples with the wind and cloud banner, and when the enemy approaches, we shall strike unexpectedly. After uttering these words, Master Huang gently waved the small banner in his hand, and an abundance of milky white mist suddenly erupted from it, swiftly coalescing into a vast cloud several dozen yards wide, enveloping Han Li and the others within its embrace. The foundation-building cultivators, Han Li and his companions, were both astonished and delighted. Despite the cloud's extreme density, they felt no obscurity in their vision. It was truly an exquisite hiding place. Under the guidance of the middle-aged man's spell, the enormous clouds swiftly ascended into the sky, seamlessly blending with the other white clouds, rendering differentiation impossible. Han Li marveled inwardly. Although his own magical artifact, the azure fire miasma, could also conjure dense mist, it paled in comparison to this wind and cloud banner. Not only was its range limited, but it could only be utilized for his own protection. Should his fellow disciples inadvertently enter his azure fire miasma, they would surely find themselves poisoned. Contemplating this, Han Li couldn't help but cast a glance at Master Huang. There he sat at the center of the mist, cross-legged with eyes closed, utterly motionless. However, two other foundation-building cultivators stood vigilantly beside him, seemingly acting as guardians. Han Li paused momentarily, but soon comprehended their purpose. He was employing his spiritual sense to seek out the enemy's whereabouts. Given the formidable strength of a core formation cultivator's spiritual sense, they could surely detect movements within a 100-mile radius, right? Observing this, Han Li also settled himself on the divine wind vessel to conserve his energy. The impending battle promised to be exceedingly perilous. Meanwhile, Chu Han remained motionless behind him, resembling a faithful servant. After approximately an hour, the middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes and coldly declared, "The enemy has arrived. We have deviated about 2 miles. We must position ourselves above their path." Without further ado, he led the cloud forward with a swift command. The individuals within the mist, naturally, did not dare to stray from its cover, unleashing their full magical power and following closely behind Master Huang. Han Li, however, furrowed his brow slightly during their flight. He retrieved a massive silver sword and tossed it to Chu Han behind him. Although uncertain of its utility, any enhancement to their combat strength would be beneficial. This is it. The enemy approaches swiftly. Prepare yourselves. Moments later, the colossal cloud arrived above the so-called critical path, and Master Huang unceremoniously issued his orders. Instantly, everyone brandished their magical artifacts, fervently casting protective spells upon themselves, with various hues of light flickering in vibrant succession. Han Li then produced 2 spherical orbs, one azure and the other crimson, and gently tapped them together. With a muffled bang, a dense cloud of azure and crimson smoke erupted from the orbs. rapidly enveloping Han Li and transforming into a massive cloud with a diameter of 5 or 6 yards, completely obscuring his figure within the miasma. Han Li had ingeniously utilized the azure fire miasma to create a protective shroud of mist within the cloud, leaving his nearby companions utterly astonished, perplexed by his intentions. Han Li was not inclined to pay attention to his fellow disciples. Instead, one hand grasped the turtle shell artifact while the other held a simple blue flying dagger. Refraining from drawing out the more powerful weapon, Han Li was acutely aware of his intentions. For him, the more inconspicuous the attacking artifact, the better. Only in this way could he avoid being targeted by formidable adversaries after launching a surprise attack, thus facilitating his escape. As everyone awaited with bated breath, time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of an hour slipped by without any sign of the enemy. This left most of the individuals feeling anxious and impatient, prompting them to cast furtive glances at the elder, Master Huang. The robust middle-aged man was equally perplexed. After a moment's contemplation, he slowly declared, "Everyone, do not panic. I shall search with my spiritual sense once more." Following this statement, he settled back down. However, before he could truly commence his actions, a thunderous roar abruptly reverberated from above, initially manifesting as sporadic sounds, but soon crescendoing into a resounding cacophony that filled the heavens. All were startled into looking skyward, and what they beheld caused the expression of the Huangfeng Valley cultivators to drastically shift. The sky, once serene, was now ablaze with a deep crimson hue, as all the clouds transformed into fiery red billowing formations, resembling molten lava in constant turmoil, producing a multitude of inverted bubbles. The immense booming sound was, in fact, the shattering of these bubbles. "What is this?" exclaimed a companion of Han Li, astonished. "Be cautious. This is the mid-level advanced spell, Heavenly Fire Technique. Each droplet of lava descending from above equates to a strike from a foundational stage cultivator. If one cannot withstand it, they will be reduced to ashes." The speaker was Master Huang, his countenance grim. It was evident that their intention to ambush others had backfired, leaving them in a precarious position. "Let us flee at once. I do not wish to confront this," another individual cried in alarm. With that, their flying artifact shimmered to life as they attempted to flee. However, it was too late. The spell had been cast, and there was no escaping its range. "Listen to my command. Everyone, form a united protective barrier," Master Huang ordered, his eyes glinting with determination. Upon hearing his command, the others quickly comprehended the urgency and joined forces, unleashing a massive shield of blue light. Almost instantaneously, as the barrier took form, the mid-level advanced spell unleashed its fury. A droplet of deep crimson lava, nearly a foot in diameter, plummeted toward Han Li and the others. However, the newly formed shield effortlessly absorbed the impact. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Countless droplets began to fall like rain. While many missed their mark, a significant number struck the shield, erupting in a spectacular display of red and blue sparks. Initially, the group felt secure, believing their defenses were more than adequate. However, as the rate of lava descent accelerated and the density increased, Han Li and his companions found their spiritual energy depleting at an alarming rate, rendering them unable to sustain the shield for long. The blue light of the barrier gradually dimmed. Fortunately, the spell was as swift in its departure as it was in its arrival. Just as the protective barrier was on the verge of collapse, the celestial fire technique abruptly concluded, causing the fiery clouds to vanish into thin air. This left the members of Huangfeng Valley in a state of extreme delight. However, their joy was short-lived, as a moment later, their expressions froze in shock. Unbeknownst to them, nearly 100 cultivators had silently encircled them, their mocking gazes fixed upon the group, clad in the garb of the 6 sects of the demonic path. The people of Huangfeng Valley were consumed with anger and astonishment. Nevertheless, these individuals were all at the foundation establishment stage, with no signs of any at the core formation stage, which offered them a breath of relief. Despite the considerable expenditure of their spiritual energy, the presence of a core formation cultivator on their side should mitigate any fear of the adversaries. "How did you discover our whereabouts? My wind and cloud banner should be able to conceal us from your spiritual senses," Elder Huang exclaimed, his expression darkening as he demanded answers. "I can provide you with that information." A languid, alluring voice echoed from above, sending a chill down Elder Huang's spine as he quickly turned his gaze skyward. There, descending from the heavens, were a man and a woman. The man had flowing white hair and a gaunt frame, appearing as if a gust of wind could easily blow him away. The woman, in stark contrast, was stunningly beautiful, with a slender waist and ample hips, each movement captivating the soul. As Han Li cast a brief glance at the pair, he inwardly lamented the dire situation. Both were core formation cultivators, which significantly complicated matters. Red Skull? Upon recognizing the duo, Elder Huang's pupils constricted sharply, and he inquired with utmost seriousness. Without waiting for a response, he abruptly waved the wind and cloud banner, causing the white mist to dissipate, revealing Han Li and the others. Faced with formidable adversaries, Elder Huang could not afford to concern himself with Han Li and his disciples. I didn't expect this esteemed friend to recognize us as a couple. How unfair indeed. While you are well aware of our backgrounds, we know little of yours. However, it is said that there exists a rather cold individual in Huangfeng Valley with a magical artifact known as the Wind and Cloud Banner. Quite intriguing. Might you be that person? The enchanting woman spoke with a smile, presenting an air of apparent amiability. Yet, upon witnessing her bewitching smile, Elder Huang's demeanor turned frigid, and he remained silent, glaring at her. Lacking an interest? Let us eliminate him. Observing Elder Huang's demeanor, the woman pouted slightly, her expression shifting suddenly. Very well. Since my sister desires his life, I shall be at your service. The skeletal man chuckled ominously in response. Simultaneously, Han Li and the others received a telepathic communication from Elder Huang. Once we engage, we will break through immediately. Every escapee counts. Elder Huang's voice was devoid of emotion. We are still in a precarious situation. We cannot endure this night. We shall only continue our riding once we have recovered by tomorrow. I hope for your understanding. As the sound faded, the Wind and Cloud Banner in Elder Huang's hand emitted a blinding yellow light, which then pulsated before erupting in a brilliant explosion. Suddenly, a thick and expansive cloud of white mist erupted wildly from the banner, enveloping both friend and foe alike in an instant. Seeking death, the air was filled with the furious roar of a skeletal figure and the seductive laughter of a beautiful woman, filled with rage. Shortly thereafter, a series of resounding impacts echoed through the mist, indicating that Master Huang had engaged in combat with the two core formation cultivators. Naturally, Han Li and his companions would not let this opportunity for escape slip by. Almost simultaneously with the reappearance of the mist, the disciples of Huangfeng Valley hastily activated their flying instruments and scattered in all directions. Han Li, relying on the swiftness of his divine wind vessel, soared upwards. This direction was the most populated with cultivators, yet their magical prowess was evidently weaker compared to those in other directions, leading Han Li to believe that breaking through from this point was the most feasible option. However, it was apparent that few shared Han Li's sentiment, as the majority of his fellow disciples fled towards routes with fewer interceptors, causing Han Li to shake his head in disapproval. In the blink of an eye, seizing the moment of chaos, Han Li darted past several individuals and reached the edge of the encirclement. The mist in this area had thinned considerably, allowing the demonic cultivators to vaguely perceive Han Li's hasty figure. Yet, due to the presence of the green fire miasma, what they saw was merely a vast swirl of crimson and emerald mist, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Almost immediately, 3 nearby demonic cultivators raised their hands in unison, unleashing a golden light, 3 beams of yellow radiance, and a billowing mass of black fog towards Han Li. With a snort, Han Li pointed at the turtle shell artifact before him, which promptly expanded several-fold to meet the incoming onslaught. Simultaneously, he infused more spiritual energy into the artifact, accelerating the divine wind vessel by an additional third. He had firmly resolved that this was not the time for protracted combat. Thus, he was willing to expend more mana to hasten his escape, for once other enemies closed in, there would be no chance to flee. Moreover, he had great confidence in the turtle shell artifact, renowned for its sturdiness, surpassing even that of the white phosphorus shield. Just as Han Li's thoughts raced, the turtle shell artifact collided with the golden light and yellow beams, successfully halting their advance. However, the remaining mass of black fog proved cunning, suddenly splitting into 2 and deftly circumventing the turtle shell artifact, sliding past its sides. Though it delayed them momentarily, it still surged towards Han Li, transforming into a colossal, ghostly visage, intent on devouring him atop the divine wind vessel. Seeing this, Han Li felt no fear. Instead, a cold smirk crossed his face. He He raised a hand, releasing over 100 fireballs that instantly obliterated the ghostly head into fragments. Presently, Han Li had ample experience in dealing with such rudimentary dark arts. Seizing the opportunity, he swiftly darted through the disintegrating visage and, in an instant, broke free from the encirclement, leaving the demonic cultivators behind. Unwilling to concede their failure, the trio of demonic practitioners pursued him with shouts and frantic activation of their flying instruments. Yet, Han Li paid them no heed, continuing his rapid ascent. As he had anticipated, the divine wind vessel was indeed a rare gem among flying artifacts. Initially, he could hear their curses trailing behind, but before long, their voices diminished into the distance. At long last, after running for several moments, there was no longer a single soul in sight behind him. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Li dared not to let his guard down. He continued to rush forward for a while longer before gradually slowing his pace to survey his surroundings. Then, with a delicate push of his toes against the spirit wind boat, he descended rapidly. Han Li was not in the best condition. During the formation of the protective barrier, he had expended nearly half of his magical energy. Coupled with the recent exertion of running, he desperately needed to replenish his power. Otherwise, encountering a formidable foe would spell trouble. Contemplating this, he landed on a desolate mountain below, retracted the poisonous mist of the Qinghuizhang, and sought a secluded spot beneath a massive boulder, where he sat cross-legged. Subsequently, he retrieved a mid-tier blue spirit stone from his storage pouch and began to restore his magical energy. Meanwhile, the spirit named Chu Han remained by his side, standing guard. Not long after Han Li settled down, a hurried red light streaked through the sky, pursued by 5 or 6 dark and green lights, apparently another fortunate soul breaking through the siege. However, Han Li paid no heed to this commotion, instead slowly closing his eyes and delving deep within himself. Only by achieving a state of emptiness could his magical energy recover more swiftly. Time slipped by unnoticed until Han Li finally opened his eyes, having restored a considerable portion of his depleted energy. Although he had replenished himself sufficiently, he was unwilling to linger any longer. Glancing at the sky, he noted that dusk was approaching, the perfect time to slip away under the veil of night. Yet, Han Li did not rush to depart. He slowly released his spiritual sense to carefully scour the vicinity. Indeed, the demonic cultivators were nowhere to be found. They had likely been scattered after their ambush was thwarted and had gone off in pursuit of the main force. Shaking his head at this thought, Han Li mused that, given the enemy's strength, the main force was likely in grave peril. Resolved not to dwell on this further, he summoned the spirit wind boat and set his sights on the direction of the Yuanwu kingdom, soaring into the sky alongside Chu Han. Although many cultivators from the Yuanwu kingdom had perished in Yu country, the 6 demonic sects would be preoccupied with assimilating the Yu cultivators for quite some time, rendering the Yuanwu kingdom temporarily safe. Han Li had no intention of heading to any gathering point or pursuing the main force of Huangfeng Valley. That fleeing group might already be pursued by demonic forces. Venturing there now would be akin to walking into a trap. Furthermore, he had initially contemplated seizing this opportunity to seek a different place for cultivation. Following Huangfeng Valley into another nation would merely lead to a fate of servitude as a high-ranking steward, a life Han Li was unwilling to accept. If his calculations were correct, even if the demonic faction swallowed several nations, they would ultimately regroup and confront the righteous alliance in battle. At that point, the entire southern region would be devoid of peace, which was in direct contradiction to Han Li's aspiration for a tranquil cultivation environment. Thus, he decided to first retreat to the Yuanwu kingdom to evade the turmoil, check if the teleportation array could be repaired, and ascertain the prevailing situation. Should things turn dire, he planned to use that teleportation array to escape to another location, evading the current conflict. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the spirit wind boat transformed into a streak of white light, vanishing into the horizon. 2 days later, Han Li made a considerable detour and finally appeared in the skies above the border between the Yu Kingdom and the Yuanwu Kingdom. He glanced back at the mountains of the Yu Kingdom with a sigh, before he and his companion, Chu Han, ventured into the Yuanwu Kingdom. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his entrance into Yuanwu, a band of several dozen practitioners from the demonic path arrived at the same location and established a camp there. They were tasked with guarding the extensive border, ready to intercept any cultivators from the Yu Kingdom attempting to flee into the Yuanwu Kingdom. Upon entering the lower realms of Yuanwu, Han Li swiftly directed his flying vessel towards Jinma City. After 3 to 4 days of travel, he finally spotted the hilly terrain to the west of Jinma City. After a meticulous search from high above, he eventually located the residence of Qi Yunxiao and gradually descended. As Han Li leaped from his small boat and surveyed the surroundings, a chill ran through him. The 7 or 8 stone houses were now in disarray, with scattered stones and bamboo in disarray, having been severely damaged. The protective array set by Qi Yunxiao had evidently been forcefully breached. With a grim expression, Han Li flipped his palm and secured a magical artifact before approaching the largely collapsed house. Though this scene seemed to have transpired some time ago, caution was still prudent. As he neared the house, Han Li meticulously searched each room and ultimately discovered a long-decayed corpse within a nearly obliterated stone dwelling. Pinching his nose, he scrutinized the head for a considerable time, his brows furrowing tightly. The deceased was not Qi Yunxiao, but rather his loyal servant who managed the shop. Fortunately, no other bodies were found in the remaining houses, which brought Han Li a slight sense of relief. Just as Han Li completed his search, a chill enveloped him. His figure flickered a few times before he returned to the Shinfeng boat, raising his gaze towards the southern skies. There, from the numerous hills in the south, 2 beams of azure light suddenly shot forth, racing towards him. Moments later, they arrived not far from Han Li, and as the brilliance dissipated, 2 figures emerged, one an elderly man and the other a young man. The elder had an unremarkable appearance, yet his narrow eyes and a tuft of goat-like beard indicated he was a foundation-building cultivator, his face etched with suspicion. The other, a young man in his 20s, was quite handsome, yet his eyes were filled with malice, glaring fiercely at Han Li, though he was merely at the Qi refining stage. Volume 3. Chapter 350. Instant Kill. Han Li observed the 2 without a flicker of emotion, saying nothing. Yet, he was acutely aware that these 2 were most likely connected to the destruction of Qi Yunxiao's residence. Indeed, the young man, unable to contain himself, was the first to demand, "Who are you, and what is your relationship with that Qi fellow?" Upon hearing this, Han Li cast a cold glance at him and chose to ignore the inquiry, instead focusing intently on the elder. It was clear that, in terms of cultivation, the true authority in this encounter resided with him. The young man, deeply incensed by Han Li's blatant disdain, felt a surge of anger within him. Although he was aware that Han Li was merely a foundation establishment cultivator, his family was one of the most renowned among the prominent clans in the Yuanwu kingdom. He had never before been subjected to such treatment. Furthermore, fueled by his simmering rage over the matter concerning Qi Yunxiao, he gritted his teeth and prepared to unleash the magical artifact in his grasp. However, the moment his arm moved, an elderly man beside him seized his arm firmly. "Hold on. We know not this man's origins. Even if one intends to strike, we must ascertain the facts first," the elder stated with an expression of calm. Yet, after uttering these words, he cast a puzzled glance at the ethereal figure behind Han Li. He sensed no living aura emanating from the being. Yet there was a palpable fluctuation of magical energy, which left him perplexed. Han Li, upon hearing this, narrowed his eyes slightly. The elder, being a mid-foundation establishment cultivator like himself, clearly recognized that he was not to be trifled with and harbored a hint of caution. "Is this place the result of your handiwork?" Han Li inquired nonchalantly. "What is your relationship with Qi Yunxiao? Are you from the Qi family?" The elder did not respond to Han Li's query, but instead posed another question. Han Li furrowed his brow. It appeared the elder would not be forthcoming with information, necessitating a change in approach. "It seems we are both reluctant to disclose our truths to one another. How about this? I ask a question, and you respond in kind. This way, we can save ourselves some time," Han Li suggested with a slight twitch of his brow. The elder, taken aback for a moment, contemplated before nodding in agreement. "Since the method was proposed by you, I shall allow you to pose the first question," he replied coolly. "Are you of the Qi family?" Han Li inquired without hesitation. "No," Han Li replied resolutely. The elder and the young man were momentarily taken aback, their expressions revealing their skepticism. "Is Qi Yunxiao alive or dead?" Han Li asked languidly. "He is still alive," the elder answered after a brief hesitation. Upon hearing the affirmation, Han Li felt a wave of relief wash over him. "What is your connection to Qi Yunxiao?" the elder asked with utmost caution. "It is somewhat of a transactional nature," Han Li responded coldly. "A transaction?" A flicker of surprise crossed the elder's eyes. "Where is Qi Yunxiao currently located?" Han Li appeared to ask casually, yet his heart was profoundly concerned. "I cannot disclose that information," the elder immediately rejected without a moment's thought. Then allow me to pose another question. Why did you attack Qi and Xiao? Han Li pressed on without displaying anger. He killed a member of our Fu family. Does he not deserve to die? The young man interjected with a sneer. The elder frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure crossing his features, yet he remained silent. Fu family. Han Li recalled the Qi refining cultivators who perished at his hands while saving Xian Ruyan, and a fierce killing intent surged within him. I see. However, it appears that only the two of you are here. If a formidable figure from the Qi family were to arrive, how would you fare against them? Han Li inquired casually, concealing any sign of his true thoughts. How could the Qi family oppose us merely due to the actions of an outsider? Is it not sufficient that there are only the two of us here? The young man spoke with a hint of arrogance upon hearing Han Li's words. So, it appears that only the two of you remain. Han Li's voice suddenly took on a somber tone. What do you mean by that? The young man's expression darkened with anger, ready to retort, yet the elder beside him sensed the shift in atmosphere and swiftly intervened. However, it was already too late. Han Li abruptly gestured with both hands, unleashing two streams of dark energy that shot toward the young man. He then swiftly reached into his storage pouch, and a flurry of white lights erupted forth, transforming into a dozen puppet beasts and puppet soldiers in an instant. As these puppets emerged, beams of light surged forth with relentless intensity. The elder, witnessing this scene, was struck with terror. Without a moment's hesitation, he flickered into position before the young man, raising a hand to summon a copper coin-shaped artifact that rapidly expanded to the size of a table, shielding them both. Instantly, a cacophony of explosions erupted as the various beams of light collided with the copper artifact, forcing the elder to stagger backward in shock and fury. Just then, the young man behind him let out a piercing scream, sending a chill through the elder's heart as he hastily turned to look. However, he barely managed to twist his head halfway when he felt a chill at his neck and darkness enveloped him. As the elder's headless body crumpled to the ground, Han Li's figure materialized from the surrounding air, his ring finger aglow with a faint shimmer, revealing the presence of the transparent thread artifact. Earlier, Han Li had utilized the distraction caused by the onslaught of dark energy and puppets to divert the elder's attention while employing the Luo Yin step to traverse over 20 zhong in mere moments, arriving behind the two before effortlessly severing their heads with the thread. To Han Li, this was accomplished with remarkable ease, almost as if it required no effort at all. It was almost absurd. The skirmishes among Foundation establishment cultivators were futile, as the lower-tier elemental shields could not withstand the onslaught of top-tier artifacts. While higher-grade protective barriers consumed too much time to deploy, and instant-use talismans were prohibitively expensive, if available at all. Thus, most combatants resorted to using defensive artifacts for protection, rarely employing comprehensive protective barriers, as they deemed such measures to be utterly ineffective. However, this provided Han Li with ample opportunity. Many of the demonic cultivators who perished during the skirmishes at the borders met their demise in a similarly inconspicuous manner. Reflecting on it now, Han Li noted that his methods bore a striking resemblance to the lethal techniques of the blood servants from the Blackshaw sect, characterized by their swift and decisive strikes aimed at securing a one-hit kill. Unfortunately, such tactics could only be employed when the enemy was grounded. Otherwise, he would scarcely fear anyone among the Foundation establishment cultivators. With a slight shake of his head, Han Li lamented the situation. He approached the headless corpse and rifled through the storage pouches of the two, scanning their contents with his spiritual sense, only to feel a twinge of disappointment. Although there were 2 or 3 top-tier artifacts, they were quite commonplace, holding little value for Han Li. However, that copper coin artifact appeared to be a rather rare defensive tool. Han Li thought to himself, gesturing towards the transformed copper coin artifact, which promptly soared from the ground into his hand. He was somewhat delighted as he admired it, then casually hurled 2 small fireballs, incinerating the 2 corpses into ashes. Afterward, he circled in the air with Chu Han before ascending into the sky. This time, he headed straight toward the small mountain where Xian Ruyan resided, hoping that her dwelling was sufficiently concealed and had not succumbed to the same misfortune. A few hours later, Han Li arrived at the nameless small mountain where Xian Ruyan lived. Upon seeing the mist still enveloping the mountain, maintaining its pristine appearance, he felt a surge of joy. After some contemplation, he refrained from descending recklessly and instead hovered at a higher altitude halfway up the mountain. He then retrieved a communication talisman from his robe, whispered a few words, and tossed it down. The firelight emitted by the talisman flickered a few times in the air below before suddenly vanishing, accompanied by a thick surge of mist that swiftly engulfed Han Li's figure. Han Li felt a momentary daze as he found himself surrounded by towering trees, each over 100 feet high, rendering him akin to an ant within a vast forest. He was startled, yet remained still, knowing that Exine Ruin, upon receiving the communication talisman, would soon usher him inside. Indeed, moments later, the towering trees around him transformed into ethereal mist, and after a swirling motion, a passage about 10 feet high emerged from the fog. Without hesitation, Han Li urged the divine wind boat forward, entering with Chu Han. The passage was exceedingly long. After flying a distance of 60 or 70 feet, he faintly discerned the exit, invigorating his spirits. However, just as he was 6 or 7 feet away from the exit, a somewhat hoarse feminine voice echoed, "Senior Han, who is the person behind you? You should not bring strangers here." Hearing this, Han Li chuckled lightly and promptly clarified, "Miss Exine, you are mistaken. The person behind me is not a living being, merely a corpse I have refined." He encouraged her to use her spiritual sense for verification. After he spoke, he instinctively halted his advance, awaiting Exine Ruin to ascertain Chu Han's identity as a zombie. Indeed, moments later, Exine Ruin's voice resonated again, "I was mistaken. Senior Han, please enter." There was a hint of apology in her tone, but Han Li smiled nonchalantly, unfazed, and propelled the divine wind boat out of the passage. As he emerged, his surroundings brightened, revealing the bamboo grove he had visited once before. In front of the bamboo houses stood 2 women, none other than Exine Ruin and her charming maid. Both were clad in pure white garments, with Exine Ruin adorned in the attire of a young widow, leaving Han Li momentarily taken aback. The widow Exine pays her respects to Senior Han. Exine Ruin gracefully curtsied upon seeing Han Li, though her pallid and frail appearance raised suspicions in his mind. "Miss Exine, there is no need for such formalities." Han Li, filled with questions, exchanged a few polite words. At that moment, a young maidservant, standing behind Exine Ruin, stepped forward to offer her respects to Han Li. Absently, he nodded in acknowledgement. It was evident that Exine Ruin had no intention of engaging in a lengthy conversation with Han Li here. With a forced smile, she led him into a larger bamboo house. Upon entering, Han Li was taken aback. Before him, on a wooden table directly facing the door, lay a pitch-black spirit tablet inscribed with the words Husband Qi Yunxiao. In front of the tablet stood a small incense burner, with several incense sticks gently emitting wisps of blue smoke. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Li could hardly fathom what had transpired. The news of Qi Yunxiao's demise was utterly shocking. After regaining his composure, he sighed softly, stepped forward, took a bundle of incense sticks from the table, lit them, and offered a respectful bow before placing them in the burner. "Miss Exine, what has happened?" After the memorial, Han Li turned back and inquired softly, "This is a long story. Please, Senior Han, follow me to another room, and I shall explain everything." Exine replied, her eyes reddening, her voice tinged with frailty. The once astute and capable Exine Ruin, as remembered by Han Li, now appeared as a pitiable young woman. Observing her demeanor, Han Li could only nod silently in understanding. Thus, under Exine Ruin's guidance, he proceeded to the adjacent room and took a seat. The young maidservant swiftly brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for Han Li, taking a sip of the fragrant tea. He set the cup down and spoke solemnly. "I never imagined that mere months apart would result in such misfortune for Taoist Qi. Truly, fate can be cruel. By the way, I am yet unaware of when you and Taoist Qi were wed. Had I known, I would have certainly prepared a congratulatory gift." Upon hearing Han Li's words, Exine Ruin displayed a bittersweet smile, but before she could respond, the lovely maidservant interjected on her behalf. "Senior, my lady voluntarily chose to remain in mourning for young Master Qi after his tragic fate." This revelation left Han Li astounded, and he turned to Exine Ruin in astonishment. "Xiaomei speaks the truth. I indeed chose to mourn for young Master Qi of my own volition," Exine Ruin affirmed slowly, nodding in response to Han Li's incredulous gaze. Feeling somewhat at a loss for words, Han Li listened intently. "I owe young Master Qi a great debt of gratitude for saving my life on numerous occasions. Had he remained unharmed, I would inevitably have married him. I am simply fulfilling the duty I owe," Exine Ruin remarked, gracefully tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her demeanor calm and composed. With this, Han Li found it inappropriate to comment further. Xian Ruin then recounted the events surrounding Qi Yunxiao's demise, sharing her tale in a melancholic tone. It turned out that shortly after Han Li's departure, both Qi Yunxiao and Xian Ruin had heeded Han Li's advice and refrained from venturing out unnecessarily. However, 2 months later, Xian Ruin, in desperate need of a rare material for her research on formations, felt compelled to visit the nearby market. As a result, this matter inadvertently came to the attention of Qi Yunxiao, the infatuated admirer of Xian Ruin. Naturally, he took it upon himself to act on her behalf. However, little did he anticipate that the cultivators whom Han Li had previously vanquished while rescuing Xian Ruin were, in fact, disciples of the Fu family, one of the most prominent sects in the Yuanwu kingdom. The sudden and mysterious disappearance of so many direct descendants would inevitably trigger a thorough investigation by the Fu family. Consequently, after wandering the vicinity for a month or two, the Fu family cultivators encountered the unexpectedly emerging Qi Yunxiao. Had Qi Yunxiao possessed a more astute disposition and considerable experience, he might have navigated this predicament without substantial evidence against him. Regrettably, he was excessively naive. Upon being questioned with a few relevant inquiries, he became flustered, arousing the suspicions of the Fu family members, who promptly sought to apprehend him and bring him in for further scrutiny. Qi Yunxiao, however, was unwilling to surrender meekly. Relying on the potent artifacts he possessed, he managed to escape from several Fu family cultivators at the Qi refinement stage and swiftly returned to his residence. This turn of events put him in grave peril. The Fu family's cultivators soon traced his whereabouts, and after suffering casualties from Qi Yunxiao's formidable array, resulting in the deaths of several cultivators, they were incensed enough to deploy a formidable expert at the core formation stage. After a relentless assault lasting half a day, they succeeded in breaching the outer array. Little did they expect that Qi Yunxiao, sensing the impending danger, hastily set up an even more powerful illusionary formation behind the initial array, temporarily ensnaring the core formation cultivator, allowing him an opportunity to flee. The remaining Fu family cultivators, of course, were not inclined to let him escape so easily. Although Qi Yunxiao managed to evade their relentless pursuit, albeit with the aid of the residual array, his loyal servant met a tragic end in the confrontation, and he himself sustained severe injuries. Upon reaching Xian Ruin's residence, he succumbed to his wounds. Meanwhile, the Fu family remained oblivious to this turn of events, continuing their furious search for Qi Yunxiao and even stationing individuals at his residence for round-the-clock surveillance. This ultimately led to Han Li's confrontation with the two Fu family cultivators, one elderly, the other young. After hearing Xian Ruin's account, Han Li felt a pang of sorrow. Although he could not claim to be a close friend of Qi Yunxiao, he regarded him as a commendable individual. The swiftness of his demise was indeed a reminder of life's unpredictability. Senior Han, you have come here regarding the ancient teleportation array, haven't you? After recounting the events, Xian Ruin suddenly inquired with remarkable composure. Oh, this matter is not urgent, Han Li replied, his face betraying a hint of awkwardness. After all, it was hardly the appropriate moment to discuss such topics, given the recent death of her nominal husband. I have nearly completed the repairs on the teleportation array. Just give me another month, and it will be entirely finished. Xian Ruin seemed to sense Han Li's discomfort and continued her explanation in a measured tone. Really? Han Li's spirits lifted, a flicker of joy illuminating his countenance. Indeed, not only will I restore the teleportation array completely, but I also have 2 gifts for you. Senior Han, Xian Ruin spoke calmly, retrieving 2 jade boxes from her storage pouch and placing them on the table. What are these? Han Li was truly taken aback, his face etched with astonishment. Within the 2 jade boxes lay his husband's cloud sky heart and his collection of artifacts on refining, while the other contained all of my painstaking efforts and formations and a plethora of related tomes. I hope that the esteemed senior will accept these items, Xian Ruin said softly. Upon hearing this, Han Li's heart tightened, and after casting a glance at the 2 jade boxes, he fixed his gaze on Xian Ruin, his expression unchanged as he inquired, what does Miss Xian mean by this? Why bestow upon me such invaluable treasures? If you have something to say, you may speak candidly. There was a hint of coldness in Han Li's voice. I merely seek a promise from you, esteemed senior. In exchange for these items, Xian Ruin replied, unwavering under Han Li's gaze, a resolute expression gracing her features. What promise? Though Han Li had an inkling of her intentions, he still asked with a deep, measured tone. If one day, esteemed senior, you truly reach the core formation stage, I hope you can annihilate the Fu clan on behalf of my husband and me, ensuring their complete eradication from the Yuanwu kingdom. Xian Ruin's voice was as frigid as ancient ice, and even Han Li felt a shiver at the malice lacing her words. As the month began anew, those with monthly tickets should kindly support the author. There will be another chapter tonight, but please be patient. Volume 3, Chapter 352. The promise. Han Li did not immediately agree or refuse. Instead, he furrowed his brow and fell silent, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. To be candid, Han Li was reluctant to acquiesce to this request. The arts of formations and artifact refinement held little value for him at present, akin to a superfluous appendage. Unless he succeeded in core formation, he had no time to delve into such studies. Moreover, he was reluctant to provoke a formidable cultivation family, let alone possess the capacity to do so. I understand that this request may be excessive for esteemed senior, but I have no alternative. Xian Ruin said with a sorrowful smile, her complexion paling. The reason Brother Qi met his demise at the hands of the Fu clan is due to the strife I caused. If I do not avenge my husband in this life, I shall have no face to meet him in the afterlife. Xian Ruin murmured, her voice imbued with a plea. Upon hearing her mention death, Han Li's brows involuntarily arched, as if recalling something, and he suddenly raised his head to scrutinize Xian Ruin's countenance closely. This caused her to momentarily freeze. Your complexion is troubling. Allow me to check your pulse. Han Li stated unexpectedly, his tone leaving no room for dissent. A flicker of surprise crossed Xian Ruin's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she obediently extended a jade wrist toward Han Li. Without hesitation, he placed 2 fingers upon it and gently infused a trickle of spiritual energy into her body. After a while, Han Li's expression turned grim. Do you realize that your meridians are completely withered? At this rate, you shall perish within 2 years, he said coldly, withdrawing his fingers. Hearing Han Li's grim prognosis, Xian Ruin smiled. Of course I am aware. I know my own body all too well. My constitution is of the dragon's chant, a male body born into a female form. If I were to forcefully cultivate, my longevity and meridians would gradually misalign and wither. It is a stroke of fortune that I have survived until today. I once exerted great effort to find an ancient remedy, believing it could cure this affliction, yet it ended in failure. In vain, I squandered many precious herbs that Brother Qi had sought for me. A hint of self-mockery appeared on Xian Ruin's face. Miss. One of the maidservants behind Xian Ruin could not help but cry out in sorrow. It is nothing, Xiaomei. I can meet Brother Qi below sooner. I could only wish for that. Xian Ruin consoled her maid with an air of calmness. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Li's expression softened, and for reasons unknown, he felt a genuine sense of pity for her. Alas, he too was powerless against Xian Ruin's peculiar condition and could only watch as her vitality waned. Since Elder Han is aware of this matter, he must also comprehend why Ruin has acted thus. Though the Elder is merely a foundational cultivator at present, he remains the only individual I and Brother Qi know who might assist us in avenging this grievance. I do not require any vows from you, Elder. Merely a promise will suffice, allowing me to depart with peace of mind. Xian Ruin's demeanor returned to normal as she nonchalantly resumed discussing revenge. Han Li rubbed his nose thoughtfully, feeling torn, yet after a moment's contemplation, he suddenly inquired, Brother Qi is also from a lineage of cultivators, correct? Surely the Qi family would assist in seeking vengeance? The Qi family? Huh. They are merely an ordinary family in the Yuanwu kingdom, too timid to offend the Fu family. Moreover, Brother Qi has been expelled from the Qi family, making them even less inclined to care about this matter. All my knowledge has come from an unnamed formation master among the wandering cultivators, but he has long since passed. Xian Ruin seemed to grasp the implication of Han Li's words and softly recounted the origins of Qi Yunxiao and herself. Upon hearing this, Han Li fell silent, realizing that he was indeed her sole option. Very well, I can offer Miss Xian a promise. However, I shall only act when my capabilities are sufficient. This opportunity may never arise again. Do you not regret it? After pondering for some time, Han Li took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. That is sufficient. As long as you can provide me with hope, I am grateful to you, Elder Han. Upon hearing Han Li's agreement, Xian Ruin could not help but smile radiantly, her beauty becoming strikingly vibrant. Han Li was momentarily taken aback by her captivating appearance, but quickly shook his head, dismissively sweeping his robe's sleeve across the table. causing 2 boxes to vanish without a trace as they were stored in his spatial pouch. Since it will take a month to restore the teleportation array, I shall trouble Miss Xian again in a month. For now, I bid you farewell. Han Li rose calmly and stated, seizing the opportunity. He indeed had matters to attend to. I humbly bid farewell to the elder, Xian Ruyin said respectfully, not pressing him to stay. Thus, Han Li soared from the hilltop on his flying vessel, heading towards the bustling market of the Tianqing sect. The following day, Han Li appeared near the market and casually retrieved a cloak from his storage pouch to conceal his face, before confidently entering the marketplace with Chu Han. Strolling through the bustling streets, Han Li was astounded by the throngs of cultivators bustling about. The number of practitioners present for trade was at least several times greater than during his last visit, and each person seemed to be in a great hurry, including several cultivators at the foundation establishment stage, a rare sight within the market. After pondering this observation briefly, a thoughtful expression flickered in his eyes, but he soon dismissed the matter from his mind and made his way directly to the shop where he had previously assisted in the crafting of magic tools. He possessed some materials he wished to refine into usable artifacts to bolster his own strength. The shop remained in its original location, and the boisterous sign still stood proudly. With a slight smile, Han Li pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering, he frowned slightly at the scene before him. In the small shop, there were 5 or 6 individuals either standing or seated. As soon as they noticed Han Li's arrival, they could not help but cast glances in his direction. Han Li, noticing this, swept a cold gaze over them, causing those at the foundation establishment stage to immediately lower their heads. These individuals were all at the Qi refinement stage and naturally did not dare to offend a senior like Han Li. However, one fierce-looking man seated in a chair met Han Li's gaze without flinching. He too was at the foundation establishment stage, albeit in its early phase, and was unwilling to appear weak. Han Li ignored these onlookers and approached the shopkeeper, a robust man named Dahe, who was engaged in conversation with 2 others. Is shopkeeper Su here? Han Li inquired calmly. The burly man displayed a look of skepticism. With a light sigh, Han Li produced the pair of Wulong dagger he had previously crafted, waving them before the man's eyes. It was impossible for him not to recognize the items, given that he had assisted in their creation. Ah, it's you, senior. I shall fetch my master right away, Dahe exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he recognized the daggers, his face breaking into a wide grin. He quickly excused himself and hurried toward the back of the shop. Seeing Han Li was an acquaintance of the shopkeeper, the others exchanged astonished glances, yet none dared to disrupt him. Before long, the white-haired shopkeeper Su emerged from the back, his face beaming with joy. Han Li had previously left him with quite a few rare materials, undoubtedly earning him the old man's favor. Senior, you have returned to my humble shop. It is truly an honor. Do you wish to craft more artifacts? Su inquired eagerly after a brief exchange of pleasantries. His face filled with anticipation. Han Li smiled faintly, deliberately glancing around at the other cultivators. Su immediately understood Han Li's intention, and with a flustered apology, he invited Han Li to the back courtyard for a private conversation, enthusiastically leading the way. Observing this interaction, the others refrained from commenting, though the fierce-looking man let out a dissatisfied snort. He too sought the services of this shop for crafting artifacts. Yet his demeanor towards Han Li was markedly different from that towards others of the same foundational cultivation level, which greatly incensed him. Upon hearing the cold huff of the burly man, Han Li cast a frigid glance in his direction. It is worth noting that the number of cultivators who have perished at Han Li's hands is not insignificant. He had unwittingly acquired a murderous aura that was absent in ordinary cultivators. This single glance caused the burly man to feel as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his entire being chilled, and fear was unmistakably etched upon his face. Observing the change in the man's countenance, Han Li chose to disregard him and proceeded with Chu Han into the shop's courtyard. At that moment, the astute Dahe approached the other patrons, offering apologies and concocting a casual excuse to assuage their discontent. Senior, have you brought your own materials once again? Upon seeing Han Li and Chu Han enter the courtyard, the shopkeeper Su, somewhat surprised, glanced at Chu Han before eagerly inquiring of Han Li. With a faint smile, Han Li casually retrieved a storage bag filled with materials, directing its opening towards the ground and gently releasing its contents. A brilliant white light enveloped the area, revealing a heap of materials from white spiders and mantises. The shopkeeper Su bent down to pick up a limb of a white spider, scrutinizing it closely, a hint of confusion appearing on his face. Clearly, Although the elder was a master in crafting artifacts, he was not well acquainted with these rare and peculiar creatures. Thus, despite recognizing the extraordinary nature of the materials, he remained perplexed. Seeing his bewilderment, Han Li smiled and began to explain. Most of these materials are derived from the exoskeleton and limbs of a white spider demon beast, while others comprise the forelimbs and wings of a colossal mantis. Both are fourth-tier demon beasts, with the latter being an exceptionally formidable fourth-tier apex beast. I trust you can make good use of these materials, for they required considerable effort to procure. Materials from fourth-tier demon beasts. The white-haired elder exclaimed in astonishment, only to be immediately engulfed in ecstatic delight. It is rare to encounter even second-tier demon beast materials, let alone those of the fourth tier. Indeed, shopkeeper Su. However, for this particular artifact crafting, I have some specific requests that I hope you can accommodate. Only upon fulfilling these requirements will I entrust the materials to you for crafting. The remuneration will also follow the previous arrangement, wherein you may retain a portion of the materials as payment for the artifact's creation, Han Li stated with remarkable composure. Rest assured, Senior, whatever the request, I will certainly comply. To personally craft with such top-tier materials, I can finally say my years of studying the art of crafting have not been in vain. Shopkeeper Su remarked, gently caressing a massive mantis limb, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Upon witnessing such an expression from the elder regarding the release, Han Li felt a twinge of surprise, yet his heart grew increasingly at ease. He gently addressed the old man, stating, "The artifact I wish to forge this time is rather unique. Firstly, it would be ideal if you could transform these spider limbs into a set of usable offensive artifacts." An hour later, Han Li and Chu Han emerged from the smithy. He had arranged with the shopkeeper, Su, for him to first examine the materials and contemplate the forging methods. Han Li would return the following day with the materials for the formal crafting to commence. Seizing the opportunity, Han Li decided to explore the market thoroughly. From the elder's words, he had finally validated his suspicions. The news of the devastating defeats suffered by the Yu Kingdom and the two other nations had reached the Yuanwu Kingdom. As a result, the atmosphere among both the immortal families and solitary cultivators in Yuanwu was charged with anxiety, a premonition of impending storms looming over them. Consequently, a multitude of cultivators flocked to the marketplace, exchanging rare and precious items for essentials to bolster their own strength in preparation for the impending calamity. Within just a few days, rumors spread throughout the markets of Yuanwu regarding the emergence of numerous exquisite artifacts and pills, attracting even more cultivators drawn by the prospects. With such an advantageous opportunity before him, Han Li could not afford to pass it by. Thus, he began to meander through the various shops. Indeed, he discovered an abundance of treasures, including several top-tier artifacts, which took him by surprise. Although typical top-tier artifacts no longer held much allure for him, the last time he visited, such artifacts were exceedingly rare in these establishments. After a cursory exploration, Han Li managed to acquire a few previously unseen rare herbs, and then made his way directly to the heart of the marketplace, the Stardust Pavilion. With previous trading experiences in the marketplace, Han Li understood that to truly procure valuable items, one ought to visit the formidable larger stores. Only they possessed the means to gather such exquisite treasures. Smaller stalls might offer a few commendable items, but they could not compare to the collections of the larger establishments. Recalling his previous visit to the Wanbao Pavilion in Huangfeng Valley, where he discovered numerous treasures, Han Li, accompanied by Chu Han, entered the towering Stardust Pavilion of the Tianqing sect. As they stepped inside, Han Li paused momentarily, taken aback by the bustling scene. The main hall was crowded with 2 to 3 dozen cultivators, all huddled around several counters, engaged in conversation with attendants clad in red, none of whom acknowledged Han Li's presence. Scratching the back of his head, Han Li glanced at the staircase leading to the second floor and ambled toward one of the counters, adopting a seemingly indifferent demeanor. At that counter stood 3 Qi refinement stage cultivators. One was incessantly flipping a white array flag, murmuring discontentedly to an attendant, exhibiting signs of dissatisfaction. The individual from the Stardust Pavilion maintained a constant, cheerful demeanor, seemingly unperturbed, while incessantly offering explanations. However, upon noticing Han Li and the enigmatic figure of Chu Han behind him, the group of cultivators immediately fell silent. It was evident that they harbored considerable trepidation towards unfamiliar cultivators. The practitioner holding the array flags swiftly produced several dozen spirit stones from his possession, presented them to the attendant, and, along with the other two, hastily departed. Han Li, somewhat perplexed, gazed at their retreating figures, feeling a sense of bewilderment. At that moment, the attendant politely addressed Han Li, saying, "Esteemed senior, I sincerely apologize. This is the first floor, and I fear there are no items suitable for you. If you truly wish to make a purchase, I kindly suggest you ascend to the third floor or above, as that is where we cater to higher-tier cultivators." Taken aback for a brief moment, Han Li quickly regained his composure and inquired nonchalantly, "How many floors does your Stardust Pavilion encompass? Please enlighten me." The attendant exhibited a hint of surprise, but responded respectfully, "Of course, esteemed senior. Since this is your first visit to our Stardust Pavilion, it is only fitting that I provide you with an introduction. Our pavilion consists of 9 floors, with the first 7 open to the public. The last 2 floors are restricted to outsiders. Among the first 7 floors, the first to third cater to low-tier, qi refining cultivators, while the fourth to sixth serve higher-tier cultivators like yourself. The 7th floor, however, is exclusively accessible to those in the core formation stage." The attendant efficiently summarized the information for Han Li, who nodded in acknowledgement before making his way towards the staircase leading to the 2nd floor without further ado. The 2nd and 3rd floors were slightly smaller than the first, yet their decor was decidedly more opulent and elegant. It seemed that with each ascending level, the items for sale would become increasingly precious. With this thought in mind, Han Li did not linger on these 2 floors and proceeded directly past the 4th floor. Arriving at the 5th, as he attempted to ascend to the 6th floor, he was halted by a young attendant clad in red stationed at the stairway. "Esteemed guest, according to the regulations of our pavilion, access to the 6th floor requires the approval of the manager on the 5th floor," the handsome attendant stated expressionlessly. Despite being merely a qi refining cultivator, he displayed no fear of Han Li, a foundation establishment practitioner. Furrowing his brow, Han Li refrained from expressing anger and instead complied. Entering the hall of the 5th floor, though not large, the hall was attended by several young and beautiful maidens. Upon his entrance, he observed a man and woman engaged in light conversation. The man appeared to be in his mid-30s, unremarkable in appearance, while the woman, in her 40s, exuded the elegance of a distinguished matron, suggesting she had been a rare beauty in her youth. Both were foundation establishment cultivators, with the middle-aged woman surprisingly possessing late foundation establishment prowess, which caused Han Li to feel a twinge of apprehension. "Friend, is there anything I can assist you with?" The middle-aged woman smiled charmingly as she turned to Han Li, her voice melodious and pleasing to the ear. "I seek to acquire some genuine treasures. Whether they be magical artifacts or talismans, if your esteemed establishment possesses any," Han Li replied coolly after appraising the noble woman. Upon hearing Han Li's somewhat audacious tone, the man glanced at him with a hint of surprise. "Ah, you have indeed come to the right place for rare treasures, my friend. As long as you are willing to pay, we can certainly ensure that you leave here satisfied," said the middle-aged woman, whose laughter, despite her age, was as enchanting as that of a young maiden. "It is quite fortunate that you, too, are in search of exquisite items. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch them for your perusal," she continued with a smile. Turning her head, her expression shifted to one of seriousness as she commanded, "Zillian, please serve tea to our esteemed guests." "Yes, madam," replied a maid standing respectfully behind her. The woman then gracefully exited, while the maid cheerfully poured a cup of tea for both Han Li and the man. In the 3rd volume, chapter 354, titled Madame Lawn, Han Li and the man sat on opposite sides of an octagonal table, exchanging glances but neither making an effort to initiate conversation. Among cultivators who frequent such places to procure items, it was customary to refrain from engaging with strangers, as it might only invite hostility. However, the man across from Han Li cast curious glances at the figure of Chu Han, who remained at the staircase without entering the hall. With his discerning eye, he had already discerned Chu Han's identity as a corpse refiner, and the aura emanating from him filled the man's mind with perplexity. After all, the animated corpses crafted by cultivators typically served merely as powerful laborers, devoid of any magical essence. The man stifled his urge to inquire further, aware that Han Li, possessing equal cultivation at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, was someone to be regarded with caution. When Han Li had nearly finished his cup of tea, the woman returned to the hall, accompanied by 2 imposing figures. These men exuded no magical energy and bore an expression of utter blankness. They were lifelike puppets. Each held a large tray, covered with red silk, which appeared to contain the treasures the proprietress had mentioned. A flicker of intrigue crossed Han Li's eyes as he attempted to use his spiritual sense to peer through the red fabric, only to be thwarted by its unassuming barrier. This unexpected obstruction prompted him to cast a sidelong glance at the man opposite him, who also wore a look of astonishment, clearly having attempted the same feat. The middle-aged woman approached Han Li and the man, smiling before speaking. "I am already acquainted with you, friend Fan. But I would be remiss if I did not ask for your name as well," she said. "My surname is Lan. You may address me as Madame Lan." With a familiar demeanor, she introduced herself. Not wishing to appear impolite, Han Li felt compelled to respond, albeit reluctantly. "I am Han," he said, adopting a demeanor that conveyed his disinterest in further conversation. Madame Lan, however, took no offense, accustomed as she was to the aloofness often exhibited by the cultivators who frequented her establishment. With a faint smile, the lady gestured to a puppeteer behind her, and the burly figure immediately approached. Lady Lan extended her delicate fingers, pulling down a crimson silk cloth to reveal several items upon a tray. Both Han Li and the man opposite, surnamed Fan, gazed intently at the treasures displayed. Among them lay long swords, short blades, as well as an array of darts and circular talismans, even a piece of pitch-black armor. Each item gleamed with an unmistakable aura of rarity. Upon discerning the array of artifacts, Han Li and the man exhibited contrasting reactions. The cultivator, surnamed Fan, fixated on the tray, his eyes reflecting a hint of rapture. In stark contrast, Han Li averted his gaze almost immediately, feigning a lack of interest, which surprised Lady Lan, prompting her to glance at him once more. The item known as the Frost Crystal Blade was crafted from the rarest of dark crystals and iced jade, boasting formidable offensive capabilities and an uncommon chilling aura that could subtly sap an enemy's strength during combat, marking it as a premier artifact. With a graceful flick of her wrist, the lady retrieved a translucent short blade from the tray and held it aloft, introducing it with calm poise. As she waved the artifact, a sudden chill enveloped the room, causing the several maidens, who were merely at the chi refining stage, to shiver involuntarily. "May I have a closer look at this blade?" the man surnamed Fan inquired, his excitement evident. Lady Lan smiled in response and, without hesitation, passed the blade to him, casting a subtle glance towards Han Li. Yet, Han Li maintained his composure, his eyes fixed on the empty teacup in his hands, betraying no desire for the artifact, which left Lady Lan somewhat disheartened. "Very well, I shall take this frost crystal blade. May I ask how many spirit stones it requires?" At that moment, the man, engrossed in examining the short blade, spoke up loudly. Lady Lan was taken aback by his words. "Do you not wish to look at the other items?" she inquired, her demeanor unruffled. "No need. I am well aware that the subsequent items may be superior, yet my purse is rather meager, and I can only afford this blade. No matter how exquisite the others may be, I find myself lacking the means to procure them. It is better not to look at all, lest I be left yearning." The cultivator spoke candidly, his humor eliciting a soft giggle from the lady as she covered her mouth. "The frost crystal blade is priced at 800 spirit stones. Upon your payment, esteemed Taoist Fan, you may take it with you," the lady stated, her demeanor composed. "Very well. Please verify these spirit stones to ensure the amount is correct," the man replied, displaying remarkable ease as he produced a storage pouch and poured its contents onto the table, instantly revealing a colorful assortment of spirit stones. Lady Lan cast a brief glance over the pile, a slight smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "How could I doubt you, esteemed Taoist? No need for verification." With that, she produced her own storage pouch and swiftly absorbed all the spirit stones within. This action endeared the cultivator surnamed Fan to her, and with a cordial expression, he took his leave. Observing the scene, Han Li remained expressionless, a cold smile flickering in his heart. What does it mean to say there's no need to investigate? Wasn't he that faint divine sense lingering over the spirit stone just now? It is evident that this Lady Lan possesses a divine sense far superior to that of an ordinary cultivator, capable of discerning the quantity of spirit stones in an instant without arousing suspicion. Han Li inwardly scoffed at her feigned innocence. Unbeknownst to Lady Lan, her little ruse had been seen through by Han Li. After bidding farewell with a smile to the man surnamed Fan as he descended the stairs, her gaze returned to Han Li. "It seems that you are not particularly interested in these items, my friend. Do these magical tools not catch your eye?" she remarked with a gentle smile. Strangely, despite knowing that the cultivator before her was somewhat inferior in cultivation, She felt an inexplicable sense of danger emanating from Han Li, prompting her to speak with greater subtlety, instinctively wary of offending him. While the quality of these magical tools is indeed commendable, my requirements are somewhat particular. They must be compatible with my cultivation techniques. Furthermore, I seek not only magical tools and talismans, but also some rare items. Han Li replied with remarkable calmness. Oh, if you had such specific requests, you could have mentioned them sooner. I assumed you were similar to that fellow fan, open to any kind of magical tool, Lady Lan said, her expression shifting to one of mild surprise and amusement. As long as you are willing to pay the price, our Stardust Pavilion can provide you with everything you desire. The woman spoke with great confidence. Upon hearing this, Han Li chuckled lightly, opting not to engage further before directly inquiring. Since you have put it that way, I will be straightforward. I wish to ask if your esteemed pavilion has any recipes for foundation building pills for sale. Alternatively, I would be interested in complete sets of magical tools. The more items included in a set, the better. Upon hearing Han Li's request, the woman's expression shifted slightly before returning to normal. Your request is indeed rather unusual. Had it been 2 weeks ago, I would have found it quite challenging. However, our pavilion has recently acquired 2 pill recipes and a complete set of top-tier magical tools. Yet, these items come at a steep price, and I am not authorized to make such decisions. You will need to proceed to the 6th floor for further negotiations, Lady Lan stated. Her beautiful eyes fixed on Han Li as she spoke slowly. May I ascend to the 6th floor? Han Li inquired, seemingly anticipating her response, maintaining an unperturbed demeanor. Of course, but as per regulations, I must first verify your qualifications, Lady Lan replied with a light laugh, casually tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. What qualifications? Han Li asked nonchalantly. Quite simple. If you possess 1,000 spirit stones or equivalent items for trade, you will be eligible, the woman said suddenly, her expression turning serious. Is this sufficient? Without hesitation, Han Li produced a storage bag filled with spirit stones and tossed it to her. He had well over 1,000 spirit stones, likely close to 2,000 low-tier stones. Lady Lan accepted the storage bag, briefly scanning its contents with her divine sense before nodding and returning it. Come with me, Han Daoist. I shall personally escort you to the 6th floor. Upon uttering these words, the woman turned away and made her way towards the staircase without a backward glance. Observing this, Han Li naturally followed suit in silence. The young servant in red stationed at the staircase, upon noticing Madame Lan's approach, promptly stepped aside without a word. Allowing passage, Han Li and the servant ascended to the 6th floor of the Stardust Pavilion, one following the other. There is something to address, dear readers. Recently, certain individuals in the Mortals QQ group have expressed their frustration, as some members, unable to join the already full group, resorted to spamming and cursing in the group leader's personal space. This behavior is truly disheartening. If one cannot enter a particular group, it is advisable to try another instead of resorting to such extreme measures. After all, these group leaders are voluntarily managing the groups without charge. Let us be considerate of one another and avoid putting undue pressure on the leaders. Now, I shall cease this idle chatter and retire for the night. Chapter 355. The Red Thread Escape Needle. To be honest, Han Li was quite curious about the proprietor of the 6th floor. Given that Madame Lan on the 5th floor possessed late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, could it be that the 6th floor was overseen by a senior of the core formation stage? Han Li felt a flicker of anticipation. Standing behind Madame Lan, Han Li found himself momentarily entranced by the sight of a girl who appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age, clad in simple attire. She possessed a delicate beauty, at best of moderate attractiveness. However, it was astonishing to discover that the overseer of the 6th floor was merely an ordinary girl devoid of any magical prowess, which caught Han Li completely off guard. Especially as the girl, upon seeing Madame Lan, immediately approached with joy, taking her arm and affectionately calling out Auntie Lan repeatedly, entirely disregarding Han Li's presence. This left him feeling somewhat disheartened. All right, show her. We have a guest here. Madame Lan chided lightly, though the tenderness in her tone was unmistakable. A guest? The girl finally cast a fleeting glance at Han Li, her expression one of indifference. Indeed, this esteemed Taoist Han has come to purchase alchemical formulas and to inquire about a set of magical artifacts we received last time. Thus, I have brought him to the 6th floor for your hospitality. I must return downstairs, as there may be other guests arriving on the 5th floor. Madame Lan said with an unusually tender demeanor. I see. Then please make sure to spend more time with me when you have a moment. Annie Lan, the girl replied, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Madame Lan smiled kindly in response, and with the girl watching her leave, she descended the stairs. What kind of alchemical formula are you seeking? I have several here, but only 2 are suitable for the foundation establishment stage. And their prices are astonishingly high. Certainly not something that can be acquired for a mere few hundred spirit stones. The girl finally turned to Han Li, her tone icy. Hearing her brusque manner, Han Li was not incensed. Instead, he chuckled. As long as the formulas are authentic, the price is of no concern. His tone was unexpectedly confident, causing the girl to pause, studying him with newfound seriousness. Please wait a moment. I shall have someone fetch the formulas and that set of magical artifacts, she said, her expression softening. After all, a generous-looking guest is always a welcome presence. She produced a small bronze bell from her possession and, after gently shaking it a few times in a rhythmic manner, casually leaned against a wooden chair to take a seat, showing no intention of acknowledging Han Li. Han Li, somewhat taken aback yet unruffled, pulled a chair for himself and sat down beside the young girl, separated only by a wooden table. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly at Han Li's action. Although her expression displayed a hint of displeasure, she ultimately chose to remain silent. Moments later, a young female cultivator entered, cradling 2 jade boxes, one large and one small. Just place them here, the girl instructed, pointing to the adjacent table with an expressionless demeanor. Yes, miss. The female cultivator replied respectfully, setting the jade boxes on the table before withdrawing quietly. Witnessing the deference shown by the cultivator to the seemingly ordinary girl stirred a flicker of surprise in Han Li's eyes. The medicinal formulas and magical tools are here. Please take a look at your leisure. If you find them satisfactory, I shall then inform you of the price, the girl calmly stated, pushing the smaller jade box towards Han Li. Given her invitation, Han Li did not hesitate. He reached for the smaller jade box, opened the lid, and revealed 2 jade slips, one red and one white. He grasped both slips and closed his eyes, gradually immersing his consciousness into the contents of the slips. Observing Han Li examining the jade slips, the girl leisurely took out a pristine silk book, engrossed herself in its pages without a care for her surroundings. After a brief interval, Han Li withdrew his consciousness, a contemplative expression adorning his face. Among the 2 formulas, one was the ancient recipe for the spirit-gathering pill, previously provided by Lei Wankai, which held no further value for him. The other slip contained a formula for a pill known as the True Essence Pill. Its required ingredients, although somewhat aged, were relatively easy to procure, making it quite suitable for his needs. However, the price of this formula would likely be several times that of the ancient recipe. As Han Li was acutely aware of the disparity in worth between ancient and ordinary formulas within the realm of cultivation. With this in mind, Han Li returned both jade slips to the box and picked up the larger one, opening its lid. What he saw within caused him to pause in astonishment. Arranged neatly inside were 13 radiant, crimson needles, each merely an inch in length, yet glowing with an inner fire and pulsing with a luminescent aura. Flying needle magical tool? Han Li murmured in surprise. Though he considered himself well-versed in magical artifacts, this type of flying needle was a first for him, and he had never witnessed anyone wielding such a tool. Igniting his interest immensely, the girl, hearing Han Li's murmured words, glanced at him with a fleeting look of displeasure before returning to her expressionless perusal of the silk book. At that moment, Han Li was examining one of the red needles closely between his fingers, oblivious to the girl's demeanor. Even if he had noticed, he would have disregarded her aristocratic airs. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his expression was one of utmost seriousness. Although Han Li had never encountered other needle-type magical artifacts, he had often heard sinister rumors about flying needle artifacts. It was said that while their offensive power was somewhat inferior to that of ordinary artifacts, their diminutive size and swift flight rendered them the ideal weapon for ambushes and stealth attacks. Consequently, many cultivators referred to flying needle artifacts as shadow weapons, and their reputation in the realm of cultivation was indeed formidable. Naturally, due to their small size, the materials required for their crafting were rather unique, and the difficulty of their creation was several times greater than that of other magical artifacts. Such items were exceedingly rare in the cultivation world. Even those cultivators who possessed flying needle artifacts regarded them as trump cards, reluctant to disclose their existence to outsiders. Thus, the sudden appearance of 13 of them before Han Li was nothing short of astonishing. Miss, does this set of flying needles have a name? Han inquired, his heart brimming with excitement, though he maintained a stoic demeanor as he posed the question to the young woman. Red thread escape needles, she replied, placing her book aside with an air of nonchalance. Very well, I shall take this set of needles along with the formula for that true essence pill. Han declared without hesitation. Are you truly interested in this set of magical artifacts? The young woman regarded him with a peculiar expression, her disbelief evident. What? Does your esteemed establishment find some flaw in this set of artifacts? Or do you simply not wish to sell them? Han raised an eyebrow, a hint of dissatisfaction creeping into his tone. You misunderstand. While these red thread escape needles are indeed exceedingly precious, they do not pique the interest of our Stardust Pavilion. I merely inquired to inform you that this set of flying needles is markedly different from typical complete sets of magical artifacts. They do not have a distinction between parent and child. To command them, all 13 needles must be summoned simultaneously, otherwise they cannot be activated, the young woman said coldly. Casting a frosty glance at Han, summoned simultaneously? Upon hearing this, Han experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder this rare set of flying needles had yet to be purchased. It bore such a high mental requirement. Indeed, Aunt Lon had also set her sights on this set of artifacts, but she abandoned the idea because she could only control 8 or 9 with her consciousness. The young woman continued, her expression devoid of warmth. 13, you say? Han chuckled softly and suddenly extended a hand, beckoning to the remaining flying needles within the box. In an instant, a flash of red light enveloped them, and all the needles began to float simultaneously. They transformed into a multitude of nearly invisible red threads, whirling around Han with remarkable speed, momentarily weaving themselves into a delicate red web. Witnessing this spectacle, the young woman's mouth fell slightly agape, her face finally betraying a hint of astonishment. Han then waved his hand, and the threads flew back into the jade box, revealing the original form of the flying needles once more. I believe I can purchase this artifact now, can I? Han stated in a calm, yet firm tone. Since you can wield them, of course. Including the formula for the true essence pill, the total comes to 4,000 spirit stones, she replied, her expression returning to its usual impassivity. For 1,000 spirit stones. Han rubbed his nose as he regarded the young woman, taken aback by the unexpectedly steep price. The price for the Dan formula is 1,500, while the flying needles are priced at 2,500, the young woman quoted without hesitation. To be honest, these 4,000 spirit stones did not seem exorbitant to her, as both items were exceedingly rare in the realm of cultivation. Were it not for the recent downfall of the demonic forces in the coalition of the 3 nations, it was unlikely anyone would have been willing to part with such treasures. Just then, Han straightened his posture, a serious expression crossing his face as he inquired, May I ask how your esteemed establishment acquires Millennium Spirit herbs? A quarter of an hour later, Han emerged from the Stardust Pavilion unhurriedly. He cast a glance back at the towering edifice, a hint of a mysterious smile gracing his lips before he strode away. Within his storage bag, the set of red thread escape needles and the jade slip containing the Dan formula remained securely tucked away. Not long ago, he had casually inquired about the price of Millennium Spirit herbs without revealing any spirit grass to the young woman. Instead, he had presented her with 2 rejuvenating pills containing the essence of Millennium Spirit herbs. Han recalled vividly how the previously indifferent young woman transformed into a figure of fervor upon realizing the miraculous effects of the rejuvenating pills. This stark contrast in her demeanor astonished him. Immediately, she summoned a refining master from the Stardust Pavilion to personally authenticate the famed yet rarely crafted pills. Once confirmed that the pills were indeed rejuvenating and possessed remarkable effects, the young woman anxiously called for Lady Blue, a figure of authority within the establishment. After a whispering exchange between the 2 women, Han managed to procure the Dan formula and the magical artifact in exchange for the 2 rejuvenating pills and 1,000 spirit stones. Reflecting on the transaction, Han found it somewhat amusing. The allure of eternal beauty was indeed irresistible to women, a temptation that was difficult to withstand. Even Lady Blue, a shrewd and powerful female cultivator, exhibited the same eager glimmer in her eyes upon hearing of Han Li's rejuvenating pills, leading him to fully comprehend the significance women placed on their appearance. However, this also resulted in the final price for the rejuvenating pills exceeding his expectations. He had initially thought they could be exchanged for no more than 2,000 spirit stones, yet the 2 women's eagerness left him quite satisfied, and he wisely refrained from haggling. It seemed fortunate that the proprietors were two women. Had it been a male shopkeeper, he might have been offered a mere few hundred spirit stones. After the transaction, a somewhat composed Lady Blue could no longer contain her curiosity about the pill's origins. Hanli casually dismissed her inquiries with a vague mention of having acquired them by chance. As he departed from the Stardust Pavilion, he felt a tinge of reluctance. He understood that the ease with which the pavilion offered such rare items implied they possessed even more precious treasures. Unfortunately, he could not afford to trade any more pills or spirit grasses, as the consequences of exposing too much wealth were perilously clear to him. With a sense of regret, Hanli sought out an inn within the market that provided rest for cultivators and settled in. The remaining time was dedicated to cultivating his chi in meditation, preparing to seek out the shopkeeper Su the following day for the crafting of his magical artifact. On the following morning, Hanli arrived punctually at the forging shop. The proprietor, Su, had been awaiting his arrival with great anticipation. As soon as Hanli stepped inside, Su greeted him with palpable excitement and ushered him towards the courtyard. Hanli offered a faint smile and entered. After more than half a month, Hanli finally emerged from the shop. In stark contrast to his initial demeanor, he now bore a countenance shrouded in gloom, suggesting a rather dismal state of mind. Behind him, the shamefaced Su followed closely, incessantly murmuring something in Hanli's wake. With a deep exhale, Hanli felt a slight alleviation of his spirits. He exchanged a few cordial words with Su before gradually making his way out of the market, leaving the old man looking utterly bewildered. Shortly thereafter, Hanli exited the confines of the market's restrictions and soared towards the nameless mountain where Rian resided. As he stood upon the divine wind vessel, his expression darkened once more, a reflection of his frustrations stemming from the repeated failures in forging over the past weeks. He had overestimated Su's craftsmanship, resulting in the ruin of many precious materials, yielding only a single set of magical artifacts. Regrettably, the materials from the mantis demon beast, which he valued the most, had been completely destroyed during the forging process. This left Hanli filled with regret, nearly overcome with the urge to unleash his artifacts upon Su in a fit of rage. However, recognizing the old man's profound embarrassment, he ultimately refrained from such actions. Even as he departed, he took the time to offer Su some words of comfort. With a sigh, Hanli patted his storage pouch, from which 5 pristine flying daggers emerged, swirling around him in an erratic dance. Observing this complete set of artifacts forged from the legs of white spiders, his mood brightened slightly. Although 3 of the legs had been ruined and his envisioned armor crafted from spider shells had not materialized, at least he had not witnessed a total annihilation of materials like with the giant mantis. Hanli could only bitterly smile at this twist of fate. Nevertheless, through this forging experience, he had come to comprehend that the more exquisite and rare the materials, the greater the skill required from the artisan. After all, he had successfully forged a majority of the Bois-Jal materials in their previous endeavor. As Hanli flew on, a contemplative expression emerged across his face. Days later, he reappeared above the nameless mountain. This time, before he could even utilize a transmission talisman, the mist veiled by the array parted to grant him passage. Hanli smiled, realizing that Rian had likely been awaiting his return, as their agreed-upon day was drawing near. A short while later, Hanli found himself seated in a bamboo hut, across from the ever-smiling Rian, clad in simple garments. Senior Han, you have arrived at the perfect moment. Just yesterday, I completed the repairs on the ancient teleportation array. All you need to do is follow the blueprint to restore it to its former functionality. Rian spoke calmly, producing a jade slip from her possession and presenting it to Hanli. For her, the restoration of an ancient teleportation array was indeed a worthy challenge. And now that she had succeeded, she felt a measure of joy. Hanli extended his hand to receive the jade slip, an overwhelming joy blossoming within him, his face betraying a rare, unguarded smile. Although he had no immediate intention of utilizing the ancient teleportation array, it undoubtedly represented a potential avenue of retreat. Thus, he immersed his consciousness into the slip and, as expected, discovered a comprehensive method for repairing the ancient teleportation array along with detailed steps for the process. Thank you, Miss Xian, Hanli expressed sincerely, refraining from lengthy declarations of gratitude, carefully storing the jade slip away. Not at all. I too harbor a keen interest in this ancient teleportation array, Rian replied with a faint smile. Yet, as if recalling something, She produced a small storage bag and handed it over while softly articulating, I have at most a year or two left to live. These few sets of array flags and discs, which I crafted alongside Brother Chi, will no longer serve their purpose. I wish to present them to Senior Han, hoping they may assist you in your future cultivation endeavors. Upon receiving such a generous gift from Xian Rian, spoken of so casually, Han Li was momentarily taken aback, then regarded her with a penetrating gaze. After a moment of silence, he rose and accepted the storage bag with both hands, solemnly declaring, Though I, Han Li, am neither a benevolent gentleman nor a chivalrous hero, I hereby reaffirm my promise to Miss Xian. Should my power grow sufficiently to eradicate the Fu clan, I shall ensure their complete removal from the realm of cultivation. At this moment, Han Li spoke with utmost seriousness. Seeing this, Xian Rian smiled, knowing that her purpose in presenting such a grand gift had been achieved. The more reluctant someone like Han Li was to make promises, the more he would value the sincerity behind them. If you have no pressing matters, Senior may stay at my humble abode for a few more days. I would very much like to discuss the intricacies of formations with you, Xian Rian said, her expression remaining composed. 3 days later, Han Li soared from the unnamed mountain on his flying vessel, heading directly towards the nearby gathering place for cultivators, Baichi Mountain. There, various loose cultivators and practitioners from clans frequently assembled, exchanging tidbits of news from the cultivation world, and naturally engaging in trade as well. Han Li's purpose for this journey was to ascertain the current state of the cultivation realm in the Yu Kingdom, particularly how dire the circumstances were and whether the 7 sects had any hope of resurgence. Only after gathering such intelligence could Han Li truly formulate his next plan. The day of the next gathering was fast approaching. Baichi Mountain was not far from Xian Rian's unnamed mountain, and she and Shi Yunxiao had attended several gatherings there in the past. Such local assemblies predominantly featured cultivators in the qi refining stage, with very few foundation establishment practitioners in attendance. A day later, Han Li arrived at the so-called Baichi Mountain. The mountain was indeed larger than he had anticipated, boasting 3 peaks of varying sizes, with the most formidable and towering being the western peak, the very site where numerous cultivators convened. Han Li's radiant form surged directly towards the summit of this peak. Chapter 357. Baichi Mountain. The western peak of Baichi Mountain was even more expansive than Han Li had envisioned. Atop the summit stands not only an ancient temple, but also a multitude of stone pavilions, where several cultivators have gathered to engage in profound discussions. Outside these pavilions and the temple, a few solitary practitioners meander about, indicating that some eager souls have arrived early for the Baichi Mountain gathering. Han Li hovered above the peak for a moment, surveying the surroundings before gracefully descending to a secluded corner of the summit. Accompanied by Chu Han, he leisurely approached several nearby stone pavilions. With Han Li's formidable spiritual sense, he soon discerned the conversations taking place within the pavilions with remarkable clarity. One pavilion, in particular, caught his attention, where 4 cultivators were animatedly discussing the conflict between the 7 sects of the Yu Kingdom and the demonic forces. Intrigued, Han Li felt a surge of energy and decided to approach without further hesitation. The recent catastrophic defeat against the demonic faction has compelled the 6 sects of the Yu Kingdom to flee their homeland. And even our Yuanwu and Zijin kingdoms shall soon face dire straits. The question now is whether the demonic forces will strike Yuanwu first or launch an assault on Zijin, lamented a pale-faced, middle-aged man among the 4. Indeed, although the 6 sects suffered immense losses, the cultivators from our 2 kingdoms who lent their support also faced grave consequences, with 5 or 6 out of 10 perishing. The Celestial Star sect and other immortal factions are bound to find themselves in a precarious situation, chimed in a youthful man in his 20s, reveling in the misfortune. Upon hearing the young man's words, the expressions of 2 of the older men remained unchanged, while the middle-aged man who had initially spoken wore a bitter smile, seemingly about to articulate further thoughts. Just then, another voice interjected from nearby. Alas, while the Celestial Star sect and other major factions may be in disarray, our days as loose cultivators and from cultivation families will undoubtedly become even more arduous. The demonic practitioners thrive on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Soon, we shall not enjoy the ease we experience today, Han Li remarked as he approached, echoing the middle-aged man's earlier sentiments. The 4 men were initially startled by the presence of an outsider, promptly falling silent. However, upon realizing they could not discern Han Li's cultivation level, a flicker of unease crossed their faces, and they respectfully rose to greet him. The middle-aged man quickly attempted to defend the young man, saying, "Esteemed senior, my junior cousin was merely speaking without thought. He meant no disrespect towards the various sections. Please do not take offense." The group had mistakenly assumed Han Li to be a high-ranking cultivator from one of the sects of the Yuanwu kingdom. The young man's demeanor grew tense as well. "Ah, dear friends, do not misconstrue my intentions. I am but a loose cultivator myself. I merely interjected casually." Han Li replied with a gentle smile, offering a warm explanation. Upon hearing this, the group felt a wave of relief. Although they remained uncertain of Han Li's claimed status, his lack of reproach regarding their earlier indiscretion was abundantly clear. Thus, amidst their respectful gestures, Han Li took a seat beside the stone table within the pavilion. "It is indeed an honor for us younger cultivators to have you grace this place, esteemed senior. However, with your level of cultivation, what brings you to partake in such a gathering?" inquired the red-faced elder with a hint of trepidation, the most seasoned among the four. It is no wonder that this individual was taken aback. It is well known that gatherings of such a local nature at Baichi Mountain rarely attract cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. Higher-tier practitioners, when seeking discourse, naturally gravitate towards assemblies of a more elevated caliber. Recently, I had been cultivating in a desolate mountain not far from here. It was only recently that I heard of the significant defeat of our cultivators in the Kingdom of Yu, which led me to believe that the world of immortality is on the brink of considerable upheaval. Hence, I ventured forth to gather information. Might any of you fellow cultivators possess the latest tidings regarding the demonic sect and the Kingdom of Yu? Han Li remarked casually. Upon hearing Han Li's inquiry, the four exchanged glances for a moment, but soon three of them turned their gazes towards a frail, old man. When it comes to being well-informed, none could rival Brother Ding, for the Ding family has numerous secular enterprises that are directly established in the Kingdom of Yu. The red-faced elder chuckled awkwardly and spoke lightly. The other two readily agreed, which caused a flicker of interest to flash in Han Li's eyes. Observing this, the Ding elder's countenance turned slightly awkward, and he reluctantly remarked, "Indeed, our descendants in the Kingdom of Yu have recently conveyed some of the latest developments back to the family. Though we had hoped to keep this information within the confines of the family, since you are all esteemed friends of mine and this elder wishes to know more, I shall share some details. However, I kindly ask that you refrain from disclosing this information lightly." Upon hearing the Ding elder's words, the other three felt a surge of excitement and repeatedly expressed their agreement. Han Li also nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Thus, the elder cleared his throat and began to elaborate. "The news we received a few days ago indicates that the current situation in the Kingdom of Yu is quite chaotic. Although the demonic sect has defeated the allied forces of the six sects, many retreating cultivators from the six sects have yet to leave the kingdom. Instead, they are leveraging the terrain to continually ambush the demonic sect's members. It is said that a few golden core cultivators also remain, which has kept the demonic sect somewhat preoccupied. After all, golden core practitioners are not easily dealt with. Furthermore, the six sects have established deep roots in the Kingdom of Yu over the years, and their latent influence is still considerable, making it somewhat challenging for the demonic sect to take control of the cultivation world there. As for the cultivation families in the Kingdom of Yu, they have now divided into three distinct stances. One faction, seeing the defeat of the six sects, swiftly switched allegiance and pledged loyalty to the demonic sect. Another faction, due to their close ties with the six sects, fearing retribution from the demonic sect, has opted to withdraw from the kingdom altogether, much like the six sects. The final group remains in a state of observation, preparing to assess the situation before making a decision. As for the territories long held by the seven sects, it is reported that aside from the Moon Concealment Sect and the Greatsword Sect, which have yet to be breached by the demonic sect, the other four have been thoroughly overtaken. However, the spoils acquired are said to be scarce, as most of the rare items were removed by the disciples of the six sects during their retreat. In my view, as long as the demonic sect cannot stabilize the Kingdom of Yu, they will not launch an attack on our country or the Kingdom of Zijin. After all, even with their numbers, seizing two small nations and a medium-sized one may stretch their resources thin. Thus, they are currently unable to deal with the continuously disruptive cultivators of the six sects. The elder slowly articulated these insights, sharing his perspective. Brother Ding, how long do you estimate the demonic sect will afford us a respite? Can our factions within the country still withstand their assaults? The elderly man with a red face could not resist interjecting. This is difficult to say. After all, What I know is merely surface information. The true circumstances are likely only known to the higher-ups of each faction. The elder surnamed Ding shook his head, casting a furtive glance at Han Li. Clearly, he still perceived Han Li as a practitioner from a certain sect of their country, which caused him to speak with a degree of reticence. Subsequently, the elder seemed unwilling to continue discussing related matters and suddenly recounted an astonishing incident to Han Li. This time, the 6 factions of the State of Yu, having retreated in haste, unanimously resorted to a lizard's tail detachment strategy, taking only their most talented elite disciples while leaving many others unaware and sacrificed. It was said that the most ruthless among them were the high-ranking members of Huangfeng Valley, to ensure the safe escape of their truly trusted elite. They even sacrificed 2 batches of disciples, nearly all the practitioners outside Huangfeng Valley during their retreat. Remarkable tactics indeed. Though the elder spoke casually, Han Li felt a sudden heaviness in his heart, and his expression subtly changed. Fortunately, others did not dare to fixate on Han Li, and thus his unusual demeanor went unnoticed. Ding Daoist, what you mentioned about Huangfeng Valley sacrificing 2 batches of disciples, what exactly transpired? I am quite intrigued. Han Li, suppressing his shock, inquired with an impassive facade. Since the esteemed senior has asked, I shall speak truthfully. The situation is as follows. It is said that upon receiving news of defeat from the front lines, the high-ranking officials of the State of Yu quickly devised a cunning plan of escape. They first allowed a batch of disciples to retreat ahead of time, while secretly leaking this information to the demonic spies, claiming these disciples were the elite of Huangfeng Valley, accompanied by a vast amount of spiritual stones and resources, thereby diverting the attention of the pursuing demonic forces. Meanwhile, they left behind another batch of disciples who were kept in the dark, utilizing the grand formation to maintain a standoff with the remaining demonic practitioners. Once these 2 batches of disciples had attracted the enemy's full attention, the higher-ups of Huangfeng Valley allowed their truly trusted elite disciples to retreat with the 6 millennia of accumulated wealth from a different direction. It is said that although the number of those who safely retreated from Huangfeng Valley was the least, they had the most effortless escape among the 6 factions. In contrast, the other 5 factions, despite concentrating their personnel for retreat, were gradually caught up by the pursuers and engaged in multiple battles, losing a considerable amount of resources to the demonic forces. This incident, due to the demonic forces being outmaneuvered, has spread widely throughout the cultivation world of the State of Yu. The elder recounted the tale to Han Li without daring to be negligent. Oh, so that's how things unfolded. Those abandoned disciples of Huangfeng Valley were rather foolish, Han Li remarked, his expression unchanged, speaking slowly in a low voice. Given this, the current state of Yu is indeed quite chaotic, Han Li suddenly said with a light chuckle. This seemingly enigmatic remark left the other 4 with a sense of mystery, and they could only offer dry smiles in response. Please continue your conversation, my friends. I shall go explore elsewhere, Han Li said, rising amicably. Senior, feel free. Safe travels. The 4 individuals hurriedly and respectfully bid farewell to Han Li as he departed. With a casual wave of his hand, he called out to Chu Han, who had been standing outside, and then made his way towards another stone pavilion. 2 hours later, Han Li found himself at the corner of a mountain peak. Deep in contemplation, he had just inquired with several groups of cultivators about the state of the cultivation world in the Yu Kingdom. The conclusion was that the current situation in Yu could only be described as chaotic. In light of this, he faced 2 potential paths. The first was to fly away on his flying artifact, distancing himself from the turmoil of the Yu Kingdom and seeking a more suitable location to continue his cultivation. The second option was to attempt to repair the ancient teleportation array, taking a gamble on where it might transport him. After all, such an exorbitantly priced ancient teleportation array could not have been constructed underground for no reason. It surely led to a distant location. At first glance, the first option appeared to be the more prudent choice. Yet, upon further reflection, Han Li found that this decision was not without its drawbacks. The eastern and western borders of the Yu Kingdom were flanked by the demonic stronghold of the Tianluo Kingdom and the righteous Fengdu Kingdom, leaving him with the only viable routes heading north or south. Although fleeing north through the Yuanwu Kingdom would take him through several small to medium-sized nations, it was evident that the cultivation communities in these countries could not withstand the onslaught of either the demonic forces or the righteous alliance. Some of these nations had already become puppets of the 2 major powers, embroiled in a long-standing power struggle. Otherwise, The borders between Tianluo and Fengdu would not have witnessed such a lack of large-scale conflicts. These nations could become battlegrounds for the demonic and righteous factions at any moment. And Han Li knew he could not linger there. However, if he dared to traverse through several countries and continued northward, he would ultimately reach the northernmost part of the southern region, where lay the infamous Boundless Sea, reputed to be impenetrable even for immortals. This sea was not only murky and limitless, but also devoid of most aquatic life. The few species that could survive within its depths were ferocious, rivaling high-level terrestrial demon beasts. Even a core formation stage cultivator would find themselves in grave danger should they fall into its waters. Attempting to fly across this sea was nothing short of a delusion. There had once been a high-ranking cultivator in the nascent soul stage who, driven by curiosity about what lay at the end of this sea, prepared extensively before embarking on a journey along its expanse for over a year. Yet, all he encountered was the endless expanse of water, with not a single place to land in sight. At that point, he had depleted half of his medicinal pills and spirit stones. Faced with such dire circumstances, he was left with no choice but to return, disheartened and empty-handed. Without a means to replenish his spiritual energy, even a nascent soul cultivator would find themselves trapped in the sea. Han Li, of course, did not entertain the fanciful notion of crossing the ocean. Thus, his thoughts turned to the south, beyond the Yu Kingdom, passing through the Zijin Kingdom and several other nations, lay a tightly knit alliance composed of 9 nations, known as the 9 Nations Alliance. This coalition was formed under the guidance of the 9 Nations cultivation circles to combat a formidable and mad adversary, the invading army of the Mulan tribe's sorcerers. To speak of the Mulan tribe and their sorcerers is to mention the vast Mulan grasslands, which lie adjacent to the 9 nations and are inhabited by the Mulan people. The Mulan people stand in stark contrast to the inhabitants of countries such as Yu and Yuanwu, who are of the Yin ethnicity. They are a quintessential nomadic tribe, characterized by their indomitable spirit and a fervent love for wielding weapons. On the vast expanses of the Mulan grasslands, they have established countless tribes, ranging in size from a mere few 100,000 to several million members. Within these nomadic tribes, there exists a presence of cultivators. However, the Mulan do not refer to them as cultivators. Rather, they honorably call them fashi. In essence, these fashi are not dissimilar to ordinary cultivators, with comparable realms of cultivation and fundamental techniques. The sole distinction lies in their preoccupation with external artifacts and talismans, which they disregard until reaching the golden core stage. Instead, they immerse themselves in the mastery of the 5 elements, and have even integrated indigenous secret arts from the grasslands to develop more powerful and enigmatic spells, thus establishing their own unique school of magic known as Ling Shu. Armed with these remarkably sharp techniques, the fashi of the Mulan can contend with their counterparts of equal rank, often gaining the upper hand. As the number of Mulan fashi grew, so too did the demand for spiritual veins and stones, which became increasingly difficult to satisfy due to the scarcity of cultivation resources in the Mulan grasslands. Consequently, at some point, the Mulan fashi began to set their sights on the 9 nations, regions abundant in spiritual energy and resources. They commenced frequent incursions into these lands, seizing spiritual veins and mines, items of utmost importance to the cultivators of the 9 nations. Naturally, the cultivators of the 9 nations were unwilling to relinquish these resources to what they regarded as barbaric practitioners, leading to a bloody conflict. Initially, the 9 nations fought independently against the united forces of the Mulan, but they suffered severe defeats, losing a significant portion of their territory and resources. Realizing the formidable nature of their adversary, the cultivators of the 9 nations quickly formed an alliance and began employing cunning tactics to gradually overcome the Mulan fashi and reclaim their lost lands. However, the Mulan fashi, having tasted victory, were not inclined to concede defeat. Thus, over the ensuing years, they remained entangled with the 9 nations cultivators, their mutual animosity deepening as casualties escalated, affecting the secular world and transforming the Yin people and Mulan into bitter enemies. Today, the Mulan dare not step foot within the confines of the 9 nations. And within 100 miles of the Mulan grasslands, no Yin person can survive. As for the population of the Mulan, it remains a mystery, for the vastness of the Mulan grasslands shrouds the true number of tribes entangled with the 9 nations, which is but a fraction of the whole. Although the Mulan grasslands may not be as unfathomable as the Black Magic Sea, It is said that it takes a tribe 5 full cycles of spring and autumn to traverse from one end of the grassland to the other. Moreover, the Mulan grassland is merely a self-designation. Across the expanse lies the true nemesis of the Mulan, the Tuyu people. The nomadic tribes, who live by the same wandering lifestyle, refer to the vast grasslands as the Tianlan Prairie, venerating the mythical Tianlan beast as their guardian deity for generations. Despite sharing the same nomadic heritage and inhabiting the same expanse of land, these two tribes have developed an instinctive enmity towards one another, resulting in countless generations of conflict between their warriors and cultivators. Every century, a grand battle inevitably unfolds in the heart of the prairie, where millions of mortal warriors clash upon the ground while thousands of cultivators engage in aerial combat. Ultimately, it is the battles fought in the skies that determine the victor. Han Li gathered this knowledge from various texts and legends. It is said that at the far end of the Mulan Prairie lies an immense and astonishing empire, rumored to be 10 times larger than the entire southern region of Tian. Such tales are hard for Han Li to fathom, as he struggles to conceive of a nation of such magnitude surpassing that of the entire southern expanse. However, these rumors bear no relevance to Han Li's current plans. They are merely fleeting thoughts that arise in his mind. After dismissing these trivialities, he concluded that the 6 sects, upon their departure, would not linger in nearby nations, but would surely divert towards the 9 Nations Alliance. Given the frequent skirmishes between the 9 Nations cultivation realms and the Mulan tribe, it is evident that the 6 sects would be a significant boon to their endeavors. Of course, the specifics regarding which nation among the 9 they would settle in and what spiritual veins they might acquire would depend on the capabilities of the 6 sects. Thus, unless he were to return to the Yellow Maple Valley and continue as mere cannon fodder, it was clear that heading south of the Tiannan region was not an option. Although he had long grasped these issues, contemplating them anew induced considerable frustration. It seemed the only course of action was to repair the ancient teleportation array. If successfully restored, he could then ponder whether to actually make the leap. If the destination proved unsatisfactory, he could always return. Yet, a modicum of risk was inevitable. Han Li mused with a wry smile. In the 3rd chapter of the 3rd volume, titled Unexpected Reunion, having resolved his thoughts, Han Li silently took flight on his artifact, departing the mountain peak. Meanwhile, those cultivators in the Qi refinement stage who had conversed with him were perplexed by his absence as the gathering at the White Pool commenced. Han Li first visited the Tianqing sect's market to procure the necessary materials for repairing the ancient teleportation array, before hastening towards the Yu Nation. This time, he did not enter Yu Nation via the usual route, but rather took a detour, quietly infiltrating from a remote border shared with the Yuanwu Nation. Currently, Yu Nation was under the dominion of demonic forces, and he wished to avoid entering such perilous territory only to be relentlessly pursued. Unbeknownst to him, his caution inadvertently allowed him to evade a crisis, as the majority of Yu Nation's borders were heavily patrolled by demonic factions day and night. Had he recklessly returned via the original path, he would have undoubtedly fallen prey to their vigilance. A desperate escape was almost inevitable. Now, having safely entered the territory of the Yu Kingdom, Han Li chose to traverse the less populated areas, which allowed him to reach the vicinity of the ancient teleportation array located near the Spirit Stone Mine without encountering any hazards. At this moment, the Spirit Mine had undoubtedly fallen into the hands of the demonic sections. From a distance, Han Li observed disciples of the demonic faction clad in green and white garments. The emerald ghost heads and pink peach blossom insignias on their sleeves indicated they were practitioners from the Ghost Spirit sect and the Harmony sect. Realizing the identity of those occupying the Spirit Mine, Han Li discreetly withdrew and soon discovered a hidden underground entrance, through which he infiltrated the mine. He effortlessly located the cave that had been sealed off, and after shattering the loose stones with his magical tool, he once again beheld the damaged ancient teleportation array. The sight of the array still standing intact offered Han Li a slight sense of relief. In the days that followed, he employed a newly acquired illusionary formation flag to completely conceal the hidden entrance. Then, using an improved array flag and disc for the inverted 5 elements formation, he set up a grand array to protect the cave housing the ancient teleportation array. This way, even if the demonic practitioners discovered him, he would have ample time to escape calmly. With no concerns weighing on his mind, Han Li commenced the restoration of the teleportation array. The Jade Slip had clearly stated that the repair of the ancient array was an extraordinarily intricate endeavor. Even a slight misalignment of an inconspicuous rune could result in a catastrophic failure of the entire array. Thus Han Li's progress was painstakingly slow. A full 7 days passed, and he had completed merely half of the repairs. At that moment, a significant dilemma arose. The materials he had previously procured had been entirely exhausted. Faced with this situation, Han Li was taken aback. Although he had purchased more repair materials than listed, he had not anticipated the errors that would arise during the restoration process, leading to material wastage. As he was not a specialized refiner or array master, a considerable portion of his materials had been squandered due to his lack of skill. Consequently, he found himself in short supply. With a sigh, Han Li realized he would have to venture out. However, he recalled that a few days' journey east of the spirit mine lay a small marketplace run by a certain cultivation family. Though modest, it was likely to have materials such as iron mother and crystal jade available for purchase. After all, the core of the teleportation array remained intact. Only ordinary materials were required for its repair. His only concern was the current turmoil within the cultivation world, which left the existence of this marketplace uncertain. He did not wish to take the risk of arriving only to find the marketplace had vanished. After deliberating, Han Li decided to leave the underground cave under the cover of night and head swiftly towards the marketplace. He had resolved that if the marketplace truly did not exist, he would simply return to the marketplace in the Yuanwu Kingdom. The ancient teleportation array could not be abandoned halfway through its restoration. To minimize risk, Han Li planned to journey by night and find a concealed place to rest during the day, thereby reducing the dangers he might encounter. Under the shroud of the dark night, Han Li soared eastward throughout the entire night. As dawn began to break, he commenced his search for a place to alight. However, while gazing downward, his expression suddenly shifted, and he swiftly turned his head to focus intently on a particular direction. He sensed, albeit faintly, that someone was racing towards him at great speed, and it appeared that there was more than one individual. Without a moment's hesitation, Han Li activated the divine wind vessel beneath his feet, angling downward in a swift descent, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished into the shadows of the night. Just as he concealed his form and retracted his aura, a blinding white light shot forth silently like a bolt of lightning. Following this radiant light was a billowing mist of crimson, accompanied by the relentless wails of despair. A little farther back, a shimmering pink glow emerged, resonating with faint chimes, persistently pursuing the former. Concealed within the mountainous forest, Han Li paid no heed to the white light ahead or the pink mist behind. Instead, he found the crimson fog eerily familiar. Wasn't this the protective demonic art of the ghost spirit sect's young master? Could it be him? The mere thought of the ghost spirit sect's young master and the tribulations he had endured darkened Han Li's expression. Just as Han Li assumed these individuals would soon flee overhead, the white light in front came to an abrupt halt, its brilliance dimming to reveal a figure standing atop a flying sword, a woman clad in white robes. She was tall and donned a hooded cloak, and upon revealing herself, she coldly addressed those behind her. "Junior, do you truly seek to court your own demise by pursuing relentlessly?" Her voice was chillingly cold, yet upon reaching Han Li's ears, it nearly propelled him several feet into the air. This voice seemed reminiscent of Nangong Wan. Could it truly be her? Han Li was taken aback. Although he had exchanged but a few words with this woman, she was the first in his life to leave an indelible impression upon his memory. The voice indeed bore a striking resemblance to Nangong Wan's, though it sounded somewhat hoarse. Han Li remained uncertain. At that moment of shock, the pursuing crimson mist and the pink glow appeared to be momentarily stunned by the masked woman's words, halting collectively several dozen feet away. Subsequently, the mist and glow began to dissipate, revealing the individuals within. Indeed, the figure within the crimson fog was none other than Wang Chan, the young master of the ghost spirit sect. The two figures revealed from the dissipating pink glow left Han Li utterly speechless. The man was the flamboyant figure he had encountered at Yinling Fortress, strikingly beautiful like a woman, while the woman was none other than Dong Xianer, who had been missing for days and was presumed to have fallen into the clutches of darkness. Dong Xianer's demeanor was now cold and devoid of her previous seductive charm, exuding an air of remarkable composure. More astonishingly, her cultivation had ascended from the initial stage of foundation establishment to the mid-stage. Han Li gazed at Dong Xianer standing alongside the flamboyant man, his brows knitting tightly. At that moment, the young master of the ghost spirit sect and the exquisite man exchanged hesitant glances with the masked woman. Although they had both sustained severe injuries from their encounter with a core formation expert of the Ghost Spirit sect, they should now be too weakened to resist. However, this woman had claimed the lives of countless cultivators of the demonic path during the defensive battle of the Hidden Moon sect. Should the adversary choose to unleash a desperate attack, dragging both of them down together, it would be an unjust fate. With such thoughts in mind, the two exchanged glances, neither eager to take the first strike. Observing the situation, the strikingly enigmatic man smiled and addressed the masked woman, saying, in days gone by, should Senior Nangong have uttered such words, my brother Wang and I would have retreated at once. But now, even if I, out of respect for the ties between the Hidden Moon sect and the Harmony sect, wish to spare you, my brother from the Ghost Spirit sect would not let this go unchallenged. The flamboyant man spoke as if they were all on the same side. Yet he unceremoniously pushed the young master of the Ghost Spirit sect forward as a shield. Upon hearing these words, Wang Chan felt a surge of anger within him. Nevertheless, he was a man who concealed his emotions well. After casting a cold glance at his opponent, he calmly remarked, I have heard that among the secret arts of the Harmony sect, there exists a technique known as the profound moon absorption, which allows a male cultivator, through dual cultivation, to forcibly draw a portion of a woman's essence. Although it may not be substantial, with your cultivation at the core formation stage, I believe this young Master Tian could use it to break through from the mid-stage of foundation establishment to the late stage. Could he not? At Wang Chan's words, the flamboyant man's expression shifted dramatically. He had never anticipated that his relentless pursuit of this woman would be so easily discerned by Wang Chan, stirring within him a mix of embarrassment and fury. Meanwhile, the masked woman's eyes flashed with indignation as she bit her silver teeth and exclaimed, birds of a feather, seeking death. With that, she raised her hand, unleashing a blinding torrent of sword light that surged forth ominously. Both Wang Chan and the flamboyant man were taken aback, their bodies enveloped in a mist of blood and radiant light as they prepared to retreat in haste. Apologies. I had guests this afternoon which delayed me, so I must continue to work late into the night to complete this chapter for everyone. Volume 3, Chapter 360, A Midway Abduction. Dong Xianyuan, who had been standing alongside the enigmatic man, was also enveloped by the radiant light, and the three of them swiftly retreated. A strike filled with resentment from a core formation cultivator was not something they could withstand. The vast expanse of white sword light, propelled by the masked woman, pursued them for over 10 paces before suddenly dissipating into nothingness. At the same time, the woman standing atop the magical artifact swayed unsteadily, appearing as though she might fall at any moment. Witnessing this, both the flamboyant man and the young master of the Ghost Spirit sect rejoiced, shifting from retreat to advance. Below, Han Li's expression changed slightly. Without hesitation, he tapped his storage pouch, and 13 red-threaded escape needles leapt into his hands, which he grasped firmly. Even in such a perilous moment, Han Li could not bear to witness Nangong Wanxiang suffer harm. After all, despite his self-serving and indifferent nature, he was not devoid of familial ties or compassion. Moreover, he was confident that while he might not be a match for the young masters of the Ghost Spirit sect, he could certainly escape if he so desired. Just as Han Li raised his hand, intending to release the flying needles to rescue the masked woman, the situation in the sky suddenly took a dramatic turn. The previously unsteady masked woman, upon the approach of Wang Chan and his companions, suddenly steadied herself, her beautiful eyes flashing with a cold light. Wang Chan and the striking young man were taken aback, instantly realizing they had fallen into a trap. However, by the time they attempted to retreat, it was already too late. The woman raised her hands, and countless sword energies shot forth once more, blinding white light completely engulfing the three of them. Witnessing this scene, Han Li felt a sense of relief, loosening his grip on the magical artifact in his hand slightly. At that moment, the entire sky was illuminated by the sword light of the masked woman, casting a grayish-white hue. While the blood mist and rosy glow within the white light swayed precariously like a small boat amidst towering waves, yet they managed to endure the onslaught. Particularly, the striking young man and Dong Xianer, amidst the rosy glow, unleashed peculiar beams of azure and crimson light from their hands, surprisingly countering the ferocious sword light. This situation caused Han Li to furrow his brow slightly. After pondering for a moment, he silently vanished from his position. Meanwhile, the masked woman in the sky was in a state of great anxiety. Although she had cleverly ensnared these two disciples of the demonic path, She was astounded that she could not overwhelm the three with such intensity of attack. Not long before, she had engaged in a fierce battle with a demonic cultivator of the core formation stage, and after exhausting her magical power, she had nearly perished alongside her opponent. Although she had managed to escape the encirclement, her injuries were severe, leaving her deeply alarmed. Even worse, her magical artifact, closely tied to her primordial spirit, had sustained significant damage in the battle, rendering it unusable for the time being. With pursuers on her tail, she had no choice but to employ a secret technique that depleted her vital energy, forcibly extracting a portion of her potential to unleash a thread of spiritual power for her escape. However, she did not anticipate that. Although she had shaken off most of the demonic cultivators, these three possessed extraordinary capabilities, relentlessly pursuing her. Consequently, she felt compelled to eliminate them. Otherwise, once the effects of the secret technique wore off, even as a core formation cultivator, she would be at their mercy. The reason she chose to halt here was that she had sensed the presence of another cultivator nearby. Though she did not know the identity of this individual, it was evident that they bore no traces of the demonic powers associated with the six sects. Moreover, this person was a cultivator at the mid-foundation establishment stage, likely affiliated with a prominent sect or allied with one of the other 5 factions. Therefore, with the belief that things could hardly worsen, she had fled to this location, harboring the intention of dragging this cultivator into the fray, hoping for a potential turn of events. To her dismay, however, this person's spiritual sense was surprisingly keen, and they had discreetly concealed themselves, displaying a clear desire to avoid trouble. Thus, the masked woman was left to confront her adversaries alone, igniting a deep-seated resentment towards this individual. Yet, unexpectedly, another dire twist arose. The 3 individuals from the demonic path proved to be remarkably resilient, equipped with formidable defensive artifacts. With the remnants of her spiritual power, she found herself unable to vanquish them for the time being. Her advanced talismans and formidable artifacts had long been depleted in the protracted battles. Now, she sensed the last vestige of her magical power waning, causing her heart to sink. Meanwhile, Wang Chan and his companions, who were desperately enduring the oppressive sword light before them, felt the once mighty force gradually diminish, eventually vanishing completely. The trio was momentarily taken aback, only to behold the masked woman standing motionlessly atop the artifact, her eyes devoid of spirit and her body trembling with a pitiable fragility. After exchanging a glance filled with astonishment, Wang Chan and the striking young man felt a flicker of hope. Yet, the pain they had recently endured made them hesitate, wary of acting too rashly. At that moment, a streak of white light shot upwards from below, moving with the swiftness of lightning, arriving before the masked woman in the blink of an eye. Within the gleaming light, a shadowy figure appeared, swiftly embracing the masked woman, before turning and retreating along the same path. This spectacle ignited fury in Wang Chan and the handsome youth. How could they allow the prize they had nearly claimed to be snatched away by another? Without a moment's thought, they unleashed their escape techniques and pursued with fervor. However, Dong Xian'er remained rooted in place, her expression one of confusion. The figure seemed strikingly familiar, causing her to hesitate. Within mere moments, the white light descended into a dense thicket, revealing an unremarkable young man who held the masked woman tightly, gazing impassively at the approaching Wang Chan and his companion. The masked woman struggled weakly in his embrace, her eyes filled with indignation, as if chiding him for something. Yet, the young man paid her no heed. "It was you. It was you." Upon recognizing the young man's features, both Wang Chan and the handsome youth exclaimed in unison. They had identified the unexpected arrival as Han Li. After exchanging astonished glances, they no longer hesitated, each invoking their powers to charge toward Han Li. Wang Chan's blood mist surged, enveloping an area of 20 to 30 zhang, emanating a chilling aura of bloodlust. Meanwhile, the handsome youth let out a cold laugh, producing a jade flute that, when waved, emitted a melodious sound. In response, a radiant light enveloped him, and he transformed into a pink peacock, soaring toward Han Li, with his original form following closely behind. As the two approached with overwhelming force, a hint of panic crossed Han Li's expression. He abruptly pressed down on the small boat beneath him, which emitted a blinding white light and trembled slightly, as if preparing to launch into the air. At that moment, Wang Chan and his companion's formidable assault reached above Han Li, completely blocking his escape route. They could even see the once struggling masked woman suddenly cease her movements, her bright eyes filled with despair. This realization filled the two men with a sense of triumph. It seemed that this golden core female cultivator was utterly powerless to resist. However, in his moment of panic, Han Li's expression suddenly shifted, revealing a peculiar smile. The sight of such a countenance from Han Li caused the two talented disciples of the demonic path to feel a jolt of apprehension. Suddenly, the scenery before them transformed. Han Li and the masked woman seemed to dissipate like a gentle breeze, leaving in their stead two immense boulders. This unexpected turn of events prompted Wang Chan and the striking young man to hastily halt their escape technique, their eyes wide with astonishment as they surveyed their surroundings. What they beheld sent a chill through them. The area, once a familiar grove, was now dominated by countless towering stone pillars, indicating that they had become ensnared within an illusionary formation. Anger surged within Wang Chan and the beautiful man. Although the illusion was not particularly powerful and could be dispelled with little effort, it was enough for Han Li to abscond with their quarry. This deepened their animosity towards Han Li, fueling their hatred to its zenith. Brother Wang, let us break this formation quickly. We must not forget that my junior sister Dong is still outside. The striking young man suddenly recalled something, a cold smile forming on his lips as he spoke to Wang Chan. Indeed, I almost overlooked this matter. However, that girl, if I remember correctly, was also a disciple of Huangfeng Valley. Will she truly intervene? Wang Chan's face brightened momentarily, yet skepticism lingered in his tone. Upon hearing this, the beautiful young man displayed uncertainty, responding with a hint of doubt. She should intervene. After all, Dong Xian holds a significant position within my Hahuan sect, far superior to her status as an ordinary disciple of Huangfeng Valley. Moreover, my father has been quite generous towards her. At that moment, Han Li, half embracing the masked woman, stood motionless in the air atop the divine wind vessel, while Dong Xian, radiating a brilliant aura, stood defiantly before him. Dong sister, must you truly resort to violence? Han Li sighed, a note of resignation evident in his voice. Han Li, unless your abilities surpass mine, you shall not pass. I have always been curious about your capabilities, especially since my master, Hong Fu, insists that I marry you. Dong Xian replied impassively, her gaze flickering with a glint of coldness as it fell upon the unconscious masked woman in Han Li's embrace. Moreover, this individual is a core formation stage cultivator from the Concealment Moon sect. Do you truly believe I would allow you to take her away so easily? Dong Xian's brows began to furrow ominously, a fierce expression emerging on her face. With the conversation reaching this critical juncture, Han Li resolved not to dwell on old sentiments or engage in further dialogue. After all, the simple illusionary formation he hastily erected with array flags could not contain the two young masters of the Ghost Spirit sect for long. With this thought, Han Li's expression darkened as he declared, in that case, Miss Dong, do not blame me for being merciless. Upon uttering these words, Han Li bellowed, raising one hand as two streams of dark energy and 5 beams of white light surged forth simultaneously, while a turtle shell artifact materialized before him, serving as a shield. Subsequently, 4 puppet beasts emerged from either side, their mouths agape as they unleashed 4 beams of light as wide as bowls. It was clear that he intended to unleash his full might from the very outset, showing no inclination for mercy. Upon witnessing the ferocity of Han Li's assault, Dong Xian's expression shifted dramatically. However, with a decisive bite of her silver teeth, she raised a delicate jade hand, producing a pink gauze scarf. Her hands continuously emitted radiant red light, merging with the scarf to form a magnificent, shimmering barrier, enveloping her within. Dong Xian was certain that even if Han Li's onslaught were to be relentless, he could never breach the formidable shield created by the fusion of the Fire Phoenix scarf and her magical prowess. Yet, just as Dong Xian brimmed with confidence, the divine wind boat beneath Han Li flashed with a brilliant white light, and in an instant, both the man and his artifact slipped past Dong Xian with remarkable swiftness. The aggressive offensive artifacts, having feigned an attack, swiftly turned around and followed the white light in retreat. Astonishingly, Han Li made his escape without engaging in combat. This unexpected turn of events left Dong Xian utterly stunned. She stood there in shock, her face flushed with anger. However, as she prepared to pursue Han Li in fury, the 4 light beams from the puppet beasts had already begun their assault. Consequently, Dong Xian had no choice but to wait until the light beams had passed before hastily retracting her barrier. while Han Li had long since commandeered the divine wind boat, dwindling into a mere black, about to vanish completely from sight. Naturally, Dong Xinier was unwilling to be so thoroughly toyed with by Han Li. So she relied on her extraordinary evasion techniques and disregarded the 4 puppet beasts, launching herself in pursuit. Yet, after a brief moment, the distant black dot flickered a few times before disappearing without a trace. Dong Xinier, her face contorted with rage, searched the vicinity for a while, but found not a single clue. Reluctantly, she had to concede that she had lost Han Li and, feeling dejected, returned the way she had come. At that moment, Han Li, clutching the masked woman, had hidden himself in a mound of loose earth. Surrounding him was a yellow barrier that kept all the dirt at bay, providing an unexpectedly fresh atmosphere, truly a marvel. Han Li himself had not anticipated that this lower-tier talisman he crafted by hand, the Earth Trap Talisman, would prove useful one day. It seemed he was indeed wise to carry all his talismans with him. Moments later, upon sensing Dong Xinier departing into the sky, he did not reveal himself immediately. Instead, he cautiously confirmed with his spiritual sense for a while longer before leaping out of the mound and soaring away on his artifact without hesitation. Several hours later, Han Li appeared in a dry tree hollow, still holding the masked woman in his embrace. The owner of the hollow, a massive gray bear, had been unceremoniously dismembered outside by Han Li. Upon placing the masked woman gently on the ground, he reached out to grasp her delicate wrist, pouring his spiritual energy into her to examine her meridians and assess her injuries. However, he soon regretted his impulsive action. As soon as he infused a small amount of his spiritual energy into her body, an overwhelming force surged from her, causing his energy to burst forth like a flood breaking through a dam. Alarmed, Han Li attempted to withdraw his hand, but it felt as though it were glued to hers, utterly unable to break free. In desperation, he tried to assist with his other hand, only to find that the moment he touched her body, he was similarly ensnared. Consequently, the magical power within him surged forth with even greater intensity. Han Li was struck with terror as he felt the magical energy and the essence he had painstakingly cultivated being forcibly siphoned away by the masked woman, with the intensity of the extraction only growing stronger. Panic engulfed him. However, his hands were firmly trapped, and he dared not repeat the mistakes of the past by attempting to kick her with his feet, leaving him utterly helpless. Han Li could only watch in despair as his cultivation level plummeted from mid-foundation establishment to early stage, and then from early stage foundation establishment to the level of chi refining. Overwhelmed by heartache, he could no longer endure. Darkness enveloped him, and he fainted, his body collapsing onto the masked woman. How fragrant, how soft. A fleeting, seductive thought crossed Han Li's mind just before he lost consciousness. Thus, in the stillness of the cave, a man and a woman lay intertwined in an intimate embrace, both oblivious to their surroundings, while Han Li's spiritual energy continued to flow into the woman's body. Time passed in a haze, and eventually, Han Li slowly regained consciousness. However, as soon as he opened his blurred eyes, he beheld a remarkably graceful figure standing at the cave entrance, gazing outward. Momentarily stunned, he was quickly assaulted by a severe headache. As he forced himself to remain silent, memories of the moment before his fainting spell flooded back. Alarmed, he swiftly probed his own body with his spiritual consciousness. The results sent a wave of despair crashing over him. His cultivation had not only reverted to the chi refining stage, but seemed to have diminished to levels of the 3rd or 4th layer, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. "You're awake?" The enchanting figure, without turning around, softly inquired. "Nangong Wan, what is happening? I saved you with good intentions, yet why has my power been drained?" Han Li snapped back to reality, his expression darkening as he spoke in anger. "Nangong Wan, do you know my cousin?" The woman finally turned to face him, having removed the hood that obscured her features, revealing a remarkably beautiful face that Han Li could now see clearly. He was taken aback. Although her appearance bore a striking resemblance to the youthful Nangong Wan, with a delicate oval face and elegantly arched eyebrows, she was undeniably a stranger. "Who are you?" "This is impossible. I distinctly heard the followers of the demonic path refer to you as Senior Nangong." Han Li mumbled in confusion, completely bewildered. Yet, his complexion paled considerably as he struggled to articulate any further words. For he finally discerned that this woman's voice, while similar, held a slight rasp that differed from Nangong Wan's. Initially, he had assumed her altered voice was due to severe injuries. However, This momentary oversight had led to a disastrous mistake. Not only had he rescued the wrong person, but he had also had his entire cultivation drained. All his years of arduous practice had been utterly obliterated. The more he pondered, the more he felt overwhelmed by misfortune and frustration, his face alternating between shades of red and white. "Are you Han Li from Huangfeng Valley?" The female cultivator, who claimed to be the cousin of Nangong Wan, smiled and then uttered a statement that left him momentarily stunned. "How did you know my name?" Han Li inquired, mustering his spirits. He realized that the woman seemed to harbor no intent to harm him, and with a slight sense of relief, he recalled the cultivation method of the tritransmutation of the primordial essence, which helped him regain his composure. "My cousin and I share a bond akin to sisters. There is nothing we cannot discuss. She has informed me about your affairs," the woman stated with an expression devoid of any discernible emotion. Han Li fell silent. "Do you know? My first thought upon learning of this matter was to rush to Huangfeng Valley and chop you into pieces, then feed your remains to the dogs." A cold glint flashed in her eyes as she spoke, her words laced with a chilling intent that caused Han Li's countenance to shift. This woman, whose appearance was gentle, spoke with a frigid sharpness that sent a shiver down Han Li's spine. "Has the elder changed her mind?" He exhaled, expressing a sentiment that caught her off guard. "It seems you are not entirely useless after all. At the very least, you possess some intellect," she remarked, her tone impassive. "If the elder truly wished to kill me, I doubt I would still be able to keep my eyes open," Han Li replied with a calm smile, maintaining his composure. "I am Nangong Ping. Spare me the title of elder, as if I am exceedingly old," she said, turning away with an expressionless demeanor, neither confirming nor denying his words. Upon hearing this, Han Li was momentarily taken aback and inwardly scoffed. "Given that you have already reached the golden core stage, by mortal standards, are you not considered an old woman?" His entire essence had been drained by her, leaving him with a simmering frustration, yet faced with the peril of his situation. He could only mutter a few curses under his breath. "Although you mistook me for my cousin yesterday and intervened to save me, you are, after all, my benefactor, Nangong Ping. Moreover, I inadvertently absorbed your essence yesterday, which helped stabilize my condition. This favor I shall not forget," she said. Her back turned to Han Li as she spoke leisurely. "Very well, since you are indeed the cousin of Nangong Wan, I suppose I must accept my misfortune." Han Li replied with a furrowed brow, expressing his resignation. He then moved to stand up. With two sharp cracks, a white shadow flashed before Han Li, and a fragrant breeze enveloped him as the woman delivered two resounding slaps to his face, causing him to spin around in place and nearly collapse back to the ground. Han Li, astonished, clutched his stinging cheeks and glared at Nangong Ping. "You dared to lay your filthy hands on me without my permission yesterday, and you even had the audacity to pin me down until I lost consciousness. These slaps are merely a mild reprimand." Nangong Ping's voice turned frosty, yet a faint blush crept onto her cheeks at the mention of being subdued by Han Li, though she quickly resumed her icy demeanor. In response to her words, Han Li could only remain speechless. In the realm of male-female interactions, attempting to reason with a female cultivator at the core formation stage is undoubtedly a pursuit fraught with peril. One might find that even a slight argument could result in receiving a couple of slaps in return. Currently, he feels akin to meat on the chopping block, subject to the whims of others. Moreover, he harbors a vague suspicion that the woman's disdain towards him may not solely stem from their encounter yesterday, but rather an intention to teach him a lesson, perhaps to relieve some grievance on behalf of Nangong Wan. With this conjecture in mind, Han Li forcefully restrained the anger bubbling within him, gently caressing his slightly swollen cheek before choosing silence. Observing Han Li's wise decision to refrain from any argument, Nangong Ping displayed a hint of surprise. Indeed, as Han Li had anticipated, the woman had been prepared to retaliate should he dare to dispute yesterday's incident. However, with Han Li's uncharacteristic silence, she found herself devoid of a pretext to act further. Consequently, she could only snort coldly and bluntly state, "Now that the slap has been delivered, let us discuss how I might repay your great kindness. I present you with two options. Firstly, I can offer you a substantial sum of spirit stones, enough to leave you utterly astonished, as compensation for your loss in cultivation and for your timely rescue. Secondly, you may accompany me to reunite with our sect's retreating forces. Once our 6 sects have stabilized, I shall concoct some elixirs and arrange for a young female disciple from our sect to engage in dual cultivation with you, aiding you in swiftly regaining your former prowess. Your true essence has suffered significant depletion, so retraining should not encounter any bottlenecks. I surmise that with a span of 10 to 20 years, you could restore yourself to your previous realm. And of course, during this time, should I be in good spirits, I might even impart a few of our sect's secret techniques to you. It is worth noting that our Hidden Moon sect is not akin to your hodgepodge Huangfeng Valley. We possess numerous secret arts that are never disclosed to outsiders. They're mysteries beyond imagination. The technique I employed yesterday to absorb your cultivation is merely one of them. Having conveyed her statements with an air of pride, Nangong Ping fixed her gaze upon Han Li, awaiting his decision. However, Han Li found himself momentarily stunned. The disparity between the two propositions seemed egregiously pronounced. One merely offered a handful of spirit stones as a dismissal, while the other not only promised restoration of his cultivation but also provided a dual cultivation partner and the potential for knowledge of secret techniques. The more he listened, the more he felt that this woman was deliberately steering him toward the second option. This all seemed rather peculiar. Was there a trap laid for him? Contemplating this, Han Li hesitated and cast a glance at Nangong Ping. Yet, in her eyes, he discerned a flicker of complex emotions, perhaps a blend of anticipation and anxiety. This unexpected revelation left Han Li momentarily perplexed. He rubbed his nose vigorously, crossed his arms, and propped his chin on his hand, delving into deep thought. Time passed, akin to the burning of an incense stick, yet Han Li remained silent. Meanwhile, Nangong Ping could no longer contain her impatience. Raising an eyebrow and slightly parting her lips to urge, "Well, have you made your decision?" At this moment, her expression was one of clear annoyance. Upon hearing the urging voice, Han Li raised his head, casting a contemplative glance at the other party before slowly responding, "I have made my decision. I shall choose the first condition. All I require from you, esteemed senior, are some spirit stones. I will find a way to restore my cultivation on my own. So there is no need for your concern." Han Li's expression remained indifferent. Upon hearing Han Li's resolution, Nangong Ping appeared momentarily taken aback, revealing a hint of peculiarity in her demeanor. She scrutinized Han Li's face for a moment before suddenly raising her hand and tossing over a crimson storage pouch. "The spirit stones are within, along with some commonly used materials. I shall present them all to you." Her voice carried a somewhat chilling tone. Han Li disregarded her tone and unceremoniously grasped the storage pouch in his hand, subsequently delving his consciousness inside to take a glance. Even though he had prepared himself mentally, the sight of dozens of mid-tier spirit stones amidst a variety of miscellaneous materials still astonished him. Suddenly, a flicker of delight crossed Han Li's face as he eagerly inquired of Nangong Ping, "Esteemed senior, do you possess any more yuan jade? Could you possibly spare a few more for your junior?" This inquiry caused a flicker of surprise to cross the woman's eyes. However, without uttering a word, she rummaged through her belongings for a moment before tossing over several pieces of white jade. Han Li received them with great joy. With this, he had managed to gather all the materials required to repair the teleportation array without further search. "Is there anything else? If not, I shall take my leave," Nangong Ping remarked coldly, her gaze fixed on Han Li's actions, her expression devoid of emotion. "Oh, there is nothing else to trouble you with," Han Li replied, his demeanor turning serious as he shook his head. Upon hearing this, Nangong Ping huffed softly and promptly turned to exit the tree hollow. However, as she reached the entrance, she turned her head back and calmly stated, "Han Li, with such a choice, I cannot discern whether you are genuinely foolish or simply overestimating your own cleverness." After uttering these words, a treasured sword flew from her sleeve, and in a flash of white, she was upon it. Yet at that moment, a languid voice drifted from behind her, "Esteemed senior, do not forget to send my regards to Nangong Wan." Upon hearing this, Nangong Ping's figure momentarily froze, but she swiftly transformed into a beam of white light, soaring into the sky from the cave entrance, leaving her response ambiguous, whether she acknowledged it or chose to disregard it entirely. Seeing this, Han Li offered a wry smile, rubbed his nose, and nonchalantly sat back down, staring blankly at the cave entrance, lost in thought. He still could not comprehend how his entire cultivation could have been siphoned away by this woman. Was the technique of the Hidden Moon sect truly so tyrannical? Was it not even more bizarre than the blood sacrifices of the Black Fiend sect? However, Han Li surmised that such a technique for absorbing another's cultivation must harbor numerous restrictions and flaws. Otherwise, the practitioners of the Hidden Moon sect would have long since become a feared presence in the realm of cultivation. His conjecture, it turned out, was not entirely unfounded. The reason Nangong Ping could absorb his true essence was largely due to a stroke of coincidence. After employing her secret technique, her own true essence had already suffered significant depletion. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, her cultivation would undoubtedly decline, although she could still maintain the level of the core formation stage. The decades of arduous cultivation had undoubtedly taken their toll. After the effects of her secret techniques faded, she feared falling into the hands of those two dark practitioners, prompting her to resolutely activate the reincarnation true art of her cultivation method. Once invoked, this technique would forcibly ensnare any external force probing her body with spiritual energy, draining their true essence completely. Had she not awakened in time to halt the technique, it is likely that Han Li would have lost even the last remnants of his cultivation. Of course, the conditions for this peculiar technique were exceedingly stringent. Firstly, it required the practitioner to be in a state of severe depletion of true essence to wield it. Secondly, if no external true essence replenished the practitioner's internal losses after a period, the user would face complete self-destruction due to the implosion of their true essence, a truly self-destructive method. Most frustratingly, while this technique could absorb another's true essence, it was limited to replenishing only the practitioner's original deficits, offering no enhancement to their overall magical prowess. In the third volume, Chapter 363, Teleportation, not long after, Han Li emerged from the tree hollow and took flight on his artifact. However, this time, he proceeded with heightened caution. He continuously extended his spiritual awareness, retreating into concealment at the slightest disturbance. Given his current level of cultivation, encountering even a single cultivator posed an extreme threat. Thus, Han Li remained vigilant throughout his journey, expending nearly half again as much time returning to the underground cavern. Upon stepping into the inverted five-element formation, he finally exhaled in relief. The spectral figure remained quietly seated by the teleportation array, perfectly still, mirroring the posture it had held when he departed. This sight elicited a smile from Han Li. He understood that restoring his cultivation would not be a matter of 3 or 4 years. Therefore, he felt no urgency to take medicine or meditate. Instead, he devoted his time to diligently repairing the ancient teleportation array. Given his current predicament, attempting to travel long distances in the chaotic realm of cultivation was fraught with peril. He could only hope that the ancient teleportation array, once restored, would indeed function. Despite Han Li's significant reduction in power, it did not hinder his repair efforts. After 6 or 7 days of relentless work, the restoration was complete. Gazing at the fully restored ancient teleportation array, even a person as composed as Han Li felt a surge of excitement. The next step was the most critical, involving testing whether the corresponding teleportation array still existed intact. If the array on the other end was similarly damaged or had long since vanished, then this ancient teleportation array would remain inoperative, forcing him to abandon any thoughts of teleportation and seek alternate paths. With this in mind, Han Li carefully placed several low-grade spirit stones around the teleportation array. Once the final stone was set in place, he stepped back a few paces, holding his breath in anticipation. Before him stood an ancient array, built countless years ago, which suddenly hummed with a resonant sound. A flash of golden light emanated from its surface, only to fade away as swiftly as it had appeared, returning to a profound stillness. Han Li's heart sank. Could it be that the other end of the ancient teleportation array had truly been abandoned? Had all his previous efforts been in vain? A look of disappointment washed over his face. Yet, unwilling to succumb to despair, he clasped his hands behind his back and began to circle the array, a contemplative expression occasionally flitting across his features. Abruptly, he halted, his brow furrowing as a thought struck him. He bent down and retrieved a low-grade spirit stone he had recently placed within the array. Upon inspection, Han Li inhaled sharply. The stone was devoid of any spiritual energy, a mere pale shell of its former self. A thoughtful expression crossed his face, soon replaced by a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, he procured several gleaming mid-grade spirit stones from his storage pouch and exchanged them for the low-grade ones. If his conjecture held true, the array was not inoperative, but rather lacking the requisite energy from the low-grade stones to activate the ancient mechanism. As the last low-grade stone was replaced, the array emitted a deep, resonant hum, followed by an eruption of immense spiritual waves. A blinding beam of yellow light shot forth from the center of the array, piercing through the cavern's ceiling, effortlessly bypassing the array's protective seals. Witnessing this spectacle, Han Li momentarily froze, but a sudden realization turned his face ashen. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous roar echoed from above the cavern. Despite the array's protective aura, Han Li felt the earth tremble beneath him. His expression grew tense as he hastily beckoned to Chu Han, moving closer to the edge of the teleportation array. Yet, uncertainty crept into his heart. He was entirely unaware of what lay beyond the array. Initially, he had intended to ascertain the nature of the other side and any potential dangers before deciding whether to remain. Now, however, with the ancient teleportation array exposed, he knew that crossing over could mean venturing into the unknown. As he hesitated, a deafening crash reverberated nearby, causing him to look up in alarm. The ceiling of the cavern had been violently torn open by some unknown artifact, and harsh sunlight flooded in, illuminating the interior with startling clarity. Outside the exposed cavern, a throng of demonic cultivators floated in midair, equally astonished as they gazed upon Han Li and the shimmering ancient teleportation array. "Is it you again?" A voice, laced with both surprise and ire, emerged from the crowd of dark cultivators. The throng parted to reveal 3 figures soaring forth. At the center stood a man adorned with a silver mask, the young master of the ghost spirit sect. Wang Chan flanking him were 2 peculiar figures. One an elderly man with a shock of white hair and a face lined with wrinkles, and the other a youthful boy with bright white teeth and rosy lips. They were the Li brothers, who had previously appeared at Yinling Fortress. The ancient teleportation array. Upon sighting the luminous object, the Li brothers exchanged glances filled with astonishment and excitement. Upon hearing these words, Wang Chan was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face lit up with ecstasy as he exclaimed, "The 2 elders could not have been mistaken. Is it truly that artifact?" His voice trembled with anticipation. He understood all too well what a complete ancient teleportation array meant for a sect. The elder among the Li brothers chuckled, intending to say something, but his expression suddenly shifted as he sternly commanded, "This is bad. This brat intends to activate the teleportation array. Capture him at once." As he spoke, the elder opened his mouth, unleashing a jet of dark energy that surged towards Han Li. He was well aware that there was a certain delay from activating the teleportation array to the actual transmission. That brief moment was sufficient for him to eliminate this young upstart multiple times over. However, as soon as his treasure entered the cave, it erupted in a radiant display. A vibrant multicolored barrier instantly countering the dark energy. Taken aback by this turn of events, the elder's expression turned menacing as he bellowed, "Everyone, attack together. This brat has set up a formation. We must break it immediately. Otherwise, it will be too late." Upon hearing the elder's command, the demonic cultivators behind him snapped out of their stupor, promptly summoning an array of magical artifacts. Even the young ones among the Li brothers and Wang Chan joined in, unleashing their own treasures to strike downwards with ferocity. Han Li's simplified 5 elements reversal formation was merely a temporary array. And with the combined assault of 2 core formation cultivators and so many others, the multicolored barrier began to tremble ominously. At that moment, Han Li had already taken Chu Han and positioned themselves at the center of the teleportation array. He raised a token-shaped artifact, closed his eyes, and recited incantations, completely disregarding the onslaught from the demonic cultivators. The Great Shift Order. The elder, upon recognizing the shape of the token in Han Li's hand, erupted in a fit of rage. He then thrust both hands forward, releasing a torrent of black energy that surged towards the barrier below. The array emitted several mournful cries before finally collapsing under the weight of this final assault. The multicolored barrier shattered explosively, with no hindrance remaining. The myriad of strange lights surged towards Han Li with unrelenting ferocity. At that moment, Han Li's tightly shut eyes snapped open, and he uttered 2 chilling words, teleportation. Instantly, a brilliant yellow light surged forth, and Han Li along with Chu Han vanished within its glow. All attacks struck nothing but empty space. The demonic cultivators above the cave stood frozen, aghast. Wang Chan and the Li brothers were expressions of deep despair. None among them possessed the Great Shift Order, rendering them incapable of pursuing Han Li. Moments later, the yellow light of the teleportation array flickered and then vanished completely. Witnessing this, Wang Chan and his companions, who had been stationed nearby, were filled with rage. They understood that Han Li must have destroyed the teleportation array on the other side, rendering their own Great Shift Order useless, even if they managed to procure one. Yet, consumed by resentment, Wang Chan still harbored a sense of unwillingness. Utilizing his position as a junior sect master, he had stationed several cultivators to guard this location day and night. Fearing that the elusive Han Li might restore the teleportation array and return, he resolved to capture Han Li alive, intending to repay the latter's repeated disruptions of his grand designs. However, soon after, as the forces of the demonic path expanded their reach, this young master of the ghost spirit sect resumed his life of warfare, swiftly relegating this matter to the recesses of his mind. Meanwhile, the realm of cultivators in the southern heaven remained embroiled in chaos for a prolonged period, as, after a year or two, the remaining nations united to form the Celestial Path Association in response to the formidable threats posed by both the Demonic Path and the Righteous Path Alliance. The three factions, nearly equal in strength, naturally engaged in relentless conflicts, and it appeared that no decisive victor would emerge in the near future. The 6 sects of cultivators, having retreated to foreign lands, eventually settled within the 9 Nations Alliance. Due to disputes over resources such as spiritual veins and mines, they reignited conflicts with some local sects in a bid to secure territories for their survival. Naturally, should the Mulan clan's sorcerers invade the 9 nations, they would be compelled to contribute their strength, abandoning the carefree existence they once enjoyed in the Yu Kingdom. Consequently, many foundational cultivators, and even those at the core formation stage, perished in the struggle against the sorcerers. Han Li's master, Li Huayuan, also met his demise in a fierce battle many years later. Nevertheless, the new generation of cultivators from the 6 sects quickly matured, and at last, among the foundational practitioners, some ascended to the core formation stage. Volume 4, Winds Rise Overseas, Chapter 364, Isolated Island. Great Vessel. A heavy sensation enveloped Han Li upon regaining consciousness. As he and Chu Han commenced their teleportation amidst the yellow light, he was immediately struck by an overwhelming pressure in the hazy surroundings. Fortunately, the great mobilization talisman in his hand emitted a faint azure glow, alleviating the immense pressure he felt. However, the meager spiritual energy within him began to deplete rapidly into the talisman. Han Li, having anticipated such changes, remained composed and unperturbed, for he had encountered similar descriptions in the text regarding the great mobilization talisman. In an instant, the artifact ceased its absorption of spiritual energy, and the yellow light dissipated. He and Chu Han found themselves in a dimly lit place. The darkness was so profound that Han Li could hardly discern his surroundings. The silence that enveloped them suggested the absence of others, which eased Han Li's mind. He lifted his leg, ready to exit the formation. But as soon as he stepped outside, a wave of dizziness overwhelmed him, causing his legs to weaken, and he nearly retched on the spot. Han Li recognized this discomfort as a consequence of long-distance teleportation, a reaction magnified by his current low cultivation level. However, he could not dwell on this discomfort. He promptly issued a command to Chu Han to destroy the teleportation array. Chu Han, with a stoic expression, unsheathed the silver great sword he had been given and began to hack away at a corner of the teleportation array, reducing it to shambles. Witnessing this, Han Li finally felt a sense of relief. He sat on the ground, resting for a while, until he acclimated to the surrounding darkness. At this moment, he faintly sensed that he was in what appeared to be an abandoned chamber, engulfed in utter darkness and permeated by a pungent odor of decay. Casually extending his hand below, he felt a thick layer of dust on the ground. However, this realization brought him a sense of reassurance, as it indicated that no immediate danger lurked in the vicinity. After a while, once the discomfort subsided, he gradually rose to his feet with the support of one hand. Subsequently, Han Li retrieved a moonstone from his storage pouch, illuminating the interior of the room. Indeed, as he had surmised, this place was a long-deserted stone chamber, entirely devoid of furnishings, save for a stone door that stood before him. Casting a glance back at the damaged teleportation array, he hesitated momentarily before striding towards the stone door and tentatively pushing it open. To his surprise, the door yielded effortlessly. A look of astonishment crossed Han Li's face as he beheld a lengthy stone staircase extending upward, its length unknown. The staircase, similarly coated in dust, clearly indicated that it had not been traversed in a long time. Turning back to survey the room from which he emerged, Han Li realized that what he had termed a stone chamber was merely a modest cave within the mountain. After a brief moment of contemplation, he shook his head in self-deprecation and began to ascend the staircase slowly, with the ever-attentive Chu Han trailing closely behind him. The staircase appeared quite lengthy. However, after navigating a single turn, Han soon discovered the exit. A massive boulder obstructed the circular opening. Furrowing his brow at this sight, Han promptly commanded Chu Han, "Split it apart." Without hesitation, Chu Han stepped forward, raising the silver sword in his hand and effortlessly cleaving the boulder into several pieces, as if slicing through tofu. Instantly, brilliant sunlight flooded in from outside, accompanied by a refreshing, slightly moist breeze. Han inhaled deeply, finally exhaling long and slow. Since his arrival, he had refrained from breathing due to the unpleasant odor in the air, remaining in a state of breath-holding until now. Yet, he found himself puzzled by the slightly damp air, tinged with a faint briny taste, which was markedly different from any air he had encountered before. With this curiosity lingering in his mind, Han stepped past Chu Han and squinted against the bright sun, surveying his surroundings. The vista that unfolded before him left him momentarily speechless. Everywhere he looked, the expanse was filled with an infinite azure sea, extending endlessly beyond the horizon. After a prolonged period of astonishment, Han finally regained his composure. Could this truly be the legendary ocean? A thrill of excitement coursed through him. Until now, the largest body of water he had ever seen was merely a vast river in Lianzhou, several dozen paces wide. Such a boundless sea was something he had only heard of in tales. Now, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience, leaving him utterly awestruck. After gazing at the magnificent view for a while, he lowered his gaze to assess his immediate surroundings, yet a hint of confusion crept onto his face. He found himself perched upon a lofty cliff, not far from the shore where colossal waves relentlessly battered the rocky coastline. Observing this scene, Han stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. The hue of the sea bore no resemblance to the legendary boundless ocean. Instead, it matched the typical color of the sea as described in books. It seemed he had indeed crossed into the southern realm, though he was uncertain of the exact coastal region. However, the names of places held little significance for him, as once he had ventured beyond the southern territories, he was utterly unfamiliar with the surroundings. Having pondered this, Han refrained from immediately taking flight. Instead, he closed his eyes and gradually released his spiritual sense to ascertain whether any cultivators were nearby. After a while, he retracted his spiritual awareness, his face adorned with a peculiar expression. Without uttering a word, he summoned his spirit wind vessel, swiftly ascending into the air. Upon reaching several dozen zhang in altitude, Han halted the vessel and stood at its forefront, surveying the area. What greeted his gaze in every direction was a uniform expanse of deep blue brilliance. The shimmering waves were almost dizzying to behold. Directly beneath him lay a solitary island, roughly a dozen li in circumference. The cliff he had emerged from was merely a protruding rocky hill upon this isolated land. Han rubbed his nose, unable to suppress a rueful smile. He was truly in a predicament. Although the surroundings appeared devoid of danger, it was hardly a suitable place for cultivation. The spiritual energy here was exceedingly scarce. Even to nurture spiritual herbs required a locale rich in spiritual energy. Otherwise, the precious liquid he might drop would only lead to the demise of the spiritual plants by the following day. Moreover, the more precious the spiritual herb, the higher its demand for spiritual energy, which left Han feeling quite helpless. As he maneuvered the spirit wind vessel around the island, he confirmed that there were no signs of coastlines or other islands nearby. Furthermore, aside from stones, trees, and a few small snakes, the island was devoid of any living creatures. Thus, he could only sigh and return to the cave. Upon entering the cavern, Han wasted no time and promptly fell into a deep slumber at the entrance. The preceding days and nights of sleepless cultivation had left him utterly exhausted. All troubles could wait until he awoke, revitalized. Under the protection of Chu Han, he enjoyed a sweet slumber for a full day and night. Yet upon waking, Han found himself alone atop the rocky hill, gazing vacantly at the sea. Time passed unmeasured before he descended from the summit on his vessel, searching for a rock of similar size at the base of the cliff to seal the cave entrance once more. Subsequently, he and Chu Han circled the vicinity for a while before determining the direction of the setting sun, resolutely speeding away without a backward glance. According to Han Li's conjecture, the presence of a teleportation array on this island suggested that there must be other islands or land nearby. After all, who would be foolish enough to construct such an expensive ancient teleportation array on a mere solitary isle? Indeed, Han Li was uncertain which direction was correct. However, he had resolved to fly in this direction for several days and nights. Should he encounter no trace of cultivators or mortals, He would then change course and begin anew. Although this method may seem rather foolish, it was his sole option upon this unfamiliar sea. With an ample supply of spirit stones in his storage bag, he feared not the depletion of spiritual energy. Perhaps fortune smiled upon Han Li today, for after merely half a day's flight, he discovered a colossal ship upon the water. His heart leapt with joy, for engaging with mortals was undoubtedly more stable than negotiating with cultivators. Yet, he found it peculiar that this immense vessel bore neither mast nor sail. At the bow, an array of enormous fish, unlike any he had ever encountered, propelled the ship forward with remarkable speed. Despite their massive size and fearsome array of sharp teeth, Han Li sensed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from them. They were not to be considered sea monsters. Otherwise, he would not have dared to approach the ship so recklessly. From a distance, Han Li observed the length of the giant fish, then ascended above the ship, circling it twice before gazing down upon the deck. It was evident that the individuals aboard noticed his arrival, for after a few loud shouts, a throng of 200 to 300 people surged from the cabin, crowding the bow. Upon seeing Han Li hovering in midair, their faces registered a mix of awe and reverence, and they all bowed deeply in his direction. While Han Li was still processing the scene, a middle-aged man, adorned in the finest attire, stepped forward, his expression tense as he uttered several hurried phrases, then stood with his hands clasped, seemingly awaiting Han Li's command. Han Li rubbed his nose and smiled wryly, for he could understand not a single word spoken by this man. The language barrier posed a significant challenge for communication, which left him somewhat perplexed. As the middle-aged man noticed Han Li's silence, his demeanor shifted to one of anxiety, prompting him to speak rapidly once more. Though Han Li could not grasp their meaning, it was clear the man was attempting to explain something to him. Furrowing his brow, Han Li contemplated briefly before suddenly addressing the crowd in plain Tiannan dialect. "Is there anyone here who can understand my words? If so, please step forward and interpret for me." Upon uttering this, Han Li scanned the assembled crowd below. The middle-aged man wore an expression of utter bewilderment, clearly unable to comprehend Han Li's words, while the others appeared equally mystified. With a resigned sigh, Han Li attempted to convey the same message in several ancient languages he had learned, initially to master complex incantations. As he spoke one of these tongues, a gray-haired elder in the crowd finally displayed a flicker of recognition. Overjoyed by this development, Han Li pointed excitedly at the elder. "Sir, do you understand what I am saying?" Han Li spoke slowly in ancient dialect, feeling somewhat awkward as he was not accustomed to using such language. The old man, upon hearing Han Li's words, hesitated for a moment but ultimately positioned himself beside the middle-aged man, respectfully responding in the same ancient tongue, "I am Wang Changqing. In my youth, I indeed studied this celestial language. May I inquire what instructions the esteemed immortal has?" Seeing that the elder truly understood the ancient dialect, a smile graced Han Li's face. Suddenly, he flickered and appeared before the old man, startling both him and the middle-aged man. "You must have noticed that I am not fluent in the local dialect. Kindly inform them that I am merely passing through, seeking some information. And there is no need for alarm," Han Li said gently. He had already scanned the massive vessel with his spiritual sense and found it filled with mortals, devoid of any cultivators. This realization relieved him. After speaking, Han Li paid no mind to the old man's murmurs as he explained to the middle-aged man. Instead, he gestured to the celestial winds above, and a pristine artifact descended, carrying Chu Hun to the bow of the ship. Following Han Li's instructions, Chu Hun emerged, while the small boat swiftly shrank into a streak of white light and flew into Han Li's hand, being stored in his spatial pouch. Having completed these actions, Han Li cast a sidelong glance at the mortals aboard the ship. Although their expressions remained respectful, none displayed signs of astonishment. This indicated that they were likely accustomed to the methods of cultivators. Otherwise, they would not appear so unfazed. Thus, Han Li pondered whether the individuals on this vessel were not of ordinary stock, or if there were simply numerous cultivators in this region, unbothered by the presence of mortals. At that moment, the old man conveyed Han Li's words to the middle-aged man. Initially taken aback, the middle-aged man's face soon brightened with excitement as he exuberantly expressed a torrent of words to Han Li. Observing his fervent demeanor, Han Li felt a jolt of surprise and turned to the old man. The elder understood Han Li's intent and hurriedly approached to explain, "Esteemed immortal, this Mr. Gu is the owner of this vessel. He wishes to invite you to reside on Kuaishing Island, offering to cover all expenses related to your cultivation." "Kuaishing Island?" Han Li stroked his chin, adopting a noncommittal demeanor. Noticing Han Li's indifferent expression, the middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with eagerness, and he launched into another string of enthusiastic speech. From his smile and gestures, Han Li inferred that the man was likely reiterating his desire for Han Li to visit Kuaishing Island. Without waiting for the old man to translate, Han Li waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Please inform this esteemed owner that I am new to this area and not well versed in the local circumstances. I cannot rashly agree to anything. Once I have garnered more information, I will decide whether to visit Kuaishing Island. For now, as I do not comprehend your language, I hope you will allow me to stay on this ship for a few days so that the elder can teach me some local dialect and customs." Upon hearing this, the elder did not dare to delay and promptly conveyed Han Li's request to the middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man displayed evident disappointment upon his face. Yet he respectfully bowed to Han Li. He then shouted a few words to the others behind him, causing them to hastily retreat back into the cabin, while he himself exchanged a few words with the elder before stepping back down. Thus, only the elder and Han Li remained at the bow of the ship. Observing this, the elder smiled and addressed Han Li, saying, "Esteemed immortal master, Lord Gudong has acquiesced to your request and has even prepared a spacious room for you. Please accompany me." Han Li nodded softly in agreement. Consequently, the elder, known as Wang Chongqing, led the way, with Han Li and Chu Han following closely behind as they entered the ship's cabin. What an expansive space! This was Han Li's immediate impression upon entering. The cabin was a labyrinth of corridors and passages, with an indeterminate number of rooms. During his passage, the few mortals he encountered parted respectfully, their faces reflecting awe as they made way for him. After navigating several turns with the elder, Han Li and Chu Han arrived at a larger wooden door. Wang Chongqing pushed it open without hesitation and stepped aside, inviting Han Li to enter first. Han Li, not one to stand on ceremony, entered the room with Chu Han trailing behind and took a moment to survey his surroundings. Indeed, this room was quite impressive. Not only was it spacious, but it also did not possess a stifling atmosphere. However, what intrigued Han Li most was a peculiar little tree planted in a flower pot nestled in the corner. This tree boasted a singular, straight trunk with no branches, adorned with palm-sized triangular leaves. Moreover, the entire tree shimmered with a silvery sheen, resembling pure silver. Gazing at this marvel, Han Li's curiosity was piqued. It seemed the immortal master had never encountered this silver-horned tree before. This tree was certainly a rarity, both in its splendid appearance and its ability to purify the air in oppressive environments, an invaluable treasure for those who traverse the seas. Even someone as affluent as their lord could only procure 3 or 4 of such specimens. The elder, noticing the astonishment in Han Li's eyes, respectfully elaborated on the tree's significance. Han Li merely smiled faintly, refraining from comment. He could discern the elder's intent to curry favor with his lord. Han Li instructed Chu Han to guard the door and took a seat on one of the chairs within the room. Wang Chongqing, appearing somewhat uneasy, stood before Han Li, hesitant to take a seat. Observing the elder's discomfort, Han Li smiled warmly and kindly urged him, "Mr. Wang, there is no need for such formality. Please, sit down and converse with me, as I have several matters I wish to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Wang Chongqing repeatedly expressed his unworthiness, visibly anxious. Noting the elder's demeanor, Han Li frowned slightly and ceased to press the matter. After a brief contemplation, he directly inquired, as a newly arrived cultivator, "Might you kindly introduce me to the local terrain and customs? Of course, if you could elaborate on matters pertaining to our cultivation, that would be even better. I assure you, I shall reward you handsomely." Han Li spoke these words with an air of utmost calmness. Wang Chongqing pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "Since the immortal master has journeyed from afar, you must be aware that we are situated within the tumultuous expanse of the Chaos Star Sea, specifically at its southwestern corner. Nearby, there are 3 prominent islands, Tailstar Island, Quaistar Island, and Sangstar Island, along with numerous other smaller isles, all inhabited by both immortals and mortals alike. The customs of our people are quite similar to those of other maritime regions. Each island is governed by a supreme immortal, the island lord, who is tasked with the protection of the territory. Should other immortals choose to reside on the island and assume certain roles, the island lord provides them with a yearly stipend of spiritual stones to aid in their cultivation. However, they must adhere to the directives of the island lord. Conversely, those who wish to live on the island but are unwilling to take on any responsibilities will not receive a supply of spiritual stones. Rather, they are required to pay a certain amount of spiritual stones to the island lord annually, thus allowing them to remain on the island. At this point, Wang Changqing paused, a hint of envy flickering across his face, as if he held a deep yearning for the life of a cultivator.